To prove that you'd truly given up on this family once and for all, you actually cut open your right arm right in front of the city's elite and carved out the last companion bone. The sharp dagger sliced a deep gash into your forearm, exposing the bone, and crimson blood instantly spattered under the spotlight. The pain made your vision go dark, and cold sweat poured down your body like a waterfall, yet you didn't even let out a muffled groan. Iuet, who had been looking down on you from on high and had just been berating you for bringing shame upon the family, froze in place as if electrocuted, then lunged at you like a madwoman, screaming. You coldly flung the triangular bone, still covered in tendons and fascia, and watched as your mother fainted on the spot, leaving you with nothing but sheer satisfaction. The moment the blood dripped, a stream of pale blue data flashed frantically across your retina. Successfully stripped inferior companion bone obtained opportunity to reshape supreme physique fusion progress 1%. Shachi, today is your younger brother's coming-of-age ceremony. How could you not even prepare a gift? What on earth are you thinking? Do you want to bring shame upon the entire Qi clan throughout the capital? Each repressive, icy, and ruthless voice rang out, echoing in Shachi's ears, even making him feel dizzy and disoriented. His heart, already dead, was shattered into pieces by these relentless reproaches. He had endured such words for 5 long years. From being cautious and circumspect at the start, to feeling as lowly as dust, to living in constant fear, and finally to the agony and despair of his dying moments. To him, the Qi clan's splendor and prosperity were nothing more than fleeting illusions, a bubble of fantasy that did not belong to him. I told you ages ago that your coming-of-age ceremony would be held at the hotel today. I told you ages ago that all the powerful and influential figures in the capital would be here today, yet here you are, still wearing your school uniform? Forget it. Since you don't take this seriously, just go stand in the corner and don't embarrass me. Iua shot him a cold glare. Her demeanor as icy as a glacier, keeping him at arm's length. Shachi said nothing, bowing his head and walking into the luxurious 7-star hotel with a wry smile. For this day, the Qi clan had spent a fortune and spent over half a year preparing. As one of the major ruling clans of the Dragon Realm, the Qi clan was simply incomparable to ordinary families. 300 years ago, when the dimensional gate to another realm burst open and monstrous beasts invaded Blue Star, the patriarch of the Qi clan stepped forward to defend the nation's gates, slaying countless savage beasts. Generation after generation, the Qi clan had achieved glorious military feats, establishing a status that no one could shake. Shachi's 9 foster sisters, though they had only undergone the Qi clan's supreme bloodline marrow purification ritual, each possessed extraordinary natural talent and had made their mark in different fields. The Qi clan's foster son, Shengtian, possessed the 9 dragon physique, making him a prime candidate for the Qi clan's supreme bone. His status was formidable. But in contrast, Shachi, who had the supreme bone implanted at birth, spent 13 years as an orphan. When he was found 5 years ago, not only did he not receive the supreme treatment due to a young master of the Qi clan, he was even made to live in a storage room, going hungry and poorly clothed, living in constant fear day and night. The Qi clan's supreme bone is the pinnacle of martial path cultivation. As long as it is a good match, it can transform a good-for-nothing into a peerless, top-tier genius. At the same time, the longer a supreme bone is nurtured, the more likely it is to produce companion bones. The higher one's natural talent, the more companion bones are generated. A single supreme bone can propel someone to the pinnacle, while several companion bones can turn someone into a once-in-a-millennium genius. Shachi spent 13 years cultivating a full 8 companion bones, only to have the clan transplant them all into Shengtian over the course of 5 years. Sometimes, Shachi even felt he was a fool. To satisfy his family, to make his sisters happy, he had his supreme bone and companion bones stripped away, ruined his own future, and suffered countless health issues. In the end, even when he died, hardly anyone in the family shed a tear for him. In the opulent ballroom, people came and went. Nobles, powerful figures, and Shengtian's classmates and friends. Shachi sat alone in a corner, a stark contrast to the crowd's joy. He was even met with cold stares because of his past history of bullying Shengtian. Shachi hadn't even received this kind of treatment when he was welcomed back into the clan years ago. Who even remembers that today is his birthday, too? The MC, dressed in a tuxedo, stepped onto the stage under the spotlight. Holding the microphone, he smiled, his voice clear and pleasant as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 18th birthday celebration of Shang Tian, the young master of the Qi clan." The MC bowed to the audience, immediately sparking thunderous applause. "Now, please keep up the applause as we invite today's guest of honor to the stage. Please welcome young master Shang Tian of the Qi clan to the stage." The MC stepped aside, turned toward the backstage area, and smiled. A young man dressed in a light gray tuxedo took the stage. Under the spotlight, he looked so handsome, so full of vigor and vitality. With a radiant smile, he waved to the crowd below. When he reached the center of the stage, he bowed deeply to express his gratitude, sparking even more enthusiastic applause. At that moment, he was the center of the world's attention. "Today, I'm very grateful to all of you for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony, but I want to thank my parents and my older sisters even more. They raised me with such dedication and sacrifice. Even though I don't have Qi clan blood, they treated me as if I were their own. Dad, Mylan, my sisters." Shang Tian's eyes welled up with tears as he bowed deeply once more to the audience. But the words he spoke were silently echoed by Sha Qi in unison. Shang Tian radiated brilliance, while Sha Qi could only offer a bitter smile. Today has seen every single word spoken by the guests on stage had long since seeped into his very bones, etched into his memory for all eternity. "Little brother, after today, you'll be an adult. EUI is giving you an S-rank weapon forged with the blood of a mystic tortoise. I hope you'll one day shoulder the responsibilities of the Qi clan and even the nation. Little brother, Shire is giving you a top-tier tempering elixir to condense your vital energy and blood, helping your martial path advance like a whirlwind, sweeping away 1,000 troops. Little brother, your third sister is giving you 1,000 personal guards. When you set out from the capital, they will help you achieve great feats." All 9 of his sisters except for Ba Feng had presented their gifts. 3 years ago, Ba Feng had vanished without a trace. And despite the Qi clan searching the entire world, they could not find her. His parents took the stage and presented a gift far more lavish than those from his sisters. Shang Tian was moved, overwhelmed, and with tears welling in his eyes, he threw his arms around his adoptive parents. His choked sobs moved many in the audience. But Sha Qi stood up, knowing that his comeuppance had arrived. Click. Flash after flash of camera lights turned toward Sha Qi. And a hint of mockery crept into the hostess' smile as he asked, breaking with protocol, "Young Master Qi, as Shang Tian's older brother, what gift have you prepared?" "A gift? Ha ha." Sha Qi gave a self-deprecating laugh, raised his eyes to meet Shang Tian's expectant gaze. And in an instant, his expression turned utterly icy. "Iuat, Sha Qi isn't going to show up empty-handed, is he?" Seeing him frozen in place, the sisters all suddenly felt a pang of panic. The venue was packed with countless guests from all over the capital. Officials and members of prominent families. If Sha Qi couldn't produce a gift, where would that leave the Qi clan's reputation? "No." EUA said through gritted teeth, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Sha Qi. Boom! The sisters' minds were suddenly in turmoil, and the looks they cast at Sha Qi were filled with disappointment. Amid the crowd's impatient waiting, Shang Tian on stage suddenly panicked and said, "Actually, my older brother gave me my gift a long time ago, and I love it." "Oh? What kind of gift is it?" the host asked curiously. For a moment, the sisters felt restless and uncomfortable, as if their dignity had been trampled underfoot. Siyuan clenched her pearly teeth and balled her fists tightly, overcome by the urge to rush over and slap Sha Qi across the face. "How embarrassing. It's just too humiliating. Sha Qi, as the eldest son of the family, shouldn't you at least have prepared a gift? Even if it were just a grade A potion worth a few million. It would still show your thoughtfulness." "The gift my older brother gave me is wonderful, very valuable," Shang Tian said, deliberately being vague. "Valuable? That makes us even more curious. Young Master Shang Tian, Please don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and reveal the answer to everyone, the host urged eagerly. This seemingly sudden scene appeared to have nothing to do with Shang Tian. But in reality, it was all orchestrated by Shang Tian. Shang-Chi had originally been kept in the dark as well. And it wasn't until after his death, as his soul drifted, that he realized just how foolish he'd been. After agonizing over it for a long time, Shang Tian finally took a deep breath and pointed to his chest. Actually, I've been carrying the gift my older brother gave me with me all along. That's his supreme bone. As he spoke, he bowed deeply toward Shang-Chi. Big brother, thank you. If you hadn't transplanted the supreme bone into me, I would have died 5 years ago. Thank you for giving me your companion bone, which you nurtured with every drop of your essence and blood just to help me fuse with the supreme bone. I will never let you down. I will become a mighty warrior who stands tall and proud. For the Chi clan. And even more so, for you. I will eradicate every beast in this world. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted once more throughout the hall, as everyone was moved by Shang Tian's lofty ambitions. That's how a true man should be. Defending home and country, with ambitions reaching far and wide. Ha, excellent. That's truly wonderful. Shang-Chi threw his head back and laughed wildly, as if in a frenzy, striding straight toward the stage. At that moment, only his laughter echoed through the hall, and everyone looked at him as if he were a madman. A former prodigy, reduced to this state. How pitiful. Shang-Chi's steps toward the stage were heavy and slow, as if he were bidding farewell to his past life. In his past life, he had been an orphan for 13 years, raised at the Sacred Martial Orphanage. By the age of 13, he had already made a name for himself throughout the capital. The Chi clan had actually taken notice of him long before, but it wasn't until he turned 13 that they confirmed his identity, brought him back to the Chi clan, and revealed the truth about the supreme bone within him. The 8 companion bones within his body shocked the entire nation. For this was the first such case in 300 years. Other clans also possessed ancient sacred bones passed down through the generations, yet not a single one had produced a prodigy like Shang-Chi, capable of cultivating so many companion bones. At the time, he was hailed as a once-in-100,000 years prodigy. In fact, as news of him spread far and wide, countless people revered him as the greatest hope the human race had ever known. Yet even such a prodigy had fallen to such a state. Shang-Chi stepped onto the stage in full view of the crowd, snatched the microphone from the hostess' hand, and only then did the laughter subside. My dear little brother, for your sake, I've endured the most extreme agony this world has to offer. For you, I stripped away my supreme bone. It was like cutting a chunk of flesh right out of my heart, leaving me bedridden for a whole year. For you, as soon as my wounds had just healed, I went under the knife again to extract the companion bone from my right leg. Today is your birthday, and it's also mine. I've given you half my life. So what gift have you prepared for me? Shang-Chi's words left the entire audience speechless, and the atmosphere instantly turned icy. Every major clan knew just how agonizing it was to extract a sacred bone, especially one like Shang-Chi's, which he had nurtured for a full 13 years. This process requires remaining fully conscious, and involves cutting open the ribs to painstakingly separate the flesh and blood adhering to the sacred bone, bit by bit. In any other family, if a genius like Shang-Chi had emerged, they would never have allowed him to extract the sacred bone and endure such inhuman agony. Brother, I know today is your birthday too, and I prepared a gift for you. It's at home. When we get home, I'll give it to you, okay? Shang Tian smiled, though his expression betrayed his panic. He had never imagined Shang-Chi would confront him like this in public. The Shang-Chi of the past would never have dared to do such a thing, because these words were tantamount to throwing the Chi clan's honor to the ground and trampling it underfoot. No way. I just want to see what gift you've prepared for me today. What do you mean, I'll give it to you when we get home? Since I joined the Chi clan, have you ever given me a single gift? I was foolish enough to give you the supreme bone, and you turned around and went to a hotel with them to celebrate your birthday, leaving me all alone in the Chi clan courtyard. Shang-Chi exposed the truth without mercy. Brother, whatever this is, let us talk about it at home. There are so many people watching down there. Shang Tian said anxiously. Shachi, get down here right now. Stop making a fool of yourself on stage. Eua stood up and roared. Several of his older sisters were so furious their faces turned crimson, and they gritted their teeth. They never imagined that Shachi, who had always been so docile in the past, would dare to act so boldly, bringing shame upon the Qi clan. What good would that do him? The Qi clan was, after all, one of the Dragon Realm's pillar clans. Bringing shame upon the Qi clan was tantamount to bringing shame upon the Dragon Realm itself. This was an extremely serious matter. Shachi, when have we ever failed to celebrate your birthday? Out of consideration for your youthful nature and the possibility that you might feel jealous of Shang Tian, we always celebrated your birthdays separately. It's our spoiling of you that has made you act more and more out of line. Get down here right now. And I'll pretend nothing happened. Duanshan, the head of the Qi clan, slammed his fist on the table in anger. His face nearly completely disgraced by Shachi. Ha, how amusing. When it's my birthday, all I get is a happy birthday, and you often forget. But when it's Shang Tian's birthday, you take him to a hotel for a feast of delicacies every time. Right? Shachi fired back. Smack! Duanshan's slap nearly shattered the table as he roared, "How dare you! Get down here this instant!" He admitted that he hadn't celebrated Shachi's birthday in all these years. But there were reasons for that. Even if Shachi was unhappy, wasn't she free to voice her complaints at home? Shachi, don't go too far. Can't you see how angry Dad is? Apologize to him right now. Eua scolded. Eua, aside from Duanshan, you're the one whose words carry the most authority in this house. Just now at the front gate, you scolded me for not preparing a gift. So may I ask, did you prepare a gift for me? Shachi retorted. Eua was momentarily at a loss for words. Her speech was stuck in her throat, unable to come out. My dear sisters, have you prepared gifts for me? Shachi turned to scan the 8 women below the stage and demanded. How could they not have given you gifts? Eua's Biming necklace, Shire's Autumn Moon 100 Herbs Needle, and Sanin's Eastern Region Token aren't these all gifts for you? Duanshan roared in fury. The 9 adopted daughters of the Qi clan were named in descending order from 1 to 9, using homophones. Since Shire was the second born, the character to her sounded awkward, so the order was swapped, and she was named Shire. Boys' names were meant to be more imposing. So Duanshan was named Duanshan. And Shang Tian was simply Shang Tian. Yet Shachi was called Shachi. Even if there were historical reasons for this, the fact that when Shachi joined the Qi clan, they only changed his surname but not his given name speaks volumes about the Qi clan's attitude. The Northern Abyss necklace? The Autumn Moon 100 Herbs Needle? The Eastern Command Token? Am I even allowed to touch these? One is worth tens of millions. One is the exclusive silver needle used by the second daughter in her medical practice. And one is the token the third son uses to command troops in the war zone. Oh, right, I just remembered. I think I stole these things. Yes, that's right. I'm the one who stole them. I'm a thief. Over the past 5 years, I've stolen items worth hundreds of millions from the Qi clan. I'm very grateful for your understanding, otherwise, I would have been locked up long ago. Shachi's words struck every member of the Qi clan like a resounding slap across the face. A genius who once made a name for himself across the nation. A young master of the Qi clan, bound by blood. Why would he go out of his way to steal? Wasn't he whatever he wanted just a word away? Duanshan's mouth twisted with rage, and his trembling hands spoke volumes of his fury. Big brother, stop talking. Dad, Mylan, and sister are really angry. If you provoke them any further, they'll kick you out. Shang Tian grabbed Shachi's hand and pleaded anxiously. Shachi, if you still consider me your Eua, apologize to me right now and come down immediately. Eua's gaze was as cold as the eternal ice of the Arctic. They'd given Sha-Chi one chance after another. But what had Sha-Chi done? How they argued at home was their own business, no one else's concern. But in front of outsiders, it was a laughingstock. It wouldn't take a day for the Chi clan to become the butt of everyone's jokes. Sha-Chi ignored her, turning instead to the middle-aged woman standing beside Duanshan, and said, "Mylan, today is my birthday and your day of suffering. You've worked so hard. Let me give you a gift, too." Clatter. Sha-Chi pulled out the blood tie severance agreement, instantly stunning everyone, and causing his mother's face to turn deathly pale. She nearly collapsed to the ground. Mylan, as Sha-Chi's mother, never imagined that her own son would one day sever their blood ties. And in front of everyone, no less. There was no room for compromise. "Sha-Chi, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to drive Mylan to her death?" Iyua roared angrily. "Mylan, pull yourself together. Take slow, deep breaths, don't get any more worked up." Shire, a top-tier physician, hurriedly supported her mother and said anxiously, "You good for nothing. Are you only satisfied when you've turned this place upside down?" Duanshan said, having reached his limit. "Big brother, you'd better apologize right now. If you don't apologize soon, I won't be able to stop Dad." Shengtian grabbed Duanshan and said, his voice choked with emotion. The scene had long since descended into chaos. Some were furious. Some were cursing. And some were itching to rush forward and drag Sha-Chi down. Sha-Chi's behavior was simply too outrageous. Describing him as disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous was by no means an exaggeration. "I'm sorry. I'm such a scumbag, I'm not even human. I got into fights and caused trouble at school. I raped a female classmate and almost ended up behind bars. At home, I even bullied the Chi clan's precious son, Shengtian, beating him, cursing him, and locking him in the basement. I have a long history of misdeeds. So please, Duanshan, show me mercy. Sign the agreement. And let me get the hell out of here." As Sha-Chi spoke, he bowed to Duanshan, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Sha-Chi, did you even hear me when I told you to come down?" Iyua rushed onto the stage, grabbed his hand, and tried to drag him off. "No," Sha-Chi said, shaking his head. "Are you determined to cause a scene?" Iyua said coldly. "If I didn't cause a scene, how could I live up to my reputation as the capital S most notorious troublemaker?" Sha-Chi roared with laughter. Smack! Iyua slapped Sha-Chi hard across the face. Unable to control her Grandmaster Tier, 4th rank power, she lost control in the heat of the moment, sending Sha-Chi flying through the air and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Iyua, what are you doing? Brother, are you okay? Brother, look at me." Shengtian rushed anxiously to Sha-Chi's side. Seeing how badly injured he was on the verge of tears. Iyua, seeing Sha-Chi's faint breath, panicked as well. A wave of immense guilt washed over her. But she blamed Sha-Chi even more for being so disobedient. If Sha-Chi had come down right away, how could this have happened? "Brother, I'm taking you to the hospital right now. You absolutely must not come to any harm," Shengtian said, his voice choked with emotion, as he hypocritically wiped away a tear. "Sha-Chi, do you really think we'll just let you get away with this kind of nonsense?" Siyuan snapped, her eyes wide with anger. Cough me, being a troublemaker?" Sha-Chi weakly spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "It's my birthday too, yet not only did I get no gifts and no one to celebrate with me, but I was even banished to the corner. I'm clearly the direct descendant of the Chi clan, yet you've never once called me little brother, but you're so affectionate when addressing Shengtian. Even though I was in excruciating pain from having the supreme bone extracted, I didn't even get a sip of hot soup. You said this period was the perfect time for me to temper my will. Everything you've done that wasn't kind to me was for my own good." Shengtian hadn't expected Sha-Chi to voice his innermost thoughts. But this worked out perfectly. It would only make the family despise Sha-Chi even more, making it easier to drive him out. Everything in the Chi clan, everything he currently possessed belonged to him, and no one could take it away from him. Not even Shachi, a direct descendant. Brother, I really didn't expect you to think this way. If you feel I've been treated coldly, I'll leave. I'll leave this family. After all, you're the direct descendant of the Qi clan, while I'm just an adopted son. Shengtian wiped away his tears, his voice choked with emotion. Shachi, not only are you pushing us to the point where Milan has developed high blood pressure, but you're even trying to drive Shengtian away, aren't you? Any trace of guilty Yue had just felt vanished completely. She fixed Shachi with a piercing gaze, as if she had seen right through his intentions. Yes, I'm going to drive him away. In this family, it's either me or him, not both. And I'm going to reclaim the supreme bone that belongs to me. Shachi roared as if in a frenzy, venting all his pent-up anger at that moment. This was his final warning to the Qi clan. But he knew all too well that hope was slim. You've gone too far. You know full well how painful it is to have the supreme bone extracted, yet you're actually making Shengtian do this. Aren't you trying to kill him? Yue demanded coldly. You know this puts his life at risk, yet you still had my supreme bone extracted back then? Never mind the supreme bone, you've already taken 7 of the 8 companion bones. It's only a matter of time before you take the last one. Shachi snapped. Brother, please don't say any more. I'm willing to give them all back to you. Just don't blame Dad, Milan, or my sister anymore. Okay? Shengtian began to cry even more pitifully. This tactic never failed. As soon as he cried, everyone else was in the wrong. Fine. Then dig them out right now. I'll be waiting. Shachi pulled a dagger from his spatial ring and tossed it in front of Shengtian. Shengtian froze for a moment, even his tears stopped abruptly, because he hadn't expected Shachi to actually make him dig them out. He didn't want to. It would hurt like hell. And once he dug out the supreme bone and the companion bone, his martial path talent would be completely ruined. Dig already, what are you standing there for? You aren't chicken, are you? I was able to endure such pain when I was 13, you're already 18, how could you possibly not be able to handle it? Shachi gritted his teeth as he sat up, struggling to support his own body, and sneered. I'll dig. I'll dig. With tears streaming down his face, Shengtian picked up the dagger. Just as he was about to act, Yue lunged forward and snatched it away in an instant. No! Don't do anything stupid. Yue 1T, stand by and watch you dig out the supreme bone. The other sisters sprang into action as well, though they weren't as quick as Yue. They only just set half a foot on the stage when they saw Shengtian's dagger snatched away, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Milan's heart was pounding, and she was already sobbing uncontrollably. You bastard, you wretch. Are you really determined to drive us to our deaths? If I'd known this would happen, I never should have brought you back all those years ago. Duanshan was shaking with rage. If you hadn't brought me back, how would your precious adopted son have obtained the supreme bone? And how would he have stolen my destiny, turning me into a worthless trash? Shachi threw his head back and laughed loudly. Even as he aggravated the injury inside his body, he didn't care anymore. Even if he died, he didn't care. After all, he already died once in his previous life. Clutching the contract, he staggered to his feet and watched as a group of people surrounded Shengtian, their faces filled with anxiety. Swish! He dipped his finger in his own blood and pressed it onto the contract. Then tossed it in front of Duanshan. Duanshan, I've fulfilled my part. Now it's your turn. The blood-soaked fingerprint on the agreement was so jarring to the eye. Yue felt a deep pang of sorrow in her heart. Shachi had sealed this agreement with blood from the wounds she had inflicted on him. It made her feel as though she had driven Shachi away. Clearly, a simple apology from Shachi could have resolved everything, but he insisted on escalating the situation to such extremes. Why couldn't they just get along as a family? Some people in the audience suddenly sensed that something was wrong. First, Shachi had been stripped of his supreme bone. Second, his treatment within the clan. And third, Shachi's reputation, which stood in stark contrast to how he'd been before the age of 13. The fact that Shachi had so resolutely renounced everything related to the Qi clan was proof enough that his heart had been deeply wounded. If he really had been stealing, why didn't he stay in the Qi clan and keep stealing? If he really was arrogant and tyrannical, why didn't he use the Qi clan's influence to bully others? If the Qi clan treated him so well, why would they strip him of his other companion bones after taking away his supreme bone? After all, doing so would cut off Shachi's future. Duanshan, what on earth is going on here? If you'd taken just 1 or 2 companion bones, Shachi would still have a bright future. He could at least become a grandmaster tier powerhouse someday. But you actually took 7 of them. This is completely outrageous. Someone voiced their doubts. The Qi clan wields immense power. But not everyone is afraid to cross them. Take the Education Bureau, for example. Or the Military District. Or the other ruling clans of the Dragon Realm. Everyone, this matter isn't what you think it is. Back then, the Supreme Bone was transplanted because Xingtian's 9 dragon physique had gone haywire. Without the Supreme Bone to suppress it, Xingtian would have died. Shachi was willing to save his younger brother, so he gave up the Supreme Bone. Afterward, Xingtian's body rejected the Supreme Bone. We had no choice. We had to use the companion bone to suppress it. Duanshan furrowed his brow as he explained. He could have brushed Shachi off in a few words, since Shachi was his son. But he couldn't do that to outsiders. Failing to explain this matter would be tantamount to destroying the Qi clan's dignity. If the Qi clan persecuted even its own son like this, one could only imagine what they'd do to others. Haha, suppress? You've already suppressed me long ago, yet you still keep taking my companion bones one by one? Is this the Qi clan? Is this you, Duanshan? Shachi sneered. Shachi, we've been tolerant enough of you all these years. The Qi clan has been cleaning up after all the messes you've made. We've spoiled you rotten. Starting today, I won't spoil you anymore. You wanted to sever ties, didn't you? Fine. I'll sever ties with you. But first, you must hand over the last companion bone, because it essentially belongs to the Qi clan. Duanshan wanted to settle this quickly. After cutting Shachi off, he immediately signed the agreement. He didn't think Shachi would dare to leave the Qi clan. If he did, Shachi wouldn't even survive. He simply didn't believe Shachi would be willing to give up the Qi clan's lavish lifestyle and go back to being an orphan. Duanshan, don't you think you're being a little shameless? Shachi was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth grinding so hard they were nearly shattered. If you don't want to sever ties, then apologize to me, to Mylan, to your sister, and to all the guests here. Duanshan tossed the agreement onto the ground and said coldly. Extracting the companion bone, while not as torturous as the Supreme Bone, still required going under the knife. Moreover, this companion bone was Shachi's only hope for the college entrance exams in 3 months. There was no way he could give it up. Brother, just apologize. Dad's really angry right now. As long as you bow your head, everything will be fine, Xingtian urged anxiously. But to prevent Shachi from causing any more trouble, his sisters shielded him closely. Yet glared at him as if he were a murderer. I nurtured this companion bone with 13 years of my essence and blood. Why should I give you even the last piece? Shachi roared. No matter what, this was nurtured using my Qi clan's supreme bone. If you sever the bloodline, you'll have nothing to do with the Qi clan. Even if it's not as good as the supreme bone, its very existence represents our Qi clan of the capital. If you use it to do something bad, won't we still be the ones taking the blame? Duanshan argued logically and confidently. As he spoke, Duanshan looked at the crowd and tried to salvage the situation. Everyone, my son Shachi is used to being arrogant and tyrannical. We've tolerated him all this time because of his immense contributions to the Qi clan. But not only does he stir up trouble and force us to drive Xingtian away, he is also trying to bring down the Qi clan. If he insists on severing ties with us today, then we'll sever ties with him. As a pillar family of the Dragon Realm, the Qi clan will not tolerate nor will we accept a single rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. His words left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. The older sisters glared at Shachi, signaling him to back down immediately. But Shachi picked up the agreement from the ground. With a bitter smile and a look of despair, and tossed it into his spatial ring. I've been in the Qi clan for 5 years. My food, lodging, and living expenses have all been provided by the Qi clan. The supreme bone never belonged to me in the first place. I'll return it to the Qi clan. The 7 companion bones I've given before will serve as payment for my 5 years of food and lodging. You want the last companion bone, don't you? I'll give it to you. This one will serve as payment for the Qi clan buying me my life. Shachi picked up the dagger from the ground. The very dagger that Yue had rushed forward to snatch and then dropped. When Shengtian drew his knife, these 8 sisters were so nervous their hearts were pounding out of their chests. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward. But when Shachi drew her knife, they merely gave her a cold stare, as if it had nothing to do with them. Over the past 5 years, you've given me a total of 3 sets of clothes and 2 school uniforms. I'm wearing one of those school uniforms right now, and I beg you to let me keep it. Second, I haven't eaten anything yet. I hope you don't think I'm here just to freeload. From now on, whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. Shachi's eyes were devoid of any emotion. She simply picked up the knife coldly and slashed at her right arm. Even at that moment, her sisters still didn't take Shachi's attitude seriously, assuming she was just playing hard to get and putting on a show. A shadow flashed across Shengtian's eyes. He didn't believe Shachi would dare to produce the last companion bone, but Shachi had to be driven away. Duanshan wore a look of disdain on his face. As the head of the Qi clan, what schemes hadn't he seen? Did she really think a mere ploy of self-mutilation would make him relent? Impossible. Whoosh! A sharp dagger sliced open a bloody gash in the skin of Shachi's right forearm. The wound so deep that the stark white bone was visible. And crimson blood dripped ceaselessly onto the stage. For a moment, everyone froze in shock. Panic, bewilderment, and disbelief lingered in everyone's hearts. Shachi's horizontal slash cut across his entire forearm, causing him excruciating pain. He had thought that after enduring so much torment, he would no longer feel any pain. But he was wrong. So very wrong. Already severely wounded by Yue earlier, this cut left him even weaker. His body trembled, his face turned deathly pale, and he could barely stand. This cut didn't just slice into Shachi's body. It cut deep into Yue's heart as well. She just stared at Shachi in a daze, her mind a blank. She'd even forgotten that she was supposed to stop him. Shengtian's hidden smile froze on his face. He never could have imagined that Shachi would be so resolute that he'd actually dare to pull out the companion bone right in front of everyone. Duanshan was dumbfounded. He never imagined his own son would go this far. Mylan. As ninth sister let out a startled cry. Mylan fainted on the spot. Shachi, stop right now. You shocked Mylan into unconsciousness. Chi Jiujio shouted anxiously. Mylan. Her sisters rushed anxiously toward her to check on her condition. Enough, Shachi. Stop right now. Duanshan, paying no heed to his wife, hurried to intervene. If he didn't stop Shachi now, the news would spread, and Duanshan would surely be condemned by the entire world. Even the Qi clan would suffer the consequences. Shachi, however, only grew more desperate. When it came to stopping Shengtian, they had a million ways to do it. But when it came to him, all they could do was spout a few empty threats. From this day forward, I sever all ties with the Qi clan. I have nothing to do with them anymore. Shachi slashed vertically once more, completely gouging open the wound. Intense pain tormented him. But he didn't stop. Not a single tear fell from his eyes. As he ruthlessly sliced away all the flesh and skin attached to the companion bone, letting the blood gush out freely, letting himself grow so dizzy he was on the verge of death. Shachi. Yue was completely panicked and screamed in terror. Clang! A blood-soaked triangular bone was flung by Shachi, crashing heavily onto the ground. Duanshan, farewell. May the Qi clan prosper in martial arts. Sha Qi sealed the meridians in his right hand, stopping the bleeding from the wound. And then staggered off the stage. Watching Sha Qi's retreating figure, Duanshan desperately wanted to say something, but even he was too terrified to speak. All previous bone extractions had been performed as surgeries in hospitals. But this time, Sha Qi had cut open his own flesh and skin while still alive. There are two types of companion bones, those cultivated by martial artists and those transplanted from exotic beasts. Regardless of the type, they can enhance a martial artist's innate talent to an extraordinary degree, allowing them to reach higher realms. That is why martial artists would never, under any circumstances, hand over their companion bones. Not to mention that Sha Qi not only surrendered the supreme bone but also ate companion bones. Now this is interesting, this Duanshan must have done something to Sha Qi, that former prodigy. Otherwise, why would Sha Qi be so resolute? When the time comes, if anyone still claims the Qi clan is a family of heroes and martyrs, we can bring this up. Ah, what a pity. A prodigy like Sha Qi to be tormented like this? Who wouldn't he agree? If it were a member of my own family, I'd treat them like a god. Is there any chance Sha Qi could cultivate another sacred bone? I'd be willing to recruit him into my clan and provide him with the best resources and conditions. It's impossible. A martial artist can only cultivate one sacred bone in a lifetime. If they already have a companion bone cultivated from a sacred bone inside their body, they can't implant another companion bone, otherwise, their body will reject it. Besides, after what has happened, he probably won't trust anyone anymore. Just as Sha Qi was about to turn and leave, Yue and Shire immediately rushed over to stop him. The wound on Sha Qi's arm and the blood covering his body were truly heart-wrenching. Watching him, Yue felt as if her heart were shattering. At that moment, for the first time, Yue realized she had been wrong. She could tell that Sha Qi had truly been wronged. If Sha Qi hadn't completely lost hope in them, how could he have severed ties and left the Qi clan? And in such a way, no less. Ladies, could you please step aside? I don't have much strength left. Please don't let me die at your Qi clan's precious banquet. Sha Qi's tone was flat. Yet it already kept others at arm's length. Sha Qi, where are you going? Let me take you to the hospital, okay? I'm Yue. I can't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Yue said anxiously. That's right, Sha Qi, come to my hospital. I'll treat you with the best equipment. Shire was also frantic, her eyes reddening. No need. Sha Qi shook her head, refusing flatly and decisively. If they really cared about me that much, why didn't they do something sooner? Sha Qi, don't be like this, okay? Yue's attitude softened for the first time ever. The usually icy and aloof CEO of the Qi clan was actually bowing her head to Sha Qi at this moment. I feel a little sick. Sha Qi shook her dizzy head and said weakly. It must be a complication from excessive blood loss. Yue, hurry up and take Sha Qi to the hospital. Shire didn't even bother grabbing her bag. She hoisted Sha Qi's arm and was about to rush out. No. Sha Qi pushed them away and said coldly, it's you who make me feel sick. Please, just stay away from me, okay? His words struck like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky, leaving their minds completely blank. Sick. Sha Qi actually called them sick. He never used to be like this. He used to do whatever his sisters asked. Even if Yue felt unwell in the middle of the night, he'd get up to make her ginger tea. Sha Qi. Shut up. I beg you, leave me alone. I'm completely worthless now. Sha Qi shouted with all his might, cutting them off. He truly had no strength left, nor the heart to waste any more words on them. Sniff, sniff. At that moment, Shire began to cry. And even Yue, that ice queen of a beauty, couldn't help but shed tears. Sha Qi's departure went unopposed. Had Sha Qi not lost all his companion bones, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly have grown into a powerhouse admired by countless people. If Sha Chi still had his companion bone, even if the Chi clan rejected him, the major clans would be scrambling to claim him. They call Sha Chi a delinquent from the capital. And say he is a thief? Just look. Does a thief possess such steely resolve? Sha Chi's footsteps left a trail of blood in his wake, a sight that was truly harrowing. Duanshan wanted to intervene, but his status, his position, and the stalemate caused by Sha Chi left him with absolutely no room to maneuver. Whoosh! A blindfolded young woman leaning on a cane stood up. She was dressed in a snow-white silk gown. Though only 18 years old, her figure was impossible to hide. Even though her eyes were covered, she was able to look directly at Duanshan with pinpoint accuracy. Duanshan, decades ago, your Chi clan owed me a marriage promise. Is it still valid? What do you say? Duanshan's mouth twitched, he sensed trouble. This young woman hailed from the Bai clan, a blood-related family of the Chi clan 300 years ago. However, over the past 300 years, the Bai clan had fallen to third-tier status. Sha Chi had withdrawn from the Chi clan, drawing a clear line between them. So for this young woman to mention a marriage pact now, it could only be Shang Tian. But Shang Tian not only possessed the 9-dragon physique, but also the supreme bone and the 8 companion bones. He was simply beyond the reach of Wan, the eldest daughter of the Bai clan. Yes, she, Wan, was very beautiful. And if word of the betrothal got out, it would be enough to have countless noble young men trampling down her family's doorstep. But so what? Whether in the dragon realm or the entire world, the martial path is held in the highest regard. Wan is merely a B-rank talent. She wouldn't even catch the Chi clan's eye. The Chi clan's future daughter-in-law must not only excel in both character and academics but also be well-mannered and possess an S-rank or higher talent. Duanshan, I intend to honor this betrothal. Do you agree or disagree? Wan asked calmly. Wan, this is no trivial matter. Please allow me to go back and think it over for a few days, if that is all right? Duanshan said with a headache. Setting aside the blood ties from 300 years ago, the Chi clan owed the Bai clan a massive favor, which was why this marriage pact, unfulfilled for decades, still stood. Duanshan had originally planned to have one of his adopted daughters marry into the Chi clan. But this time, it was Wan who brought it up. Now he was in a bind. For a moment, Shang Tian panicked as well. If he were just supposed to have some fun with Wan, he'd be perfectly fine with it. Wan was beautiful. Had a great figure. He'd be more than happy to. But as for marrying Wan, a binding marriage? To hell with that. There was no way he'd ever marry Wan, especially since she was blind. Duanshan, I want to put you in a difficult position. Shang Tian, I'm not interested. I want Sha Chi. The moment one spoke those words, everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost. No matter how ordinary one might be, she was still the eldest daughter of the younger generation of the Bai clan. She might not be the oldest, but her status was the highest. If she wanted to marry, she could pick and choose from the sons of third-tier and even second-tier families in the capital. Though the Bai clan was average, no one dared to ignore them. Because of a blood tie from 300 years ago, the Bai clan held the Chi clan's greatest secret. Sha Chi's footsteps faltered involuntarily, and a flame of rage flared within him. Choose him for marriage? Bastard! He was already in this state. Why did the Bai clan have to rub salt in his wounds? Duanshan, keep that Shang Tian you're so proud of for yourself. As long as you nod your head, the marriage pact between our two families will be considered fulfilled. And from this moment on, the bond between you and the Bai clan, which has lasted 300 years, will be severed. And you will no longer owe the Bai clan anything. Is that acceptable? Wan spoke in a flat tone. Her words shocked everyone even more. After all, the bond between the Bai clan and the Chi clan was the envy of even the most prominent clans. As long as the Bai clan desired it, the Chi clan was obligated to support the Bai clan in becoming a top-tier clan. To trade such an enormous debt of gratitude for just Sha Chi? That wasn't a good deal at all. Sha Chi was also taken aback. Never expecting Wan to go this far. Her words alone were enough to prove she wasn't toying with Shachi, she was dead serious. Miss, what are you doing? Trading the Chi clan's debt of gratitude to us for Shachi? We're losing out big time. That's right, Mississippi. You must stay calm, please don't do anything you'll regret. Miss, why not choose Shengtian instead? His future is bound to be limitless. The Bai clan servants pleaded anxiously. Shut up. The decisions I make are not for you to question. Juan interrupted coldly. The servants still wanted to persuade her. But they didn't dare. Duanshan couldn't help but frown. Even as the eldest daughter of the Bai clan, one couldn't possibly hold such authority, could she? Juan, go home and discuss this with your elders. I had originally intended for Yue to marry into your family. I don't want you to waste this precious opportunity. Duanshan shook his head. He felt a twinge of guilt toward Shachi. But that didn't mean he approved of him. Compared to Yue, Shachi was worlds apart. Duanshan, Juan, as the head of the Bai clan, demand that this marriage contract be enforced. If you refuse, I will activate the secret decree left by the Chi clan's ancestor, depose you as head of the Chi clan, and strip you of all your cultivation. Juan's calm words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone was bewildered. And his sisters were all taken aback. No one had ever imagined that the Bai clan possessed a secret decree from the Chi clan's ancestor or even the authority to depose the head of the Chi clan. Just how much did the Chi clan's ancestor favor the Bai clan? Or had the Chi clan's ancestor foreseen that the two clans would eventually part ways? And thus prepared this trump card for the Bai clan? Duanshan was stunned. Juan? The head of the Bai clan? How the hell is that possible? For this marriage, your Chi clan need not prepare any betrothal gifts. My Bai clan will contribute 1/3 of our assets as a dowry. Do you agree, or do you disagree? Leaning on her cane, one stepped out from the VIP section. With the entire Bai clan following behind her. Proof enough of her status. Miss Bai, perhaps you should give this some more thought? We, the Xia clan of the capital, as a top-tier family, are willing to form an alliance with you. Head of the Bai clan, my Chin family is also willing to form an alliance and will offer our most outstanding young man. Head of the Bai clan, as long as you give the nod, my Wu family is willing to offer 10 billion as a dowry. If you require a son-in-law to join your family, my Wu family can also provide one. The terms offered by the crowd grew more outrageous by the moment. Setting aside the Bai clan's status as a third-tier family, the Chi clan patriarch's secret decree alone was worth an entire city. One, since you're the head of the Bai clan, I'll speak directly with you. You want Shachi as the betrothed. Agreed. I accept. But you must hand over the patriarch's secret decree. Duanshan knew his words were utterly shameless. But he had no choice. With that secret decree in circulation, his position as clan head could be undermined at any moment. He knew the ancestor had left a vast treasure trove to the Bai clan, including many life-saving items, so he would rather betray the entire world than betray the Bai clan. How on earth did one manage to become the head of the Bai clan? Could it be that she? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. I can't possibly give you the secret decree, but I can guarantee that I'll destroy it as soon as I return. Duanshan, since you've already agreed, then this matter is settled. From now on, your Chi clan and my Bai clan will go our separate ways. 300 years of ties end here. Wan raised her hand and flung her cane, tossing it straight in front of Duanshan, for it was a gift the Chi clan had given her. Everyone thought she was blind. Yet her steps were steady. Straight as if she could see right through everything in the world, as she walked toward Shachi. Inbone? Inbone. Wan, you're actually Inbone's compatible partner? Duanshan was speechless. His whole body trembling. He regretted it. He wanted to take it back. As the perfect counterpart to the Supreme Bone, the Yin Bone complements it perfectly, allowing the Supreme Bone to undergo a complete transformation and ascend to the Supreme Realm of the Holy Spirit Bone. If I weren't the compatible partner, how could I have become the head of the Bai clan? Duanshan, you people of the Qi clan have truly disappointed me. Did you really think that the Bai clan Essene bone could help your Qi clan produce a new generation of geniuses? Or even evolve into Holy Spirit bones? Ha, that is nothing but a facade. In my eyes, the so-called Supreme Bone is no different from trash. One hoisted Sha Chi's arm, letting his full weight rest on her shoulder. Her slender frame bore Sha Chi's weight entirely. Unlike the coldness she showed toward Duanshan, she showed nothing but deep concern for Sha Chi. Wan, no. Head of the Bai clan, let us talk this out, okay? All you have to do is nod, and I can allocate every available resource to restore the Bai clan to its glory of 300 years ago. To bring it back into the ranks of the great clans. Duanshan said anxiously. Even rushing down from the stage. The great clans may be the ultimate honor in your eyes, but to me, they're nothing special. The Qi clan's ancestral precept: we must treat the Bai clan as brothers and sisters from generation to generation. Have you lived up to that? You think the Bai clan can't do without you. But in reality, it's your Qi clan that can't do without us. One turned around and said mockingly. Her words also shocked Sha Chi. Sha Chi had been in the Qi clan for 5 years and didn't even know this ancestral precept. Let alone the true secrets between the Qi and Bai clans. We of the Bai clan have long failed to produce anyone capable of fusing with the Yin bone, yet every 100 years, your Bai clan produces someone capable of fusing with the Supreme Bone. You've grown powerful. You've become formidable. Now that I've fused with the Yin bone, you want to form an alliance with my Bai clan through marriage? Ask yourself, are you even worthy? One demanded ruthlessly. In the entire capital, only a handful of people dared to speak to Duanshan like this. After all, Duanshan was the clan leader of the nation's ruling clan. What a position of power and prestige that was. Sha Chi, from now on, you'll be my fiancé. My Bai clan will spare no effort to restore you to your former glory. As long as you're willing to choose me, we'll be married before we step onto the battlefield at age 22. If you're unwilling, I'll respect your decision. But as for the husband of my life, it will be none other than you. One's words and actions were like the only ray of hope shining into Sha Chi's despair. Since she was so resolute, Sha Chi naturally could not let her down. I do. Sha Chi mustered his last ounce of strength, nodded at her, and spoke with a firm voice. Then let us go home. One helped Sha Chi out, refusing to let anyone else assist him, and ordered, go find me the best doctor immediately to treat my son-in-law's injuries. Yes. Though the Bai clan members were puzzled, they had no choice but to obey Wan's command. After they left, the banquet hall remained deathly silent. The guests were silent. And the Qi clan members were even more so. Mylan came to and, upon learning of this, felt as if the sky had fallen. The Bai clan Essene bone is compatible only with the Supreme Bone. The former produces compatible partners exclusively from women, while the latter produces them exclusively from men. The emergence of a compatible partner from the Bai clan should have been the best news for the Qi clan. But this connection has been severed. At the same time, her own son, Mylan's son, was gone. Mylan wept uncontrollably. On this joyous occasion, the Qi clan had been struck by 2 pieces of devastating news. What were they to do? Dad, what exactly are the Yin bone and the Holy Spirit bone? Sheng Tian asked anxiously. He sensed that something was wrong. And felt that Wan's departure was like missing out on hundreds of billions. The Yin bone and the Supreme Bone complement each other. No matter what grade of talent one possesses, they can break through the S-rank ceiling. And once the Supreme Bone is formed, one reigns supreme over all under heaven and earth. Our Qi clan's ancestor was a possessor of the Supreme Bone. Duanshan said, overcome with grief. Boom! Sheng Tian's mind exploded. This wasn't just missing out on a few 100 billion. This was fucking missing out on the entire world. Dad, don't be too upset. If that Sha Chi wants to leave, let him go. We don't need him anyway. Besides, I've never even considered him my brother. He is truly despicable. Even when Milan was unconscious, he acted as if he hadn't seen a thing. And she is his own biological mother. Sixth sister Chi Luyao pushed her wheelchair closer. A tragedy decades ago had left the teenage Chi Luyao paralyzed from the waist down, a condition that remains incurable to this day. Because of her disability, she took up intelligence gathering and gradually expanded her operations, building an extremely professional intelligence network across the country. Whatever the Chi clan wanted to know, all it took was one phone call from her, and it would be sorted out in minutes. Many of the sisters actually had their own personality flaws. Iyue was too cold, shy or too gentle, the third sister too high-handed, Siyuan had a short temper, and Wuxuan tended to get hung up on details. The sixth sister is hypocritical, the seventh is silent, and the ninth is a peacemaker. And what she is saying right now is a classic case of hypocrisy. Their mother, Milan, is in a coma. But why didn't she say anything when Shachi dug out his own companion bone? It's not that this is bothering me. Shachi cutting ties with us is actually quite troubling as well. Never mind, let us not talk about it. The supreme bone is with Shang Tian. And the companion bone is with him too. That's enough. Duanshan let out a wry laugh and pressed his hand to his forehead. After all, Shachi was his own flesh and blood naturally, he didn't want him to suffer too much. If Shachi and Wan returned home, although they never regained their former glory, with the Bai clan's support, Shachi should still be able to live a decent life. Shachi losing his talent and the companion bone was actually a good thing. At least, he wouldn't have to go to the battlefield anymore. Tell everyone to go home. While you're at it, apologize to them on my behalf. For what happened today, the Chi clan owes them an apology. We made a spectacle of ourselves. You all go handle things, then head home together. Duanshan said helplessly. All right. The sisters nodded. While Shang Tian was still reeling from the shock of the Bai clan's display, he was deeply frustrated. If only he'd known, he would agreed. Shachi had already become a cripple, yet he still managed to snatch away what was most precious to him. It was simply unforgivable. The Chi clan's courtyard compound, a vast estate spanning several thousand mu, served not only as the Chi clan's living quarters and resting place but also housed an academy that trained the clan's elite warriors bound for the battlefields beyond the realm. The sky was growing dark, and streetlights illuminated the long corridor where everyone was walking. Iyue's expression was filled with inner conflict and hesitation. Dad, Milan, I want to go check Shachi's room and tidy it up a bit. If he comes back, at least he'll have a place to stay. Duanshan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Go ahead. But given how resolute he was before leaving, he probably won't be back anytime soon. Then I'll go. Iyue was about to break away from the group. Iyue, I'll go with you, Shire said. Iyue nodded and looked at her other sisters, as well as Shang Tian. Are any of you coming? Sixth sister Chi Luyao shook her head. I'll pass. I'm afraid seeing his things might give me a heart attack. Ninth sister Chi Jojo also shook her head. I still have a strategic thesis to work on. I'm taking the strategist exam in June, and I'll graduate next September to join third sister's unit. Iyue sighed. Shachi had already left. Yet they weren't even willing to spare a little time? Hadn't the sight of Shachi's blood at the hotel earlier been enough to jolt them? Iyue, then let us just go, the two of us, Shire said helplessly. She didn't know what to say to them, since they always had excuses about being busy. There's one more thing. Does anyone here know where Shachi lives? Iyue asked in return. Instantly, the room fell silent. Out of a dozen or so people, not a single one knew where Shachi lived. Honey, do you know? Duanshan turned to ask. Milan shook her head, indicating she didn't know. At that moment, her heart ached terribly. As a mother, she didn't even know where her own son lived. Was there any mother in the world more derelict in her duties than her? None of you know either? Duanshan frowned involuntarily, because he didn't know either. Little brother, don't you often have contact with Shachi? Don't you know where he lives either? Yue turned to look at Sheng Tian and asked. Sheng Tian's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly felt a sense of panic as if his lie had been exposed. He didn't get along very well with Shachi. Because he had framed Shachi countless times. If he said he didn't know either, wouldn't that be like confessing his own guilt? Yue, why are you asking Sheng Tian? Don't you know that Sheng Tian has always been bullied by that bastard Shachi? Asking him is like rubbing salt in his wounds. Sixth sister Qi Lu Yao said indignantly. That's right. You can just ask a few servants. There's no need to ask Sheng Tian. Siyuan also stepped forward to defend him. Hearing this, Sheng Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that in situations like this, as long as he kept his head down as usual, his sisters would smooth things over for him and speak up on his behalf. Yue didn't think much of it either. She casually called over a maid and asked, "Do you know where Shachi's room is?" The maid panicked at the question, shaking her head repeatedly and exclaiming in terror, I don't know." Yue was filled with suspicion. Judging by the maid's expression, she clearly knew. But why wouldn't she say so? What secret was she hiding? You really don't know? Yui's expression turned cold. The maid, who was clearly older than her, was nearly scared to death. Who didn't know Yui's temper? If a task she assigned wasn't done properly, at best she'd give a stern look, at worst, she'd storm off without a word. Though she didn't have Siyuan's explosive temper, when she turned cold, she was more terrifying than anyone else. A verbal scolding, or even physical violence, couldn't compare to the look on her face. As the saying goes, the most terrifying form of abuse is often emotional neglect. And her version of it was 10,000 times more terrifying than what most people imagine. A single glance from her was enough to keep a servant awake all night. "Miss, I really don't know." The maid was on the verge of tears as she choked out. "Yue, let me ask her." Shire knew exactly what Yue was capable of. Never mind the household staff. Even her own sisters feared her cold glare. The third daughter, Shisanin, was a powerhouse in the war department, having already reached the rank of war god, but back at home, a single glance from Yue was enough to make even her bow her head. Shire spoke to the maid gently and patiently, and after a long while of persuasion, the maid finally began to tentatively ask, trembling with fear. "Miss Yue, Miss Shire, you're looking for young Master Shachi's room. What for?" Yue explained, "We want to clean his room." The maid was startled again. "I don't know. I really don't know." Yue grew annoyed. "What kind of look is that? It's as if we were going to kill someone." Thud. The maid was so terrified she actually fell to her knees, choking back tears as she pleaded, "Miss, I don't know what young Master Shachi did wrong, but I beg you, please don't punish him anymore. He is already pitiful enough." Yue furrowed her brows and snapped, "I said we were going to help him clean his room. How did this turn into punishment?" The maid shook her head frantically. "You can't possibly go clean his room." "Absolutely not." Yue grew angry. "I'm Yue, why can't I?" The maid was panicked. Seeing that she couldn't reason with Yue, she fled in terror. Her extreme reaction left Yue stunned, Shire speechless, and Mylan deeply distressed. They had merely asked about a room. Yet the maid feared they might do something to Shachi. And ran away. The maid was clearly scared out of her wits. Yet even after running off, she didn't say a word. "Housekeeper Qian, do you know where Sha'er's room is?" Mylan's heart was wrung with anguish as she dialed the housekeeper's number. The courtyard compound was so vast that even they themselves weren't familiar with many parts of it. But housekeeper Qian would surely know. "Madam, why are you suddenly asking about the eldest young master's room?" Housekeeper Qian immediately grew wary. "I want to go take a look." Mylan's eyes welled up with tears in an instant. She could hear it in housekeeper Qian's tone. It was a tone of suspicion. "Madam, if you have any instructions, just let me know." No sooner had housekeeper Qian spoken than Mylan completely lost control of her emotions. Clutching the phone, she burst into tears. "Tell me. I feel so guilty toward Shah, or I have to go see for myself." Housekeeper Qian's voice softened slightly as he cautiously asked, "May I ask why?" Shaking all over from her sobs, Mylan cried out, "As a mother, do I really need a reason to go check on my own son's room?" Butler Qian sighed and said, "Madam, I'm sorry. I must ask for the reason this time." "Why?" Mylan cried, completely broken. "Because every single time you've gone to see the eldest young master, nothing good has come of it." Butler Qian hesitated, but ultimately uttered the most heartless words. In that moment, Mylan's world came crashing down. Sha Chi's callousness. The steward's accusation. They were proof enough of just how terribly they'd been wrong these past 5 years. How could they have failed to notice something even the steward and the servants could see? What on earth had they been doing? "Madam, I'm begging you, the eldest young master has only one companion bone left. It's his hope, it's his very life. If you take his companion bone away, what will become of him? Do you know that every time his companion bone is taken, his health deteriorates a little more? Do you know that 5 years ago he was a strapping young man, but after being stripped of his supreme bone and companion bone, he has been in so much pain he can't sleep a single night?" Housekeeper Qian, in turn, began to plead. Mylan suddenly felt dizzy and a ringing in her ears. With a clatter, her cell phone crashed to the floor. And at the same moment, she collapsed heavily onto the ground. "Honey, get up. I'll go with you to check on Sha Chi's room." Duanshan helped his wife to her feet with concern, feeling her body tremble, and said bitterly, "No, I just can't figure it out. If Sha Chi's life really was that miserable, why didn't he say anything before?" Wuxuan frowned. "I can't figure it out either. He is even bold enough to hit people, so why wouldn't he speak up when he was being wronged?" Sixth sister Qi Luyao asked suspiciously. It was too quiet around them. So quiet that the two women's conversation reached the ears of Housekeeper Qian. Unaware that his phone had fallen to the ground, Housekeeper Qian hurriedly said, "Madam, I have other business to attend to, so please forgive me for not being able to take you to the eldest young master's room." Seeing that Steward Qian was about to hang up, Duanshan panicked. He snatched the phone and said sternly, "Steward Qian, as the head of the Qi clan, I order you to take us to Sha Chi's room immediately." Steward Qian suddenly became agitated and refused, "No. Absolutely not. I am the head of the Qi clan." Duanshan laughed bitterly. Since when had a mere servant dared to defy him? But because of Sha Qi, such an absurd situation had arisen. "But the eldest young master will die," Housekeeper Qian said through gritted teeth. "Sha Qi has already gone to the Bai clan and is under their protection. You've been by my side for so many years, you know the Bai clan is standing, don't you?" Duanshan said, suppressing his anger. "Really?" Steward Qian was taken aback, still unable to believe it. "The whole capital knows about this. Do you really expect me, the head of the clan, to prove it to you?" Duanshan had lost his patience and snapped angrily. Only then did Steward Qian feel completely at ease. After all, given Duanshan's status, there was truly no reason for him to deceive a mere servant like Qian. Before long, Steward Qian, who was already in his 70s, appeared in a hurry and led everyone to Sha Chi's room. Sheng Tian didn't want to look and didn't care. He said he wasn't feeling well. And immediately, everyone except Yue and Shire was sent back to their rooms. Duanshan, supporting his wife, led Yue and Shire as they followed behind Steward Qian. As they walked, they sensed something was amiss. "Steward Qian, are you sure this is the way to Sha Chi's room? I don't recall the Qi clan having such a dilapidated place," Duanshan said, frowning. "Heh, this is just the beginning." Housekeeper Qian's smile turned bitter as he shook his head to himself. "What do you mean? Sha Chi's living quarters are even more dilapidated than this?" Duanshan's voice rose several notches. "You'll see for yourself." Housekeeper Qian sighed and led them further down the winding path. They wound their way through the dilapidated corridor for another 10 or so minutes before they finally reached their destination. Duanshan knew the Qi clan was large, but he never realized just how vast it was. In his eyes, the Qi clan was luxurious and steeped in ancient charm, whether it was their residences or the academy. everything boasted top-tier decor. But here, not only was there moss growing everywhere and a musty smell filling the air, but even the roof beams were on the verge of collapsing. "This is the Chi clan?" Yui asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "Strictly speaking, this is the true heart of the Chi clan. It's the Chi clan's ancestral home from 300 years ago." Housekeeper Qian truly didn't know what to say. They'd even forgotten the very roots of the Chi clan. What on earth were they doing? The Chi clan's ancestor grew up in an environment like this. Back then, for historical reasons, most courtyard houses were dilapidated and cramped. A 300 square meter courtyard house housed more than a dozen families. Housekeeper Qian went on to explain. These people were the real big shots. 13 or so households living in 300 square meters? Not even a pigsty would be that cramped. Yue exclaimed in shock. Her walk-in closet alone was 300 square meters. Yue, there are still so many people today who don't have enough to eat or wear. We only have this kind of life because of our family's privilege, Shire interrupted. That's right. The eldest young master is exactly the kind of person you're describing, Housekeeper Qian interjected. What? All four of them were taken aback. Something like this. How could that be possible? This is the Chi clan, after all. Not even a single servant goes hungry here. I know you don't believe me, so please follow me, Steward Qian said as he pushed open a weathered door and led them into the room. A pungent musty smell hit Yua's nose so strongly she could barely breathe. She was a neat freak. She couldn't stand it. And she wouldn't allow herself to live in such conditions. Although the room was old, it was quite tidy. Mottled moss mingled with the earth, and the footprints left behind revealed traces of human life. Anyone who has lived in an old house knows that this kind of moss can't be washed away unless you scrape off all the earth. And this earth had been compacted with glutinous rice paste. If you scraped it away, the earthen floor would only become even more dilapidated. This is the bed where the eldest young master sleeps. It's made of wooden planks. The room next door is the eldest young master's kitchen. When he eats with you, he misses 9 out of 10 meals, so he has to cook for himself. He refused our help. He wouldn't take our money. To keep from starving to death, he works for us. His wages couldn't go through the Chi clan's accounts. He didn't want to bring shame upon the Chi clan, so we had to withdraw the cash and hand it to him ourselves. Housekeeper Qian hadn't intended to say any of this. But he couldn't hold back any longer. Never mind that Sha Qi is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even if Sha Qi were just an ordinary person, he shouldn't be treated this way. He doesn't have enough to eat, isn't properly clothed, has no spending money, and lives in a place like this. Why didn't anyone tell me? And who gave you permission to let him live here? Duanshan was furious and lashed out at Steward Qian. Steward Qian didn't seem bothered. Instead, he said, Master, have you forgotten? Duanshan demanded, Forgotten what? Housekeeper Qian pointed to the floor and said, It was you who ordered me to lock the eldest young master up here. Last year, when the eldest young master got into a fight at school, you were so furious that you told me to lock him away where you couldn't see him out of sight, out of mind. After that, I came to you several times to ask you to let him out. But every time, you impatiently cut me off. Didn't you say he'd been out for a long time already? Then why is he still living in such a dilapidated place? And the reason he snuck out during his confinement was because of you, young miss. You said you weren't feeling well, so he rushed out like a madman at the cost of kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. Housekeeper Qian was so furious he scolded both Duanshan and Yue at once. Even if the Chi clan were to fire him, he wouldn't care. He was over 70, long past retirement age. Yue felt as if the world were spinning. Her head was spinning, her vision blurred, and she could barely breathe. She remembered. Around this time last year, her menstrual cramps had been unbearable. Her second younger sister couldn't help her. Only the ginger tea brewed by Sha Qi could bring relief. She called Sha Qi at 3 in the morning. And not long after, Sha Qi arrived. But since he hadn't brought the ginger tea with him, she had given him a good scolding. Because the pain was truly killing her. Duanshan, I beg you to go find Sha'er. I'm begging you. This is all my fault as Milan. I didn't care enough about him. I turned a blind eye. I was wrong. Milan leaned against Duanshan, crying until she had no strength left. Steward Qian, go to the Bai clan and bring Shachi back. Starting today, Shachi is to be treated as a young master again. Arrange a large private room for him. Increase his monthly allowance to 30 million. If the medicinal herbs he needs for cultivation exceed the budget limit, seek approval from the boss. The boss manages the family's herbal medicine company. Within her authority, even 100 million is fine. Duanshan ordered. He remembered that he had previously cut off Shachi's benefits. But what exactly was the reason? And when did that happen? He just couldn't remember. Dad, let me go in person. I feel so guilty toward Shachi. I've been such a failure as an older sister, he must really hate me, right? Eus said, her heart wrung with anguish. Eua, I'll go with you, Shire said earnestly. Then the two of you go together. Milan isn't doing well, and I'm afraid she'll be upset again. Duanshan sighed, feeling helpless for the first time. Dad, take Milan home to rest first. Second sister and I will tidy up the room, and we'll go later. Milan, don't worry, I'll definitely bring Shachi back. Eua vowed. Shachi had clearly been living such a hard life all along, yet she hadn't shown Shachi the slightest bit of consideration. She'd even accused Shachi at the hotel entrance of not bringing a gift. Shachi was practically working as a maid. How could she possibly afford to give a gift? It was all her fault. If only she realized sooner. But Shachi was at fault too. Why didn't she tell her? The two women stayed behind to clean the room, but when they actually got to work, they found there was nothing for them to do. Other than tearing the room apart, all they could do was pack up Shachi's belongings and take them away, but Shachi didn't have much to begin with. Shire received a call about an emergency surgery. A young member of the town's ruling family had been in an accident. And she had to rush over immediately. Eus stood alone in the room, staring blankly at the dilapidated bed and the rickety rafters, lost in thought for a long time. Butler Qian stood at the doorway watching her, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Miss, do you know why I stopped you from coming into the eldest young master's room? Eua turned her head in confusion, her gaze somewhat vacant. Because this place is too run down? Housekeeper Qian shook his head, no. That's not the real reason. Then what is it? Eua asked, puzzled. It's because every time you come looking for him with such a big fuss, he loses a companion bone. And every single time, it's because of the second young master. Steward Qian's expression grew a touch colder. Eua froze for a moment and asked, Steward Qian, what do you mean by that? Steward Qian crossed his arms, turned, and walked away, leaving behind a single sentence, figure it out for yourself. Actually, a lot of things are just too coincidental. Eua's body suddenly went rigid. For she had just realized something. In fact, from an outsider's perspective, there were far too many inconsistencies in many of these events. It was just that they had always been unwilling to accept the truth behind them. Every time a major incident involving Shachi occurred, it was accompanied by severe punishment. But punishment is punishment. Why take away a companion bone? What benefit could there be in obtaining all the companion bones? Eua didn't even dare to think about it further. The seed of doubt took root in her heart for the very first time. In the capital, at the First Marshall Path Hospital, the doctor sutured Shachi's wounds and administered 700 cc of fresh blood, which finally improved Shachi's condition slightly, and color returned to his face. Miss Bai, could you come here for a moment? The doctor stepped out of the ward and said gravely. Juan nodded and followed the doctor to a corner. The doctor reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. But suddenly realized Juan was standing nearby and stuffed the pack back in. Juan shook her head at him, indicating she didn't mind. And only then did he light a cigarette. Miss Bai, Shachi's condition is very serious. When he was 7, his talent was S rank, and by the time he was 13, it had risen to SS rank. Now, the supreme bone and companion bone within his body are both gone, so his talent has naturally dropped to F rank. But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that he won't live much longer. The doctor sighed. As it happened, this doctor had been Shachi's attending physician until he turned 13. It wasn't that Shachi had any medical condition, but rather that his talent was so exceptional that it required strict monitoring to nip any potential problems in the bud. I know. Juan nodded. You've chosen him as your fiancé and said you'd marry him before he goes to war at age 22. That's an impossible promise for him. You should either give up on him or marry him while he is still in college. Otherwise, it's cruel to him. The doctor advised. How do you know about my plan to marry him at 22? Logically speaking, I've suppressed all the information. There is no way the media could have reported it. Juan asked in confusion. Because I was right there, the doctor explained. Juan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. If she'd known this would happen, she would have had the doctor treat Shachi right there in the banquet hall. Miss Bai, I've told you what I needed to say. How you decide is up to you. The doctor took a deep breath, feeling a surge of resentment in his heart. To be honest, he hoped Juan would give Shachi enough tenderness and care during the final days of his life. But that was likely impossible. Why should Juan have to remain a widow for Shachi's sake? After all, Juan was the head of the Bai clan. Once I've made a decision, I won't change it lightly. He has been stripped of his gifts and doesn't have long to live, but what if I could extend his life? Juan smiled gently, like an angel descended to earth, leaving the doctor completely speechless. Restore it? How? The doctor couldn't help but get excited, asking urgently. After spending more than a decade together, even a stranger would have grown attached, let alone Shachi, who was such a sensible and well-behaved child. This is my plan. I can't tell you, and I won't. In 3 months, I'll take him to take the college entrance exam. But until he has truly grown up, everything about him must remain a secret. Juan said with a smile. I understand. I'll pretend tonight's conversation never happened. The doctor nodded. As long as Juan had a plan, that was all that mattered. Asking how she'd pull it off was pointless. Besides, if the plan was too outlandish, exposing Shachi too early might actually harm him. After all, how many geniuses have been cut down in their prime? Juan bid farewell to the doctor and walked back to the ward. In the hallway, an elder of the Bai clan stopped her. Juan, as the head of the Bai clan, we don't care who you choose as your future husband, but why does it have to be Shachi? He has already been crippled. Not only can he not help our Bai clan, but he is actually a liability. Juan shook her head with a smile, glanced toward the department, and said, That's just what you think. It's not actually the case. Her eldest uncle frowned and asked, How do you explain that? Juan smiled and replied, You just have to trust my judgment. There are many secrets within the Bai clan that only the head of the family can know, so I won't harm you. It's my good fortune that I've been able to secure Shachi now. Shachi won't die. Nor will he ever die. The help I'll provide Shachi from here on out is merely to get him started. Without me, he'll still be able to succeed on his own. But if I miss this opportunity now, by the time he has grown, I'll surely be left in the dust. And the person by his side in the future won't be me. Even after Juan said this, he still couldn't dispel the doubts in their hearts. Mainly because Juan was too young. He was only 18. How could he possibly understand the treachery of human nature? Uncles and elders, everything concerning Shachi from here on out is confidential. I don't want this to leak outside the family, and above all, the Chi clan must not find out. As long as you can keep this under wraps for at least 20 days, the mock exams will be over by then. If you're still worried, let me offer you 4 words. No destruction, no creation. With that, Juan turned and walked into the office, leaving the others standing there, looking bewildered. No destruction, no creation. What does that mean? The eldest uncle furrowed his brow, dissecting the phrase word by word. First, Shachi would die because his talent had been stripped away, but as long as his talent could be sustained, he wouldn't die. Second, as the clan matriarch, one would never betray the Bai clan, and she had tied the Bai clan's interests to Shachi, proof enough of how highly she valued him. Shachi's greatest value lies in his supreme bone and the 8 companion bones he has cultivated over 13 years. This alone is proof of his extraordinary talent. So, no destruction, no creation. Wait a minute. He thinks he has figured it out. Could it be that the greatest opportunity regarding the supreme bone isn't the supreme bone itself, but rather the process that follows after it's been stripped away? Holy crap! If that's the case, it's terrifying. The supreme bone is already powerful enough on its own. If there is an opportunity to become even stronger than the supreme bone itself, it's almost too incredible to imagine. In the hospital room, Shachi watched as Juan closed the door, knowing she had something to talk to him about. Perfect. He had something to talk to her about, too. Shachi, are you feeling any better? Juan walked over, sat down beside him, and gave him a gentle smile. Much better. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital, and thank you even more for standing up for me tonight. I'll pay back tonight's medical bill as soon as I can. Shachi said gratefully. His talent had been downgraded to F rank, and he was covered in injuries. He was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be worthy of an angel like Juan? Don't you want me anymore? Juan suddenly blurted out something startling, her eyes immediately filling with sadness as she looked on the verge of tears. Huh? Shachi was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to change the subject so quickly. Didn't you promise to marry me tonight in front of countless Beijing elites? Why are you changing your mind so soon? Juan said, her eyes brimming with tears. No. No. Don't cry, Shachi panicked, frantically grabbing tissues from the table. You just don't want to marry me. Juan turned her back to him, speaking with a sense of grievance. I do. I do. Shachi's head was about to explode, and the words slipped out before he could stop himself. For some reason, he just couldn't stand seeing Juan cry. Not even a little bit. It was as if they'd known each other for years. I recorded that. If you dare go back on your word, I'll send it to the media and make you the headline. Juan said triumphantly, holding up her phone. At that moment, Shachi was at his wit's end. Shachi was truly at a loss. He didn't understand what Juan saw in him, or why she insisted on marrying him. Wasn't he the Qi clan good enough? Wasn't Sheng Tian, who had grown up because of him, a better choice? Although Shachi detested Sheng Tian, he had to admit that Sheng Tian was the more suitable candidate in this matter. Shachi, these past 18 years of your life have been both fortunate and unfortunate. You were fortunate before you turned 13. You had your friends at the orphanage and a director who loved you. But you were unfortunate to have crossed paths with the Qi clan. However, nothing in this world is absolute. The Qi clan is your misfortune. But it's also the greatest stroke of luck in your life. Juan chuckled softly. They ruined me like this, and that is supposed to be a stroke of luck? Shachi gave a bitter chuckle. Exactly. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't have met me. Juan flashed a toothy grin, looking utterly adorable. Am I supposed to take that as the pot calling the kettle black? Shachi couldn't help but laugh. Aren't I pretty enough? Juan shot him a jealous glare. You're very pretty. Shachi nodded. Then that settles it, doesn't it? I'm such a stunning beauty, and as the head of the Bai clan, my status puts a whole bunch of people my age to shame. Don't I have every right to brag a little? Juan chuckled, wiggling her little feet playfully. You certainly do. Shachi agreed. But it was precisely because of this that Shachi was even more reluctant to agree to this marriage. Although we're both adults now, we're actually still too young, which is why I plan to wait until I'm 22 to get married. And I understand how you feel. You think there is a gap between us. That's why I want to give you 4 years to surpass me. Then you can rightfully become my man, Juan. Juan said triumphantly, her words brimming with boundless fighting spirit. As if this were something she could actually achieve. Shachi, however, shook his head. Forget 4 years, it wouldn't be possible even in 40 years. Juan protested, you haven't even tried yet, why give up so easily? Shachi gave a wry smile, this isn't giving up, it's just that reality won't allow it. I won't even live to see those 4 years. In his previous life, Shachi died on the day of the college entrance exam. Shachi was provoked by Sheng Tian at a banquet. The MC Sheng Tian had brought in grilled him relentlessly, and finally, by bringing up the matter of the supreme bone, rubbed salt into Shachi's wounds. Shachi's emotions erupted in that moment. He was driven out of the hotel by his father and forced to kneel for 2 days and 2 nights. After that, Shachi's last supreme bone was seized by Sheng Tian. And Shachi's body was completely crippled. 3 months later, on the day of the college entrance exam. As a descendant of the Qi clan, Shachi was required to demonstrate the valor expected of the Qi clan, the guardian clan of the town. Therefore, Shachi was ordered to go to the advanced testing zone, but Shachi's physical condition was no match for the dangers in that assessment zone, and he was ultimately killed by a monstrous beast. After his death, Shachi's soul drifted for a while. Ironically, after his death, the Qi clan merely held a hasty funeral for him. Not only his sisters, but even his parents didn't shed a single tear. In this life, even though he had broken away from the Qi clan, his death was still only a matter of time. Shachi, do you know why I took a liking to you? Why I was willing to turn down all the top marriage proposals in the capital for your sake? Juan changed the subject, her tone growing more serious. Why? Shachi was actually quite curious. Because Juan had paid a huge price for his sake. Because you showed me your strength, and you showed me your reliability and loyalty. Even when the Qi clan pushed you to that point, you were willing to give up your last companion bone rather than drag the Qi clan down with you. To achieve your goal, you were even willing to cut into your own flesh to extract the companion bone. Someone like you, given the chance, will become incredibly powerful. And as your wife, I can trust you completely and entrust my very life to you. Juan said earnestly. But I'm only a third-rank general tier. And I'll never be able to advance a single step further. Shachi lamented. Kiss me, and I can elevate you to the pinnacle of the dragon realm, even make you a hero to the entire world. Although my Bai clan's status isn't as high as the Qi clan's, in my eyes, the Qi clan is nothing more than a second-rate clan. If I wanted to, I could make the Bai clan a clan that holds the nation in its grasp. Juan said with great ambition. What did you say? Shachi was completely stunned. Kiss her? You've got to be kidding. I said the Qi clan is just run-of-the-mill. No, the sentence before that. Oh, I said you should kiss me, Juan said, her pretty face flushing with embarrassment. Shachi was speechless, yet found it quite amusing. Do you talk to other people like this, too? Juan got angry, glared at him, and said in a playful yet fierce tone, You're the one who talks like that to others. I've been in seclusion for 14 years and only emerged today. Her seclusion had been intermittent, sometimes lasting a year, sometimes just a few weeks. She would only come out to make an appearance when attending clan events or when invited by the Qi clan, to avoid arousing suspicion from outsiders. But her words left Shachi puzzled. 14 years in seclusion? How was that even possible? And what could possibly require her to stay in seclusion for so long? Shachi, just tell me if you're related to me or not. If you're not, I won't tell you how to restore the supreme bone, Juan said, crossing her arms and huffing coquettishly. Don't joke around, the supreme bone is inside Sheng Tian. How can it be restored? Shachi shook his head and laughed wryly. The supreme bone? It's nothing. Back in the days of the Qi clan patriarch, we had as many of those as we wanted. But it's supposed to be embedded in the heart? Yes, and no. At the level of the Qi clan patriarch, he could mold one out of dirt if he wanted. How do you know that? Because I, the patriarch of the Bai clan, was the wife of the Qi clan patriarch. If I got angry, I could wipe out the Qi clan with the patriarch's secret decree. Was the Qi clan patriarch henpecked? Shao-Chi asked, taken aback. Don't get off track. Anyway, I have a way to regenerate your supreme bone. Are you in or out? Wan interrupted. The first step to making Shao-Chi stronger is to regenerate his supreme bone. Once the supreme bone has fully grown, every bone in his body can be tempered into supreme bone. This is different from companion bone. Companion bone is companion bone. And holy bone is holy bone. Once he reaches the level of having a body entirely composed of holy bone, he'll be able to look down on every powerful figure in the world. Once you reach this stage, the next step is to return to simplicity and refine the sacred spirit bone. By then, wiping out the land of cherry blossoms will be child's play. But to reach this realm, you must extract the supreme bone and all the companion bones from your body. This is the principle of no destruction, no creation. How do I know you're not lying to me? Shao-Chi asked earnestly. Why would I lie to you? Wan snapped. I don't know, Shao-Chi replied, surprisingly deadpan. You don't believe me, do you? Fine. Come home with me right now and let us get it on, Wan said through gritted teeth. Get it on? How exactly? Shao-Chi asked curiously. You, a sense of helplessness welled up inside Wan. She'd been trying to tease Shao-Chi. But his 2 sentences had completely deflated her. Just then, Shao-Chi cupped her exquisite, flawless face in his hands, making her heart skip a beat in an instant, making her blush in an instant, and making her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Wait, I am not ready yet. Wan, flustered and panicked, hurriedly pushed him away, her pretty face so red it looked as if it might bleed. Didn't you want me to kiss you? Why aren't you agreeing now? Shao-Chi said with a chuckle, wanting to tease her a bit. Oh, come on, I was just joking. Wan, embarrassed and angry, stomped her little foot in frustration. She had gone into seclusion at the age of 4, and upon emerging today, she had finally completed the first stage of Yin bone fusion. Her progress had actually been quite rapid. Since the Bai Clan's Yin bone was inferior to the Qi Clan's supreme bone. The former represented the entire legacy of the Bai Clan's ancestor, while the latter was something the Qi Clan's ancestor had cobbled together on a whim. As long as she could complete the full fusion, her starting point would be the peak of the Bai Clan's ancestor. It was precisely because her seclusion had lasted so long that she'd been bored out of her mind. As the clan head, she couldn't joke around with others. So Shao-Chi became her source of entertainment. Wan, but I want to kiss you. What should I do? Shao-Chi asked earnestly. Well, I guess you can kiss my hand. Wan said coyly. Then I want to sleep with you. What should I do? For the first time, Shao-Chi was able to joke around with someone so carefree it felt really fun. You were only 18. Isn't it too early to sleep together? Wan said, pouting. She thought Shao-Chi really didn't know anything. But it turned out he was the one with the upper hand. Ha ha. Shao-Chi laughed until he was doubled over. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. I'm not talking to you anymore. Wan crossed her arms over her chest, turned her head away, and acted all aloof and coy. Shao-Chi was curious as to how Wan could see while wearing a blindfold. So Wan, without hesitation, took off the blindfold. The moment she opened her eyes, Shao-Chi felt as if the whole world had suddenly become bright. Wan was already beautiful with the blindfold on, but after taking it off, the difference was more than tenfold. Even the most extravagant words in the world weren't enough to describe her. Wan wasn't actually blind, rather, this was a necessary stage in fusing with the Yin bone. Since the Yin bone carried the legacy of the Bai Clan's ancestor, it was far too overwhelming for her, a general tier, 9th rank cultivator, to accept. Therefore, the first step was to assimilate the Bai Clan ancestor's spiritual power. Only by mastering that spiritual power could she master the legacy. Through her spiritual power, she had reached a level where she could perceive everything without relying on her eyes. But this was merely her limit, not the limit of the legacy itself. After hearing this, Shao-Chi was astonished. Sha Chi hadn't expected the Bai clandestine bone to be so terrifying. Moreover, one had clearly only known him for a few hours, yet she was willing to reveal this secret to him? Sha Chi, you now know the greatest secret of my Bai clan. So, do you want to marry me or not? Shouldn't you give me a promise? As long as you agree, from now on, these eyes of mine will be for you and you alone. Wan asked earnestly, a faint blush on her pretty face. Her earlier words had actually been a joke. She needed a clear answer. If you don't mind me, I will stay by your side through thick and thin. Sha Chi nodded solemnly, making the heaviest promise of his life. Fine. I'll help you regenerate the Supreme Bone. In 4 years, you'll marry me. It's a deal. By the way, I won't allow you to have any other women. I don't want you to have multiple wives and concubines like the Chi clan patriarch. Wan warned. Isn't he a pushover when it comes to his wife? Then how come he has multiple wives and concubines? Sha Chi chuckled. He's a pushover with every single one of his wives, he just can't help it. Wait. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already thinking about building a harem? Without realizing it, Wan's small hands had already clamped down on the soft flesh of Sha Chi's waist. If Sha Chi said even half a wrong word, she'd start pinching him right away. No, how could I dare? I, Sha Chi, swear that you'll be the only one in my life. Even if you kick me out, I'll never marry again. Sha Chi was breaking out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly replied. That's more like it. I'm very satisfied with your answer. One stood up with a smile, covered her eyes, opened the door, and let the person outside in. Everything is ready. Take the son-in-law home, I'll personally perform the body tempering ritual for him. When facing the Bai clan, she put on a different face, becoming decisive and efficient. Simply because, as the head of the Bai clan, she had to be. The Bai clan. A similar quadrangle courtyard, though not as outrageously vast as the Chi clan's, still covered a full 30,000 square meters. Head of the clan. Head of the clan, everything you requested has been prepared. The servant stepped forward and respectfully handed her a spatial ring. All the body tempering herbs Wan needed were contained within it. Just moments ago, they had received word that Wan had succeeded as clan head. They hadn't known before because the Bai clan had sealed off the news, waiting for Wan to complete the first stage. Now that the succession was complete, they had nothing to fear. Uncle, please show them out. I'm taking Sha Chi into the clan's forbidden ground, Wan said, turning around with a serious expression. Very well, his uncle nodded. Wan's words at that moment only served to confirm his own suspicions. There must be an opportunity even more terrifying than the supreme bone within Sha Chi, otherwise, not even the head of the Chi clan would be qualified to set foot in the Bai clan's forbidden ground. Forbidden zone? Sha Chi felt both flattered and overwhelmed. No matter how ignorant he might be, he understood that a clan's forbidden zone was the very heart of its greatest secrets. That's right, the forbidden zone. The forbidden zone hides the greatest secrets of both the Bai and Chi clans. And it's also the secret Duanshan is most eager to uncover. Wan nodded. The others dispersed, and Wan led Sha Chi through a series of twists and turns, past numerous traps, into the Bai clan's underground complex. In the narrow, elongated corridor, a red and white light illuminated Sha Chi's vision. Wan had spent all 14 years of her seclusion here, though most of the time she descended with her eyes covered and the lights off, since it made little difference to her whether the lights were on or off. Sha Chi, once you pass through this door, you'll enter the forbidden territory of the Bai clan. Once you're in, there's no turning back. Before that, I need to know why you want to become stronger? Wan asked solemnly. I want to make the Chi clan regret it. Although Sha Chi had severed ties with them, the pain of all these years could not be erased. If he couldn't take this step, then he would never be able to take the next one. Very well. Remember your goal. Remember everything the Chi clan has put you through all these years. As Wan spoke, he pushed open the heavy black wooden door in front of him and led Shachi into the Bai Clan's forbidden area. It was an underground chamber spanning over 1,000 square meters, illuminated by tens of thousands of night pearls. In truth, the Bai Clan wasn't short on money. If they were to sell the night pearls here, it would be more than enough to double or even multiply the Bai Clan's assets. Shachi, look at these murals. These reveal the greatest secrets of the Supreme Bone. They can help you reshape the Supreme Bone. At the same time, I want you to memorize all the murals before college starts in September. Because once we enroll, I'm going to tear down this forbidden area. If it weren't for Shachi destroying all the companion bones, Wan wouldn't have demolished the forbidden ground. Instead, he would have kept it as the clan head's secret, passed down through the generations. But now that Shachi exists, this forbidden ground has become useless. Shachi needs the secrets of the forbidden ground as a starting point. But he will embark on a different path. By then, what secrets they leave for future generations will be entirely up to them. So there are 6 months left. There must be over 1,000 murals here, right? Shachi asked seriously. To be precise, there are 1,797 murals. Of these, 660 are related to the Supreme Bone. The remaining 1,137 murals depict either the meditation techniques and martial arts I use, or the ones you use. Wan explained. Why do I have to memorize the ones you use, too? Shachi said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because I'm not very bright and have a bad memory. If you memorize them, I won't have to take photos. Only what is stored in your mind can remain a secret forever. Photos can be leaked at any time. Wan stuck out her tongue slightly as she explained. Alright. I'll spend 6 months memorizing it all. Shachi gave his word. And once he made a promise, he would always give it his all. At the same time, you need to complete the rebirth of the Supreme Bone within those 6 months. The murals here possess the power left behind by the Qi Clan's ancestral founder, which is enough to help you complete the first stage of reshaping. The second stage will be up to you. Wan said. As she spoke, she explained the stages of the Supreme Bone in full to Shachi, including the Holy Spirit Bone that Duanshan was so eager to learn about. The Holy Spirit Bone was incredibly powerful. But Shachi wasn't going to look that far ahead. You have to take things one bite at a time. And walk the path one step at a time. First, he had to bring the Supreme Bone back to life before he could move on to the next step. Shachi, the reason the Qi Clan patriarch discovered the secret of the Supreme Bone is that he went through the same experience as you back then. To save one of his wives, a human traitor gouged out all of his. He thought he was going to die. But he knew even more deeply that he couldn't die. So, while on the battlefield beyond the realm, he persevered through sheer willpower and spent 10 years creating a miracle reconstructing the Supreme Bone. Wan lectured him like a professor. It took him 10 years, it'll take me half a year. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Shachi said, taken aback. He did it on his own back then, but you not only have his experience, you also have the help he hid within the murals. Speaking of which, I have to mention this again. No harem. If you die trying to save other women, I'll break your son's legs. Wan warned. Got it, got it. Shachi shrugged with a chuckle. Her playful yet fierce demeanor was truly adorable. Take off your clothes. I'll keep telling you about the ancient battlefield while you do that, Wan said, her pretty face flushing. Why take my clothes off? Shachi was a bit confused. To temper your body. If you don't temper your body, how will you reincarnate as the Supreme Bone? Wan said with a playful scold. You can see me, can't you? Shachi exploded. You're my fiancé already, what are you afraid of? Wan urged impatiently. Hurry up and take them off, unless you're too young to show yourself in public. But as she spoke, Wan's pretty face had already turned as red as a fiery sunset. Oh my god. Was today really going to be the first time she saw a boy's body? What if she got so nervous later that she couldn't even form a complete sentence? What if Shachi got carried away and slept with her? Should she resist? Shachi steeled himself and took off his shirt, revealing not only his gaunt, lean body but also the horrific scar on his chest, the result of having the supreme bone extracted. As she looked at Shachi, all the anxiety and nervousness in Juana's heart vanished in that moment. Her attention was completely fixed on Shachi's chest. On that horrific scar. Just looking at it made her wince. And to think this was done while she was fully conscious. It was unimaginable how Shachi, who was only 13 at the time, had managed to endure it. The Chi clan truly deserved to die. For the sake of an adopted son. They actually drove their own biological son to such extremes. Half an hour later, Juan overcame her embarrassment at seeing Shachi naked, prepared the body tempering potion, and had Shachi soak in the wooden tub. The herbs used for body tempering were either organs from exotic beasts, their essence and blood, or rare treasures born from the revival of spiritual energy. The materials used in this single tub were worth 15 million. What is even more staggering is that this 15 million would only last for half a day at most. Juan had Shachi hold her hand while he channeled his cultivation technique in accordance with a set of murals she pointed to. Meanwhile, Juan activated her Yin bone, hoping to summon the presence left behind by the Chi clan's ancestral patriarch within the murals. The Yin bone was the only key. Activating the Yin bone signified that a descendant of the Bai clan had acknowledged him as a descendant of the Chi clan. Whoosh! As the two channeled their energy, the surrounding murals began to shimmer with flecks of golden light, floating in midair like fireflies. A sight so enchanting it was mesmerizing at first glance. At that moment, both Shachi and Juan had their eyes closed, fully immersed in their cultivation, with no time to spare to watch the scene unfold. The golden light kept converging on Shachi, gradually forming a vortex around his body. The speed wasn't too fast, but one could see the specks of light spinning. Meanwhile, at the sacred martial orphanage, the capital S most prestigious orphanage, most orphans with a talent for the martial path were sent here to be trained at the state's expense. They might one day become the pillars of the nation or top-tier warriors battling monstrous beasts on the battlefield, so their well-being was naturally guaranteed. After leaving the Chi clan, Iyue rushed here immediately. Although Shachi had left with Juan, she didn't think Juan would keep Shachi around. It wasn't that she looked down on or despised the current Shachi, it was simply the reality of the situation. As the head of the Bai clan, even if Juan agreed to this marriage, the rest of the Bai clan would never approve. After all, Shachi no longer possessed the natural talent he once had. Rumble. Iyue's sports car came to a stop. Who's there? What do you want? The security guard in the guardhouse shot her a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by these rich kids. Hello, I'm Iyue from the Chi clan. Shachi Iyue. I'm here to take him home. If he is in the garden, could you please let him know I'm here? Iyue said humbly. She rarely lowered her stance like this with outsiders. It wasn't that she thought highly of herself, but because she represented the Chi clan's position, she had to maintain a certain demeanor, otherwise, others simply wouldn't take her seriously. Iyue, I remember now. You're the one who dug up Shachi's supreme bone, aren't you? The old man flew into a rage, grabbed a baton from the security booth, and was about to come out and beat her. No, I didn't. Iyue hurriedly denied it. You still deny it? Back then, the old man saw that you looked presentable, so he entrusted Shachi to you and you went and dug out his supreme bone right after. Get out. Get out of here now. Or I'll beat you to death right now. The old man roared. As a Grandmaster tier, 4th rank expert, Iyue far outclassed the old man, who was merely at the general tier, a massive gap of an entire emerald tier separating them. Naturally, the old man stood no chance against Iyue. But his over-the-top reaction only served to rub salt into Iyue's wounds once again. Whether it was the servants of the Chi clan or the security guards at the orphanage, they treated them this way, proof enough of just how outrageous they'd been all these years. Get lost. The old man brandished the stick in his hand, looking as if he were about to strike Iyue. Hello, I really do want to take Shachi home. Could I please ask you to help me by calling him out? Eyui's tone softened once more. Wait a minute, what kind of trouble has your Chi clan gotten into this time? The old man furrowed his brow, sensing trouble was brewing. Nothing, Chi just wanted to come back for a visit. I figured it was about time, so I came to pick him up, Eyui explained hurriedly. If she told him the truth, she could forget about seeing Chi tonight. Given the old man's attitude, there was no way he'd let her in, let alone help her get Chi out. Not yet? If that's the case, how could you, the esteemed daughter of the Chi clan, possibly end up at our orphanage? You took Chi away 5 years ago. Apart from the day you took him in today. Have you ever come back? If Yuan said you were a Yua, I almost wouldn't have recognized your face. The old master snapped angrily. I'm sorry. For the first time in her life, Eyui stammered. This was her fault. She hadn't cared enough. She hadn't taken it seriously. She hadn't once come to the orphanage to check on Chi. Does I'm sorry even help? Does saying I'm sorry erase all the harm you've caused Chi over the years? Back then, Chi was a prodigy at our orphanage, a prodigy of the capital, and indeed the entire dragon realm. But once he was in your hands, what did you do to him? He had such a bright future. He was destined to become a mighty warrior defending humanity against the beasts. But you ruined it all. The old man roared in fury. His hand gripping the staff trembling violently. I'm sorry. Eyui's eyes welled up with tears as well. Even if there was a problem with Shangtian's 9 dragon physique, taking just one supreme bone would have been enough. Why did they have to take so many companion bones as well? She should have realized something was wrong long ago. If she stopped them sooner, none of this would have happened. Get lost, you Milan. What's the point of apologizing now? It's nothing but crocodile tears. The old man sneered coldly. Old man, I beg you, please let me see Chi one last time. It wasn't until today that I realized just how terribly wrong I was. I want to make amends. I want to fulfill my duties as an older sister. Eyui said weakly. Her earlier deception had been so she could see Chi. Her sincerity now stemmed from having no other options. If she didn't act sincere, she feared she'd never see Chi again in this lifetime. See him? Even if I die today, I'll never let you step through this door. The old master said coldly. If even she didn't know where Chi was and had tracked him all the way here, how could he possibly know? But this alone was proof enough of how serious the situation was. Otherwise, why would Chi, who had never run back to the orphanage even when suffering the worst injustices, have fled today? Chi must have reached his breaking point, completely lost all hope in the Chi clan, and that's why he left. And you, the Chi clan, actually dare to call yourselves a pillar of the nation? In my eyes, you're nothing but a bunch of scum in sheep's clothing. Pillar of the nation? Do you even deserve that title? The old man roared impatiently. Old man Lu, what's going on? Eyui, it's actually you? What are you doing here? A young man's furious shout rang out. And immediately, a burly teenager charged straight at him, his eyes blazing with rage that seemed ready to burst forth. That face, he'd recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes. Back when Eyui first arrived, he'd thought that such a beautiful older sister like Eyui must be a good person, and would surely treat Chi well. But after bringing Chi back, what did Eyui do? The first year, she stripped Chi of his supreme bone. From the second year through this year, she has taken a total of 7 companion bones from him. The supreme bone, fine. After all, it was the Chi clan's heirloom. Taking it back, though utterly outrageous, was still within their rights. But the companion bones inside Chi's body, those were cultivated by Chi himself, using every drop of his essence and blood, over more than a decade, that was Chi's very flesh and blood. For the past 5 years, the young man had been filled with regret every single moment. If only he had stopped Chi from leaving back then, none of this would have happened. He was the one who had ruined Chi. He had assumed that the Qi clan, as a clan that upheld the nation, would never do anything so despicable. Iyue, I'll kill you. The youth's eyes turned blood red as he drew a D-rank weapon from his spatial ring and charged toward Iyue. In the martial path, strength is categorized into the warrior tier, general tier, emerald tier, grandmaster tier, war god, and peerless realms. Even though he was only at the first rank of the general tier, he showed no fear in facing Iyue, who was at the fourth rank of the grandmaster tier. Even if it cost him his life, he would seek justice for Sha Qi. Wait, Iyue tried to stop him, but the youth's killing blow was already upon her. She could tell that this youth truly wanted her dead. But she didn't fight back. She didn't dare to fight back. Stop, please. I really am here to atone for my sins. Iyue was suddenly overcome by a sense of utter despair, so hopeless and powerless. You want to atone? Ask me if I agree. Ask everyone in the entire academy if they agree, the young man roared. Brother Mang, what are you doing? If you start a fight right at the gate like this, the headmaster will punish you. A young girl ran anxiously over from behind. She had originally intended to reason with him. But when she saw Iyue's face, she flew into a rage. She drew a C-class longsword from her spatial ring and, joining Mang, charged toward Iyue. Iyue, you just die. No, don't do this. Iyue was practically crying as she dodged the blows. Iyue had never shed tears in front of others before. Tonight in the banquet hall was the first time. And this was the second. The commotion at the entrance was too loud. Dozens of boys and girls rushed down from upstairs. Some were teenagers, while others were mere children. Their original intention was to stop the fight. After all, the orphanage had its own rules, but when they saw Iyue, they couldn't hold back any longer. What's this about the Jin family? What's this about a grandmaster tier powerhouse? To hell with all that. This woman must die tonight. Even though Iyue could have sent them flying or even killed them with a single wave of her hand, she couldn't even bring herself to fight back. As she dodged, the heel of her high-heeled shoe snapped off. And her hair, usually neatly tied back, became a tangled mess. The esteemed young lady of the Qi clan found herself in such a disheveled state for the very first time in her life. And to think, she'd been driven to this by a group of children whose strength was nowhere near her own. Sha Qi had once been the object of admiration for these children, their guiding light in their eyes. She shone as brightly as the sun. Yet this very genius had been systematically destroyed by the Qi clan. And as long as the Qi clan remains, it defies the laws of heaven. Under normal circumstances, the security guard would have at least notified the principal immediately, even if he didn't call the police. But this was Iyue. He wouldn't lift a finger. It would be best if this woman were dead. But even if she were dead, it wouldn't make up for the harm the Qi clan has inflicted on Sha Qi all these years. Iyue, why the hell did you dig up Sha Qi's supreme bone? Why? Give me a fucking reason, Mylan. Iyue, you're worse than a beast. Give me back Sha Gu. You better give him back to me safe and sound, you fucking Mylan. Back then, I thought that by taking Sha Qi in, you'd give him a good life. And what happened? Aya, you bastards. The children all lost control. Even though they usually had minor squabbles and didn't always see eye to eye, at this moment, they were surprisingly united. Even these parentless children knew the value of solidarity. They knew that when outsiders bullied them, they had to stick together and beat the enemy soundly. So how could the Qi clan not know this? Driving one of their own to death. What the hell kind of business is this? I'm sorry, Iyue didn't know what else to say besides apologizing at that moment. The only thing she could do was apologize. Die. The children fought with growing ferocity, while Iyue, the grandmaster tier powerhouse, was forced into a steady retreat. What are you all doing? Stop it. A stern command rang out. An elderly woman in her 60s walked toward them. Her hair was half black and half white, and her face was etched with the marks of time, which only made her expression appear even more stern. Dean. Mang looked in her direction, seething with resentment. Mang cursed his own weakness. If only he were stronger, Iyue would already be a corpse. I said stop. Did you all hear me? The headmistress's voice grew even colder and more stern as she reprimanded them. Yes. No matter how reluctant they were, the group had no choice but to halt their attack and obediently step aside. Miss Chi, you are not welcome here. Please leave. The dean stepped forward and gestured for her to leave. Could you let me see Sha Chi one last time? Eua pleaded humbly. Sha Chi hasn't he come back? And Miss Chi, if you can't even find Sha Chi, what makes you think we can? The headmaster demanded. It's not that I thought he'd come back. Eua's voice dropped a few notches. Ha, what a joke. Sha Chi hasn't he been back for a full 5 years. Ever since he joined your Chi clan, I haven't even been able to get in touch with him all because your Chi clan considers his time at the orphanage a disgrace. The headmaster sneered. I didn't. Eua shook her head weakly. You didn't? But that's exactly what your Chi clan did. If I could VE reached him, I would VE brought him back long ago. Why would he have to suffer in your Chi clan? Do you think our sacred martial orphanage doesn't provide support? Do you think we lack martial path resources here? The headmaster retorted sharply. I didn't. Eua felt even more helpless, her heart filled with bitter sorrow. Miss Chi, I can see that you've actually come to regret it, but as the saying goes, a broken mirror cannot be mended. If you truly regret it, I hope you'll stop trying to influence Sha Chi. Live with your guilt for the rest of your life. That is what is best for Sha Chi. The headmaster said ruthlessly. Is Sha Chi really not here? Eua asked, head bowed, clinging to her last shred of hope. He is not here. Bang! The headmaster slammed the gate shut with a backhand, shutting Eua out not just from the gate, but from his life entirely. Before entering the security booth, the security guard spat toward the ground at Eua's feet, then returned to his post with a face full of contempt. While the children's gazes as they left were all filled with resentment and loathing. Each of those stares, each burst of anger, burned Eua like a raging fire, making her feel the cruelest pain in the world. It was a sense of alienation, of being cast aside by the world. But she knew that the suffering Sha Chi had endured over the past 5 years must have been 10,000 times more brutal than what she was experiencing now. To be treated with such coldness by one's own family. To have everything stripped away by one's own family. No one could bear such agony. Yet Sha Chi had endured it for a full 5 years in the body of a young boy. Beijing, Kangda Private Hospital. One of the city's most prestigious private hospitals. Owned by the Chi clan. Most children from wealthy families choose this hospital as their first option for medical treatment. Shire, dressed in a full-body surgical gown and wearing a mask and sterile surgical cap, looked at the operating room door in front of her. She glanced at her phone again, eager to call Eua. But in the end, she could only grit her teeth and enter the operating room only to find Sheng Tian, already under anesthesia, lying on the operating table. And next to Sheng Tian, on the tray holding the surgical instruments, lay a triangular companion bone. When she left the orphanage, Eua had even forgotten to take her car. Wearing high heels with broken heels, she wandered the streets of Beijing like a zombie. Even at 5 in the morning, there were quite a few people on the streets. Some were sanitation workers out early to sweep the streets, some were martial path practitioners out for their morning exercises, and others were passers-by sitting by the roadside, looking lost and at a loss. 300 years ago, the capital's size was more than 5 times larger than it is today. Back then, the capital included districts such as Chaoyang, Haidian, and Fengtai, with a permanent population of as many as 21 million. Today's capital, though still home to over 20 million people, has seen its living space drastically reduced. The city's periphery is marked by towering walls, topped with elevated cannons and guarded by soldiers. Of the nation's 791 cities, only 277 remain today. Beyond the city limits lie vast gathering grounds for monstrous beasts. The bridges connecting one city to another have largely fallen into disuse. Most ordinary people never leave a single city from birth to death. After the disaster, the human monetary system collapsed for a time. But later, through the nation's efforts, it was restored. However, the value of currency had fluctuated by a factor of more than 10. At first, the situation was even more extreme. Back then, the disparity reached hundreds of thousands of times. With no other choice, the Dragon Realm had to abolish the original currency and issue a new one to help quickly restore order. Eua sat on a stone bench by the river, staring blankly at the sun rising on the horizon, so exhausted that she had even forgotten she hadn't slept all night. Ring, ring, ring. Her cell phone rang urgently in her pocket. It was a call from her sixth younger sister, Shi Lu Yao. As soon as she answered, she heard an anxious voice ask, "Eua, have you found Shachi yet?" Eua froze, instinctively thinking her sixth sister was concerned about Shachi. Her icy body finally warmed slightly. But her sixth sister's next words sent her plummeting into an ice cave. Something happened to Shang Tian. He had the companion bone implanted, and he's having a rejection reaction. In that moment, Eui understood what it truly meant to be utterly devastated. Last night, she had searched tirelessly for Shachi, striving to earn the understanding of those close to him. But in just one night, had the companion bone actually been implanted? What on earth were they thinking? Why were they in such a rush? Now, even if she found Shachi, what good would it do? Without the final companion bone, how could she possibly explain this to Shachi? Implanted the companion bone? Why? Eui's voice was now filled with icy coldness, her face covered in a frosty expression, chilling to the bone. Last night, not long after you left the clan, Shang Tian's condition took a turn for the worse. We rushed him to the hospital, only to discover he was experiencing a severe rejection reaction. He'd been enduring it all along without telling us. We had no choice but to implant the companion bone to try to suppress it. Shi Lu Yao explained. But he has the 9-dragon physique. He's the perfect candidate for the supreme bone. So how could he have such a severe rejection reaction? Eua demanded angrily. These matters are actually quite easy to figure out once you step outside the circle of those directly involved. I don't know. Shi Lu Yao replied, at a loss. Even after implanting the very last companion bone, rejection reactions still occurred. So what on earth should we do next? Then why did you go find Shachi? Are you planning to dig out every single bone in his body and transplant them into Shang Tian? Eua demanded. Eua, what are you thinking? Shang Tian? He's your younger brother. How dare you call him that? Shi Lu Yao was furious as well. Then why is it so natural for you to call him Shachi? He's your brother, too. Eua said coldly. I've never treated him like a brother. He is so dishonest, and he even bullied female classmates at school. He just makes me feel sick. Shi Lu Yao said dismissively. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Eua asked. No, Shi Lu Yao replied nonchalantly, still full of disdain. As the person in charge of the Qi Clan's intelligence network, you could easily look into something this trivial with a quick check. So why are you accusing someone without any evidence? Eua said coldly. Why should I investigate? Does he even deserve it? Besides, Eua, isn't that exactly what you think of him too? Shi Lu Yao retorted angrily. Eua's chest heaved with anger, yet she couldn't refute it. That's right. She, too, had once suspected Shachi without any evidence. So what right does she have to accuse Shi Lu Yao? She is a sinner, too. Alright, Eua, have you found Shachi yet? Shang Tian's situation is critical. Shi Lu Yao didn't want to beat around the bush and steered the conversation back on track. Even if I found him, what's the point? You've already implanted the last companion bone. Eua shouted. Eua, why are you yelling? Are you telling us to just stand by and watch Shang Tian die? Shi Lu Yao said with a bitter laugh. Then Shachi, without the companion bone, will die too. Do you realize that? Eua said desperately. She had never thought her sisters were so cold-blooded and heartless. But this time, she truly felt it. Shachi detached the companion bone himself. He isn't afraid of death, so what are you afraid of? Iyue, hurry up and bring Shachi back. He has been cultivating the supreme bone for so many years he must know it inside and out. We need him to figure out the root cause of the rejection reaction. Qi Luyao spoke in a tone that was almost a command. It was the first time in all these years she'd spoken to Iyue like this. No way. Unless you dig out the companion bone for me. Iyue snapped angrily. This was also the first time in all these years she'd argued so fiercely with her younger sister. Iyue, by your logic, are you hoping Shang Tian will die? Fine. Just you, Iyue. Did that bastard Shachi brainwash you or something, making you so ruthless? Qi Luyao demanded, furious. Who is the one being ruthless here, me or you? I was gone for just one night, and you didn't even bother to notify me about something as major as implanting the companion bone? What on earth were you thinking? You told me to bring Shachi back. But now that the companion bone is gone, you still expect him to figure it out? How can you be so shameless? Iyue shouted. She was so worked up that passers-by nearby turned to stare. Some recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Qi clan and immediately backed away. This woman was so cold that no one dared approach her. He is a member of the Qi clan. His younger brother's life is on the line right now. Shouldn't he come back and figure out a way? It's just a companion bone, isn't it? If the rejection reaction continues, Xing Tian will die. Qi Luyao retorted with a double standard. You must have water poured into your brain, you're brainless. I won't get involved in this. And I don't want to either. Iyue hung up the phone abruptly, so furious that she had to brace herself against the guardrail by the roadside just to steady herself. On the other end of the line, Qi Luyao stared blankly at her phone. She never would have imagined that Iyue would curse her like that. Green water poured into your brain? Who exactly is the one without a brain? What had she said wrong? Nothing. Shachi had only lost a companion bone, but Xing Tian, lying on the operating table, was on the brink of death. Iyue leaned against the guardrail, panting wildly. It took her several full minutes to calm down even slightly. But as she thought it over, Iyue realized a very serious problem. She had to rush to the hospital immediately. She had to get Shachi's companion bone back. Otherwise, things would spiral into an irreversible, point-of-no-return situation. With that thought, she immediately ran toward the roadside. Kicking off her cumbersome high heels and tossing them aside. Barefoot, with only her stockings on, she sprinted down the street, flagged down a taxi, and raced toward the hospital. Kangda Private Hospital. The operating room corridor. Seeing Iyue rushing toward her, Qi Luyao, no matter how displeased she was, pushed her wheelchair to meet her. Iyue, where is Shachi? Why did you come alone? Smack! Iyue grabbed Qi Luyao by the collar, her beautiful eyes bloodshot as she glared at her with a terrifying intensity. From her frantic dash, the stockings on Iyue's feet were now in tatters. In the past, she would never have behaved this way. As the CEO of the Qi clan group, she had to maintain her image. But right now, she couldn't care less. Stop the surgery immediately and hand over the companion bone. Iyue roared furiously. Qi Luyao slapped her hand away and snapped back, Iyue, do you even realize what you're saying? Get out of here. Seeing that reason was useless, Iyue charged straight toward the operating room. Determined to burst in, stop the surgery, and retrieve Shachi's companion bone. Third sister, stop her quickly. She has gone mad. Qi Luyao shouted anxiously toward Qi Sanin ahead. Iyue, you've truly lost your mind. As long as I'm here, there is no way I'll let you in. Qi Sanin blocked the doorway, her gaze icy. But without a moment's hesitation, Iyue pulled a knife from her spatial ring and slashed at Qi Sanin. When they saw Iyue draw her blade, all the sisters in the hallway froze in shock. Even Qi Sanin herself could hardly believe it. Iyue actually drew her blade? She? Just how far has she lost her mind? Iyue, you're merely a Grandmaster tier, 4th grade. Do you really think you're my match? I'm at the War God realm. Chi Sanin snapped, kicking the battle axe out of Iyue's hand with one foot while simultaneously slamming her against the wall with one hand. She clamped her hand around Iyue's throat, already tightening her grip slightly, causing Iyue to feel as if she were suffocating. Chi Sanin had spent years fighting on the battlefields beyond the realm. By the time she broke through to the War God realm, she had already become the Dragon Realm's new great war god, the War God Sanin. Iyue managed the family business, so her progress in strength naturally wasn't as rapid as Chi Sanin's. And Chi Sanin was the only one among the sisters to have broken through to the War God realm. Iyue, I don't want to hurt you, but can you please calm down? What on earth did that Sha-Chi guy brainwash you with? Chi Sanin demanded. Her temperament was partly like Iyue's, swift and decisive, ruthless and resolute. But she was more like a proud queen, absolutely and habitually commanding others. In her worldview, there was only good and evil, right and wrong. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. If she were in the clan, she would definitely be the first to react. Not Iyue. Me brainwashed? Ha! In just one night, you implanted the companion bone. Who's really in the wrong here? Iyue's voice was hoarse, yet her gaze remained unnervingly cold. We were indeed at fault in this matter. But wasn't it unavoidable? Chi Sanin said gravely. She knew full well that such an act was as repulsive as murder and desecrating a corpse. But they really had no other choice. On one hand, a human life was at stake. On the other, the companion bone was right there. They couldn't very well not use it, could they? Have you ever considered that perhaps this so-called rejection reaction doesn't actually exist? Iyue asked hoarsely. Seeing that she was having trouble breathing, Chi Sanin loosened her grip slightly. What do you mean, doesn't actually exist? Are you saying Shengtian has been deceiving us all along? That Shengtian colluded with the hospital to deceive us? Then what about second sister's test results? Chi Sanin demanded. What if he deliberately caused the Supreme Bone to trigger a rejection reaction? The 9-dragon physique is an exceptional constitution. As long as he fuses with the Supreme Bone, he can pull off something like this. Iyue retorted. But would he have a reason to do that? What would he gain by doing this? Chi Sanin seemed a bit taken aback as she spoke. Bam! Iyue had just caught her breath when she heard that response and she exploded in rage. Iyue wrenched herself free and slammed a fist hard into her stomach. Iyue, you! Chi Sanin winced in pain. But what angered her even more was that Iyue had struck with lethal force. Iyue moved toward the operating room door. But when she was just 2 steps away, Chi Sanin quickly closed the distance, slamming Iyue to the ground and pinning her down firmly. That hurts like hell. Iyue, you've really lost your mind. Stop acting crazy. Don't force me to use my War God realm power to subdue you. Iyue could see the operating room was just a stone's throw away, yet she couldn't get any closer. She was frantic with anxiety. Just then, Duanshan and Mylan walked up from behind. Seeing this, Duanshan furrowed his brow and asked, "What's going on? Why are you 2 sisters fighting?" Chi Sanin turned back, exasperated. Dad, Iyue has gone crazy. She is trying to storm into the operating room and dig out Shengtian's companion bone. Duanshan's expression froze as he demanded, "Eldest, what on earth are you doing?" Iyue choked out, "Dad, you have to stop this surgery right now. We have to return the companion bone to Sha-Chi. Maybe then he'll forgive us." Duanshan suddenly fell silent. Listening to Iyue's choked voice, his heart grew heavier and heavier. He didn't want it to be this way either. But what choice did he have? Last night, he had forbidden his daughters from telling Iyue. Because he knew Iyue's temper all too well. Once she found out, she would undoubtedly do everything in her power to stop it. He had originally planned to wait until after the surgery to tell Iyue. That way, no matter how angry she got, there would be nothing she could do to change it. "Boss, this is our fault. Once Shachi arrives, we'll make it up to him properly. It took a long time before Duanshan finally blurted out those words. Dad, if someone dug out the companion bone from your body and then offered to compensate you, would you accept that? Yue retorted, her voice breaking. Duanshan's companion bone was different from Shachi's. Shachi's was one he had cultivated himself, while Duanshan's was one he had bought. Originally, Duanshan, who was unable to receive a sacred bone, could never have attained the position of clan head, but he created a miracle using a weaker companion bone. The relationship between a sacred bone and a companion bone is like that of the ocean and a lake. The ocean can give rise to a lake, but a lake cannot give rise to the ocean. Even without a sacred bone, there is a chance for a companion bone to grow within a beast's body. This is the primary source of companion bones for humans. Unfortunately, Shachi's body can no longer accept companion bones of other attributes. He can only accept those produced by the supreme bone. Otherwise, the Qi clan could easily make up for the loss. Boss, calm down. Since it's already happened, we should focus on how to resolve it. Duanshan urged. Unless we return the companion bone to Shachi, this matter will never be resolved. Yue shook his head. Shachi is, after all, a member of our Qi clan. He'll understand, Duanshan said. Even if he can understand, I can't. Dad, he is your own son. Is this really how you treat him? Yue said in despair. Then what do you want me to do? Duanshan lost his temper for a moment and snapped. If they returned the companion bone to Shachi, then Shangtian, lying on the operating table, would face certain doom. Because Shangtian's rejection reaction this time was more severe than any previous one. And upon hearing her father's words, Yue knew there was absolutely no room for compromise. Her father was determined to give the companion bone to Shangtian. Click. The operating room door swung open, and Shangtian, weak and utterly pale, was wheeled out. And to her shock, it was her second older sister, Shire, who was pushing the gurney. In that moment, Yue's world came crashing down. She glared at Shire with all her might, her eyes brimming with overwhelming hatred. Yue, don't blame me. Shangtian's condition was so critical last night, so I had no choice but to. Shire said guiltily, having heard the argument at the door. Yue, third sister, please don't fight over me. I'm the one who's let you all down. I don't have long to live. You two go find my brother. I'm willing to give him back both the supreme bone and the companion bone. Shangtian's weak voice broke his sister's hearts. In reality, his heart was filled with overwhelming rage. He had clearly implanted the last companion bone. So why was there a rejection reaction? The previous rejection reactions had indeed been caused by him on purpose, all to obtain more companion bones. But this time, why? Shachi, you bastard. I'm already a cripple, and yet you still have to screw me over one more time? For martial artists, a rejection reaction from the martial bone is extremely serious at best. It causes a regression in strength at worst. It completely destroys one's cultivation and even puts one's life at risk. Once a rejection reaction occurs, the companion bone and even the sacred bone cannot be removed. It's just like an allergy. Either you tough it out, or you die. To determine if a martial bone can be implanted, simply place a drop of blood on it. If the martial bone shows no reaction, it means implantation is possible. Shangtian was originally able to be implanted. Everything went smoothly up until now. So why did the very last piece go wrong? Little brother, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Hang in there. Sixth sister will immediately coordinate with our nationwide network to find a solution. Qi Luyao said anxiously. Shangtian, I'll go ask my advisor right away to see if he has any ideas. Lin Jiuzhou added hurriedly. Lin Jiuzhou was still a junior. She would graduate next year. After passing the strategist qualification exam, she would join third sister Qi Sanin's unit. Shangtian, don't worry. I'll contact the War Department to see if there's a solution, Qi Sanin added. Her father was right. Since the incident had already happened, they should focus on finding a solution rather than endlessly arguing over pointless right and wrong. Do you even realize what you're saying? If the same thing had happened to Shachi, would you be this worried? Eus said, giving them a cold stare. If they cared even 1% as much about Shachi, things wouldn't have come to this. In them, Eus saw her former self. As she confronted them, Eus was also confronting herself. Boss, don't say any more. Duanshan interrupted, a headache setting in. He didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, but Eus refused to let it go. I'll ask one last time, are you going to return this companion bone, or not? Eus' expression grew even colder. She no longer cared about Duanshan's gaze. Boss, Duanshan was about to speak when Eus cut him off. Eus had completely lost her composure and snapped, Dad, don't say another word, I already know where you stand. With that, she began struggling again, trying to break free from Chi Sanin's grip. Chi Sanin, fearing Eus might do something reckless in the heat of the moment, continued to hold her down. Duanshan sighed and shook his head at Chi Sanin. And only then did Chi Sanin let go of Eus. The very first thing Eus did upon standing up was brush the dust off her clothes. The look she gave her sisters carried the aloofness of a stranger. Her gaze made Shire's heart ache deeply. Shire had arranged for her younger brother Shangtian to undergo surgery, which was tantamount to aiding and abetting the villain. So, in that case, what right did she have to speak up for Shachi? Big sister, where are you going? Duanshan blocked her path and asked. I'm going to find Shachi. Aren't you trying to find a breakthrough through Shachi? Aren't you trying to find a solution for Shangtian? Then I, Eus, should do my part too. Eus left those words behind and turned to walk away. Her back now as resolute as Shachi's. Big sister, Mylan watched her retreating figure, her heart filled with bitter despair. Ever since last night, things had spiraled out of control. Shachi had severed ties. And Shangtian was showing signs of rejection. If even their leader, Eus, were to leave the clan, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Eus been brainwashed by Shachi, let us not get involved. Sixth sister Chi Luyao stepped forward and said coldly. Chi Sanin sighed and had no choice but to pick up her phone to contact the War Department to see if they could find a solution. Shangtian lay on the stretcher, his anger reaching its peak. Eus' attitude. To him, it was a very bad sign. If Eus sided with Shachi, what would he do if the other sisters started defecting as well? The Chi clan was his. He wouldn't allow a few sisters' defection to affect his interests. If Eus truly threatened him, don't blame him for taking extreme measures. When that time came, he would find a way to eliminate Eus. At the entrance to the Bai clan, Eus had waited for 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep or rest. Her delicate, pretty face was etched with exhaustion. Once upon a time, she and her sisters were collectively known as the 9 goddesses of the capital, not only in beauty but also in status. They were all so high and mighty. But now, she bore no resemblance to the goddess she once was. For the past 3 days, the Bai clan had refused to let her in, leaving her standing there at the gate. She recalled all that had happened in the past, and also reflected on her 8th sister's attitude before she went missing. Back then, her 8th sister had had a huge argument with the family over the Shachi incident, even breaking ties with her sisters, and had gone missing ever since. Only now did she finally understand how her 8th sister had felt back then. But it was already too late. Eus' heart was filled with sorrow. How she longed to confide in 8th sister. But 8th sister's phone was no longer reachable. Head of the clan, the eldest daughter of the Chi clan, has been waiting at the gate for 3 days and 3 nights. Shall we invite her in? The servant, seeing Wan and the other emerge from their seclusion, immediately stepped forward to greet them. As a servant, he could not make a decision on Wan's behalf, much less utter the words "send Eus away." What is she here for? Wan furrowed his brow and asked. She says she is here to apologize to the son-in-law. For the past 3 days, she has been standing at the gate, not moving an inch. In matters like this, the servant could only state the facts and not express his own opinion on the matter. The Bai clan had already severed ties with the Chi clan. And a single misstep in his words could provoke the clan head's displeasure. An apology? Too late. Go out and tell Yue to leave. Tell her it's the clan head's orders. Juan said angrily. Now she's regretting it? What took her so long? Besides, who knows if Yue's apology is even because of Bone? Never mind, I'll go see her anyway. Shachi shook her head to herself, speaking with a touch of resignation. Shachi, the Qi clan is already in this state, why are you still going? Juan asked anxiously. Even though Shachi had given up on the Qi clan, she had still spent 5 years there. And they were blood relatives. One was truly afraid that Shachi might have a change of heart and return to the Qi clan. Shachi knew what she was worried about. She looked at her seriously and said, "Don't worry. I'm just going to settle things with Yue once and for all, so she won't bother me anymore." There was no way Shachi could ever forgive the Qi clan. The moment she severed ties, all connections were completely cut off. Do you want me to go with you? Juan asked. It's fine. I'll just have a quick word with Yue, then I'll be back, Shachi said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you in the living room, Juan said, looking at him. Since Shachi put it that way, Juan trusted him. And even though she was the head of the Bai clan, she gave Shachi plenty of space. It was precisely this feeling that made Shachi feel more at ease than ever before. He had enough of his 5 years with the Qi clan after meeting Juan, the difference was immediately clear. Shachi patted Juan on the shoulder, then, led by a servant, headed straight for the door. At the main gate, Yue watched Shachi walking toward her. And her beautiful eyes sparkled for a moment, finally brimming with a lively radiance. Yue hurried to meet Shachi, her previously expressionless face finally broke into a smile. Her anticipation and joy clearly evident. Little brother, you finally agreed to see me. Yue exclaimed excitedly. But the word brother on her lips struck Shachi as a profound mockery. Shachi coldly interrupted, Miss Qi, please state your business. I fear that dealing with a good-for-nothing like me might bring dishonor to your Qi clan. A flash of pain crossed Yue's face. But it was quickly replaced by a smile once more. Little brother, I know I've let you down these past years and neglected to care for you. Dad and Mylan told me to bring you home. But I don't want to do that. If you don't want to go back, I respect your decision. I just hope you'll give me a chance to make amends for the past. Yue said sincerely. Miss Qi, we both know that saying things like this is pointless now. Just state your purpose. Did something go wrong with Shangtian's fusion of the companion bones? Shachi asked. This had already happened in his previous life. Given Shangtian's cunning, once he obtained the companion bones, he would certainly find a way to transplant them into himself as soon as possible, but that was precisely the biggest problem. If it were just a single supreme bone, or the companion bone of a supreme bone, there wouldn't be a problem. But once all the companion bones were gathered, they would cause Shangtian's body to reject them. Because they were all raised by Shachi. Flowing through them was Shachi's essence blood. How do you know? Yue froze for a moment and asked instinctively. Just as I thought. I knew coming to see me wouldn't mean anything good. I can't help with Shangtian's situation. Shachi smiled. His smile so cold. There is actually a way to solve this problem, but Shangtian is unwilling and unable to accept it. Because it would require removing the companion bones. In his previous life, Shachi had replaced all of Shangtian's blood with his own to resolve this thorny problem. In this life, they had no idea how long it would take to solve it. Of course, Shachi hoped Shangtian would die. Little brother, I never intended for you to solve Shangtian's problem either. When I found out about the transplant, I was furious. I stormed into the hospital to take your companion bone back, but your third older sister stopped me. Never mind, let us not talk about these unpleasant things. I've prepared some gifts for you. I hope they can make up for all your birthdays over the past 18 years. As Yue spoke, she took the gifts out of her spatial ring. They were beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Smiling, she began with the gift for his first birthday and handed it to Sha-Chi. But Sha-Chi didn't take it. She didn't take it to heart, placing the first birthday gift in front of Sha-Chi and continuing to introduce the second one. Sha-Chi said nothing and didn't interrupt her, merely watching her performance coldly until she had introduced all 18 gifts. Only then did she look up at Sha-Chi again, her smile as radiant as a flower, and say, "Little brother, happy 18th birthday. Congratulations on coming of age." Sha-Chi snorted disdainfully, glanced at her, and said, "Miss Chi, are you done with this make-believe game? If you're done, I'm leaving." Iyue panicked, hurriedly grabbing Sha-Chi's hand. "Little brother, I know this isn't enough to make up for your pain, but please, give me a chance, okay?" Sha-Chi shook his head and said, "Don't bother. What's done is done, it can't be undone. Miss Chi, I've stood here with you for so long that should be enough to satisfy your desire to play house. Now please leave. I have no connection to the Chi clan anymore. And I hope you won't bother me anymore from now on." Iyue froze in her tracks, her beautiful eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. "Little brother, it wasn't until that night 4 days ago that I finally understood what you'd been through. All I want is a chance to make amends. Can't you be a little less heartless?" Sha-Chi gave her a cold, dismissive glance and said, "I'm a thief with a violent streak, so please, Miss Chi, don't waste your time on me, I can't afford it." "Little brother. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. Little brother, I truly realize I was wrong. Thanks a lot. If you're that bored, you can turn right when you leave and go feed the pigeons in the park. I really don't feel like wasting my time here with you. Sha-Chi, do I have to kneel before you for you to forgive me?" Iyue choked out in despair. "Can't hold it in anymore? Don't hold it in. Haven't you already cursed me 100,000 times in your heart?" Sha-Chi sneered. "I haven't," Iyue said as tears streamed down her face. "Miss Chi, I'm not your Chi clan's dog. I won't be summoned at your whim and dismissed just as easily. Do you understand?" Sha-Chi snapped angrily. "I'm sorry." Iyue leaned weakly against the doorframe beside her, her body trembling slightly. "Don't bother me anymore," Sha-Chi said, then turned and walked into the Bai clan compound. As Sha-Chi's figure gradually faded from view, Iyue wept uncontrollably, her vision blurred by tears. Was it really true, as the orphanage director had said, that a broken mirror could never be mended? No. She wouldn't accept that. She longed to go back in time, so that she could prevent this from ever happening again. "Sha-Chi, how did things go?" One stood up as soon as she saw him approaching and handed him a cup of hot tea. Sha-Chi was deeply touched and smiled at her. "I've already warned her not to bother me. I'm sure the young lady of the Chi clan values her reputation." Based on Sha-Chi's understanding of Iyue, once Iyue has done something, she won't do it a second time. It's not that Iyue lacks patience, but rather that she possesses absolute confidence and ability. If something didn't work the first time, it's either impossible to succeed or her approach was wrong. Just like now, Sha-Chi had issued a clear warning. So someone as smart as Iyue should understand Sha-Chi's stance and stop wasting her time on him. Juan nodded and smiled, "That's good. Let us go eat. I'll show you what I can do." Sha-Chi chuckled, "You can cook? You're the head of the Bai clan, after all." Juan flashed her tiny fist and said, "My buns are delicious. Want to try some?" Sha-Chi's gaze drifted downward, landing on her rather ample chest. And as he appraised her, he nodded. Juan didn't immediately catch on to Sha-Chi's stare. But once she realized what was happening, she was instantly overcome with shame and indignation. She landed a playful punch on Sha-Chi's shoulder and huffed, "You're so naughty." Sha-Chi laughed heartily and followed her into the kitchen. Sha-Chi had originally thought she really knew her way around the kitchen. But when she actually started cooking, Sha-Chi was devastated. Even the Bai clan's head chef was devastated. If they locked this girl in the kitchen, she set the whole place on fire. In the end, with no other choice, Shachi took over the cooking himself, preparing 4 dishes and a soup for her. Only then did he manage to shut her chattering little mouth. Although Shachi's cooking skills weren't on par with a professional chef's, it was the best meal Juan had ever eaten. Because Shachi had made it for her. And it was the very first meal Shachi had ever cooked just for her. Chi clan. It was clearly only a half-day's journey, yet Yue took a whole day to get there. By the time she returned home, she was a shell of her former self, her beautiful eyes completely devoid of any sparkle. Yue, what's wrong? Did that bastard Shachi bully you? Wuxuan snapped angrily. As the 5th child of the clan, Wuxuan had undergone the Qi clan's bloodline purification ritual from the day she was adopted. Her older sisters had each made a name for themselves in their respective fields. And she wasn't half bad herself. Her assassination skills were unmatched by almost anyone in the entire country. Over the past 2 years, she had traveled the globe, assassinating numerous human traitors, while also accidentally killing many innocent people. She had a tendency to get fixated on things and had a radical personality. Whatever she believed to be true was the truth. The most iconic incident occurred when a family in Magic City was assassinated, and the last surviving orphan was hunted down relentlessly. When she arrived on the scene, the survivor cornered by the assassin had burned through his life force and cultivation to launch a counterattack. Yet she interpreted this as the strong preying on the weak. So she killed him and let the assassin go. Even when the Martial Path Bureau slapped the assassin's wanted notice in her face, she still came up with a whole bunch of justifications to convince herself that her actions were perfectly fine. Yue knew her personality all too well. And even though she was exhausted, she still explained, Wuxuan, don't read too much into this. It's not what you think. But Wuxuan flew into a rage, so it's not what I think. When you go crazy, you'll even storm into an operating room to look for Shachi and stay gone for 3 days and 3 nights. If Shachi wasn't bullying you, who in their right mind would believe that? Eus said anxiously, I really didn't. Wuxuan, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Wuxuan paid no heed, grabbed a dagger, and rushed out. Yue, stop talking. I'm going to find Shachi right now and get justice for you. Dona Yue tried to chase after him, but she couldn't keep up. She was too weak. Just then, her old condition flared up again, causing her excruciating pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her forehead. She tremblingly pulled out her phone, trying to call Shachi. But the call wouldn't go through. She couldn't send a Feishin message either. Because every single way she had to contact Shachi had been blocked. Now, what was streaming down her face wasn't just cold sweat, it was tears of despair. After leaving the clan, Wuxuan headed straight for the Bai clan. She intended to demand the person back from the Bai clan. Surely the Bai clan wouldn't dare to stop her. Shachi, get your ass out here. Wuxuan, clad in her combat gear, stood before the main gate and shouted fiercely, ignoring the guards rushing out from the Bai clan. The guards surrounded her, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. They knew who Wuxuan was. The notorious madwoman of the capital. When she was 16, she killed the head of the Lin family of the first tier, simply because she suspected him of having a copper smelting fetish. Risking her life, she went to verify the truth herself. As she probed him time and again, the Lin family patriarch, having reached his limit, ordered her to be arrested, a move that only solidified her suspicions. She revealed her hidden power, using her emerald tier, 3rd grade strength to cut through the Lin family guards holding her captive. Only then did the Lin family patriarch realize she was the daughter of the Qi clan. But it was already too late for regrets. The Qi clan's elite forces arrived and brought the head of the Lin family to justice on her behalf. As news of this incident spread, it sent shockwaves through the entire capital. Everyone kept their distance. Even the mere mention of her name struck fear into people's hearts. Shachi, don't think hiding with the Bai clan will save you. Since you dared to do these things, sowing chaos within our Qi clan and brainwashing Yue into taking Sheng Tian's life, you must pay the price. Wuxuan's gaze was icy as she stared intently toward the main gate. Her voice, amplified by her power, echoed through the Bai clan compound and carried far beyond. "Miss Chi, you are not welcome here at the Bai clan. Please leave." The lead guard watched her warily, ready to strike at any moment. Wuxuan swept a scornful glance over them and said, "As long as you hand over Sha Qi willingly, I certainly won't cause you any trouble. But if you refuse, it means you're declaring war on our Qi clan. You'd better weigh the consequences for yourselves." Wuxuan had come not only to seek justice for a Yue, but also to purge the Qi clan of its scum. Even if Sha Qi revealed the solution to the companion bonus rejection, she would still have Sha Qi locked up in the Qi clan's dungeon. "Miss Qi, this is the Bai clan's territory. Even as one of the 5 precious daughters of the Qi clan, you have no right to boss us around," the lead guard said coldly. "So, are you saying you intend to aid the tyrant?" Wuxuan sneered sarcastically. "Do you get to define what aiding the tyrant means? Just because your Qi clan is a prominent clan in the capital, does that give you the right to judge anyone's actions?" The lead guard retorted. Wuxuan grew irritated and said coldly, "I'll ask one last time, are you going to hand her over or not?" The lead guard drew his sword and addressed the group, saying, "If you insist on trespassing onto Bai clan territory, the consequences will be more than you can bear." Wuxuan smiled and said contemptuously, "There are no consequences in the capital that I cannot bear." With that, Wuxuan moved. Her speed as a master of the Qi clan's martial arts techniques was as fast as an afterimage. The lead guard possessed emerald tier strength, and most of the other guards were general tier. But they couldn't even make out Wuxuan's speed. Not only was Wuxuan fast, but she could also conceal her aura, catching her opponents off guard. Whoosh! Wuxuan flashed and appeared behind the lead guard. As she struck out with her palm, she sent the lead guard flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood droplets spread like a mist. The moment the lead guard hit the ground, he was unable to get back up. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the guards were struck down by her. If this were a battlefield, they would have been nothing but corpses long ago. Wuxuan looked down on the motionless figures with disdain, then walked through the Bai clan gates with a cold smile. Did they really think they could stop her? As if they were even worthy? Wan, accompanied by her uncles and other clan elders, approached with grim expressions. Wuxuan's actions had not only enraged the Bai clan but had also crossed their red line. "Wuxuan, I advise you to surrender peacefully. Otherwise, even if your father comes in person, he won't be able to save you." Wan stood before the gate and said coldly, "What do you mean? Are you actually trying to arrest me?" Blocked by Wan, Wuxuan eyed her with disdain. Wan was beautiful, with a graceful figure and elegant demeanor, and as the head of the Bai clan, it was baffling why she would go out of her way to protect that good-for-nothing Sha Qi. However, the more Wan acted this way, the more certain Wuxuan became of Sha Qi's brainwashing skills. "You injured my Bai clan guards. Why shouldn't I arrest you?" Wan demanded. "Behind me stands the Qi clan, a clan that holds the town in its grasp, while you are nothing more than a third-rate clan." Wuxuan sneered, not taking Wan seriously at all. "So you're saying you don't even need to abide by the laws of the Dragon Realm?" Wan said coldly. "Your Bai clan is so biased toward Sha Qi, clearly, you're no better yourselves. Even if I were to destroy the Bai clan today, I'd be upholding justice on behalf of heaven. Hand over Sha Qi, or face the consequences." A dagger suddenly appeared in Wuxuan's hand as he glared at Wan with murderous intent. "Arrest her and take her to the Martial Path Bureau." Wan gave the order to the people behind her. But just then, Wuxuan's figure vanished once more, charging straight toward Wan. "Watch out!" Wan's eldest uncle cried out in alarm, immediately stepping in front of her. Wan was their clan's greatest hope. Nothing could happen to her. Thud! Wuxuan kicked Wan's uncle away with a single blow. And as he closed in, he pressed the sharp dagger against Wan's fair neck. Seeing Wuxuan take Wan hostage, the hearts of the Bai clan members leapt into their throats. "Hand over Sha Qi, and I might let you off." Wuxuan's mocking voice rang in Wan's ear. Wan showed no fear, her delicate face betrayed no emotion. The eyes beneath her eye patch suddenly snapped open, and vast spiritual energy surged through her. Wuxuan, you're finished. Your threats now will only add to the charges against you later. Wan was already preparing to counterattack. What a joke! Who do you think you are? You dare to pass judgment on me? Wuxuan dismissed the remark with a shrug. Anyone who would associate with Shaqi couldn't possibly be a good person. The Bai clan must be committing heinous crimes behind the scenes, it's just that most people don't know about it. Since you're so certain, why not give it a try? Wan's spiritual energy began to radiate outward. And an invisible aura of intimidation poured down upon Wuxuan, causing even him to feel the pressure. Strength is the source of a martial artist's power. While spiritual energy is a formidable ability possessed by only a select few martial artists. Once spiritual energy is cultivated to a certain level, it can be projected outward at the level of the Bai clan's patriarch. Even a single glance is enough to kill. Wuxuan, what are you doing? Just as Wan was about to strike, an anxious voice rang out. After receiving a call from Yue, Shire had rushed to the Bai clan in a panic, but she was still a step too late. Shire, why are you here? Wuxuan asked in surprise. If I hadn't come, were you going to kill someone? A hint of anger flashed across Shire's face. Whether or not I kill someone depends on the Bai clan's attitude. As long as the Bai clan hands over Shaqi, I might still show leniency, Wuxuan said with a sneer. She was giving the Bai clan a chance to reform. If they didn't seize it, then the Bai clan would be wiped out. Wuxuan, let go. Don't make this any bigger than it needs to be, okay? Shire pleaded. Never mind that the Bai clan and the Qi clan were closely connected. Even if it were just any ordinary family, she couldn't possibly let Wuxuan run wild. Shire, the Bai clan clearly aren't good people. Who knows how many heinous deeds they've committed? So why are you so worried? Wuxuan remained unconcerned as he spoke. Do you have any evidence? Shire asked, on the verge of breaking down. Not yet. But as long as you let me search the Bai clan, I guarantee I'll find it. Wuxuan stated confidently. Without evidence, what are you even talking about? What are you trying to do, ruin the relationship between our two families? Shire moved closer, trying to wrestle the knife away from Wuxuan. But Wuxuan took several steps back, pulling Wan along with him. Wuxuan, are you going to let him go or not? Shire was unusually angry. No matter how tolerant she usually was of Wuxuan's temper, this was a matter of life and death. Could she really allow Wuxuan to act recklessly? Shire, go back. I'll handle this, Wuxuan said, shaking his head. Let him go. Shire said through gritted teeth. No way. Wuxuan refused. The Bai clan showed not the slightest sign of remorse. So why should she let them go? Don't you even listen to me anymore? Shire was genuinely furious. Shire, I've already told you I'll handle this. Why won't you go back? Wuxuan asked, her voice tinged with impatience. Shire was furious. Seeing that Wuxuan wouldn't listen to reason no matter what, she pulled a dagger from her spatial ring and held it against her own throat. It was the first time Wuxuan had seen Shire act so recklessly. Not only was she stunned, but she was also deeply shocked. Shire, what are you doing? Put that knife down right now. Wuxuan said anxiously. If you dare do anything unforgivable today, I'll atone for it with my life. Shire's voice grew colder, tinged with despair. Wuxuan was already at the end of his rope. The Bai clan was like this. Shire was no exception. Why were they all taking Shaqi's side, making excuses for that bastard? Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of footsteps rapidly approached. More than 10 vehicles bearing the Marshal Path Bureau's markings arrived outside the Bai clan compound. Dozens of Marshal Path Bureau SWAT officers rushed out of the vehicles and aimed their guns at Wuxuan. Dozens of special police officers, each possessing emerald tier strength, immediately surrounded Wuxuan with their weapons drawn, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. Who called the police? Wuxuan snapped, her voice filled with rage. At that moment, she had no evidence against the Bai clan in her possession, which meant that by holding the Bai clan's head, hostage, she was guilty. If the police took her away, even if she claimed the Bai clan had committed heinous crimes, they couldn't rashly search the Bai clan for evidence because that's standard procedure. I called the police. So what? Shachi strode over coldly, her voice brimming with intense anger. It was one thing for the Qi clan to come looking for trouble, but to actually take Wan hostage. Did these people really have to go this far? What on earth were they thinking? Shire couldn't help but freeze, panic rising in her heart. As long as the Martial Path Bureau hadn't arrived, the situation was still manageable. She could still beg the Bai clan for forgiveness. But once the Martial Path Bureau arrived, things would spiral out of control. Shachi, you despicable scoundrel. After all the underhanded things you've done, you actually have the nerve to play the victim and call in the Martial Path Bureau? Qi Wuxuan demanded angrily. Your Qi clan forced me to hand over the last companion bone, only to transplant it into Shengtian that very night. Who is the real scoundrel here? Shachi snapped. Withdraw your complaint immediately. This is a matter between the two of us. Don't drag the Martial Path Bureau into it. Wuxuan said, glaring at him. As long as Shachi withdrew the complaint, Wuxuan could settle the rest using the Qi clan's influence and standing, since that aligned with the Martial Path Bureau's procedures. Why should I withdraw the complaint? Do you want to keep holding us hostage and keeping a knife to our throats? Shachi simply couldn't fathom Wuxuan's line of thinking. It was clearly Wuxuan who had taken Wan hostage, yet he had the nerve to say something like that? Fine, fine. You're going to keep making a scene like this, aren't you? Wuxuan was furious as well and snapped. Everyone, what are you all standing there for? Does even the Martial Path Bureau, the very symbol of justice and fairness, fear the Qi clan's tyranny? Shachi turned and said coldly. The members of the Martial Path Bureau had been waiting for an opportunity. Seeing that Wuxuan wouldn't back down, they had no choice but to take forceful action. Whoosh! The crowd charged at Wuxuan in unison. At that moment, she gave up struggling and resisting. Even though she was the Qi clan's heiress, if she defied the Martial Path Bureau, not even the Qi clan could protect her. Moreover, it would bring shame upon the Qi clan's reputation. It was already embarrassing enough that the Qi clan had produced someone like Shachi. She would never be like Shachi. No. Shire tried desperately to stop them. But with things having reached this point, the situation was already beyond her control. Wuxuan was arrested. She was also fitted with gleaming silver handcuffs. Under Shire's gaze, filled with sorrow and helplessness, she was escorted into the police car. Wuxuan blared coldly at Shachi, and all of you from the Bai clan. Don't think that just because you got the Martial Path Bureau involved, you can punish me. Sooner or later, I'll uncover evidence of the Bai clan's crimes, and I'll destroy the Bai clan with my own hands. Immediately afterward, she was escorted away by SWAT officers and disappeared from everyone's sight. Shachi hurried over. Seeing that Wan wasn't injured, he was half relieved, but the rage in his heart wouldn't subside. He just told the Yue to stop bothering him. Yet in just a few hours, Wuxuan had already held a knife to Wan's throat. Shachi, I beg you, go talk to the police and work things out. Don't let them convict her. She is your sister, after all. Shire pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. Get out. Shachi was so furious he felt dizzy. He snapped. Sister? How dare she even mention that word? Shachi, you know her personality all too well. She has always been this obsessive. As long as you agree to settle this, I promise she'll never show her face to you again. Shire assured him. She couldn't control Wuxuan. But at that moment, that was all she could say. I told you to get lost, don't you understand? Shachi roared, his rage intensifying. Not only would he refuse to reconcile, but he intended to hold Wuxuan accountable. Shachi, don't be like this. Dad and Mylan want you to come back. But if you send Wuxuan to jail, they'll definitely be upset. Shire pleaded. What's that got to do with me? Shao-Chi sneered. Dad, Mylan has realized she hasn't paid enough attention to you over the years, and they're willing to make it up to you. Please calm down, okay? Shire pleaded softly. There was a time when Shao-Chi was so obedient and understanding, but the expression on his face now was so cold and heartless. You came here to stab me, and now you expect me to forgive you? I'm not that pathetic. There's no way I'll ever forgive you. I absolutely won't. If the Shao-Chi of the past had merely been disillusioned with the Chi clan, then now, he was filled with hatred for them. Shao-Chi! Shut up! No sooner had Shire spoken than Shao-Chi rudely cut her off. Her voice made Shao-Chi feel sick to his stomach. Shao-Chi strode forward to help the Bai clan members carry the injured guards to the hospital, leaving Shire alone at the scene, weeping. Shire admitted that she had helped Xingtian perform the surgery and felt terribly guilty toward Shao-Chi. But hadn't she had no other choice? Wasn't she also doing her best to make things right? She wiped away her tears and rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible to inform Duanshan of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Duanshan was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. Duanshan knew Wuxuan's personality well. She was a bit extreme and impulsive, but she was a good person. Wuxuan, because of Xingtian's situation, wanted to force Shao-Chi to come up with a solution. Although this approach was not advisable, Shao-Chi couldn't very well send her to prison. Xingtian lay in his hospital bed, writhing in pain, but this incident also gave him hope that the Chi clan and Shao-Chi would finally break ties completely. Shao-Chi's departure from the Chi clan isn't enough to guarantee his safety. Only by turning the Chi clan against Shao-Chi can he secure his position within the clan. Why? Shire, why would you send your sister to prison? Mylan sat nearby, covering her face as she wept. We're all family. Why make things hard for our own people? I told you we should kick that bastard out ages ago. He has been in the Chi clan for 5 years, and now that he has gotten too big for his britches, he actually dared to do something like this. Sixth sister, Chi Lu Yao exclaimed angrily. Sixth sister, please stop. After all, this is my fault. I'll go beg big brother to let Wuxuan out. Xingtian coughed violently as he sat up from his hospital bed. His frail, pale appearance tugged at the hearts of everyone in the room. Chi Lu Yao hurriedly held him back. Little brother, your rejection reaction is still so severe. Don't do anything rash. We'll handle this. Xingtian shook his head and insisted on sitting up, which only made everyone even more anxious. Chi Lu Yao was furious inside. She wanted nothing more than to throw Shao-Chi in there herself. Just look. Look at what they've driven her brother to. If Shao-Chi had even a shred of conscience, she wouldn't have gone this far. Alright, I'll go beg the Bai clan to release him. Duanshan sighed and stood up. Chi Lu Yao hurriedly said, Dad, you're the head of the Chi clan, but what about the Bai clan's status and standing? Why should you be the one to beg them? Then what else can we do? Duanshan sighed again and walked out of the hospital room with his cell phone in hand. It's all my fault. I've got no hope left anyway. I might as well just die. Xingtian covered his face and wept, his sobs breaking everyone's hearts. No. You absolutely mustn't do anything rash. Chi Lu Yao panicked and immediately tried to stop him. Sixth sister, big brother is your biological brother. I'll go get him back. As long as I return the supreme bone and the companion bone to him, this matter will be resolved. After I die, you'll all be a loving family again. Xingtian said through his tears. No. I can't possibly stand by and let anything happen to you. That scum Shao-Chi will never be my brother. Chi Lu Yao exclaimed indignantly. The more Xingtian acted this way, the more agitated she became. Although Xingtian was defending Shao-Chi at every turn and acting in the best interests of the Chi clan, his actions were actually driving a wedge between them, making their relationship even more strained. Outside the door, Duanshan dialed Wan's number. He had hoped to seek Wan's forgiveness for this matter, but Wan's attitude was extremely cold. She insisted that Wuxuan must pay the price he deserved. He wanted to speak with Shachi, but Wan flatly refused. Over the phone, Wan criticized his conduct and further accused him of treating Shachi differently all these years. After hanging up, an acquaintance from the Martial Path Bureau called, saying that the incident involving Wuxuan holding Wan hostage had escalated into a major scandal, and the Bai clan was demanding that the Martial Path Bureau initiate the trial proceedings as soon as possible, which made his anger flare up. As the head of the Qi clan, he had already humbled himself enough to beg for mercy. But did Wan really have to go this far for Shachi's sake? By acting this way, what does she expect to become of the relationship between our two families? Third sister, are you busy? Something has happened at home. Qi Luyao dialed her third sister's number and got straight to the point. What's wrong? Qi Sanin was currently in the War Department, trying to figure out a solution for Sheng Tian's situation. Qi Luyao's words made her tense up instantly. That bastard Shachi actually had Wuxuan arrested. Wuxuan clearly didn't do anything wrong, but he is going to put Wuxuan on trial and even send him to prison. Qi Luyao said, seething with rage. What exactly is going on? Qi Sanin asked, frowning. Shachi actually set a for Wuxuan and framed him. Qi Luyao distorted the facts, claiming that Wuxuan's attack had been a setup by the Bai clan. If Wuxuan truly deserved his punishment, Qi Sanin wouldn't have cared at all. But since the Bai clan had gone to such lengths to frame him, she couldn't possibly stand by and watch Wuxuan bear the burden of unfounded charges. She hadn't intended to abuse her power, but she'd been forced into it. Shachi was soaking in the medicinal solution Wan had prepared for him, undergoing a new round of body tempering. On the surrounding murals, specks of golden light rose and gathered toward his body, circulating within him alongside the effects of the solution before finally converging at his heart. After 3 days of absorption, signs of revival had already begun to appear within Shachi's body. Once he had fully recovered, it would be time to formally reshape the supreme bone. Unable to reach Wan, who was deep within the forbidden zone, Qi Sanin called Wan's uncle instead. The Bai clan uncle's stubborn refusal to budge left Qi Sanin thoroughly annoyed. Let me emphasize this once more, with things having come to this, don't give me any more of that same old. Over the years, our Qi clan has been of no small help to you. Even if my Wuxuan injured your people, we're still willing to compensate you. The Bai clan's uncle, however, let out a cold laugh and said, as I've said, we've already given the Qi clan's fifth young lady a chance. It was she who chose not to cherish it. Yes. Your Qi clan's third young lady is the newly crowned war god of the Eastern Theater, holding a high rank and great power. But we of the Bai clan aren't pushovers either. We won't stand idly by while you act as our Bai clan's henchman. Qi Sanin couldn't help but feel anger welling up in her eyes. She had already agreed to compensate them. What more did the Bai clan want? Were they trying to use this incident to extort money? To gain even greater benefits? No matter how extreme Wuxuan's personality might be in everyday life, he wasn't someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. If the Bai clan hadn't set a trap, how could Wuxuan have acted this way? 100 million. Settle this with my Wuxuan. Qi Sanin said coldly. Out of the question. The Bai clan's eldest uncle flatly refused. 300 million. Qi Sanin continued to raise the stakes. Third young lady, if I were to treat the head of your Qi clan in the same way and offer you another 500 million in compensation, would you agree to that? The eldest uncle retorted sarcastically. Do you really think I can't resolve this? As the war god of the dragon realm, freeing that person would be a piece of cake. Qi Sanin shouted angrily. She was negotiating with the Bai clan to avoid giving others ammunition to criticize her. But the Bai clan's attitude was simply outrageous. Even though she was rarely present at the Qi clan, her sisters, Qi Sanin's sisters, were not people the Bai clan could bully. If you can get the Qi clan's fifth young lady out, that you're doing it has nothing to do with us. We, the Bai clan, have only one demand. And that is to punish them severely. Her uncle hung up the phone after delivering those words. Chi Sanin's chest rose and fell violently. Her ample curves a sight to behold, though she was alone in the office at that moment. She slammed her phone down on the desk. Her gaze as cold as ice. So much for the Bai clan. So much for Shachi. How come I never realized before just how skilled you are at brainwashing? You've even dragged the Bai clan into this. Don't think that just because you have the Bai clan backing you, I can't do anything to you. All it takes is one word from me. And I can make sure you can't take the college entrance exam. Chi Sanin only went all out to destroy her enemies, but Shachi was certainly worthy of such treatment. Someone capable of subverting the Chi clan to this extent. Wasn't he, that person, an enemy? Late at night, as Shachi and Wan emerged from the forbidden area, Chi Sanin's eldest uncle hurried up to them and relayed her threat in full. Upon hearing this, Wan's face twisted into a cold smile, her brimming with scorn, threatening Shachi and us through the college entrance exam? Don't even think about it. Even if Chi Sanin has the power to cut off Shachi's path to the regular college entrance exam, I have the power to ensure Shachi takes the independent exam route. The elder uncle couldn't help but grow anxious and said. But Wan, the independent college entrance exam route won't work. Most of the people who take the independent exam are those who couldn't be selected through the regular college entrance exam. Either there's a problem with their background, or they're past the age limit. According to the standards of the independent college entrance exam, no matter who it is, they'll have 20% of their exam score deducted. Plus, they'll be looked down upon by some top universities, which will ruin their future. Wan waved her hand. She knew exactly what her uncle was saying. But wasn't this a last resort? Besides, if Shachi were to dominate the college entrance exam, she wouldn't have to worry about those top universities looking down on her. As long as Shachi demonstrated enough talent and dominance, even those universities would ignore the Chi clan's threats and recruit her. Shachi, do you believe you can make a splash in the college entrance exams, not just in the capital, but across the entire nation? Even if Shachi couldn't quite reach that level, she had to say it anyway. Because Shachi was right in the midst of rebuilding his confidence. Then do you believe in me? Shachi asked with a soft chuckle. I do. Wan nodded firmly. Since you believe in me so much, I'll naturally give it my all. Shachi looked at her earnestly and promised. Great. Wan smiled back at him, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. On the day Shachi rebuilt the Supreme Bone, she would announce it to the entire nation, letting the world know that the former prodigy had made a powerful comeback. Even if the Chi clan, even if someone tried to sabotage him behind the scenes, as long as the Bai clan had his back and the Supreme Bone made a stunning impact, it would be enough to attract numerous factions to rally behind Shachi. By then, no one would be able to touch him. Uncle, tell the third young lady of the Chi clan that no matter what tricks she has up her sleeve, she should go ahead and use them all. If we're afraid, then the Bai clan will change its name and retreat into complete seclusion. Wan let out a cold laugh, turned, and led Shachi away. Her assertiveness and decisiveness vanished the moment she turned. Instead, she acted like a little girl, pestering Shachi to make her a late-night snack. Shachi chuckled as he gently tickled her delicate nose and led her toward the kitchen. Wan protected him, gave him hope. So as long as Wan stayed by his side for the rest of her life, he would never abandon her. When Chi Sanin answered the call, she assumed the Bai clan's eldest uncle was calling to negotiate, so she already adopted a haughty stance. But the Bai clan's eldest uncle's refusal made her face turn pale in an instant. Was she supposed to pull out all the stops? Could the Bai clan really withstand that? Was this simply the Bai clan's own arrogance? Or was it the confidence born from Shachi's brainwashing? Don't you realize how serious this is yet? If I so much as say the word, Shachi will be expelled from his school, and not a single school in the entire capital will dare to accept him. Chi Sanin asked with a cold sneer. Without the companion bone, Shachi already had little hope. And if he were to take the path of the independent college entrance exam, what difference would that make from bringing shame upon himself? That is none of the third young lady of the Chi clan's concern. I suggest you focus your attention on your younger sister instead. After all, she has no more than 40 odd hours left. Her eldest uncle dismissed her concerns. In just over 40 hours, the Marshall Path Bureau's interrogation process would conclude, and a verdict on Wuxuan would have to be reached. He was eager to see how the Qi clan could possibly turn the tide. Fine. I'll just have to see how you beg me next. Qi Sanning coldly ended the call. Then turned to call the principal of Beijing No. 15 High School. Lu Pingping was in the middle of a drinking party, clinking glasses with a large group of Beijing bigwigs seated before him. He smiled obsequiously, toasting each one in turn. His grin resembling that of a sycophant in a TV drama, a sight that left one both amused and exasperated. His cell phone in his pocket began to ring. Seeing an unknown number, Lu Pingping felt a pang of uncertainty. A sales pitch? Or a scam call? He excused himself to the bigwigs in the private room and hurried outside to answer the call. Before he could even speak, the voice on the other end nearly made his knees go weak. Lu Pingping, right? This is Qi Sanning, the newly crowned war god of the Eastern Theater Command. Cold sweat nearly broke out on Lu Pingping's forehead. The education system and the War Department weren't part of the same faction at all. Although they maintained some contact, their ties were shallow. This was Dragon Realm's system of checks and balances, designed to prevent the War Department from becoming too powerful through regulatory constraints. If the War Department were to co-opt the entire education system, then it would be completely unchecked. Not only did he have no ties to the Eastern Theater Command, but he also had no connection to Qi Sanning, the heiress of the Qi clan. So why was she calling him? Surely she wasn't trying to strike some shady deal with him? War God Sanning, hello. This is Lu Pingping. How may I assist you? Lu Pingping chuckled, rubbing her hands together nervously. I want you to fire Sha Qi immediately. Can you do that? Qi Sanning's tone was so haughty, as if she were giving an order to a subordinate. Sha Qi? Lu Pingping was taken aback and said, Isn't he the young master of your Qi clan? Why on earth would you want me to fire him out of the blue? Qi Sanning replied coldly, he has severed ties with our Qi clan and has absolutely no connection to us anymore. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Lu Pingping replied cautiously, I can do it, but I need to know the reason. Qi Sanning snapped, he crossed the Qi clan's red line, was expelled from the family, and has been blacklisted by our Qi clan. Is that reason good enough? Hearing this, Lu Pingping fell silent. Back then, relying on the fact that Sha Qi's elementary school homeroom teacher was an old friend of his, he had gradually lured Sha Qi into No. 15 high school. He had intended to watch Sha Qi soar to great heights, hoping to become a celebrity in the capital himself, with reporters from all over vying to cover him. But in the end, not long after Sha Qi entered No. 15 high school, the Qi clan stripped him of his supreme bone. He felt helpless, furious, and powerless, so he had no choice but to continue pouring resources into Sha Qi's training, hoping only that Sha Qi could grow stronger by relying on his companion bones. But over the next 5 years, the Qi clan became increasingly outrageous. Sha Qi had a total of 8 companion bones. And the Qi clan had actually taken 7 of them. As for the last one, he heard that the Qi clan had forcibly reclaimed it just a few days ago. Lu Pingping, speak up. Can you handle this matter or not? Qi Sanning said impatiently. War God Sanning, could you please wait 2 minutes? I'll give you the results shortly. Lu Pingping's face was already clouded with displeasure. Her flattery and caution had completely vanished. 1 minute. Qi Sanning ordered. All right. Lu Pingping ended the call, pushed open the door, and entered the private room. She hurried over to a white-haired old man, interrupting his light-hearted conversation, and whispered plaintively into his ear, Godfather, the third young lady of the Qi clan just called me and threatened me. I'm just the principal of a measly No. 15 high school. I'm no match for her at all. What should I do? The old man froze for a moment, then glared at her and said, Did you get on her bad side, you little brat? Lu Pingping looked even more aggrieved and said, No. It's just because of that Sha Qi business she's going crazy at me. The old man lit a cigarette and said, Tell me everything in detail. If it's her fault, No matter who she is, even if she is the war god, it's none of her business. With her godfather's assurance, Lu Pingping finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to recount the events in a straightforward manner. After listening, the old man furrowed his brow and asked her, "What do you think about this Shao-Chi business, kid? Are you asking for my help to protect him?" Lu Pingping rubbed his hands together nervously and gave a thumbs up, saying, Godfather really gets me. I'm asking for your help because, first, I personally recruited Shao-Chi back in the day, and second, I simply can't stand the tone of the Chi clan as third young Mississippi. Who does she think she is? Just because she thinks she is a big shot, she dares to walk all over me and disrespect you, Godfather? The old man was at a loss for words, exhaling a ring of smoke as he said, "You're really something, never mind. Since you want to protect Shao-Chi, just have Chi Sanin come see me." Lu Pingping exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Godfather. Thank you. Godfather, I'll fill your cup to the brim. May your martial path soar like a rainbow, and may boundless blessings come your way." The old man shot him a glance. "Did you steal more wine again? Pour it full for me." Lu Pingping's face fell, and he forced a laugh. "Godfather, you know very well I can't hold my liquor." The old man kicked him and said, "If you don't fill it to the brim, I won't meddle in your lousy business." Lu Pingping had no choice but to say, all right, Godfather. Since you put it that way, I'll definitely fill it to the brim. Here, Godfather, I'll toast to you." Gritting his teeth, Lu Pingping downed a cup of Baijiu Tu Liang in one gulp. A martial artist's alcohol tolerance typically increases as their strength does. But Lu Pingping was an exception. What's more, these old men drank like complete lunatics. Have you ever seen a drinking party where, the moment everyone sat down, each person was handed a whole case of Baijiu? All right, get out. Go call Chi Sanin and tell him it's my orders. The old man downed the drink in one gulp and waved his hand impatiently. Got it. Lu Pingping, looking just like a eunuch from an ancient imperial palace, smiled as he backed out of the private room. He took a deep breath, adopted a more suave tone, and called Chi Sanin back. "Hello, Miss Chi." He didn't even bother with polite language. "What is your answer?" Chi Sanin asked sternly. "As a student at our number 15 high school, Shao-Chi has not violated any school rules or discipline. Moreover, he is ambitious and studious. As principal, I have no reason to expel him." Lu Pingping replied firmly. "Can you take responsibility for your answer?" Chi Sanin's expression suddenly darkened as she said, Yes, I'll take full responsibility. Besides, this is a matter for our Ministry of Education, it's none of your business." Lu Pingping countered. "Lu Pingping, aren't you afraid that this incident might cost you your position as principal? Although number 15 high school isn't exactly a top-tier school, as its principal, you still hold some power and status. Think this through carefully." Chi Sanin's voice was laced with anger as she said, "Miss Chi, you needn't worry about that. Before I retire, I might even be able to move up a notch." Lu Pingping chuckled, saying it in a way that was infuriating beyond belief. Upon hearing this, Chi Sanin knew immediately that Lu Pingping had a powerful backer and asked, "Who is your backer?" Lu Pingping instantly straightened her back, lifted her head high, and with unprecedented confidence, declared, "My godfather is the Deputy Minister of Education." Chi Sanin hung up immediately. Now that she knew who was backing Lu Pingping, there was no need for further small talk. She asked someone for Deputy Minister Wu Long's phone number and dialed it. Meanwhile, Lu Pingping walked into the private room, approached Wu Long obsequiously, and chuckled, "Godfather, I've already spoken to Miss Chi. She should be calling you shortly." Wu Long nodded and waved his hand, signaling him to scram back to his seat. Without a moment's hesitation, he scurried back. Ring ring ring. The phone Wu Long had placed on the table rang, and he reached out to answer it. "Hello, Deputy Minister. This is Chi Sanin, the third son of the Chi clan and the newly appointed war god of the Eastern Theater Command," said Chi Sanin on the other end of the line. Wu Long shook his phone and asked, "Who is this?" The signal is bad, I can't quite make you out. Shi Sanyin actually thought Wu Long's signal was poor, so he repeated, I'm the newly appointed war god of the Eastern Theater Command, Shi Sanyin. Wu Long nodded. Oh, so it's war god Sanyin. What do you need from me? Shi Sanyin said, Deputy Minister, on behalf of the Qi clan and more importantly, on my own behalf I have a matter I'd like your help with. Wu Long lit another cigarette and said, What is it? Go ahead. Shi Sanyin explained calmly, there is a traitor within our Qi clan who has already caused extremely detrimental effects on us. I hope you can help put an end to his future. Wu Long's expression darkened, and he snapped, War God Sanyin, do you even know what you're saying? Shi Sanyin nodded. I know this request is out of line, but for you, it's a piece of cake, isn't it? Wu Long burst out laughing in exasperation. It was true that this would be a piece of cake for him. But why on earth would he do such a thing? If it were a delinquent teenager, the school would expel him on its own, no need for him to lift a finger. But if it were a teenager who'd done nothing wrong, he could never cross his own moral line. Not even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't be allowed. These youths knew that by stepping foot on the martial arts academy campus, they would one day head to the battlefield, lead from the front, and perhaps even die in battle. Yet they were still resolute in their actions. So, as their superior, how could he possibly betray these children's determination to defend their homeland? Shi Sanyin, who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in the affairs of my Ministry of Education. Wu Long slammed his fist on the table and roared. Senior, please don't get so worked up. Shachi really isn't a good person. He harmed my younger brother, who possesses the 9-dragon physique. He runs amok outside the clan, bullying men and oppressing women, and within the clan, he acts as a henchman for the tyrants. Even if such a person's future were ruined, it would pose no loss whatsoever to you or to the dragon realm. Shi Sanyin hurriedly explained. Do you think I don't know about your Qi clan Shengtian coming of age ceremony? I was at the Outer Realm battlefield that day I won tea in the capital, but I still know that Shachi, that young man, publicly extracted the bone and returned the companion bone to you. If he is truly as despicable as you say, then why didn't he stay in the Qi clan? Why didn't he rely on the Qi clan's power to act with impunity? Wu Long demanded. Shi Sanyin was momentarily speechless. Enough. If you dare bring this up again, I'll definitely report it to the Dragon Realm's higher-ups. You'll have to face the consequences yourself. Wu Long coldly ended the call, tossed his phone onto the table in front of him, and went back to drinking and laughing with the others. Lu Pingping wore a fawning expression, fawning like a lapdog. Godfather, you're the best. Godfather, you're the greatest. Here I say toast to you, Godfather, may you live as long as the southern mountains. Wu Long looked at her with a smile, but said irritably. Back when I was slaying beasts beyond the borders, that little brat Shi Sanyin hadn't even been born yet. And she dares to instigate trouble against me? Does she even deserve it? Lu Pingping nodded frantically and said, Godfather, you're truly the modern-day Guan Yu, loyal to the core, with a sense of righteousness that reaches the heavens. Wu Long's scalp prickled from the flattery. So he quickly told the kid to shut up. But Shachi is already crippled. There is no point in keeping him at school, it might even end up hurting him. Wu Long took a sip of wine and sighed. Whether it's the college entrance exam or the mock exams, students have to go outside the city to hunt beasts. Although those areas are designated by the Ministry of Education, they're still dangerous. Teachers provide protection throughout every exam, yet people still die. Lu Pingping also felt a bit downcast, but this is all I can do. He couldn't exactly storm the Qi clan and snatch the supreme bone back, could he? Even if he wanted to. He didn't have the strength to do it. Just focus on training the other young people, Wu Long said with a sigh, patting his shoulder gently. Lu Pingping was surprisingly unenthusiastic instead. She seemed quite somber. Shi Sanyin had just finished a phone call with the Minister of Education. Although she hadn't been scolded outright, she'd effectively been turned down. Though she was furious, she'd managed to calm down somewhat. True to her nature, no matter how angry she became, she would never resort to extremes, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to lead her team. She couldn't help but pull a pack of cigarettes from her drawer, sit alone in her chair, and light one. It had been a long time since she last smoked. And every time she did, it was when matters were serious. Scenes from the coming-of-age ceremony flashed through her mind. Her beautiful face was now incredibly somber. The dim, yellow light cast upon her features made her appear even more grim and solemn. After a moment's thought, she dialed her sixth sister's number. She knew her sixth sister's double standards. But she still wanted to hear how her sixth sister would explain things. Third sister, what's the situation? Sixth sister Chi Lu Yao asked urgently. Sixth sister, what exactly happened when Wuxuan went to the Bai clan? I want the truth. Chi Sanin's tone was calm. But the calmer she was, the more terrifying she became. Eua's calmness meant she was already in a state of absolute rage, while her calmness meant she was teetering on the edge of a cliff. It's exactly as I told you. Shachi framed Wuxuan, set a trap for her, and forced her to take action. Chi Lu Yao explained. All right, I understand. Chi Sanin ended the call and dialed Shire's number again. Although Chi Lu Yao hadn't said so, Chi Sanin knew through her own channels that Shire had been there at the time. In the past, once Chi Sanin had received confirmation from her sixth sister, she wouldn't have probed any further. It would have been pointless. But right now, she actually wanted to know the truth. She wanted to know if her anger was truly justified. Third sister. Shire answered the call quickly. She was currently at the hospital with no surgery scheduled. She was sitting by Sheng Tian's bedside, watching over him. Shire, what did you see when you went to the Bai clan? Chi Sanin stubbed out her cigarette and asked gravely. As soon as Shire heard this, she knew Chi Sanin had begun to suspect something. She sighed and didn't answer directly. Third sister, you know this. Wuxuan is actually quite stubborn. Once she gets fixated on something, no one can talk her out of it. Shire's words were tantamount to revealing the truth. Chi Sanin froze in place, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, then what was the trigger? Shire said, Yua waited at the Bai clan for 3 days and 3 nights, only to be coldly rejected by Shachi. After she returned, she locked herself in her room. Wuxuan was worried about her. Seeing how despondent she looked, she pressed her for the reason. When Yua wouldn't say, Wuxuan was convinced she'd been mistreated by Shachi. So, that's when this incident happened. Chi Sanin's body grew even stiffer. Based on her analysis of the situation, she should have figured this out long ago. But because of her trust in her sixth sister's words and her concern for Wuxuan, she had exercised her authority to launch a crackdown on Shachi. Suddenly, Chi Sanin felt somewhat relieved that the Ministry of Education hadn't granted her request. And even more relieved that they'd given her a stern dressing down. Otherwise, she would have clung to her own version of the truth and taken smug satisfaction in Shachi's fate. Meanwhile, the fact that she had threatened the Bai clan had already come to pass. Even if she called to apologize of her own accord, it would be meaningless. Shachi would never return. And Wuxuan was still in grave danger within the Martial Path Bureau. From the perspective of the greater good, she had to stand by the Chi clan's principles and consider her sister's interests, so what ultimately happened to Shachi no longer mattered. If she were asked to back down and apologize to Shachi because of her past attitude toward him, she could do it. But doing so, simply bringing Shachi back to the Chi clan, would inevitably lead to new problems. Until peace is restored to the Chi clan, Shachi absolutely must not appear within its ranks. Shire, do you want Shachi to come back? Chi Sanin asked one last time. Though deep down, she had already made up her mind. Of course I do. But he can't come back right now. We all owe him, yet none of us can truly grasp the extent of our debt. Wuxuan is extreme, sixth sister is hypocritical, and fourth brother has a fiery temper. If Shachi returns now, not only will it fail to solve the problem, but it will only make everyone resent him even more. Shire spoke her mind. All right. Chi Sanin nodded and hung up the phone. Her hand reached into the cigarette pack for another cigarette, her furrowed brow still unrelenting. By clan. In Juan's bedchamber. Juan emerged from the bathroom after her shower, her body carrying a pleasant fragrance, and was drying her damp, lustrous hair with a white towel. She removed the black eye mask covering her eyes, and her beautiful, gem-like eyes blinked, sparkling brilliantly. A sheer nightgown clung lightly to her delicate frame, outlining her perfect curves. Though she was only 18, her figure was already as alluring as that of a young married woman. Shachi sat on the bed, nervous, awkward, and stiff as a rock. One sat beside him, nudged him gently with her shoulder, and said with a laugh, "You fool, what are you still standing there for? Go take a shower already." Shachi's voice stuttered slightly as he tried to stand up. "Juan, I'd rather sleep in the guest room." Juan grabbed him by the arm and shot him a reproachful glance. "What? Do I really look like a man-eating tigress?" Shachi shook his head frantically. "No, no." Juan leaned in closer and demanded, "Then why are you hiding? We've been in seclusion in the forbidden zone these past few days, but that doesn't mean we don't need to sleep. Besides, I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Are you worried I'll rip your pants off?" Juan giggled, her gaze drifting downward involuntarily. But when it landed on Shachi's pants, even she froze, her face suddenly flushing crimson, as if she had a fever. Ahem, Shachi's face flushed too, and he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Usually, he didn't mind a little banter after all, it didn't mean anything. But right now, they were about to shower and go to sleep. And they were going to be lying in the same bed. One was so beautiful and so kind, he was genuinely worried that once he fell asleep, he might not be able to resist hugging her. How would he explain that when he woke up? "All right, go take a shower." One gave him a gentle nudge, urging him on. "I'll go to the guest room." Shachi was about to bolt out the door. "Where are you going?" One caught up to him and blocked the doorway with her body. "The guest room." Shachi repeated awkwardly. "There's no guest room in my house." One shook her head. "Then what are those empty rooms in the courtyard for?" Shachi asked. "Those are all storage rooms, you can't sleep in them." One declared confidently, casually pinning Shachi against the door and staring straight into his eyes. Juan, could you please take your hand off me?" Shachi said, quickly looking away. "What's the matter? Are you shy?" Juan teased with a giggle. Her beautiful, slender white fingers gently lifted Shachi's chin, forcing him to look her in the eye. "Your neckline is showing," Shachi said awkwardly. Then shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Huh?" Juan looked down and let out a startled gasp. If Shachi hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have even noticed. Thank goodness she was wearing a cami top. Otherwise, she'd be in big trouble. "You rascal, what did you just see?" Juan reached out and gave Shachi a vicious pinch on the waist, savoring the moment. "I swear to God, I didn't see a thing," Shachi lied, his face turning bright red. "Really?" Juan didn't believe a word of it. "Really?" Shachi nodded. "So, are they big?" Shachi was momentarily flustered. He'd almost fallen for it and said, "What kind of lewd talk is that? Watch your language, we're still high school students." Juan feigned indifference, but her heart was racing as she thought, "We're adults anyway, so I'm not afraid." Shachi was at his wit's end. "Where on earth did you learn all this? Aren't girls supposed to be shy? But why was Juan acting like this?" Juan proudly puffed out her chest and said, "Self-taught." He. During her seclusion, Juan would occasionally read some domineering CEO novels aimed at female readers, which contained some steamy content. Every time she read them, her face would turn bright red. But she'd keep reading while muttering under her breath, "Hey, man, you're not impotent, are you?" Juan lifted her slender leg and actually thrust it straight upward. "My lady, please spare me, okay? I'm begging you." Shachi was completely at his wit's end, on the verge of tears, and said, "Don't guys like this feeling of being dominated by a queen? Whips, candles, little leather outfits." He. Juan said, even more smugly. Usually when they joked around, she couldn't outwit Shachi. But now, she finally found her chance. Shachi was speechless once again and said, Juan, if you dare tease me one more time, I'm going to go wild. Juan shook her head smugly and said, go ahead. I'm actually hoping you will go wild. Damn it. Shachi couldn't help but curse. He grabbed Juan's slender waist and pinned her against the wall, making a move to kiss her. At that moment, Juan's heart began to race even faster. It felt like it was about to burst right out of her chest. So nervous. So shy. But strangely, there was even a hint of anticipation. What on earth was going on? Her beautiful, wide eyes stared unblinkingly into Shachi's, her breath growing hotter and hotter, forming a gentle stream of warmth that brushed against Shachi's chest. Shachi wanted to tease her a little, so he moved closer bit by bit. As long as she told him to stop, Shachi would stop immediately. But even when Shachi was just inches away about to press his lips against those sparkling pink ones, Juan still showed no sign of resistance. Juan's small hands, clutching Shachi's shirt collar, had clenched so tightly they crumpled the fabric into deep creases. Shachi steeled himself and moved even closer. But just then, Juan's little brain completely short-circuited. Her body went limp. And she collapsed completely. Oh no. I'm done for. I've got no strength left. Is this what they call premature X, 555? Shachi was genuinely startled and hurriedly reached out to cradle Juan's limp waist. The sensation of her soft, fragrant body in his arms left Shachi momentarily dazed. He hadn't even done anything yet. How could Juan have ended up like this? That little face of hers was practically beaming. Juan lay limp against Shachi, fragile, helpless, and pitiful. It's all Shachi's fault. If he just kissed her sooner, she wouldn't be like this now. He made her so nervous she was practically suffocating. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. You big dummy. Juan, what's wrong? Shachi asked, looking at her anxiously. I'm not talking to you. Juan regained a bit of her strength, hurriedly wriggled out of his arms, and immediately dashed to the bed, burrowing under the covers. The comforter bulged high, as if hiding a koala, with a little head peeking out playfully, making a funny face at Shachi. Well, should I go take a shower? Shachi asked, not quite sure whether to laugh or cry. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm warming up the bed for you, Juan said, nodding obediently. Shachi walked into the bathroom. He didn't want to stay and sleep with her because he was worried that, in his sleep, he might accidentally do something inappropriate to Juan. But since Juan had said so and really wanted him to stay, even though he felt nervous and anxious, he was willing to take this step for her. While waiting for Shachi to shower, Juan listened to the rushing sound of the water, and images of Shachi tempering his body couldn't help but pop into her mind. Shachi's muscles. Shachi's scars. And that strange thing. Juan, what on earth are you thinking? Are you some kind of nymphomaniac? Juan roared in mental despair, only to find herself gasping for air once more. Shachi finished his shower, dried off, and got into bed. While waiting, Juan also blow-dried her long hair. She pulled the blanket up to cover half her face, leaving only her eyes exposed just like a peeping in the night. JPG, as cute as a little hamster. Shachi couldn't help but smile at her, then climbed into bed, pulled the covers over them, and turned off the light. In the darkness, their two hearts pounded relentlessly. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Neither of them could sleep because they were so nervous. Juan counted sheep in her head, 1 Shachi, 2 Shachi, 3 Shachi. Shachi, meanwhile, was silently reciting the multiplication tables, the 300 Tang poems, and various martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and inner teachings in his mind. The night outside the window had grown completely dark, and the melodious chirping of insects rang out from time to time. At some point, the two drifted off to sleep, but both their faces bore unhidden, sweet smiles. At daybreak, in a hospital room, Sheng Tian was suddenly jolted awake by excruciating pain. His body instinctively rolled to one side, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood onto the floor beside him. Shire, who had been keeping vigil by his bedside, was startled awake at the same moment. Panic gripped her, and almost instinctively, she channeled her inner energy into Sheng Tian's body to stabilize his condition. Sheng Tian. Shire was frantic with worry, and immediately took out her silver needles, preparing to perform acupuncture on Sheng Tian. After the Great War of Ancient Times 300 years ago, traditional Chinese medicine had established its dominant position, as it was capable of achieving true synergy. For routine treatments, traditional Chinese medicine was the primary approach, while for severe injuries or internal bleeding, Western medical methods such as surgery were employed. "Sis, I'm fine." Sheng Tian was in excruciating pain, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. In his heart, he cursed Shachi viciously, wishing he would die right then and there, but on the surface, he had to keep up his usual innocent act. "You're in this state, and you say you're fine? Lie down, let me treat you," Shire said urgently. The rejection reaction inside Sheng Tian's body was growing increasingly severe. Last night, he'd fallen asleep only after the pain had driven him to the brink of a mental breakdown and shattered his will. This morning, he'd been woken up by the pain once again. "Sis, I'm really fine," Sheng Tian gasped weakly, forcing a smile. Qi Luyao was wheeled into the ward by her staff, ready to take over from Shire in caring for Sheng Tian, but as soon as she reached the doorway, she saw this scene. She panicked, rushing over immediately. Her face filled with self-reproach, her voice choked with emotion. "Sheng Tian, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all Sixth Sister's fault. I still haven't found a solution for you." Sheng Tian lay there, his face deathly pale, with Shire's acupuncture needles still in place, and shook his head. "Sixth Sister, it's not your fault. No one could have predicted that the rejection reaction this time would be so severe." Qi Luyao wept helplessly, clutching Sheng Tian's hands tightly as she promised, "Sheng Tian, you'll be all right. Sixth Sister swears it." Sheng Tian smiled and said, "Sixth Sister, once I'm feeling better, I'd like to go see Big Brother." Qi Luyao immediately grew wary and said, "Why would you want to see that scumbag?" "No way I won't let you go." Sheng Tian gave a bitter smile. "Sis, don't be like this. No matter what, Big Brother is still my older brother. He is Dad and Mylan's biological son, and he is also the future heir to the Qi clan." "Heir? None of us acknowledge him. How could he possibly be any kind of heir? Even if we die fighting on the battlefield, we'll never let him get a single shred of what is ours." Qi Luyao choked back tears as she shouted. She had thought Sheng Tian was feeling hopeless about his own situation, which was why he was uttering words that sounded like last words and that terrified her. But of course, Sheng Tian wasn't about to give up on himself. He hadn't even become truly powerful yet. Nor had he become the head of the Qi clan. How could he possibly be willing to die? Since both the Supreme Bone and the Companion Bone are Sha Qi, there must be a way to resolve this. At the very least, transferring Sha Qi's blood into my own body should provide some relief. "Sis, I don't think I have much time left. As a final wish, I hope to mend the relationship between you and Big Brother, so he'll return to the clan and shoulder its responsibilities." Sheng Tian's smile was so sincere and selfless. He had always deceived his sisters this way, and they were so deeply ensnared, unable to break free. "No. Don't." Qi Luyao wept uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. Sheng Tian slowly closed his eyes, looking weak and utterly exhausted, yet inside he was crying out in agony. It really hurt. It was killing him. This genuine rejection reaction was different from the ones he'd faked before. It was a pain that seared deep into his bones like a raging fire, as if every nerve in his body was about to snap. Sha Qi. Sha Qi must have a way. Sha Qi, you actually blocked me? One, answer my call. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your Bai clan today. Qi Luyao roared furiously. One was awakened by the frantic ringing of her phone. Still half asleep, she reached for her phone but instead grabbed the banana alarm clock on her nightstand. She absent-mindedly held the banana alarm clock to her ear, intending to answer the call, but before her little brain could process what was happening. "Why is it still ringing?" Juan muttered resentfully. "You've got the wrong one." Shachi sat up, amused, and picked up the phone for her, preparing to answer it. But when he saw the caller ID, Shachi's expression suddenly darkened. Because it was the number of his former sixth older sister. Shachi knew that if Chi Luya was calling at this hour, it couldn't be anything good, so he pressed the mute button, gently stroked Juan's little head, and told her to sleep a little longer. Shachi slipped on his slippers, turned, and walked out the door. Just as he closed the door behind him, the phone rang again. "Juan, where is Shachi? Have him answer the phone for me. Right now." Chi Luyao's angry voice carried the absolute command of a superior. "Miss Chi, may I ask what you want with me?" Shachi replied coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Shachi?" Chi Luyao paused in surprise. "That's right." Shachi nodded. "Shachi, what exactly did you tamper with in the companion bone? Why did Xingtian experience a rejection reaction after receiving your companion bone transplant?" Chi Luyao demanded furiously. "Ha! I tampered with it? You, sixth miss, control the nation's intelligence network. Have you ever heard of anyone being able to tamper with a companion bone? If there's any tampering at all, the only thing I did was nourish it with my own essence blood." Shachi said with a cold laugh. "You bastard! So you really did tamper with it?" Chi Luyao shouted in a fit of rage. "Miss Chi, can't you understand what I'm saying? If you're so determined to blame me, then fine, blame me. I don't care. Is Shangtian dead yet? Do you want me to go send a wreath?" Shachi said, his tone even more mocking. After experiencing the despair of his past life, he had long since given up any hope for his sisters. The mess Wuxuan had created only deepened his hatred for the Qi clan. As for this hypocritical sixth sister, even the most venomous words he could muster would not be too much. "Shachi, you deserve to die. If anything happens to Shangtian, I'll make you and the entire Bai clan pay with your lives." Chi Luyao could no longer contain herself. If Shangtian really died, she might actually slaughter half the city. "Are you out of your mind? You want to kill me? Bring it on. But if you lay a finger on the Bai clan, I'll hunt you down even from beyond the grave." Shachi snarled coldly, the veins on his forehead already bulging. "Sixth sister, don't be like this." Shire hurriedly snatched the phone and said to Shachi, "Shachi, Shangtian's rejection reaction is getting worse and worse. Is there anything you can do? Even if Shire is begging you, please save Shangtian." "I'll agree to any condition." Shachi roared, "I want you dead, will you agree to that?" At that moment, he could no longer control his rage. If Chi Luyao were standing before him, he would have drawn his knife without a moment's hesitation. "Shachi, calm down. Don't get so worked up." Shire tried to reason with him. "Stop spouting that Mylan nonsense." "Shut up." Shachi roared. "Shachi. I told you to shut up, don't you understand? Shachi, I know you're furious, but I'm your Shire. Shangtian is your brother, too." Shire choked out. "Damn it. The only way to resolve Shangtian's rejection reaction is with my blood. Come on over and kill me. Come and take every drop of my blood. Let the people of the capital, let the whole country see the true face of your Qi clan." Shachi roared, shaking all over with rage. Why should he stay calm? Why should he forgive? Shangtian is his brother? Ridiculous. Could someone who had systematically stripped him of everything possibly be his younger brother? Meanwhile, Shachi's argument with Shire on the phone had woken Wan. She hurried out of her room and, seeing Shachi's bloodshot eyes, felt a pang of heartache. Just how far does the Qi clan intend to go? Just how far are they going to push Shachi? Why won't they just let go? Juan's soft little hand gently took Shachi's, and only then did his rage begin to subside slightly. Shachi turned to look at her and suddenly felt an urge to cry, as if all the pent-up suffering of these past years were about to erupt like a volcano at that very moment. After all, Shachi was just a teenager. No matter how strong or resilient he was still inexperienced in the ways of the world. He needed support, comfort, and above all, someone by his side who understood him. He took a deep breath and continued. Shire, didn't you want to know what caused Shang Tian's rejection reaction? All right. I'll tell you. The reason is simple: you rushed things. If you'd waited 3 to 5 months, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But I nurtured the companion bones with my own body, they're part of me. When they all fell into place and I realized they weren't my true form, rejection was bound to happen. The solution lies with me. I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. Click. The call ended. Shachi's chest heaved violently as he clenched his jaw tightly, fighting back the tears. If the Qi clan really wanted his life, then he'd give it to them. He wouldn't let himself drag the Bai clan down, and he certainly wouldn't let one get caught up in this whirlwind. In the hospital room, a deathly silence hung in the air. Shire stared at her phone as 2 clear tears slipped down her cheeks. Qi Luyao fell deep in thought, trying to determine how much truth there was in Shachi's words and whether he might be setting a trap to harm Shang Tian one last time. While Shang Tian's heart was filled with excitement. Finally, a lead. Wonderful. Shachi's blood, it actually is useful after all. Whoosh. Qi Luyao abruptly spun her wheelchair around, preparing to head for the door. Sixth sister, where are you going? Shire stepped in front of her, trying to stop her anxiously. To find Shachi and get his blood. Qi Luyao said coldly, her tone extremely firm. Sixth sister, how can you do this? If you take his blood, what will happen to him? How will he survive? If word gets out, how will others view our Qi clan? Shire feared most that Qi Luyao would act on impulse and actually go through with it. It was true that she wanted to save Shang Tian. But that didn't mean Shachi had to die. I don't care about any of that. I just want Shang Tian to survive. Besides, does what others think really matter that much? Qi Luyao shook her head. Sixth sister, don't go, please, don't go. Shang Tian opened his eyes weakly and tried to stop her. Shang Tian, don't say another word. My mind is made up. Qi Luyao simply couldn't change her mind. Shachi had committed so many heinous acts and caused Shang Tian such immense harm he must pay with his own blood. It's just a matter of losing all his blood at worst, we'll just give him a blood transfusion. He won't die. But Shang Tian is dying. Sixth sister, won't you listen to me? We're sure to find another way to help Shang Tian. Shire held her wheelchair firmly in place, preventing her from leaving. Shire, get out of the way. Qi Luyao was already losing her patience. No. Shire said firmly. Shire, don't push it too far. If anything happens to Shang Tian, I won't even spare you. Qi Luyao snapped, her gaze turning terrifying. Shang Tian was overjoyed inside. Argue. Argue. The fiercer you argue, the more likely you are to go get me some blood. Seeing that she couldn't stop Qi Luyao, Shire had no choice but to quickly call Yue. At that moment, Yue had locked herself in her room. The once beautiful, aloof goddess now wore an expression of utter exhaustion. After locking herself away, Yue did nothing and paid no attention to anything. Every day when she woke up, she would sit alone on the balcony of her room. Sitting by herself on a chair, gazing into the distance. As she recalled everything that had happened, her heart grew heavier and heavier with guilt, and she felt an urge to die. But when she received Shire's call, her beautiful, slightly clouded eyes instantly froze over, becoming utterly cold and filled with rage. What did you say? Sixth sister is going to kill Shachi and drain all his blood? Yes, Yue, hurry over. I can't hold her back much longer. Shire said anxiously. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Iyue didn't even have time to change. With her hair in disarray and her face drained of color, she rushed downstairs, grabbed her car keys, jumped into her sports car, and slammed the gas pedal, speeding out of the Chi clan compound so fast that she even startled the household staff. Restrain her. Don't let her wander off until I get back. Chi Luyao summoned her henchmen waiting outside, had them guard Shire in the hospital room, and restricted her movements. Shire had called Iyue and asked her to come stop her, which truly enraged Iyue. Sixth sister, don't do anything rash. I'm begging you. Please don't do anything rash. Shire, pinned down by two powerful women, was instantly overcome with panic. Don't stop me. I must save Sheng Tian's life. Chi Luyao said, her eyes cold and menacing. She had someone wheel her out and rushed toward the Bai clan. Sixth sister. Sheng Tian cried out weakly from his hospital bed. Chi Luyao heard him, but she continued walking with the same resolute determination. She knew Sheng Tian's temperament, knew how soft-hearted he was, so she would take on the role of the sinner herself. Sixth sister, don't. Sheng Tian's voice choked with emotion, bordering on a plea, yet at the same time, his heart swelled with triumph and joy. As long as Chi Luyao acted quickly, capturing Sha Qi and transferring his blood into her own body, by the time the others realized what was happening, it would already be too late. He didn't care whether Sha Qi lived or died. In fact, Sha Qi's death would be a blessing. Sha Qi's blood could save him and free him from the rejection reaction. It would be Sha Qi's honor. Iyue rushed to the hospital but was blocked by a group of powerful figures. Iyue's gaze grew icy cold to the extreme. Frost nearly solidified around her body as she roared at them, "Get out of my way!" The men shook their heads at her and said resolutely, "We're sorry, young miss, but this is sixth young miss's order." Iyue said coldly, "If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." But they still didn't back down, replying, "Even if you kill us, we won't yield." You. Iyue was already furious. If this had been outside the city walls, she would have struck without hesitation. But within the city, there were rules to follow. Even if these people were members of the Chi clan, even if their lives belonged to the Chi clan, she could not kill them. Chi clan bodyguards, report to Kangda Private Hospital immediately. If you don't show up within 10 minutes, you'll face the consequences. Iyue dialed a number, her rage at its peak. To stop Iyue, Chi Luyao had specifically stationed a large number of her people at the hospital. The entire floor, the entire hallway, was filled with Chi Luyao's men. And these weren't just ordinary experts, they were the absolute elite under her command. Just as Iyue was about to fight her way out, her thoughts suddenly came to a halt as she realized something even more serious. The fact that Chi Luyao had stationed so many people here meant she had already left. So where could she have gone? It had to be the Bai clan, no doubt about it. Iyue hurriedly dialed another number. "Third sister, where are you?" Chi Sanyin furrowed her dark brows and asked, "What's wrong, Iyue? Has something happened?" Iyue shouted in a fit of rage, "Your dear little sister is about to kill someone. Send people to the Bai clan immediately to stop her. If you can't stop her, I'll hold you personally responsible." At this moment, no one else could be relied upon. Chi Sanyin was her only hope. "Iyue, what exactly is going on?" Sixth sister wouldn't be that impulsive, would she? Chi Sanyin asked anxiously. The cure for Sheng Tian's rejection reaction lies within Sha Qi. She is going to kill Sha Qi and drain her blood to treat Sheng Tian. Iyue shouted. Chi Sanyin couldn't help but be startled. She never imagined Sixth Sister would go this far. But if Sixth Sister actually succeeded, then given her hypocritical nature, she would surely believe that Sha Qi dying for Sheng Tian's sake would be an honor for Sha Qi. Hanging up the phone, Chi Sanyin immediately dispatched the capital military district, ordering them to rush to the Bai clan. As long as the War Department remained involved, the situation could still be contained. But if the Marshal Path Bureau intervened, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, regardless of her feelings toward Shachi, regardless of whether she wanted him to return to the Chi clan, Shachi simply couldn't die. If Shachi died, the Chi clan would be finished. Damn it! Yue charged at the elite troops in front of her like a madwoman. Although she was anxious about Shachi's situation, she needed to secure control of Shengtian even more urgently. As long as she held Shengtian in her grasp, even if Qi Luyao captured Shachi, she would absolutely dare not act recklessly. If anything were to happen to Shachi, everyone would die. The Bai clan, accompanied by a massive convoy, arrived with Qi Luyao, who alighted from her wheelchair and led a 1,000-strong force to surround the Bai clan. Upon learning of the situation, Wan's expression darkened to the extreme. She immediately ordered her eldest uncle to intercept Shachi and set off alone into the Bai clan's forbidden territory. Wan knew what Shachi was planning. She knew Shachi didn't want to drag the Bai clan down, so he was willing to sacrifice himself. But she wouldn't stand for it. She could never agree to that. Thank goodness she hadn't destroyed the secret decree left by the Chi clan's ancestor. If the Chi clan dared to act recklessly, then the Chi clan would be wiped out. Shachi, get out here. As long as you obey me, I won't cause trouble for the Bai clan. Qi Luyao barked coldly from outside the gate. Her voice, amplified by her enhanced power, echoed through the Bai clan's courtyard and carried far beyond. The Bai clan's powerful warriors and guards were all lined up at the entrance, facing off against Qi Luyao, their expressions stern and filled with rage. The Chi clan is getting more and more out of hand. Going this far. Aren't they afraid of being shamed by the entire nation? Shachi, since your blood can cure Shengtian's condition, all I want is your blood. I'll replace every drop in your body. Once this is done, I'll give you ample compensation. But if you refuse to cooperate, then I'll raze the Bai clan to the ground today. Qi Luyao barked threateningly. Sixth young lady of the Chi clan, don't you think you're taking yourself a bit too seriously? A voice came from her side. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit, looking every bit the part, walked over with a smirk. Who are you? Qi Luyao glared at him angrily. I'm just the principal of number 15 high school, Lu Pingping. The middle-aged man chuckled and explained. This is none of your business. Get lost. Qi Luyao barked. Article 13, Note 5 of the Dragon Realm Criminal Code. All enrolled martial path students in elementary, middle, high school, and university are the future hope of the Dragon Realm. No one may kidnap, coerce, or even kill them without cause. Anyone who violates this law is deemed to have committed a treasonous offense. The Ministry of Education and the Martial Path Bureau have the authority to arrest such individuals, or even execute them on the spot. This provision applies to all prominent clans in the nation, and applies to all those in high positions of power and prestige. Lu Pingping continued to chuckle. But the threat in her words was stark and unyielding. But this is an internal matter of the Chi clan. You have no right to interfere. Qi Luyao glared at her and said coldly. As long as she insisted this was a Chi clan family matter, the Ministry of Education and the Martial Path Bureau would have no jurisdiction. As the principal of number 15 high school, and given that my student hasn't been to school for several days, regardless of whether this is a Chi clan family matter or not, I must bring him back. Lu Pingping replied with neither subservience nor arrogance. She put on a friendly face for too long. Did people really think she was a pushover now? Are you sure you want to push this any further? Can you really handle the consequences? Qi Luyao snapped angrily. My godfather is the Deputy Minister of Education. Go ahead and try to take me on if you dare. Lu Pingping spread her hands wide, her face practically begging to be slapped. Fine. Go ahead. Qi Luyao was so furious she was trembling, her gaze growing increasingly hostile. Uncles of the Bai clan, please bring Shachi out. I'm taking him back to school. Lu Pingping turned to the Bai clan members and said. Only by taking Shachi back to school could she guarantee his safety. She had already arranged a dorm room for him. Anyone who tried to lay a finger on Shachi Was asking for trouble. Shao-Chi isn't going anywhere today. He's my fiancé, and I'll protect him. Wan stepped forward with her entourage, her face etched with intense fury. Wan, your Bai clan is just a third-tier family, you're no match for the Qi clan. Leave Shao-Chi to me. Only the Ministry of Education can protect him. Lu Pingping pleaded. It's true that the Bai clan is a third-rate family. But for the Bai clan to take control of the Qi clan, it's just a matter of my will. Wan raised his right hand, letting a 1-meter-long scroll hang naturally. It bore the seal of the Qi clan Patriarch's seal script, radiating the Patriarch's overwhelming aura. In that instant, the Qi clan bloodline coursing through Qi Luyao's very marrow surged, nearly boiling over. The sensation was excruciating. It was as if the Patriarch were standing right before her. Had she not been confined to a wheelchair, she would have dropped to her knees on the spot. Here is the Qi clan Patriarch's secret decree. Qi Luyao, you have been imbued with the Qi clan's bloodline and have benefited from its grace. I command you to destroy your own cultivation and get out of the Bai clan. If this happens again, I will personally annihilate the Qi clan. Wan said coldly. You promised to destroy the secret decree? Qi Luyao exclaimed in a fit of rage. It's a good thing I didn't destroy it. Otherwise, wouldn't that have left the Qi clan free to run amok? Strip yourself of your cultivation. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way. Wan sneered. I only wanted Shao-Chi to save my younger brother, why are you pushing it so far? Qi Luyao roared angrily. I'm pushing it too far? Ha! Who exactly is pushing it too far? Wan demanded. Seeing that Qi Luyao was refusing to comply, Wan was already preparing to activate the Yin bone and trigger the secret order. The oppressive pressure on Qi Luyao grew increasingly intense, and at the same time, she felt her bloodline churning within her bone marrow. It was worse than death, the agony reaching its peak. She was filled with hatred. She hated the Bai clan for acting as accomplices to the tyrant by wielding the Ancestor's secret order. If the Bai clan were to lose that secret order, she would make them pay a terrible price. She nearly ground her teeth to dust as she slammed her palm against her chest, shattering the meridians there, yet in doing so, she also left herself a glimmer of hope for recovery. Wan knew full well that meridians could be repaired, but shattering her heart meridians meant that even if they were restored, her strength would be far less than before. The fact that Qi Luyao had managed to do this was enough. Killing Qi Luyao on the spot would be tantamount to declaring war on the Qi clan, with extremely troublesome consequences. Even if Wan wasn't afraid, and even if the Bai clan wasn't afraid, Wan still had to buy time for Shao-Chi. I will continue to keep the secret order within the Bai clan. If any of you dare to act recklessly again, I will fully activate it, and I will fight the Qi clan to the bitter end. Shao-Chi is my fiancé. You want to lay a hand on him? You'll have to step over my dead body first. Wan put away the scroll, led everyone back to the Bai clan, and invited Lu Pingping inside along the way. Boom! The Bai clan's gates slammed shut, leaving only Qi Luyao, her expression cold as ice. Rumble! Helicopters approached from the horizon, and troops from the capital military district arrived outside the Bai clan at top speed. A soldier rushed down and anxiously approached Qi Luyao. Sixth young lady, the war god has ordered you to leave immediately. Qi Luyao's face darkened as she roared, how dare even third sister come to interfere with me? The soldier had no time to heed her words and said, Sixth young lady, please withdraw. At Qi Luyao's command, she led her entourage away. Even though things had come to this, she would not give up. She refused to believe the Bai clan could protect Shao-Chi forever. She refused to believe that Shao-Chi would never set foot outside. Shire, prepare an operating room, I need surgery. My heart meridian is severed, and my cultivation is completely ruined. I must act quickly to restore it. Qi Luyao dialed Shire's number and said, because of her disability in both legs, she would never be able to reach the heights of the war god realm in this lifetime. So the rupture of her heart meridian at this moment wouldn't affect her much. Her future was already limited anyway. What is going on? Shire was startled and asked. The sounds of battle outside had thrown her into a panic. And Qi Luyao's message struck her like a thunderbolt. That bastard Wan produced the Ancestor's secret decree and used my bloodline to suppress me. I had no choice but to cripple my own cultivation. Qi Luyao said, cutting to the chase. Boom! The hospital room door was kicked open. And Yue, looking disheveled, stormed in with his men, glaring coldly at Shire. Second sister, who are you talking to on the phone? Shire's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out instinctively, it's its sixth sister. Yue snatched the phone from her hand and pressed the long sword she held against Sheng Tian's neck. Qi Luyao, get your ass back here right now. Otherwise, I'll kill Sheng Tian at worst, it'll be one life for another. Qi Luyao froze, her mind in turmoil, and cried out anxiously, Yue, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Yue replied coldly, get back here. Don't force me to kill someone. Qi Luyao gasped, I'm coming back. I'm coming back right now. Yue, calm down. Don't do anything rash. Sheng Tian is your brother, after all. Yue broke down and roared, he is not my brother. Smash! The phone was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Sheng Tian, with a knife pressed against his neck, was so nervous his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. He never expected Yue to be the first to figure it out, and he certainly never imagined that once Yue realized the truth, she would even consider killing him. Sheng Tian, you're nothing but a piece of trash. You used every trick in the book to get us to help you get the Supreme Bone and the Companion Bone, and you nearly drove Sha Qi to his death. Is that what you wanted? Yue glared at him and shouted. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. If she hadn't been worried about affecting Sha Qi, she would have killed him right then and there. Boss, what are you doing? An angry shout rang out. Duanshan and Mylan, husband and wife, stood at the doorway, seething with rage. Mylan felt the world spinning. She was on the verge of fainting. Dad, Sheng Tian is nothing but a menace to the Qi clan. If you just give the nod, I'll dig out his Supreme Bone and Companion Bone right now and return them to Sha Qi. Tears streamed down Yue's face. Yet her voice remained firm. Have you gone mad? Duanshan lunged forward and slapped her hard across the face. She didn't dodge or flinch, letting blood trickle from the corner of her mouth. Let go. Duanshan commanded. No. Yue shook her head. Dad, it's only natural that Yue hates me. After all, it was I who took Big Brother's Supreme Bone, and it was I who caused him to end up like this. Dad, Mylan, I'll see you in the next life. Sheng Tian slowly closed his eyes and said weakly. The sight of him was almost heartbreaking. Mylan was on the verge of collapse, crying until her voice was hoarse. Big brother, what are you still doing? Are you trying to drive me to my death before you'll be satisfied? Mylan, don't you understand yet? Yue turned and asked. Understand what? Understand that you're holding a knife to your younger brother's throat? Mylan broke down even further, her tears streaming like a kite whose string had snapped. Think about everything that has happened over the years, every single incident. Sha Qi is your own son, yet you allowed them to extract his Supreme Bone and even all of his companion bones just for Sheng Tian? Is he your son? Is this what a mother should do? Yue retorted. Enough. You've gone mad. Guards, arrest her and lock her up in the Qi clan. No one is to release her without my permission. Duanshan was furious. Unusually losing his temper at Yue like this. Yue struggled and resisted, but was still dragged away. When Qi Luyao returned, she saw Yue being forced into a car. She had no time to spare for Yue and didn't even want to speak to her anymore. Qi Luyao rushed upstairs, her mind focused solely on her beloved younger brother, Sheng Tian on her mind. Seeing that Sheng Tian was unharmed in his hospital bed, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally relaxed completely. Xiao Lu, what happened to you? Duanshan was still seething, and upon discovering that Qi Luyao's cultivation had been completely stripped away, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Bai clan invoked the ancestor's secret decree, forcing me to disable my own cultivation. I had no choice, I had to do it. Qi Luyao explained. The Bai clan. Duanshan's teeth chattered, as if a pot of oil had been poured onto his rage. He recalled the events of 18 years ago. And the words of that master, and he could no longer contain himself. 18 years ago, Sha Qi had actually gone missing. He'd been sent away by Duanshan. The master had said that Sha Qi was the reincarnation of a malevolent star. And if he remained in the Qi clan, he would surely cause the clan to fall apart. Moreover, Sha Qi's name had been chosen by the master himself specifically to counteract Duanshan's own malevolent star destiny. Originally, the master had said Sha Qi could only be brought back after turning 25, by which time Sha Qi would no longer be a malevolent star for the Qi clan but would instead become a bringer of good fortune. However, when Sha Qi was 13, his natural talent shone so brightly and his growth was so alarmingly rapid that Duanshan had no choice but to bring him back. If he hadn't brought him back then, by the time Sha Qi turned 25, it would have been nearly impossible to make him submit to the Qi clan. Duanshan's deliberate estrangement over the past 5 years was actually intended to prevent Sha Qi from influencing the Qi clan. He believed this approach would avert any dire future. As for the bone transplant, he had considered it for some time back then and ultimately decided it was for the best. Without the supreme bone, it would be even more impossible for Sha Qi to influence the Qi clan. But what happened in the end? The Qi clan was still devastated like this. Sha Qi really is a celestial calamity star. If I'd known, I should have sent him abroad all those years ago. Duanshan said through gritted teeth. Dad, what did you say? Qi Luyao was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard him. I said Sha Qi is the celestial calamity star. Duanshan said coldly. As he spoke, he recounted the events of those years. After hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent. Shire was baffled. It was such a ridiculous claim, yet her father had actually believed it and had even sent Sha Qi away for all these years. Mylan was on the verge of a breakdown. She slumped to the floor, completely unable to fathom that her own son's disappearance was actually the work of her husband. A strange gleam flashed in Qi Luyao's eyes. It all added up. Everything fell into place. If Sha Qi wasn't the celestial calamity star, how could she explain the recent events? It was precisely because he was the celestial calamity star that he drove Yue mad, caused Wuxuan to be imprisoned in the Martial Path Bureau, and nearly killed Xingtian. Bai clan. In the reception hall, Sha Qi felt a bitter taste in his heart. He had clearly been prepared to give his life back to the Qi clan, but one had stopped him and resolved the Qi clan's troubles for him, leaving him both moved and powerless. He was moved by Wan's attitude, but powerless in the face of his own situation. Sha Qi, why don't you come back to school with me? It's good that Wan is willing to protect you, but she can't protect you forever, and the Qi clan has plenty of ways to stir up trouble. If you stay with the Bai clan, they'll only end up overwhelmed because of you. Lu Pingping took a sip of tea and spoke earnestly. He understood Sha Qi's temperament. If Sha Qi were to drag the Bai clan into trouble because of him, then even if Sha Qi were still alive, he would live in pain and torment. All right. Sha Qi gave a wry smile and stood up. He forced a smile and looked at Wan. Wan, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I will do my utmost to repay your kindness. Wan's expression turned serious as he stared at him. Sha Qi, are you really this cowardly? It's just the Qi clan. Whereas the courage you showed that day at your coming-of-age ceremony when you dug out your own bone? Sha Qi laughed bitterly, but I don't want to drag you all down. Wan said earnestly, you're my fiancé. You're the man who was supposed to shoulder the future of my Bai clan. What do you mean, burden or no burden? Lu Pingping sensed something was off and asked, Wan, what's going on? Wan didn't care about the capital S lack of understanding. Making Sha Qi her fiancé was actually a minor issue. But the problem was that Sha Qi didn't have long to live, so what was the point of talking about the future? Wan thought for a moment, then said, Principal Lu, you know the history between my Bai clan and the Qi clan. Back then, the Qi clan's ancestor not only left us numerous treasures and secret orders to keep the Qi clan in check, but also another path for the Qi clan's development. These past few days, I've been figuring out how to help Sha Qi set foot on that path. Lu Pingping was taken aback at first. Then suddenly stood up, her face beaming with joy. So, does that mean Sha Qi has a chance to return to his peak? Wan nodded. As long as everything goes smoothly, he won T just return to his peak, he'll surpass it. Lu Pingping burst into laughter, her face flushing red, her mouth nearly splitting from smiling. Han Ti he lured Sha Qi to the academy all those years ago precisely to see him grow and tower over the dragon realm? If Wan wasn't T lying to her, then Sha Qi would one day soar to new heights. Iyue was confined within the clan, her spatial ring and weapons were all confiscated, and her room was surrounded by guards. This time, her father and even her sisters were all furious. However, she felt she hadn't done anything wrong. Shang Tian's influence was simply too great. If he were still in the Qi clan, he would undoubtedly become its greatest scourge. Shire's feelings were quite mixed. She changed into her surgical scrubs and personally wheeled her sixth younger sister, Qi Luyao, into the operating room, preparing to reconnect her heart meridian. Reconnecting the meridian surgically was the fastest method, though she would still need to be nourished with various top-grade medicines afterward. Duanshan waited outside the operating room door, his expression incredibly grim. Given the current situation, there was no way Sha Qi could return. Over the years, he had indeed felt guilty toward Sha Qi. But with all the trouble Sha Qi had caused, how could he possibly feel even a shred of guilt now? He hadn't done anything wrong. It was all Sha Qi's fault. Upon hearing the news, Siyuan immediately rushed back from the battlefield beyond the realm, bringing with her a large quantity of medicinal herbs. She had them prepared into a decoction for Shang Tian to treat his injuries. Third sister Qi Sanin also rushed back. After visiting Shang Tian at the hospital, she returned to the Qi clan to see Iyue. Seventh sister and ninth sister also rushed back that same evening upon hearing the news. This incident had caused a huge stir. It had even caused quite a stir in the capital. The ninth sister, Qi Jojo, stood in the hallway outside the operating room, staring blankly in its direction as she waited for the sixth sister to emerge, her face covered as she wept. The seventh sister, Qi Qiming, remained silent. Her delicate features had grown noticeably paler, revealing her utter despondency. Clatter. The operating room door swung open, and Qi Luya was wheeled out under everyone's watchful gaze. The anesthesia had just worn off, and her body remained weak and limp. Shire nodded to the crowd, indicating that her condition was generally stable. As long as she rested properly and recovered in peace, she would be able to regain 70% of her strength. 70% of her strength? Siyuan flew into a rage, clenching her fists so tightly they cracked. Sixth sister Qi Luyao had clearly gone to Sha Qi to seek a solution, yet her heart meridians were severed and she even lost 30% of her strength for no reason at all? And that 30% was just her current strength. It didn't even account for her future growth potential. Fourth sister, please stop causing trouble for Sha Qi. I'll go see him myself later and have a word with him, Shire urged. Shang Tian's rejection was one thing, but the key issue was Wuxuan's condition. If they didn't get her out of there quickly, she'd be in serious trouble. What are you going to say to him? He has been so ruthless about this. Will talking even do any good? Siyuan laughed bitterly in her anger. But Wuxuan's situation still needs to be resolved. Shire shook her head. For Wuxuan's sake, the Qi clan had already tried every possible solution. But even the Qi clan couldn't control everything. The Martial Path Bureau simply wouldn't budge. They were completely unyielding, leaving them with no options. Right now, there was no other way except to seek Sha Qi's forgiveness. That good-for-nothing has completely lost his mind, but if the second sun goes over, it might still have some effect. Duanshan said coldly. Dad, please stop talking about the celestial calamity star. It's been our fault all these years. And it's not Sha Qi's fault. Shire sighed and tried to reason with him. I've already given him a chance to return to the clan, but how did he respond? Where does that leave the Qi clan's reputation? Duanshan interrupted. The major families in the capital were already laughing at them. And at the same time, high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education had called directly to warn him that if the Qi clan made life difficult for another student, they would bear the consequences themselves. Duanshan had never been so humiliated since becoming the head of the Qi clan. Ah. Shire sighed and said no more. Based on what she knew about Sha Qi, he must have simply been pushed to his limit. As long as they waited for him to calm down, he would surely be willing to help again. If Sha Qi were willing to offer some of his blood to help Xingtian recover, that would be even better. Things are exactly as I said. Whether I'm willing or not doesn't matter anymore. Yes. Regarding what has happened over the past 5 years and the way we've treated Sha Qi, we've indeed made a huge mistake. We should apologize to Sha Qi. But with him acting like this, and you acting like this, how am I supposed to handle being caught in the middle? Qi Sanyin sat across from her, unable to resist lighting a cigarette, and said irritably. Before entering the room, the guard outside had specifically warned her not to help Yue escape under any circumstances, or else they'd be in big trouble. I just hope you can atone for my sins. Is that not possible? Yue sat on the edge of the bed, her voice weak and feeble as she spoke. Qi Sanyin hadn't seen her like this in a long time. The last time, it seemed, was when she was 4 or 5 years old. Yue, I do recognize right from wrong, but above right and wrong lies the greater good. Shire and I originally planned to have Sha Qi stay with the Bai clan for a few years, then slowly, bit by bit, change everyone's attitude before bringing Sha Qi back. But this was clearly a family matter, and you and Sha Qi made such a scene that everyone knows about it now. Many things have become quite complicated. Qi Sanyin said earnestly. Yue actually understood these reasons perfectly well in her daily life. It was just that she had become trapped in her own inner turmoil, pushing the situation to the other extreme. If I wanted to cause a scene, I wouldn't have called you back. Yue shook her head with a bitter smile. But that's just how things turned out. Qi Sanyin sounded helpless as well. So, does that mean you can't help Sha Qi at all? Yue turned her head and asked, her voice tinged with a last shred of hope. No, Qi Sanyin replied firmly. Then please leave. Yue waved her hand. She didn't want to see anyone. She didn't want to see anyone ever again. Yue, take care of yourself. I won't be staying in the capital for long. In a few days, I'll have to head back to the battlefield beyond the borders. Qi Sanyin said as she stood up. Yue didn't respond. She simply turned her gaze out the window, toward the deep blue sky that symbolized freedom. By the time Shire arrived at the gate of the Bai clan's courtyard, it was already the dawn of the 3rd day. Lu Pingping, the principal of number 15 high school, had long since left to return home. Dressed in a long beige dress, she stood alone at the gate, choosing not to disturb the Bai clan, nor to ask them to relay any message on her behalf. Having been a doctor for so many years, she knew full well that when a person is enraged, they are absolutely incapable of listening to reason. She could only wait here until Sha Qi was willing to see her. Duanshan had already gone to great lengths to curry favor and paid a substantial bail bond for Wushuan, which had managed to delay Wushuan's trial by 10 days. The Bai clan had put considerable pressure on the Martial Path Bureau. If they did not receive a letter of forgiveness from the Bai clan within 10 days, the Martial Path Bureau would have no choice but to pass judgment. Shire. Xingtian walked over, looking weak. Xingtian, why are you here? Shire had waited 4 days but still hadn't seen Sha Qi. When she saw Xingtian appear, her expression was one of surprise mixed with concern. Xingtian, you're still weak. How could you dare to come out? Xingtian forced a smile and said. Shire, you've been waiting here for 4 days. Now that I'm feeling a little better, I wanted to come over and ask Big Brother for forgiveness. You mustn't tell the 4th sister or the others. Because I snuck out. Shire wanted him to go back, but when she thought of Sha Qi's attitude, she had no choice but to let him stay. The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. His arrival might just be a turning point. Over the past few days, Shang Tian's condition had indeed improved considerably. The herbs the other sisters had managed to procure had greatly suppressed his rejection reaction. But even so, whenever the rejection flared up, the pain was still unbearable. If the sisters had been even a little more helpful, he wouldn't have had to suffer for 4 extra days. 4 whole days. Do you have any idea how he endured those 4 days? Shachi, have you decided where to take me today? Juan's voice, as melodious as an Orioles song, drifted over as she linked her arm through Shachi's and stepped out together. The food street? The hero's monument? Maybe we'll catch a movie together later. Shachi asked with a chuckle, his eyes fixed solely on her. At Shachi's most desperate and helpless moment, she was the only one willing to lend a hand and stand by him. If it weren't for her, Shachi might have even given his life back to the Chi clan. Sure. Juan nodded with a smile. She let Shachi hold her hand. Even through her eye patch, she could see, and she was simply breathtaking. When out in public, it's best to keep a low profile. Shachi! Shire called out to the two of them. They heard her but ignored her completely, walking off to the side of the street. They didn't need bodyguards. The secret order from the Chi clan's patriarch stored in their spatial ring was enough to keep everything in check. Besides, today was Juan and Shachi's first date, and she certainly didn't want anyone following them and ruining the perfect atmosphere. Shachi, just help Shire one last time, okay? Shire didn't give up and ran after them, saying, "Second young lady of the Chi clan, please behave yourself. We allow you to stand in the distance, but we never said you could approach our clan head and his husband." A bi-clan guard immediately stepped forward, blocking Shire's path. "I'm sorry." Shire gave a bitter smile. "Big brother, just come back to the Chi clan with me. I'm begging you." Shang Tian called out from a distance to Shachi's retreating figure, consumed by jealousy. One was beautiful, possessed considerable power, was the heir to the bi-clanessine bone, and even held a secret decree from the Chi clan. If Shachi hadn't snatched her away, Shang Tian could have harnessed her energy to become the true power center of the Chi clan. But Shachi never responded to Shang Tian's words. Shachi led one away and disappeared around the corner, vanishing completely from their sight. "Never mind, Shang Tian. Let us just keep waiting here. As long as we're sincere, Shachi will forgive us sooner or later," Shire said. "I guess that's all we can do." A flash of malice crossed Shang Tian's eyes, but it quickly faded. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call rang out. It was Siyuan calling. "Shire, do you know where Shang Tian is?" As soon as Shang Tian heard Siyuan's voice, he immediately shook his head at Shire, signaling her to say he wasn't there. Shire shook her head and said, "I don't know." "What's up?" Siyuan said, "I just got to the hospital and found he wasn't in his room. I asked the doctors and nurses, but none of them know where he went." Shire replied, "Maybe he just went somewhere. He'll be back in a little while." Siyuan's voice was tense as she said, "Then I'll ask Sixth Sister." With all the people under her command, she is sure to be able to find Shang Tian. Under normal circumstances, Siyuan wouldn't have worried about where Shang Tian had gone. After all, given the Chi clan's influence in the capital, no one would dare lay a finger on Shang Tian. But after what happened with Shachi, there was no guarantee that Shachi wouldn't have malicious intentions toward Shang Tian. Hanging up the phone, Shire looked at Shang Tian and said, "Shang Tian, you'd better explain this to your sixth sister. Otherwise, she'll be showing up here again in a little while." Shang Tian nodded, feigning nervousness, and said, "Okay. I'll go talk to Sixth Sister and the others right away." Originally, Shang Tian had hoped his sisters would cause a scene. But now, that was out of the question. If this commotion continued, who knows when he'd ever get his hands on Shachi's blood. Throughout the day, Shachi took Juan to many different places. Since he'd done his research in advance, they didn't feel overwhelmed. It had been a long time since Shachi had gone out to have fun. And Juan, who had never had time to go out and play since she was a child. They first went to the Heroes' Memorial, where, for the past 300 years, all the heroes who had fallen on the battlefield had been buried, including Juan's parents. Juan had lost both her parents when she was 3. And at the age of 4, she began the inborn inheritance ritual, entering a 14-year seclusion. Only she knew how agonizing those years had been. Juan had no real memories of her parents, but after offering a bouquet, she still smiled and introduced Shachi to them. In truth, she wished so much that she could be like other children, with parents by her side. Whenever she thought of being all alone, she would hide in the Bai clan's forbidden area and cry by herself. But now it's all right. She is no longer alone. Shachi is right by her side. After leaving the monument, the two of them went out to eat all sorts of delicious food, took in many scenic views, and even went to see a movie celebrating heroes that evening. For nearly a century, films set on the battlefields beyond the realm have consistently been a major hit. Especially those depicting love stories from beyond the realm, they're the hottest of the hot. Inside the movie theater, Juan took Shachi's hand of her own accord. The light reflecting off the big screen fell upon her stunning profile. She whispered to Shachi, "Shachi, what do you think it would look like if one day the alien beasts went extinct, the outer realm battlefields closed, and humanity returned to peace?" Shachi shook his head, "I don't know. That scene would be too beautiful, I don't even dare to imagine it." Over the past 300 years, humanity's strongest warriors have continued to evolve. But the beasts have evolved just as relentlessly. Beasts live much longer than humans. Many of those that survived from 300 years ago have become humanity's #1 enemies. If they're allowed to grow even stronger, humanity will face extinction sooner or later. That day, too, is something humans dare not imagine. Shachi, will you promise me one thing? Juan turned her head and looked at him intently. What is it? Shachi asked, puzzled. Live well, don't die before me. I'm terribly afraid of being alone. If you die, I'll be heartbroken. Juan's voice was gentle, yet tinged with immense stubbornness. We'll both live on just fine. Don't say things like that. Shachi couldn't help but gently stroke her hair and smile. But I mean it. During those 14 years I was in seclusion, I was all alone every single day. I almost went mad. Juan said weakly. Well, if you were to leave before me, I'd be heartbroken too. Shachi smiled and said. Even though they'd only been together for about 10 days. And even though they'd had absolutely no emotional foundation before that. Those 10 odd days had felt like more than a decade. Then how about this? If either of us dies, the other will follow in suicide. What do you think? Juan actually suggested this in all seriousness. To her, this wasn't a big deal. In fact, it seemed quite romantic. Though they couldn't be born in the same year or month. They could die in the same year and month. Was there anything more romantic in the whole world? Okay. Shachi didn't think twice and nodded in agreement. Shachi, you're so sweet. Juan was clearly overjoyed. Even if Shachi was lying to her, she didn't care. What mattered was the moment. Wasn't that right? But just as the movie was about to end, her uncle called, sounding frantic. He said something had happened at home. One of the guards had beaten up Shengtian, and the sisters from the Qi clan had rushed over immediately, nearly starting a fight. As soon as Juan heard this, her expression suddenly darkened. She hadn't even bothered to deal with Shire and the others standing at the door, and now they'd gone and stirred up trouble on their own? Had they ordered the bodyguard to attack Shengtian so they could pin the blame on the Bai clan? What a scheme! What a brilliant scheme! Juan grabbed Shachi and immediately hailed a cab to return to the clan. Siyuan looked at the bruises on Shengtian's face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, glaring furiously at the Bai clan guards standing before her. They'd gone too far. They hadn't interfered with the Bai clan or caused them any trouble. Yet the Bai clan had actually laid a hand on him? She simply couldn't tolerate this. Sixth sister, take Shengtian back first. I'll handle this. Siyuan handed Sheng Tian over to Sixth Sister's people, stood up coldly, and said, Siyuan, don't do anything rash. I'm begging you. Please don't do anything rash. We already need to earn Big Brother's forgiveness. If you take action against the Bai clan, how will we ever be able to earn his forgiveness? Sheng Tian said anxiously. Earlier that day, someone had suggested to him that he could provoke the Bai clan into attacking him, thereby stirring up chaos. As long as the Bai clan made the first move, no matter what happened, the Bai clan would be in the wrong. If Shachi was determined not to give his own blood, then even if he waited at the door for 3 years, Shachi would never agree. And he couldn't wait that long. So the quickest way was to frame the Bai clan. The person helping him behind the scenes had colluded with one of the Bai clan's guards, instructing the guard to strike, and that's how this incident came to pass. Sixth sister, take him back. Siyuan said coldly, her aura growing stronger by the moment as she prepared to strike. Fourth sister, don't be impulsive. Setting aside the fact that the Bai clan has a secret order from the patriarch, just look at all the commotion that has been sweeping the city these past few days. It's not the right time to act. Shire grabbed her and pleaded anxiously. I want to lay a hand on them. But today, I'm going to tear the Bai clan apart. Siyuan roared angrily. She had always had a fiery temper, and her strength surpassed even Shire's. With a single flash, she swiftly closed in on the Bai clan members. She was determined to tear the Bai clan apart, to completely disgrace them in the capital, and to teach them a lesson about the consequences of beating up her younger brother. Stop her! Bai Donghua shouted furiously. As a 9th-rank Grandmaster tier powerhouse who had already taken a half-step into the War God realm, Siyuan was too powerful for any single person to stop. The Bai clan's elite fighters had to mobilize en masse. The true powerhouses of the major clans were all on the battlefields beyond the realm, which was why even Grandmaster tier strength was enough to overwhelm everyone else. Get out of my way, all of you! Don't force me to fight you! Siyuan roared. Fourth young lady, why don't you ask why? The second young lady of the Qi clan stood at the entrance to our Bai clan for 4 days. Why was she left alone? Yet the moment Sheng Tian arrived, our Bai clan moved against her. Bai Donghua demanded. He sensed something was amiss with the guard's actions. But now was not the time to delve deeper. You attacked my younger brother, that's the reason. Siyuan kept dodging, trying to charge past them. This feeling was incredibly frustrating. As the leader of a major S-rank hunting guild in the Dragon Realm, she had swept through armies on the battlefield beyond the realm, fighting whomever she pleased. When had she ever been this helpless? If it weren't for not wanting to cause trouble for the Qi clan, she would already sent these people to the hospital. Siyuan, can't you be a little more reasonable? Bai Donghua snapped. Reason? My fists, that's reason. Siyuan retorted sarcastically. Boom! She bypassed the defensive line, kicked the doorpost of the Bai clan's main gate, and in an instant, she leaped forward, snatched down the Bai clan's signboard, and crushed it under her foot. At the Bai clan's main gate, chaos reigned. Under Siyuan's violent rampage, the entrance to the Bai clan was soon left in shambles. Wan and Sha Qi arrived almost simultaneously with the Martial Path Bureau. The Martial Path Bureau's SWAT team immediately subdued Siyuan. Siyuan stopped struggling and allowed the SWAT officers to restrain her. After all, resisting the Martial Path Bureau any further would only make matters more complicated. Wan's gaze darkened as he looked at the shattered signboard on the ground, the tottering doorposts, and the ruined entrance, his anger boiling over. Meanwhile, upon learning the cause of the incident, the Martial Path Bureau found itself in a difficult position. This time, the Bai clan had struck first. But Siyuan hadn't hit anyone. He merely demolished the Bai clan's property. At worst, it was a dispute over property damage. So they couldn't arrest Siyuan. All they could do was mediate between the two sides. Our Bai clan doesn't need mediation. Since you insist that my clan's guards struck your younger brother, let us call it even. We'll split the blame, and that's the end of it. You take care of your younger brother, I'll cover the Bai clan's losses. How does that sound? One was itching to invoke the Qi clan patriarch's secret decree. But each time the decree was used, it became one less. Once the decree lost its effect, the Qi clan would no longer have any qualms. 1. I'm warning you, this isn't over. Siyuan spat on the ground and led his men away. Shachi really wanted to crack open Siyuan's skull to see if it was filled with nothing but muscle. If Shang Tian hadn't been scheming, how could the Bai clan guard have struck him? Uncle, where is that guard? Why did he attack? Juan watched them leave, ordered the scene to be cleaned up, and frowned. He said Shang Tian was being sarcastic and said some very offensive things, insulting Shachi, so that's why he lashed out. Bai Donghua explained in a low voice. Send him over here. Juan said grimly. Head of the clan, trouble. The guard who attacked has fled. A guard ran up to him and reported. Ha, he ran? Now this is getting interesting. Juan's expression grew even colder. She was truly furious. If the guard hadn't fled, it might indeed have been Shang Tian who provoked the situation, and the guard simply couldn't help but strike back. If that were the case, Juan wouldn't have pursued the matter at all. A fight is a fight. And she would have simply said, well done. But since the man had fled, it could only mean this was a charade staged by the Qi clan. The Qi clan really has some clever tactics. They actually sent people to infiltrate our Bai clan and staged a whole charade like this? Launch a thorough investigation of the entire clan immediately. And expel anyone with ties to the Qi clan. Bai Donghua roared angrily. Uncle, don't panic. If the Qi clan managed to infiltrate us once, they can do it a second or third time. Even if we expel everyone connected to them, it won't solve anything. One held him back and shook her head. So are we just supposed to swallow this and let it slide? Bai Donghua had a fiery temper as well. People could bully him. But they couldn't step on the Bai clan. After the mock exams in a few days, I'll gradually show the world Shachi's true value. At the same time, after the mock exams, the Bai clan will begin its ascent into the ranks of second-tier clans. By then, I'll retrieve some items from the Forbidden Zone to help the Bai clan rise. Juan said coldly. When she inherited the Ancestress legacy, she also inherited the Ancestress strategies. So even though she was only 18 and lacked the experience and worldly wisdom of Bai Donghua and the others, she was never wrong about the big picture. Great! Our Bai clan has been lying low for too long. It's about time we let the world see the true depth of our Bai clan. Bai Donghua lit a cigarette and said indignantly. Shachi, let us go. To the Forbidden Zone. Juan took Shachi's and led him into the Forbidden Zone. Shachi's supreme bone was already showing signs of revival, and Juan was confident that before the mock exam, she could help Shachi sprout and grow bone. Even if Shachi's supreme bone grew by just a single segment, it would provide immense help for his mock exam. At the same time, his performance would proclaim to the world that the once prodigy had not fallen. Juan had originally intended to slow things down a bit. But with the Qi clan pressing so hard, she had no choice but to be fully prepared. This time, it was highly likely that the Qi clan would rig the mock exam. Since she and Shachi weren't in the same testing district, she had to take precautions for Shachi in advance. Until Shachi had truly grown stronger, she would not allow Shachi to fail again. Siyuan left with her men. Although she had left the Bai clan in shambles, she still felt unsatisfied. She really wanted to beat the hell out of the Bai clan members. Fortunately, Shang Tian's injuries weren't too serious. Otherwise, she might have gone as far as to kill someone. At the hospital, a nurse was treating Shang Tian's wounds. Shang Tian appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was seething with rage. He failed again. Milan had failed again. With only a few days left until the mock exam, if he remained trapped in this rejection reaction, he wouldn't even be able to take it. He had to come up with another plan. He'd see if the people helping him behind the scenes could find 2 hitmen to come to the hospital in the middle of the night and assassinate him. As long as things got extreme enough. He didn't believe his sisters wouldn't be able to drag Shachi over. As soon as his sisters left, he immediately contacted his behind-the-scenes contact via cell phone and explained his plan. The contact agreed at once. And also shared a piece of surprising news: Shachi was going to take the mock exam this time. Shachi was already a wreck. What was the point of him going? Was he going there to die? After all, the mock exam required traveling to the testing zone to hunt down strange beasts. But it was actually perfect that Shachi was going. If his sisters couldn't help him bring Shachi over, he'd have his behind-the-scenes contact find an assassin to kill Shachi during the exam. That way, he'd still get Shachi's blood, and he'd eliminate Shachi as a threat. It was literally killing two birds with one stone. Late that night, a group of people lay in wait, having secretly staked out the hospital in advance. They were just waiting for Sheng Tian to give the signal before storming into the room to carry out the assassination. Si Yuan was on night watch that night. While Si Yuan was away using the restroom, Sheng Tian signaled for them to come up. Si Yuan was incredibly powerful. There was no way these people stood a chance against her. Besides, by coming here, they'd already chosen to ignore the consequences. Assassins! A shriek pierced the night sky. Si Yuan was still in the restroom when she heard the sound. Terrified, she immediately rushed out. Whoosh! She moved as swiftly as the wind, pushing her Grandmaster Tier 9th rank power to its absolute limit. Her expression was grim as she prayed these assassins weren't after Sheng Tian, otherwise, she would exact revenge without regard for the consequences. Sheng Tian! When Si Yuan saw the assassin in the room, her world collapsed in an instant. She watched helplessly as a dagger was about to strike Sheng Tian's neck. With all her strength, she unleashed a palm strike, sending the assailant flying out the window to plummet from the 5th floor. Thud! 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 She disposed of the remaining assailants as quickly as possible and immediately checked on Sheng Tian's condition. Seeing that Sheng Tian was unharmed, her heart finally settled. The Bai clan has gone too far. Yesterday they beat up her younger brother. And today they hired assassins. They're declaring war on the Qi clan. Shachi, Bai clan, since you've chosen this path, don't blame me. While Si Yuan called her sisters to alert them, she also contacted her own team members. If the Bai clan hired assassins, then she would issue a bounty on the Bai clan's lives. She had no evidence to prove the Bai clan hired assassins. And the Bai clan would have no evidence to prove she'd put a bounty on them. She was eager to see how the Bai clan would handle this. When the sisters arrived at the hospital, they were still shaken. Who would have thought that assassins were lurking inside the hospital and had come to kill their own brother? This must be the work of that scumbag Shachi. Hiring someone to kill his own brother, he is truly heartless. Qi Luyao snapped angrily. Her eyes were bloodshot, and fury blazed from them. Sixth sister, don't say that. How could Shachi possibly have done something like this? Si Yuan said sarcastically. In reality, she had already arranged everything. First thing tomorrow morning, the bounty on the Bai clan would send shockwaves through the entire capital. Si Yuan, what do you mean by that? If Shachi didn't do it, then who else could it be? Qi Luyao couldn't help but frown and demand. Shachi? Does he even have the guts? Si Yuan sneered. With third sister present, she absolutely couldn't reveal any information, otherwise, third sister would surely stop her. Because third sister would never allow anyone from the Qi clan to hire a hitman. Sheng Tian, lying in his sickbed, was also a bit confused. Si Yuan had just gone out to make a phone call. She must have been targeting the Bai clan. But why would she say something like that? At this moment, the only ones capable of taking action against him were either the Bai clan or Shachi. Because no one else had a motive. Fourth sister, you haven't done anything, have you? Qi Sanin sensed something was off and frowned. What do you mean, did you do anything? Like, kill those assassins? Si Yuan shot back immediately. She absolutely couldn't show any weakness right now, otherwise, third sister would sense something was wrong. The Martial Path Bureau will get to the bottom of this. Until the Marshall Path Bureau releases its official findings, none of you are to act rashly. Understood? Shi Sanin scanned the group of women and warned them. When a Yue wasn't around, Shi Sanin was the one best able to keep everyone in line. I'll just have to see who dares to send assassins here again. If he sends one, I'll kill one. If he sends a pair, I'll kill a pair. I'll be stationed right here in Sheng Tian's hospital room. Si Yuan plopped down on the sofa, her entire being radiating a menacing aura. Shi Sanin couldn't really say anything about her attitude. After all, if assassins came to kill, they certainly deserved to die. The women stayed in the hospital room until the early hours of the morning. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that they finally dispersed, leaving only Si Yuan behind to keep watch. Si Yuan slept on the visitor's cot. And in the darkness, her face still glowed with burning rage. By tomorrow morning, the Bai clan would be in a complete uproar. She was eager to see how the Bai clan would beg for her forgiveness tomorrow. At dawn, Shire went to the Bai clan as usual. Things were getting more and more complicated. After the incident where Sheng Tian was beaten, it had become even more impossible for Shire to get Sha Qi's help. With the deadline set by the Marshall Path Bureau fast approaching, she was in a complete state of turmoil. Once the Marshall Path Bureau's program was activated, Wuxuan's charges would be finalized. Ding dong. A mobile notification caught her eye. But it made her face go pale in an instant. Breaking news! Last night, a mysterious figure posted a bounty on the Bai clan of the capital on the dark web, with the reward amounting to a staggering 5 billion. Major crisis for the Bai clan. Mysterious figure issues bounty. The capital's Bai clan is in peril. Recalling her fourth sister Si Yuan's attitude last night, Shire instantly realized what was going on. No wonder Si Yuan had been acting so strangely last night. It turned out she deposted the bounty on the dark web. Now, it's as if the sky is falling. Shi Sanin was preparing to leave for the Eastern Theater of Operations. At 4 a.m. last night, her subordinate in the theater sent a message saying they might have found a solution to the rejection reaction. But just as she was about to leave, she saw the push notification on her phone. Instantly, her expression turned grim. There was no need to think about it. It had to be her fourth sister's doing. She immediately rushed to the hospital ward to confront her fourth sister, Si Yuan, but Si Yuan acted as if she had nothing to lose, refusing to admit anything. Third sister, why would you suspect me of doing this? The family has already been through enough turmoil lately. I would never do anything to discredit the family or even cause trouble for it. Si Yuan spread her hands in exasperation. As long as she refused to admit it, no matter how certain third sister was that she was the culprit, there was absolutely no way the news would leak out, let alone that the blame would be pinned on her. Because third sister would prioritize the greater good of the Qi clan above all else. Withdraw that bounty immediately. Shi Sanin shouted at her. These sisters were getting more and more out of hand. If anyone were to catch them in the act, the Qi clan would immediately be stripped of its status as a ruling clan of the nation, and the person responsible would face trial. Third sister, what are you losing your mind for? I didn't do it. How am I supposed to withdraw it? Si Yuan stood her ground, confronting her. I'll ask one more time, are you going to withdraw it or not? Shi Sanin was already on the verge of a rage-filled outburst. I didn't do it. I can't take it back. Si Yuan said stubbornly. Smack. Shi Sanin, her disappointment turning to despair, slapped her hard across the face. Blood trickled slowly down the corner of her mouth, casting a hint of ferocity into her eyes. Third sister, are you sure you want to pin something I had nothing to do with on me? Shi Sanin grabbed her by the throat and threatened, fourth sister, if I find evidence of this, I'll personally send you to prison. Si Yuan replied nonchalantly, fine. Then I'll wait for you, Shi Sanin, to turn against your own family for the greater good. Shi Sanin turned and walked away, seething with rage. But Si Yuan clapped her hands behind her back, sneering, third sister, you'd better find that evidence soon. I'll be waiting for you in the capital so you can arrest me. Shi Sanin ignored her. And before leaving, she contacted a Yue who was under house arrest via a family servant. All of the UIS cell phones and communication devices had already been confiscated, and the family businesses she had previously managed had been handed over to others. Soon, Yui answered the call. "Third sister, it's me." Shi Sanin got into the military vehicle and said gravely, "Yui, I need your connections in the capital. Fourth sister has posted a bounty on the Bai Clan's heads on the dark web and she has offered an astronomical sum of 5 billion. I need to shut this down as soon as possible." Although Chi Sanin could use her status as the god of war to issue a proclamation forbidding anyone from accepting the bounty on the dark web under penalty of declaring war against her. If she were to issue such an announcement, it would be like denying the obvious, and would only draw even more attention to the Chi clan. What? Siyuan, she actually offered a 5 billion bounty on the Bai clan? Yui jumped to her feet, her eyes turning as cold as ice. Yui, none of that matters right now. The key is to find a way to protect the Bai clan and prevent them from being affected by the bounty. Shi Sanin drove with one hand, speaking anxiously. All right. I'll contact my connections in the capital right away. We'll talk later, Eus said. After hanging up, Shi Sanin also urgently contacted her own connections in the capital, trying to turn the tide. Shire saw Sha Qi and Wan walking out at a brisk pace and immediately went to meet them. Knowing why Sha Qi had come, she said nervously, "Sha Qi, don't panic. I just spoke with third sister. She said she is investigating the real culprit behind this. At the same time, she has enlisted a UAS connection. She'll definitely ensure your safety and that of the Bai clan." Sha Qi shouted, "Enough. I don't care which one of you did this, it's all my fault, okay? Here is my blood bag, it should help with Shang Tian's condition. Let us go to the Martial Path Bureau right now to file a statement of understanding and get Wuxuan released. I beg you. And I beg the Qi clan as well. Please spare me." Shire's eyes welled up with tears. She reached out to grab Sha Qi's hand and said, "Sha Qi, don't be like this, we really didn't put that bounty out." Sha Qi snapped in a fit of rage, "Don't you fucking make me curse at you. Who else but your Qi clan would put a 5 billion bounty on someone's head?" Shire wanted to say something else, but Sha Qi cut her off forcefully. "Stop wasting my time. Grab the blood bag and go save your dear little brother. I've had enough of the Qi clan's ugly true colors." With that, Sha Qi turned and left with Wan, heading to the Martial Path Bureau to issue a statement of exoneration. With things having come to this point, no matter how much Wan didn't want Sha Qi to hand over the blood bag, Sha Qi had to do it. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Sha Qi couldn't let the Bai clan take risks for his sake. The way Wan had treated him. The way the Bai clan had treated him. That alone was worth him sacrificing his life to protect them. His hatred for the Qi clan had reached its peak. From now on, he would feel nothing but hatred toward anyone in the Qi clan. He would continue to grow stronger, until he became a force capable of standing up to the Qi clan, and then he would make the Qi clan pay the price for everything they done. You Milanese Shire, Siyuan, Qi Luyao. Why don't you all just die? Sha Qi roared in despair. Sha Qi, don't get angry. Don't let this kind of thing upset you. No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. Wan hurried to comfort him. Wan, what exactly did I do wrong? I truly regret ever being born into this world. Sha Qi choked out. Don't say that. If you hadn't come into this world, how could I ever have met you? Wan was deeply worried, afraid Sha Qi would lose his resolve. Wan. Sha Qi could hold it and no longer. Tears slid silently down his cheeks. It'll be okay. Once your supreme bone matures, everything will be fine. Wan gently embraced him, wrapping him in her tenderness. I, Sha Qi, in this life and the next, will be sworn enemies of the Qi clan. Sha Qi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Sha Qi, let us stop by the Martial Path Bureau on our way and change your name. The Qi and Qi clan is no longer worthy of you. Wan said softly. Okay. Sha Qi's hands trembled as he gently embraced Wan. In that moment, the young man completely broke down. His heart contracted violently within his chest, and the flames of rage formed the bedrock of his supreme bone, accelerating its regeneration. By the time they emerged from the Marshall Path Bureau, Wuxuan's letter of forgiveness had already been signed, and the paperwork for the name change had been officially submitted. As soon as the formalities were completed, Sha-Chi would be completely free of that name. From now on, he would have only one name: Yan Bai. The Nyan of longing. Wan S. Bai. Starting from this chapter, the male lead has officially changed his name, Wan Yan Bai, he. When choosing a name, Wan had originally intended to use characters like Wu or Long to create a surname for Nyan Bai, but he refused. Wan had also considered taking the last character of her own name to form Nianwan, but Nyan Bai rejected that as well, saying it sounded too girly. With his new name, Nyan Bai was essentially reborn, so he no longer wanted to carry any surname. For the rest of his life, he just wanted to live as himself. And live for Wan. Wan hoped that from now on, Nyan Bai would be a heroic figure who stood tall and proud, a true man, while also deeply loving her and growing old with her hand in hand. The two walked shoulder to shoulder down the street, Wan leading him here and there to explore, and they ate plenty of delicious street food. The young couple's spirits lifted considerably. And even though the Qi clan still refused to let them go, they didn't care anymore. Let them come if they must. They faced them head-on. At the hospital, Shire returned with the blood bag, looking somewhat dazed. Iwa and Shi Sanin were still working frantically to deal with the bounty notice, trying to contain its massive impact across the entire capital. Shire, why are you back? What's that in your hand? Jiomei Chi Jojo stepped forward, looking puzzled. This is Sha-Chi's blood. Now, we have a way to deal with the rejection reaction. Shire gave a wry smile, but she sounded so helpless. Isn't that a good thing? Shire, then hurry up and transfuse that blood bag into Shang Tian. Chi Jojo exclaimed excitedly. Shire shook her head. She no longer had the strength to administer the blood transfusion to Shang Tian herself. She called over a nurse and handed the blood bag to her. Is this Sha-Chi's blood? Send it for testing first to see if there are any other issues. That scumbag is so devious. Who can guarantee he didn't tamper with the blood bag? Qi Luyao sat in a wheelchair, with Si Yuan pushing her from behind. They had a bit of a falling out yesterday, mainly because Si Yuan's words had upset Qi Luyao. But when she woke up this morning and saw the notification on her phone, she burst out laughing. It instantly made her realize the true meaning behind Si Yuan's words from yesterday. Yeah, Shire, have someone send it for testing. Si Yuan nodded in agreement. Girls, I'm back, it's Wuxuan. An excited shout rang out. It was Wuxuan, who had been locked up for nearly 10 days, walking toward them with a look of excitement on her face. Wuxuan's back? Qi Luyao looked at her, and a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. I'm back. Being locked up for so many days, I was practically going crazy. Thank goodness the Bai clan signed the settlement agreement. Otherwise, once I got out, I would made sure the Bai clan didn't sleep a wink. Wuxuan said sarcastically. Number 5, you're back just in time. We've got Sha-Chi's blood bag. Shang Tian has a chance now. Si Yuan said, smiling at her. Wuxuan grew even more excited and said, that's double good news. Let us start treating Shang Tian right away. Milan S. He was finally free from torment. And with the end of the rejection reaction, the 8 companion bones fused perfectly with Shang Tian. Combined with his 9-dragon physique, this propelled him to the next level. Upon hearing the news, Duanshan immediately rushed over with Milan. The results of Shang Tian's talent test were in. Rank, SS+. He had already surpassed the level Nianbai had reached at age 13. It's one piece of good news after another. Little brother, congratulations. Qi Luyao smiled knowingly and said. If it weren't for all your help, I would given up by now. Shang Tian was so moved he shed tears and wiped the corners of his eyes. Shang Tian, the future of the Qi clan rests on your shoulders. The heights you'll reach one day will be beyond the reach of anyone in the entire capital. Duanshan patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Dad, rest assured. I swear I won't let you down. Sheng Tian declared resolutely. Today, the fifth brother was acquitted. Sheng Tian overcame his rejection reaction, and he has been promoted to S-rank talent. Truly 3 reasons to celebrate. Pass on my orders, I want a huge celebration. Invite all of our Qi Clan's relatives and friends. Duanshan laughed heartily. Dad, it's enough to celebrate for Wushuan. As for me, there's no need for such extravagance. Sheng Tian said, acting very sensible. He had always managed to strike the right balance, keeping most matters firmly under his control. Sheng Tian, what are you talking about? Dad throwing a party for you isn't a waste of money. And the cost of a mere banquet is just a drop in the bucket for our Qi clan. Duanshan waved his hand dismissively. Little brother, Dad's in a good mood today, just go along with him. Siyuan said with a smile. Well, all right. Sheng Tian nodded obediently and said. Let us go. We're leaving the hospital. Duanshan laughed heartily, slung his arm around Sheng Tian's shoulder, and led him away. But Shire watched their figures from behind, seeing them chatting and laughing so easily, and suddenly felt a bit out of place. The news of Sheng Tian's discharge reached Qi Sanin. After learning the details of what had happened, Qi Sanin couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. In the end, it had come to this. Fourth sister Siyuan's bounty had completely cornered Sha Qi and pushed him into opposition with the Qi clan. If Sha Qi fails to rise to prominence, that's one thing, but if he does, he'll become the greatest obstacle standing in the Qi clan's path. S-rank talent? If it weren't for the Qi clan's 5-year delay, Sha Qi could have achieved that too. That evening, at the same 7-star hotel, Duanshan threw a lavish banquet for Sheng Tian and proudly announced his talent to everyone. Although many felt the Qi clan's actions were underhanded, Sheng Tian's talent alone was enough to sweep everything under the rug. No matter how despicable the Qi clan might be, they had to praise him. Because Sheng Tian represented the future of the Qi clan. Iyue couldn't attend because she was on her period. Shire was feeling unwell and stayed home to rest. Third sister Qi Sanin arrived on the scene and forced Siyuan to withdraw the bounty notice before long. The wanted notice on the dark web was quietly taken down. Nianbai, Sheng Tian has advanced to SS plus talent. Wan walked into the restricted area and said this as he looked at Nianbai soaking in the medicinal liquid. Oh, well, I suppose we really should congratulate him then. Nianbai scoffed. Let us test our talents too. Drop a drop of blood on this device. Wow, not bad. In less than 20 days, you've gone from an F-rank talent to a D-rank talent. One exclaimed excitedly. It's still a bit too slow. My cultivation efficiency used to be nearly 100 times what it is now. Nianbai shook his head. But you have unlimited potential for growth. Wan giggled and said. Wan, I think I might be able to break through to a C-level talent tonight. Really? That's great. I'll stay up all night with you tonight. Wan, once we graduate from college, let us get married. Don't worry, I'm already your fiancé, I'm not going anywhere. We'll get married as soon as we graduate from college. You're so cute, I suddenly feel like kissing you. What should I do? Hee, if you can break through to Class C talent tonight, I'll let you kiss me. Then I'd better work hard. Inside the forbidden zone, bursts of laughter echoed. And their journey was about to begin. After class, Lu Pingping came to the Bai clan to wait, intending to check on Nianbai's condition to determine whether he should take the mock exam in 3 days. Since Nianbai and Wan were in the forbidden zone and wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, a Bai clan servant served her some tea. After finishing his work, Bai Donghua came to the reception hall to greet Lu Pingping. As for Lu Pingping, Bai Donghua held her in high regard. His original impression of her was that she was nothing more than a sycophant who curried favor with the powerful. Although she was the principal of number 15 high school, the school itself was merely average. So even though many people respected Lu Pingping, Bai Donghua had never taken him seriously. However, Lu Pingping's attitude completely changed Bai Donghua's perception of him. A man like him was actually willing to offend the Qi clan for Nian Bai's sake. And with such a firm stance at that, he was going completely against the Qi clan. This clearly showed that he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Principal Lu. Nian Bai walked over with Wan, smiled at him, and said, Lu Pingping was, after all, one of Nian Bai's benefactors. Although she had tricked Nian Bai into attending number 15 high school, a school with poor credentials and conditions back then, she had never treated Nian Bai unfairly over the years and had even stood up to support him. Wow! You're a 4th-ranked general now? Not bad at all. Lu Pingping set down her teacup, beaming with joy, and said, Just a moment ago, my talent returned to Class C level, and my strength broke through at the same time. Nian Bai explained respectfully. Lu Pingping deserved this kind of attitude from him. Good, good, good. That's wonderful. Lu Pingping grew even more excited. This is getting interesting. If Nian Bai could return to his former peak, number 15 high school would really take off. By then, she, Lu Pingping, would use her keen eye for talent to either lead number 15 high school to become a top-tier high school or secure a position at the Ministry of Education. Although a C-level talent is average and at number 15 high school, it's only at the lower end of the spectrum. This is Nian Bai we're talking about. That changes everything. Shaqi, no, Nian Bai, the first mock exam is in 3 days. Are you going to take it? Lu Pingping's smile faded as she asked earnestly. Because this was a serious matter. In the college entrance exams, it's not uncommon for even geniuses to underperform, so the Ministry of Education includes mock exam scores in the final tally. Students have 2 options. First, ignore all mock exam scores and use only the college entrance exam score as the final score. Second, combine the scores from the 3 mock exams 15% plus 15% plus 15% with 55% of the college entrance exam score to calculate the final total score. Students can choose the calculation method most advantageous to them after the scores are released. Principal Lu, I'd like to give it a try first. My score on this mock exam probably won't be very good. I won't rank very high citywide, but I'm confident that when it comes to the college entrance exam, I'll definitely make a splash. Nian Bai said confidently. His confidence came from Wan. Since Wan believed in him so much and helped him so much, he had to show the right attitude and not let Wan down. All right. Give it a try. Meet me at the West Gate in 3 days. Our number 15 high school exam group will depart from there. Remember this. No matter how you do on the exam, you must protect yourself. Only when you've truly grown can you show your fangs. Lu Pingping admonished him earnestly. I understand. Nian Bai nodded emphatically. Nian Bai, this is a grade B Longquan sword, an investment from our number 15 high school in you. I hope that once you've grown, you won't forget your original aspirations. And don't forget our number 15 high school. Lu Pingping put on a smile and said, Principal Lu, I'll always remember the kindness you and all the teachers have shown me. I'll definitely work hard and won't let you down. Nian Bai took a step forward and accepted the Longquan sword with both hands. Although to the Bai clan and the Qi clan, this was merely an ordinary weapon, it was enough to move Nian Bai deeply, for it was filled with genuine care. Since Principal Lu has given a gift, we certainly won't be outdone. Nian Bai, this is a necklace left behind by the ancestral patriarch of our Bai clan. In a life or death situation, if you shatter it, it will save your life. Wan removed the necklace from her fair neck and handed it to Nian Bai. Nian Bai quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, I can't accept this, Wan. I can't take such a precious gift. Wan smiled sweetly and said, just think of it as a token of our affection. That way, there won't be any pressure. Bai Donghua took a scroll from his spatial ring, handed it to Nian Bai, and laughed. Nian Bai, this is from my eldest uncle. When the time comes, tear open this scroll. It will allow Xuanqing to come to your aid from 1,000 meters away. Since Lu Pingping had already given him a weapon, by Donghua, and one felt it would be inappropriate to give him one as well. Given Nianbai's current strength and talent, a Class B weapon was actually sufficient. If he were to use a weapon that was too good, there was a risk that someone might kill him just to steal it. Nianbai nodded gratefully and accepted it with both hands. Although he didn't want to accept these valuable gifts, this was the Bai clan's kindness toward him, and he couldn't let them down. Nianbai, as long as you make a splash on the college entrance exam, I'll handle your university admissions for you. Even if you only score in the middle range, I'll still find a way to get you into a top-tier university. Lu Pingping assured him. As long as she informed Wulong of Nianbai's special circumstances, it would be a simple matter of a single word. Nianbai bowed deeply to Lu Pingping. No need to be so formal. The future of our number 15 high school rests on your shoulders. Lu Pingping helped him to his feet and laughed heartily. Due to limited resources and teaching staff, number 15 high school rarely attracted exceptionally gifted students. Nianbai was the only one, and she'd gone to great lengths to recruit him. Now that Nianbai's hopes had been reignited, she was naturally happier than anyone else. By the way, Wan, which testing center were you at? Lu Pingping turned and asked. Wan hadn't been to school in over a decade, but her student records were still registered at Beijing number 3 high school. Since Lu Pingping didn't get along with the principal there, she hadn't bothered to inquire. We're at the North Gate, Wan explained. The exam venues accessible from the North Gate are quite dangerous, though there are some relatively safe areas. Just be careful, Lu Pingping cautioned. The exam venues accessible via the North Gate were designed for Beijing's top talents. For instance, Wan's general tier, 9th rank strength was already considered quite impressive. For many prodigies, the primary focus leading up to the college entrance exam was continuously developing their innate talents. S-rank talent served as a watershed. Those at S-rank and above were absolutely forbidden from breaking through the emerald tier before turning 18, otherwise, their future advancement would be severely limited. Take Wan, for example. Or the former Nianbai. As for those at the A rank level and below, if they have the ability to enhance their talent, they should do so. If not, they should focus on improving their combat strength to prepare for the college entrance exam. In the capital, there are many S-rank talents. Once many ancient holy bones are fused, they become S-rank talents. After cultivating multiple companion bones, one can even aim for an S-rank talent. But when Nianbai began cultivating the supreme bone, he was free from these limitations. He could enhance both his combat prowess and his talents simultaneously. That is what makes him truly terrifying. Iyue Shachi has changed his name. He is now called Nianbai. Shi Sanin went to see Iyue and relayed the news. What is his surname? Is it Bai, or something else? Iyue lowered her gaze, her eyes devoid of any vitality. He has no surname, Shi Sanin said, shaking her head. It seems he has come to thoroughly hate our Qi clan. He is not even willing to use our family surname anymore. But that is actually for the best. It's his choice, and I support him in doing so. Iyue sighed and gave a wry smile. Only she knew how much pain she was feeling inside. Iyue, I'm leaving for the Outer Realm battlefield tomorrow. What are your plans from here on out? Do you want to reconcile with the clan, or keep locking yourself away here? Shi Sanin asked earnestly. I don't know. Iyue shook her head. Iyue, life must go on. The matter with Nianbai has already been put to rest. Let it go, Shi Sanin said helplessly. The matter with Nianbai had always been difficult to resolve, and now that Sheng Tian had attained an S-rank talent, the Qi clan would inevitably revolve even more around him. Third sister, I'll ask you just one question. Don't you think both the Supreme Bone and the Companion Bone were all part of Sheng Tian's plan? Iyue raised her eyes and asked. She needed a definitive answer from Shi Sanin, because this represented a stance. That doesn't matter anymore. Shi Sanin shook her head and couldn't help but pull out another cigarette. Normally, she didn't smoke much. But these past few days, she hadn't put it down. Answer me. Yue demanded firmly. From the perspective of the Qi clan's overall interests, this cannot have been Sheng Tian's deliberate doing, nor could it have been him. Qi Sanin gave a clear answer. Yet it was so cruel. Because Sheng Tian's talent surpassed everything else. I want to leave the Qi clan. Yue said in despair. Don't do this. If you leave the Qi clan, where would you even go? Qi Sanin tried to stop her. Abroad, beyond the realm, anywhere. Yue's smile grew even more bitter as she spoke. Yue, you have to take care of yourself. Promise me. Can you do that? Nianbai is already beyond saving. Not disturbing him is the greatest respect we can show him. Qi Sanin urged earnestly. Nianbai was gone. And Qi Sanin didn't want her to leave as well. Yue raised her hand, signaling for Qi Sanin to leave. Qi Sanin sighed heavily and had no choice but to inform Shire of Yue's condition, asking Shire to keep an eye on Yue at home and prevent her from doing anything foolish. Qi Sanin knew her sins were grave and her mistakes utterly outrageous. But the only way she could atone was to head to the battlefield and slay the beasts. Click. The door closed. Yue suddenly covered her face and wept, her sobs so helpless. She suddenly realized that everyone in her family felt like a stranger to her. Her gentle second sister had performed surgery on Sheng Tian, transplanting the last companion bone into his body. Her third sister, who was so clear-headed about right and wrong, had chosen to be tolerant of Sheng Tian after discovering his issues, allowing him to become the future of the Qi clan. If even they had gone this far, then the other sisters were even less reliable. Mother claimed to be worried about Nianbai, saying she would bring Nianbai back. Yet she had never once gone to see Nianbai, let alone stood in Nianbai's shoes to ask for forgiveness. Father spoke of his guilt toward Nianbai and the unfair treatment he'd endured over the past 5 years, yet when trouble struck the family, he shifted all the blame onto Nianbai. This Qi clan. Perhaps it's already beyond saving. Recalling all that had happened to herself and her family, Yue suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her so intense that she even vomited bile. The next day, at the Bai clan, Wan leaned on a cane ruse to throw people off the scent. But it was also her weapon for the mock exams. She carefully adjusted Nianbai's collar and smiled. Nianbai, the upcoming exams will last 3 days. You have to call me every night, or I'll miss you. Both the mock exams and the college entrance exams allow candidates to carry communication devices. The wristbands worn by the candidates monitor their every move. However, at night, candidates can choose to rest or continue studying. If they need to rest, they can turn off their wristbands, which will disable the exam center as surveillance of them, leaving only their vital signs and location. Also, no hitting on pretty girls. Don't talk to them. When Wan brought this up, she immediately pouted, her voice a mix of playfulness and sternness. Okay, I get it. Nianbai affectionately rubbed her nose, chuckling. If I catch you smelling like any other girl, you know what'll happen. Wan gave Nianbai's waist a gentle pinch, threateningly. I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already pinching me? Isn't that a little unfair? Nianbai couldn't help but chuckle. Trying to reason with a girl, are you an idiot? If I dream about you getting all lovey-dovey with other girls, you'll have to comfort me. Wan declared with complete conviction. Isn't that a bit unreasonable of you? Nianbai laughed. Being unreasonable is a girl's right. Who says you're not a girl? Wan gave a coy snort and said. Wan, Nianbai, it's about time we should head out. Bai Donghua stood by the front gate and urged them. Coming. The two hurried out and made their way toward the car. Good luck on the exam. Bai Donghua waved at them and said. Uncle, we're off then. Nianbai nodded at him and said. Go on. I'll be waiting at home for your triumphant return. Bai Donghua chuckled softly. Then, Nianbai and Wan got into 2 separate cars and drove off in different directions. Watching the streets recede into the distance, gazing at the skyscrapers of the capital, and taking in the bustling crowds lining both sides of the road, one was clearly in high spirits. Through her spiritual power, one could sense everything within a 300-meter radius. If only her body could withstand the ancestress' full spiritual power. She could, with a single thought, survey the entire capital. To buy Nianbai more time, she was determined to let the entire city witness this spectacle. To make them understand the true power of Yin Bone. No one could stop the Bai clan's rise anymore. The driver took Nianbai to the West Gate, where a huge crowd had gathered. Students, teachers, and school administrators from over 10 high schools had assembled there, along with the Ministry of Education's examination team, as well as numerous Emerald Tier and Grandmaster Tier powerhouses. To prevent the deaths of examinees, exam escorts were permitted during the test period. And the fees charged by these powerhouses ranged from 1 to 2 million. Even more renowned experts had gathered at the North Gate, and their fees were even more astronomical. Some could even reach the tens of millions. Sha Qi, a burly teenager, spotted him and excitedly rushed over from the 18th high school area, throwing his arms wide open for a bear hug. "Mang, it's been a long time." Nianbai smiled at him and said. Mang, one of Nianbai's playmates at the orphanage, had grown up alongside him. It was also Mang who had attacked Yue when Yue went to the sacred martial orphanage. "Mang, I've changed my name. From now on, call me Nianbai," Nianbai said as he let go of him. "That's great. That's great. You should have dropped the name Sha Qi a long time ago," Mang said happily. No matter what surname you had, pairing it with Sha as a given name just felt awkward, and to make matters worse, it was a name someone else had chosen for him. "By the way, Mang, how is the headmistress doing?" Nianbai found a spot nearby to sit down and asked. The exam was scheduled to begin at 8 a.m., and there was still half an hour to go. The large buses parked nearby were the vehicles that would transport them to the actual exam site. "The dean is doing quite well, but she has been thinking about you a lot. Whenever you have time, go back and visit her," Mang explained. "Then I'll wait until after the college entrance exams. Once the exams are over, I'll go back and stay for a while," Nianbai said. Once he went back, there was no way he'd leave in a hurry. He had many people to see, and many people who wanted to see him. "Why does it have to be after the exams? Can't you go soon?" Mang asked. "Mainly because I'm busy working on improving my strength," Nianbai said with a smile. "Did the Qi clan return your companion bone?" Mang asked in astonishment. "No," Nianbai said, spreading his hands. "Then how are you going to improve your strength?" Mang asked, puzzled. With all of Nianbai's companion bones lost, his natural talent had been crippled, and his body was riddled with wounds. It was hard enough just to stay alive, let alone improve his strength. "I have my own ways. I'll tell you later." Nianbai smiled, offering no further explanation. He didn't trust Mang. And as for the specifics of his situation, not even his great-uncle Bai Donghua was aware of them. Mang nodded, choosing not to press the matter. Because many of a martial artist's secrets simply shouldn't be asked about. "Nianbai, how confident are you about this exam?" "I heard that Xingtian from the Qi clan has already advanced to S-rank talent, and he is in the same exam hall as us." As Mang spoke, he turned to look at a young girl gazing in their direction from a short distance away, and his bronze-colored face couldn't help but flush slightly. Every young man has his own fantasies and heart-fluttering moments. But he had simply misunderstood. Because the girl who seemed to be looking at him wasn't actually looking at him, she was looking at Nianbai. In terms of good looks, there was quite a gap between the two of them. "How come he's at the West Gate?" Nianbai couldn't help but frown. "No idea." Mang shrugged. Even if Xingtian hadn't fused the final companion bone, he should still be taking the exam at the North Gate, not the West Gate, where he'd be intentionally lowering the difficulty for himself. Lowering the difficulty meant fewer points could be earned to pass, which was unacceptable to those geniuses. Nianbai also sensed something strange about the whole situation. One suspected that the Qi clan might be rigging this exam. Regardless of whether they were actually rigging it or not, Nianbai would remain on his guard. Look! Here he comes. Mang pointed toward the crowd in the distance and gritted his teeth as he cursed. Damn Milan! Shang Tian is clearly a bandit. He took everything from you, yet he still gets to bask in everyone's adulation. It's just not right. Nianbai let out a helpless, wry smile. You can't really blame them. With Shang Tian's talent and status, building a good relationship with him could change the fate of many ordinary people. If I were in their shoes, I'd do the same. A single word or thought from Shang Tian could even determine whether someone got accepted into college. For them, securing Shang Tian's help would be the biggest turning point in their lives. That's the added value that comes with power and status. Bunch of sycophants. Mang cursed fiercely, but there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Alright, let us not talk about it anymore. I see a grilled sausage vendor over there. Want one? Nianbai stood up and asked. Extra chili. He. Mang smiled at him and said. Nianbai smiled back and turned toward the grilled sausage stall. Delicious grilled sausages. 30 yuan a skewer. A young girl was energetically calling out to customers in front of the stall. At 30 yuan a skewer, the price was actually quite reasonable for this exam venue gathering spot. After all, prices today were nothing like they were before the arrival of the strange beasts. Hello, I'll take 2 skewers of grilled sausage, 1 extra spicy and 1 mildly spicy. Nianbai pulled out a 100 yuan bill and said. Sure thing. Just a moment, please. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, her face radiating youthful vitality. Her smile was so warm and welcoming that it put everyone at ease. Being a martial artist was extremely expensive. A Class B weapon cost over $1 million, while a Class A weapon exceeded $10 million. Although potions were considerably cheaper, they were still astronomically priced. That's why many martial arts students who are still in school take on part-time jobs to help cover their expenses. Here you go, your 2 skewers. This one is extra spicy, and this one is mildly spicy. The girl packed them into a paper bag and handed it to Nianbai. Nianbai took the steaming hot skewers. And the fragrant aroma alone was enough to whet his appetite. Big brother, good luck on your exam. The girl gave him a thumbs up, flashed a radiant smile, and said. Got it. Nianbai nodded vigorously. Those 5 years in the Qi clan had taught him to cherish emotional connections more than anything. Even a simple word of concern from a stranger was enough to move him. Because even a simple expression of care was something he longed for but could never attain over the past 5 years. Just then, the crowd stirred slightly. As Shang Tian, surrounded by people, made his way toward Nianbai. Big brother. Shang Tian smiled brightly, raising his right hand high to wave at Nianbai. But Nianbai pretended not to see him, ignored him, and walked straight toward Mang. Big brother, wait for me. Shang Tian started to run toward Nianbai. But Wuxuan, his security escort, grabbed him by the arm and said disapprovingly, Shang Tian, why are you going to him? Don't forget what he did to you. Shang Tian shook his head and said, Sis, I'm just going to have a quick word with Big Brother. It'll be fine. EUIS been put under house arrest and spends all day in tears. It really breaks my heart. I want to tell Big Brother about this. So he knows what EUIS going through. And so he'll go see her. Although Wuxuan's face remained sullen, she reluctantly let go of his hand. EUIS situation truly broke their hearts as sisters. Even though they cursed her as crazy out loud, they still couldn't stop worrying about her deep down. If Nianbai went to see Yue and it helped her feel a little better, then she was willing to hold back her anger toward him. But she didn't know that Shang Tian was going there purely to stir up trouble. The few minutes he'd been gone earlier were spent contacting the assassin. He intended to have Nianbai killed in the exam hall. Once Nianbai was dead, he could make contact with the Bai clan and snatch one's betrothal away. After all, In Bone and Supreme Bone were the perfect match. Nianbai handed Mang the paper bag containing the grilled sausages, but as Mang watched Sheng Tian approach, his mood had already soured, and a look of anger even clouded his face. "Big brother." Sheng Tian walked over and called out. It seemed as though the people around him weren't there on purpose, but that was exactly the effect he was going for. Without anyone noticing, he had trapped Nianbai in a moral dilemma. "What are you doing here?" Mang stood up and demanded. "Big brother, let us go home. Ever since Dad put Yue under house arrest, she has been in a terrible state. She has been crying her eyes out every day, just wanting to see you." Sheng Tian gathered his composure and said, his voice choked with emotion. Over the past 5 years, every trap he'd set for Nianbai had fallen into without fail. In terms of intelligence, in terms of scheming, Nianbai was no match for him. But what he didn't know was that Nianbai wasn't oblivious to his schemes. He'd simply been enduring them all this time for the sake of his family and his sisters. "Young Master Qi, please leave. You're not welcome here." Mang pointed at the spot beside him, suppressing his rage. "Big brother, I beg you, just go back. Not only Yue, but even Mylan's health has been very poor lately. It must be because she misses you so much. They really, really want you to come back." Sheng Tian's voice choked up even more. His eyes red-rimmed. As for Mang's angry demeanor, it stood in stark contrast to his own, making everyone feel that Mang and Nianbai were being aggressive. Nianbai was about to die. There would be no more chances to tease him in the future, so of course he had to make the most of this moment. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said you're not welcome." Mang roared angrily. "Mang, don't waste your breath on him. Eat something and get ready, we're about to get in the car." Nianbai interjected. He knew exactly what Sheng Tian was thinking. Even though he had no connection to the Qi clan and no longer cared about them, he wouldn't stand for Sheng Tian trampling on him. "But with this guy here, how am I supposed to eat? Just looking at him is enough to fill me with rage." Mang said angrily. "I'm not even angry, why are you?" Nianbai shook his head. He had already exhausted all his anger toward the Qi clan. He felt that wasting even the slightest bit of emotion on Sheng Tian was a waste of time. "Big brother, this is all our fault. It's all my fault. Please, just come back to the clan with me. The clan really can't manage without you," Sheng Tian pleaded. His attitude was too much for the other examinees standing nearby to bear. No matter what, shouldn't Nianbai at least give him a response? Why was he acting so aloof, not saying a word? "Looks like it's time to assemble. Mang, I'm heading to the assembly point at number 15 high school." Nianbai stood up and said. "Okay. Then let us team up once we get to the perimeter of the exam hall." Mang nodded. He knew Nianbai was using this as an excuse to leave. And that was just fine. He didn't want Nianbai to have to put up with this anymore either. Yeah, let us team up later. We'll keep in touch by phone." Nianbai agreed. Once they reached the perimeter of the exam venue, the crowd would be so dense that spotting each other with the naked eye wouldn't be easy. Calling each other was the best way to find one another. "Bro!" Sheng Tian reached out, trying to stop Nianbai. Nianbai jerked his right hand back, instantly dodging Sheng Tian's grasp, and at the same time sidestepped him. "Bro, do you really have to do this? Do you have to be so heartless?" Sheng Tian shouted in frustration. As if emotions he'd been suppressing for a long time were finally bursting forth, it was heartbreaking to witness. Wuxuan had been watching from a short distance away. Seeing Sheng Tian on the verge of tears, his heart sank, and he immediately rushed over, his steps fueled by anger. "Yue really wants you to go back and see him. I'm begging you, please go back." Sheng Tian forced 2 tears to well up in his eyes. Even though Nianbai hadn't said a single word to him, Nianbai had already sunk to a moral low. "Could you do me a favor and throw this trash away for me?" Nianbai, with a grilled sausage hanging from his mouth, shoved the paper bag into Sheng Tian's hands with his other hand. Sheng Tian didn't catch on at first. "Trash." Nianbai pointed at the bag in his hand and said. At that moment, it dawned on Sheng Tian. Nianbai was clearly using the bag as a metaphor, sarcastically implying that he was nothing but trash. How dare this guy? Sha Qi, what are you doing? Wuxuan stormed over, seething with anger. Nianbai walked past her, casually snapping a photo with his phone and sending it to Wan with the caption, "These grilled sausages are delicious. Too bad you can't have any." Wan replied almost instantly with an angry emoji of a kitten with its paws on its hips. One emoji wasn't enough to express her anger, so she immediately followed it up with another of a kitten scratching the wall, which really made Nianbai laugh. Sha Qi, I'm talking to you. Wuxuan raised her voice a few notches, almost ready to slap her across the face. What a lack of manners. Miss Qi, are you calling me? Nianbai turned back, feigning confusion, a grilled sausage hanging from her mouth, and said innocently. Of course. Who else would I be calling? Wuxuan snapped. Oh, sorry, my name is Nianbai. I don't know anyone named Sha Qi. Nianbai shook his head, saying innocently. If Sheng Tian could use this tactic to keep them running in circles, then Nianbai could use the same trick to annoy her. What do you mean? Don't you even recognize your own ancestors anymore? Wuxuan snapped, furious. Ancestors? Who? My name is Nianbai, I'm just an orphan. Nianbai continued to feign confusion, her tone flat yet infuriating. Sha Qi, that's enough. Behaving like this only makes me sick. Wuxuan said coldly. Then I'm sorry. Maybe my looks aren't to your taste, and I've made you uncomfortable first thing in the morning. I apologize. Nianbai bowed his hand slightly, offering a sincere apology, then immediately turned to leave again. Stop right there. We haven't finished this. Where do you think you're going? Wuxuan, having reached her limit, rushed forward and grabbed him. Miss Qi, didn't I just say I disgust you? Then why are you blocking my way? Do you want me to keep disgusting you? A smile tugged at the corners of Nianbai's mouth, making him all the more maddening. If the hot-tempered Si Yuan had been here, he would likely have already lashed out. You. Wuxuan was trapped in Nianbai's trap, the words stuck in her throat, neither rising nor falling. She was the one who called him disgusting, and Nianbai was the one who offered an apology. If she kept Nianbai here any longer, it would be like slapping herself in the face in front of everyone. Her lofty status as the fifth young lady of the Qi clan would be completely shattered. Miss Qi, are you all right now? Can I go now? Nianbai asked with a smile. Get lost. Wuxuan bellowed coldly, unable to hold back any longer. Since Miss Qi hates me so much, I'll definitely give you all a wide berth next time. And please, Miss Qi, don't come looking for trouble just because you don't like the look of me. I'm just a powerless orphan, I can't handle the pressure you'd put on me. Back to normal starting today, please send some free little gifts, sniff sniff. Nianbai adopted a very humble posture. And this approach was precisely the way to slap these high-ranking officials right in the face. You're a high-ranking official if you stoop to arguing with an orphan. Where on earth is your dignity? A flash of anger crossed Sheng Tian's eyes. He dehumiliated Nianbai one last time, only to end up with Nianbai riding roughshod over him? Forget it. Forget it. Nianbai's going to die soon anyway. Sheng Tian, don't waste your breath on scum like that. Let us go. I'll take you to the perimeter of the exam site. Wuxuan turned away coldly, grabbed Sheng Tian's arm, and led him away. Students heading to the exam site could either be transported by Ministry of Education vehicles or make their own way there. However, traveling on one's own would make reporting the situation more complicated, so it wasn't recommended. Sheng Tian was originally assigned to the North Gate exam site. Since he'd come here, he'd already fallen out of sync with the school's other examinees, so he'd have to make his own way there. Besides, Wuxuan, the fifth young lady of the prestigious Qi clan, wouldn't stoop to letting her younger brother cram onto a bus with the other examinees. Students of number 15 high school, assemble here. There are 15 minutes left before boarding. A teacher from the Ministry of Education has some announcements to make. Principal Lu Pingping held a megaphone and called out loudly. Rush, rush. Over 1,000 students gathered in groups by class. Nianbai's talent had been declining over the years, but he was still in Class A of the senior year, all because Lu Pingping had personally vouched for him. Students, let us welcome the representative from the Ministry of Education to the stage. Lu Pingping said. Clap, clap, clap. The venue immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. And soon a middle-aged woman dressed in a suit and slacks, with her hair neatly tied back and wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked onto the stage. She nodded at the students and pressed her hands downward to signal for silence. As she began to speak, her voice, enhanced by her martial path cultivation, resounded with great power. Students, welcome to your first mock exam of senior year. I'd also like to thank you for embarking on this path to become the future pillars of the Dragon Realm. The situation on the battlefields beyond the realm is growing increasingly urgent. During your time in university, you may very well set foot on those battlefields to slay monstrous beasts alongside the Dragon Realm's military forces. Here, on behalf of the Dragon Realm, I thank you for the contributions you will make to the nation in the future. As she spoke, the woman bowed deeply to the 1,000 students below. Her expression solemn, reflecting the nation's unwavering stance. The students, too, wore solemn expressions, each determined to become a powerful warrior. Not merely to improve their own lives and those of their families, but, for many, to defend their homeland. To help the Dragon Realm completely annihilate the monstrous beasts that have existed for 300 years and restore peace to the world. Now, I will announce the rules for the upcoming exam. First, everyone will receive a wristband. They will be distributed once you reach the perimeter of the exam area. The wristbands will track your exam scores in real time. If you encounter danger, please immediately send a distress signal through the wristband. The proctors near you will rush to your side immediately. Second, all candidates who have hired exam escorts must remember, it is best not to let your escorts intervene on your behalf. Once they intervene, even if it's for your protection, your exam will be terminated immediately. Third, the exam lasts 3 days. Please stock up on plenty of food and water in your spatial ring. Spending the night outdoors is extremely dangerous. Unless you're absolutely certain, you must not start a fire. Fourth, it's unsafe to rest anywhere at night. You must remain vigilant of your surroundings at all times. The middle-aged woman spoke slowly, repeating and emphasizing each point as she stated it. These rules had been drilled into them countless times by their teachers at school. Even without hearing them again, everyone already knew them by heart. Last point. During the exam, teams of up to 5 people are allowed. And the points earned by the team must be divided equally among all members. So choose your teammates carefully. Forming a Group 1T necessarily improve your scores? The middle-aged woman continued. As for Nianbai, he didn't care much about how he did do on this exam as long as he gave it his best shot. Teaming up with Mangwun T make much of a difference. Everyone, get on the bus. The middle-aged woman ordered. Lu Pingping and the other teachers from number 15 high school led the group toward the bus and boarded it. Just as Nianbai was about to get on the bus, Lu Pingping stopped him and urged him earnestly, Nianbai, once the exam starts, you must be careful. Do your best, but if you encounter any danger, leave the exam hall immediately. The 3 mock exams before the college entrance exam are important to you, but not that important. You can still score high on the actual college entrance exam. Nianbai nodded earnestly. Principal Lu, I understand. I'll do my best, but my top priority will be protecting myself. Lu Pingping patted him on the shoulder and said, get on the bus. When the exam starts, I'll be in the proctoring area with the teachers from number 15 high school. If anything happens, we'll be there immediately. Lu Pingping wasn't sure if the Qi clan would strike. So they had no choice but to be on guard. The Qi clan had already caused Nianbai's downfall once. He wouldn't allow the same thing to happen a second time. Principal, I'm off. Nianbai said his goodbyes and found a seat. Even though it had only been a little over 20 days since he'd last seen them, his former classmates seemed somewhat unfamiliar now. He wondered if the Qi clan had kept them away from him. But it didn't matter. After all, aside from the exam, he wouldn't have any further contact with these classmates anyway. Being alone and quiet was actually quite nice. Rumble. One bus after another rolled out of the city. The roads outside the city had been temporarily closed off. And the long line of buses formed a truly spectacular sight. Today alone, as many as 110,000 people were taking the exam together. One took a photo of the convoy and sent it to Nianbai. Get on the bus, get on the bus. Nianbai, who is sitting next to you? Is it a guy or a girl? Nianbai snapped a photo of the empty seat next to him and sent a smiley face. You're so jealous. No one is sitting next to me. One chuckled and said, wow. A VIP seat. Nianbai replied with a laugh, what about you? One, I'm sitting next to a really pretty girl. I've never seen her before. We're sitting there without saying a word, it's a little awkward. Nianbai, did the teacher assign you seats, or did you choose your own? One, I chose my own. She looked so pretty, so I sat next to her. Nianbai, can you take a picture and show me? One, you wish. One, she has her eyes closed, she looks like she is asleep. Wow. She looks really beautiful when she is sleeping with her eyes closed. Just like a doll. Nianbai, amused, is she pretty, or are you pretty? One, making a meow meow fist, do you think she is pretty, or am I pretty? Nianbai laughed heartily, I think she is. One sent a gritting teeth emoji, I think you're just asking for a beating. Watch out after the exam, I'm not letting you into bed. Nianbai, torn between laughter and tears, no way. Please spare me, Lady Night. Just then. Boom. A fully loaded passenger bus ahead was sent flying by a giant insect that burst out of the ground. Its gaping maw was about to catch the vehicle. Juana's car was just a few dozen meters behind that bus. Thanks to her psychic perception, she sensed the accident the moment it happened. Squeak! The driver slammed on the brakes. These drivers were ordinary people. Watching a colossal creature dozens of meters long burst from the ground and kill with such terrifying ferocity, he was overcome with panic. The Ministry of Education had special personnel inspect the exam routes every year to prevent incidents. But even so, this couldn't be avoided. Get out! Get out quickly! The accompanying teacher cried in panic. This was the infamous iron wire worm, evolved from a long worm. Its size could vary from very large to very small. An iron wire worm of this magnitude should never have appeared here. Judging by its size alone, it was at least a war god level entity. Bang! One immediately put away her phone and smashed the window beside her. The doll-like girl next to her woke up instantly, flung open the door with one hand, and a massive gust of air exploded inside the bus. In the blink of an eye, all the windows shattered. If everyone tried to escape through the doors, there wouldn't be enough time. Because they couldn't be sure if there were other longworms lurking beneath the ground. Run! The girl grabbed Juana's hand and immediately dashed out through the shattered window. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. The passenger bus ahead, which had been sent flying, was caught firmly in the iron wire serpent's jaws. Its sharp teeth, like those of a tunnel boring machine, gnawed relentlessly at the bus's body, emitting a series of blood-curdling, terrifying sounds. The teacher accompanying the bus burst out of the vehicle, but he was so desperate. He was no match for this monster at all. He couldn't save these children. Damn it! More teachers charged toward the serpent, wielding all manner of weapons. Teachers from First High, Second High, Third High, and the Ministry of Education mobilized en masse. Many others led their students to flee the scene, dashing toward the surrounding woods. No open ground was safe, only by climbing the mountain peaks could they find refuge. The doll-like girl thought one couldn't see, so without a word, she scooped one up, moved with the agility of a cat, and fled toward the mountains. A call came through on her earpiece. But as soon as it connected, she cursed, "Grandpa, what the hell are you guys playing at? The route out through the north gate is blocked by a war god level iron wire longworm. It's already killed an entire busload of people." The voice on the other end of the line suddenly grew tense. "Yumung, what did you say? A war god realm iron wire longworm?" "Yes," Yumung said anxiously. "Thank goodness your granddaughter here had some luck, otherwise, I'd have met my end right here today. Hurry up and head up the mountain. Quick! I'll bring the clan's top fighters right away." The person on the other end of the line was frantic. In the exam area designated by the Ministry of Education, the strongest beasts present were, at most, Emerald Tier, 5th grade creatures. As for War God Realm beasts, let alone during the exam, even on ordinary days, the moment one was detected, it would be hunted down and killed immediately. "To the right! Quick, to the right!" One, who was being held by her and thus somewhat restricted in movement, immediately called out. Because through her spiritual perception, she had already sensed danger underground. "Ha!" Yumung froze, puzzled as to why this blind girl in her arms was telling her to go right. But she had no time to ask. With a flash, she darted to the right. Boom! An Emerald Tier, 7th grade serpent burst from the ground, its gaping maw whizzing past Yumung's side. Wan broke free from Yumung's embrace, her cane instantly elongated into a spear, which she thrust into the serpent's body, propelling her upward along with it. This Emerald Tier, 7th grade serpent was only about 20 meters long. She yanked the lower half of the spear out of the creature, and it split into a double-headed spike. The grip measured 50 centimeters, with spikes over 10 centimeters long at each end. After stabilizing her position, she leaped upward suddenly and thrust fiercely toward the serpent's first heart. A legendary tier weapon? Yumung, watching from below, was stunned. Completely unprepared for the fact that the seemingly unremarkable cane in Wan's hand was actually a legendary tier weapon. That was a terrifying existence above even S rank. Absolute will. One concentrated her mental energy and directed it toward the serpent's palm-sized cerebellum. Mental energy is intangible and cannot be observed. Although one could pierce the serpent's cerebellum in an instant. If she did so, the serpent's body would thrash wildly under the control of its nerve endings, which would only create even greater trouble. The safest way to kill the serpent was to use his mental power to suppress its cerebellum, rendering its body incapable of struggling. Boom! The serpent's consciousness instantly plunged into chaos, and its body, which had shot more than 10 meters out of the ground, crashed heavily back down in an instant, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Yumung waved her hand to clear the dust, but accidentally inhaled some of it, causing her to cough violently. Die! Wan merged the twin spikes in her hands into a long spear and, with lightning speed, pierced the serpent's 3 hearts, stopping its blood flow and killing it. From the moment it appeared to the moment one killed it, no more than 5 breaths had passed. But it left Yumung, standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. Her little mouth hung wide open, and she gazed longingly at Wan as he leaped down from the corpse. She had originally thought this blind classmate wasn't very strong after all, he couldn't see. But the result was a huge surprise. Not only was he strong, but he was ridiculously strong. A legendary tier weapon. A general tier, 9th grade weapon instantly killing an emerald tier beast. Wow! So cool! Classmate, are you okay? One walked straight toward her, and with a flick of her right hand, the black blood on the spear tip was flung away, restoring it to its clean state. Instantly, the long spear transformed back into a cane. I'm fine. Hi, big sister. My name is Yumung. Can I team up with you? Yumung excitedly held out her hand. She met plenty of geniuses, but she never seen a genius of Wan's caliber. My name is Wan. We better hurry. Wan smoothly changed the subject. She wouldn't team up with anyone else, because anyone who teamed up with her would just slow her down. Except for Nianbai, of course. Sis, can you see? Yumeng asked suspiciously. This eye patch lets light through. Juan explained offhandedly, grabbing Yumeng's soft little hand and dashing swiftly toward the mountains. Sis, your last name is Bai, and you're holding a legendary tier weapon. Are you a descendant of the Bai clan from 300 years ago? Yumeng asked curiously as she followed behind. Yes. What about you? Juan replied, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. I'm the youngest granddaughter of the Xia clan. Yumeng explained. The Xia clan that protects the nation? Minister Lei of the Ministry of Education. What's your relationship with him? Juan asked. He is my grandfather. Your biological grandfather. He is the one I was just on the phone with. Yumeng said. There were many elders in the Xia clan. She had 8 grandfathers alone, all of whom were brothers of grandfather Lei. You must be that granddaughter of the Xia clan who inherited the Swiftwing bone, right? The Swiftwing bone is one of the great sacred bones from the same era as the Yin bone and the Supreme bone. Its most distinctive trait is speed. When speed is pushed to its absolute limit and combined with a martial artist's formidable strength and cultivation, it can unleash terrifying, top-tier combat power. Although the Xia clan's ancestor may not match those of the Qi clan or the Bai clan, he is still a figure whose legacy will be remembered for centuries to come. There is a saying that describes the Xia clan as Swiftwing bone. Once the sacred bone is activated, even 1,000 armies and 10,000 horsemen cannot withstand a single breath. During that epic holy war of 10 million scale, the Xia clan's ancestor, single-handedly and in a single breath, annihilated 100,000 beasts. A feat so terrifying it was beyond belief. Yet the Swiftwing bone has gone uninherited for 170 years. 1. How do you know I've inherited the Swiftwing bone? This information is supposed to be classified. Yumeng said, puzzled. Grandfather forbade anyone from revealing her secret, let alone allowing her to use the Swiftwing bone, so logically, the only ones who should know about this are the high-ranking members of the Xia clan. It's a rather complicated story. I can't explain it all in a moment. One shook his head. This matter involved some secrets of the Bai clan, which one couldn't explain. But Yumeng, if you don't use the sacred bone, how will you be able to harness the Swiftwing bone's properties? And how will the sacred bone help you improve? Juan asked, puzzled. The two continued running forward, and were soon approaching the foot of a hill ahead. I don't know either. Anyway, Grandpa just won tea. Let me use it before I turn 20. Yumeng shook her head. So how many companion bones do you have? Juan asked. 9. Yumeng answered honestly. After all, they were both from prominent clans, so she wasn't too worried that Juan would harm her. 9? How come you have so many? I only have 13 myself. Juan exclaimed in astonishment. 1. If you don't know how to hold a conversation, just shut up. We're about the same age, and you have a whole 4 more than me. Does that mean I should go find a block of tofu and smash my head against it? Yumeng retorted irritably. Ahem, sorry. Juan gave a nervous laugh. The two girls ran up the hill, finally escaping danger for the time being. Ring ring ring. An anxious ringtone sounded. It was Nianbai calling in a panic. Juan, I heard from the teacher that you guys ran into an iron wire worm over there. How's the situation? Are you okay? Juana's heart warmed, and a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her lips as she said, I'm fine. We're already in the safe zone. Nianbai finally let out a long breath and said, that is good, that is good. There is an inspection from the Ministry of Education going on. Why would a monster of this caliber still appear? One shook her head and said, if it didn't come here on its own, then someone must have lured it here. There are many traitors among humans who collaborate with monsters, selling human intelligence to them, and even ridiculously believe that monsters are the future hope of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of powerful human warriors rushed forward at breakneck speed. But at the same time, vast numbers of long serpents burrowed out from beneath the ground, and a horde of several thousand beasts charged toward the students. Damn it! It must be those human traitors who leaked the information and led the beasts here to slaughter this generation's chosen ones. One teacher cursed furiously. Humans and these traitors were sworn enemies. On the battlefields beyond the realm, who knew how many people were killed by these traitors every year? A major reason why humans had been unable to eradicate the beasts and drive them off the planet was precisely because of these people. Watch out! Watch out! The beast tide is coming. All students, take cover immediately. The teachers shouted with all their might, spreading the warning and doing everything they could to save as many students' lives as possible. This road leading to the North Gate was where 99% of the capital's current crop of geniuses had gathered. If anything were to happen to them, it would be an unimaginably devastating blow to the Dragon Realm and to the families behind them. Moreover, this year's cohort of geniuses was the largest in 300 years. The Chi clan, Supreme Bone. The Bai clan, Yin Bone. The Xia clan, Swiftwing Bone. The Chen family, Extreme Cold 9 Realms Ice Sealed Bone. With the exception of Supreme Bone and Yin Bone, all other sacred bones are strictly classified as top secret. Their existence must never be revealed to the outside world. If they were to die, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1. The beast tide is coming. Should we run? Yumeng couldn't help but grow tense as she asked. I'm going to slay the beasts. Yumeng, are you coming with me? Wan transformed his staff back into a spear, his gaze solemn as he spoke. If it were only the underground serpents, fleeing would be the best option. But right now, almost all the underground serpents have emerged. And with the beast horde on top of that, counterattacking is the only correct course of action. 1. Don't go. Nianbai said anxiously through the headset. Don't worry, Nianbai, I'm stronger than you can imagine. Below the God of War realm, I'm invincible. Wan reassured him. To keep Nianbai from worrying constantly, she stayed on the line with him so he'd know immediately if anything happened. Are you sure? Nianbai sounded a bit skeptical. Even though Wan possessed General Tier, 9th rank strength, there were still two major realms, the Emerald Tier and the Grandmaster Tier, standing between them. I'm sure. Wan nodded earnestly. All right, then. Be careful. That was all Nianbai could say. Wan had told him that Yin Bone wasn't that simple, and she wasn't the type to act recklessly. Since he was so far away from her now, he had no choice but to trust her. With the incident at the North Gate passage, powerful figures from other directions were also rushing to provide reinforcements. As long as Wan and her team could hold out until those powerful figures arrived, things would likely be under control. As for whether Wan and her team's exams would proceed after this incident, that would require a meeting of the Ministry of Education to decide. However, it was highly likely they would continue. Because even if the Dragon Realm could protect itself for a time, it could not protect itself forever. The future of the Dragon Realm still depends on them. Naturally, as long as the danger is manageable, this is what they must face. Yumeng, I'm leaving. Are you coming? Wan turned and asked. Wan, I'm going with you. Yumeng nodded. The Xia clan has no cowards, otherwise, it wouldn't deserve the title of a clan that safeguards the nation. Moreover, if Yumeng stayed here, she would actually face even greater danger. With her General Tier, 9th grade strength, she could at most slay Emerald Tier beasts. She couldn't match Wan's ability to slay Emerald Tier, 7th grade beasts. Furthermore, Wan's resolve had greatly influenced her, ensuring she wouldn't hide. Let us go. Wan led her charging down the hill. Her spiritual power fully unleashed, constantly on the alert for anything nearby. Before long, when a purple beam of light shot skyward, it startled everyone from teachers at various universities to high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Education. The Yin Bone, recorded in the annals of history, had emerged into the world. A terrifying mental energy, so powerful it was suffocating, rapidly spread outward, bypassing all the fleeing students, yet simultaneously shielding them within its embrace. A vast net was woven in the space of just a few breaths. Die. accompanied by Wan's icy voice. Hundreds of scattered beasts trapped within the net perished in an instant. Even though Wan possessed only 9th rank general tier strength, her spiritual power had long since surpassed the realm of the god of war. Even if Qi Sanyin were here, he would be no match for her. Yameng, following close behind Wan, was so stunned her jaw nearly hit the ground. After clearing out the surrounding beasts, Wan withdrew her spiritual power and, carrying Yameng, charged back toward the war god first rank serpent at top speed. The suppression of her spiritual power instantly paralyzed the war god level serpent. And the legendary spear in her hand pierced right through it. That was Wan's true strength. Her earlier retreat had been to escape the threat of the other serpents. Because once these serpents appeared, they always acted in groups. But this counterattack was a breathtaking battle waged by the girl who had inherited the will of the Bai clan's ancestor. She said she would buy time for Nian Bai. And she would certainly make it happen. Boom! Everyone watched as the girl scaled the body of the iron wire serpent. Watched as the serpent collapsed. And watched as the girl struck it down. General tier, 9th rank. She is, after all, general tier, 9th rank. Yet she single-handedly slew a war god first-rank beast. No genius in the world, no matter how terrifying, could match her. All the words used to describe prodigies in the world fall far short when applied to her. Yameng. The Minister of Education pushed his way through the crowd and rushed over. When he saw the iron wire serpent fall, half his worry melted away, but when he saw the young girl standing tall over its corpse, he froze in shock. Grandpa, why did you take so long? You should just eaten dinner first before coming over. Yameng said irritably. What just happened? Lei asked, dumbfounded. Wan killed it. Impressive, isn't it? Yameng's eyes sparkled with admiration. But she didn't know that this wasn't even the full extent of Wan's power. Because Wan hadn't taken off her eye patch yet. A general tier 9 rank warrior slaying a war god of the first rank? How is that possible? Lei exclaimed in horror. Don't be so surprised. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my Bai clan's bone. Wan leaped down from the corpse and smiled faintly. Deputy Minister Wu Long was so startled by this remark that he nearly fell to the ground. Trembling, he asked, Miss Bai, may I ask where the limits of the bone lie? Wan flicked her right hand, shaking the blood off the tip of her gun, and spoke calmly. Limit? As long as the bone is within me, there is no limit. Boom! Everyone's minds were blown. Even the top-tier powerhouses were awestruck. Damn it, old Wu, hurry! Hurry the hell up and send someone to wipe the others' memories. The matter of the Bai clan's bone is, from this moment on, classified as a state secret. Disclosure is strictly forbidden. Anyone who leaks it will be hunted down by the entire nation. Lei said, breathing heavily. Oh, okay. Damn it. Wu Long couldn't help but curse aloud. If this got out, it would shock the world, that was one thing. But more importantly, he would be assassinated. If a genius of this caliber were to die, not even slaughtering all 20 million people in the capital could make up for it. By the way, if my Nian Bai were to rise again, he'd be every bit as formidable as I am. I have 2 conditions. First, I need you to buy my fiancé enough time to get into a top-tier university so he can rebuild himself. Second, my Bai clan must be ranked among the second-tier clans, and as soon as possible. Wan said calmly. She was negotiating with the Dragon Realm's Ministry of Education in her capacity as the head of the Bai clan. No problem. I'll even agree to a town-level clan status. However, rising to that level all at once might arouse suspicion and potentially cause trouble. Lei nodded immediately. That's exactly what I'm considering, which is why I'm only asking for second-tier clan status. Wan said. I have a question. Shachi, that is, your fiancé Nian Bai, who changed his name, what is his situation exactly? Wu Long asked nervously. As long as he has given enough time, he'll be at least a legendary tier holy bone. And his entire body is covered in them. Juan explained. Since everyone's memories were going to be erased later anyway, it didn't matter if she revealed this now. Damn it! Mylan S. Legendary tier holy bone? Am I dreaming? Wulong went wild. As a high-ranking official in a nation's Ministry of Education, he really couldn't believe it. Lei, Yameng, and the teachers around them all felt as if they were in a dream. A genius who had already fallen. You're telling me he can grow back? Growing back is one thing. But for him to actually possess legendary tier sacred bones? And, damn it, Mylan SES got them all over his body. How are we supposed to even wrap our heads around this? On the outskirts of West City, the convoy was still making its way to the exam site, though a large number of staff had been reassigned, so there would inevitably be far fewer proctors for the upcoming exam. Sheng Tian had no idea such an incident had occurred at the North Gate. But at the same time, he felt relieved. Relieved that he hadn't gone to the North Gate to take the exam. Even if the probability of the iron wire worm devouring their vehicle was less than 1 in a million, if it happened to him, it would be 100%. Nianbai was on edge. Because just a moment ago, Juan's signal had cut out. Juan, please don't let anything happen to you. Nianbai was like an ant on a hot pan. The time was dragging on endlessly. He kept redialing Juan's number. But still couldn't get through. With no other choice, he had to call Bai Donghua for help. Uncle, something has happened to Juan. A monster has attacked their convoy. Bai Donghua had just received the message as well. But his tone wasn't as anxious as Nianbai's. Nianbai, don't panic. Wan's signal must just be down. She's definitely fine. Uncle. That's a war god level iron wire worm, and there's a beast horde too. Nianbai simply couldn't calm himself down. He just couldn't do it. That thing is a first-rank war god. Bai Donghua added. Isn't a first-rank war god terrifying enough? Nianbai asked anxiously. But the thing is, when Wan was 17, she already killed a second-rank war god level beast. It's been a whole year since then. Her strength can't possibly have regressed, can it? Bai Donghua chuckled softly. Although he was a little worried himself, he needed to stay calm so that Nianbai could calm down. Uncle, you're not joking, are you? Nianbai exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not joking. Wan's situation is different from all of yours. You can think of her martial path cultivation as merely a supplement to her true power. The source of her true strength is a secret of our Bai clan. Bai Donghua said. It would be incredibly foolish to judge her true strength based on her cultivation level. Anyone who obtains a legacy of the Bai clan patriarch's caliber would become as powerful as Wan. To put it more vividly, when Wan inherited the Yin bone, it was as if she had gained access to a vast treasure trove containing the peak strength of the Bai clan patriarch. The more she absorbs, the stronger she becomes. Spiritual power. Martial path cultivation. All are part of this legacy. The Bai clan patriarch sacrificed everything to leave behind this legacy because only the heir to the legacy is worthy of possessing the Holy Spirit bone. Nianbai, wait a moment. Wan should call you back soon. Keep your phone on. Bai Donghua said. Nianbai was still worried deep down, but he had no choice but to accept it. Ring ring ring. Before long, Wan called back. And with a giggle, as if nothing had happened, she said, Nianbai, I lost signal just now. Did you panic? Hearing Wan's voice, Nianbai finally relaxed. Wan's appearance, Wan's very presence, had become the hope for the rest of Nianbai's life. If he were to lose even her, Nianbai dared not imagine how desperate he would feel. The 20-odd days he spent with Wan felt to Nianbai like a fleeting dream. He was so cautious. Afraid that when the dream ended, everything would shatter. Meanwhile, since Lei and Wulong had brought powerful warriors with them, Wan refrained from intervening. Instead, she sat there chatting with Nianbai, accompanying him all the way to the entrance of the exam hall. By the time Nianbai reached the perimeter of the exam hall, the special personnel Lei had summoned from the capital had already arrived. To handle certain special incidents and to protect Dragon Realm's secrets. Dragon Realm had specifically trained individuals with special abilities. The sacred bones and companion bones they possessed were unique within the spiritual realm, capable of erasing specific parts of others' memories, and in a targeted manner. The secrets of Wan and Nianbai are guarded solely by Lei and Wulong. From this moment on, the two will represent the Dragon Realm Ministry of Education to provide Wan and Nianbai with absolute support. Whether it's Wan or Nianbai. Until they become truly powerful. Their true secrets will never be revealed. Outside the exam hall, dedicated teachers were distributing wristbands. And they specifically instructed the students. Candidates, before entering the exam hall, you must enter your student ID and ID card number into the wristband to verify your identity. You can form teams using the wristband S-Tap to connect feature. The points earned by your team will ultimately be divided equally among all team members and will serve as your final score for this exam. The school teachers had already covered this on the bus, but he still needed to emphasize it again. Because this wasn't just an ordinary written exam. It was a life or death confrontation with monstrous beasts. Student, before entering, please check the location and communication functions of your wristband and confirm they're working properly before entering the exam area. Also, please check the food and water in your spatial ring to ensure you have enough energy for these 3 days. This is beast repelling powder provided free of charge by the Ministry of Education. It can dispel anomalous beasts as much as possible. A teacher at the entrance handed Nianbai a packet of powder. But this was a single-use dose. Because the beast repelling powder was quite expensive. Even with the Dragon Realm backing it, the Ministry of Education simply couldn't afford to supply enough for 110,000 people at once. Nianbai nodded and accepted the beast-repelling powder. Before setting out, Wan had also given Nianbai a generous supply of beast-repelling powder, enough to last him 3 days. Nianbai checked his wristband, entered his identity information, and then called Meng to meet up with him. Meanwhile, under Wushuan's protection, Sheng Tian had already headed to the high difficulty zone, preparing to hunt powerful beasts and earn a higher score. Nianbai. Meng ran quickly over to meet Nianbai. Tap wristbands. Nianbai held out her right hand and said, "Okay." Meng nodded and tapped his wristband against Nianbai's. The wristband's built-in chips exchanged data, and the less than 1-inch display showed a message confirming that the two had successfully formed a team. Their team information was also synchronized to the exam venue's system for real-time monitoring. 1. We're about to enter the exam venue. Nianbai sent her a message. And Wan replied instantly once again, saying, "We're still dealing with the beasts over here, but we're almost done. I just asked a teacher from the Ministry of Education. They said the exam will continue, but powerful experts from the ministry will protect us 24 hours a day. I'll tell you more once we're inside the exam hall." Yameng pestered Wan, insisting on teaming up with her. Wan simply couldn't resist her and had to agree. Mainly because she was so clingy. Calling her big sis this and big sis that. Acting all cute and adorable. And being so cute to boot. It was impossible to say no. "Nianbai, good luck on the exam." Wan sent a cheering emoji and said sweetly, "You too." Nianbai smiled and nodded, put away her phone, and, taking Meng with her, walked into the forest. The exam areas planned by the Ministry of Education were arranged from easy to difficult. Before the exam, they would strategically drive some powerful beasts to other zones and relocate the relatively weaker ones to another area. Within the 200,000 square kilometer exam site, dozens of large assessment zones were scattered. Each zone is marked on the map, along with the strength range of the beasts within it. Candidates can choose a zone based on their own strength. At the same time, the number of beasts in the exam area is limited, which means the total available points are also limited, so candidates must compete against one another. Roar! A white-haired spirit ape set its sights on them, let out a roar, and charged down from the trees. It could clearly sense that these two human youths were weaker than it. So it didn't immediately summon its companions, but instead intended to kill them on its own. It planned to present these two human youths as a gift to the Monkey King. General Tier, 5th rank. Mang, be careful. Nianbai warned. Mang had advanced to the 2nd rank of the general tier, but he was no match for this spirit ape. I'll ambush it from the side. Mang's expression turned serious as he drew his weapon and lunged toward the spirit ape's flank. Although Nianbai's natural talent had declined significantly, his past experience remained intact. The gap in strength between martial artists is absolute. Even a difference of just one minor rank is like night and day. In the past, Nianbai could have easily bridged the gap by channeling the Supreme Bone and Companion Bone within his body. But now, he could only rely on his combat experience. The Supreme Bone and Companion Bone not only directly represent a person's innate talent, but they are also a martial artist's most powerful trump card. In battle, a martial artist's strength can be multiplied through the activation of the Sacred Bone, while also unleashing its special effects. Take the Supreme Bone, for example. Its effect lies in absolute suppression. This is a kind of aura, and a kind of conviction. When the Supreme Bone is active, even high-tier martial artists are affected by this aura. In the past, when Nianbai's 8 Companion Bones and Supreme Bone were activated, his strength could instantly triple something no other Holy Bone of the same tier could match. Bang! Nianbai's long sword slashed at the spirit ape, but was blocked by its sharp claws. This strike made the spirit ape keenly aware of the gap in their strength. With an excited, eerie cackle, it lunged at Nianbai with even greater ferocity, its right claw striking out wildly. But it didn't know that this was a weakness Nianbai had deliberately exposed. Back when he was a child in the orphanage, Nianbai had already grasped a fundamental truth. A martial artist's natural talent and strength are one thing, but in battle, one must be even more adept at manipulating the enemy's psyche. You have to make it believe victory is within its grasp, only then will you find an opening. Mang and Nianbai had fought together for many years, and upon seeing Nianbai adopt this posture, he immediately understood what Nianbai was planning. The tip of the blade lunged toward Nianbai, angled upward at a 45-degree slope. As Mang's attack approached, the spirit ape paused in slight bewilderment. Given its intelligence, it simply couldn't fathom why Mang would attack his own companion. But that worked perfectly. If these two humans got into a fight, it would give him an even better opening. Just as its right claw was about to pierce Nianbai's chest, Mang forcibly redirected the blade's trajectory with sheer strength, piercing the spirit ape's arm instead. In that same instant, Nianbai harnessed the momentum from the spirit ape's left claw, striking him, sending his right-hand longsword flying backward a short distance. He stepped back, spun around, and immediately grabbed the hilt of the long sword with his left hand, using his body south momentum to drive the blade forward. He unleashed all his strength in one sudden, decisive strike, slashing toward its neck with absolute precision. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the blade slicing through flesh, the spirit ape's head was severed from its body, blood spurting wildly, and the head fell 7 or 8 meters away. Don't be fooled by the many coordinated movements between Nianbai and Mang. This entire sequence was completed in the blink of an eye. The spirit ape didn't even have time to react. The spirit ape's head rolled away, its eyes filled with disbelief and shock. If it had known in advance that this was a trap, it would certainly have been much more cautious. Congratulations on defeating a General Tier 5 beast, the white-haired spirit ape. Party score +5. Defeat of a higher tier beast, 20% bonus to score. Total score, 6 points. A string of notifications scrolled across the wristband's screen. Nianbai and Mang high-fived each other, smiles on their faces. Even after 5 years apart, their teamwork remained as seamless as ever. Roar! Just then, a series of cries rang out. The white-haired spirit ape's companions had arrived. Mang, change our strategy, let us go with our old plan B. Nianbai's gaze turned serious. And he pulled another long sword from his spatial ring. Got it. Mang replied, immediately switching his weapon to a red-plumed spear. They hadn't used much of their true strength in the previous battle since it was a surprise attack. They needed to hold back to lull their enemies into a false sense of security. Standing back to back, they saw white-haired spirit apes appearing one after another on the large tree beside them. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 21. And among them was a red-faced white-haired spirit ape, none other than the Monkey King himself. Roar! Roar! The Monkey King looked at the two men, then glanced at the corpses not far away, and suddenly flew into a rage. Accompanied by its roar, the normally sized white-haired spirit apes in the treetops pounced on the two men. Their coordinated group attack, as well as their speed, were both challenges the two men found difficult to handle. The strength of these spirit monkeys varied, some were at the 8th rank of the warrior tier, some at the 1st rank of the general tier, and others at the 6th rank of the general tier. The Monkey King in the tree remained motionless, merely observing them coldly from above. His strength was even at the emerald tier. At his level, he was simply beyond what the two of them could handle. Nianbai and Mang's plan B was actually to fight while retreating, looking for an opportunity to counterattack as they withdrew. Facing a monkey horde with such overwhelming overall strength, showing cowardice was useless. Any sign of fear would only give the monkeys an opening to press their advantage. Nianbai's twin blades in his left and right hand simultaneously repelled two spirit apes and landed a slash on one of them, a general tier, 3rd rank spirit ape. Wielding two blades and attacking with both hands at once is a relatively demanding feat. It requires extremely adept combat skills. And since Nianbai had been nurtured with various resources, his combat skills were naturally exceptional. Back at the Sacred Martial Orphanage, his exceptional natural talent had earned him a massive allocation of resources. Going to the Qi clan, on the other hand, had actually set him back by 5 years. Boom! Facing that general tier, 6th rank spirit ape, Mang was unable to deal a fatal blow and could only force it back. Mang took half a step backward, and his form switched with Nianbai's. The budding supreme bone in Nianbai's chest, driven by his martial path cultivation, began to activate. Although the budding supreme bone couldn't provide a threefold enhancement, the power it fed back into him made Nianbai's strength even purer. A surge of intense warmth erupted from Nianbai's chest, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body and making him feel as though he had an endless supply of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Before the spirit ape could pounce again, Nianbai exchanged dozens of blows with it in the blink of an eye. When opponents are evenly matched, combat technique can dominate. When they are not, combat technique can create miracles. Boom! Bang! The budding supreme bone on Nianbai's chest burst forth with a radiance like the crimson sun. Though it didn't soar skyward, it pierced through his clothes, impossible to ignore a sight that caused Mang, standing beside him, to pause in surprise. Facing a battle against an opponent 2 levels above him, Nianbai struggled slightly. But at the critical moment, his supreme bone grew another inch. At the same time, it was as if every bone in his body had been synchronized. An endless stream of energy surged from his bone marrow, further strengthening him. Is this the true power of the supreme bone? Nianbai's breath caught in his throat. Even he was taken by surprise. Because this was an effect his supreme bone had never been able to achieve before. Even though Nianbai was still struggling, he fought with increasing courage and ferocity. The sensation of his entire body working in unison felt truly exhilarating. Half a minute later, the effect of the budding supreme bone reached its peak, temporarily granting him the strength of a 5th rank general tier. Crack! Nianbai seized the opportunity and brutally slaughtered the 6th rank spirit ape before him. Its head rolled to the ground, blood spattering everywhere. Nianbai shone like an invincible general, the crimson sun-like glow on his chest impossible to ignore. What's more, the blood on the blade actually surged toward Nianbai's fingers. Nianbai's veins began to pulse, absorbing the beast's blood through the panel. Mang, get out of the way. Let me do the killing. Nianbai found this sensation very strange. yet at the same time, incredibly exhilarating. As the beast's blood was absorbed, part of it became a component of his own power, while another part surged toward the budding supreme bone on his chest. He did not yet know that this was the supreme bone's second combat form. Rage. The first stage involves using time to communicate with the entire body, scheduling the enhancement of one's vital energy and blood throughout the body. The second stage involves absorbing beast blood, human blood, or even burning one's own blood to reach new heights of power. The third stage, after absorbing and accumulating sufficient vital energy and blood, elevates one's power to a level far beyond current limits, while simultaneously causing a gradual loss of sanity. In the fourth stage, the soul is sacrificed, and power rises infinitely until the soul is completely consumed, leading to death on the battlefield. Starting from the third stage, the supreme bone requires the cooperation of the yin bone. Otherwise, before long, the bearer of the supreme bone will gradually transform into a killing machine, unable to stop and may even be driven to death. However, as long as the bearer remains lucid for even a moment, they can stop the process at will. At the same time, the third stage must be actively triggered. Once the blood has been absorbed to a certain extent, the body will reach its limit. Only by actively triggering the third stage can one enter the next stage, one so insane it defies belief. During the Holy War 300 years ago, the Qi clan patriarch, who had evolved the Holy Spirit bone, single-handedly with just a sword waged a rampage for 3 full years, granting humanity 300 years of respite. In that battle, the Bai clan's ancestor's yin bone reached its limit. At the cost of his own life, he forced the Qi clan's ancestor to stop. And at the cost of his own life, he sealed all his power within the yin bone so that the younger generations of the Bai clan could find a way to suppress the Holy Spirit bone. The yin bone can suppress the supreme bone, but not the Holy Spirit bone. Even though the sacred spirit bone is relatively rational. After 3 years of killing and slaughtering countless ferocious beasts, anyone would go mad. Crack. 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 Nianbai slaughtered one spirit ape after another, his power steadily rising. Blood surged through his veins, and his pores opened wide, constantly absorbing the blood splattered across his body, which only made him even more exhilarated. Holy crap! Nianbai, you're... What on earth is going on? Mang was utterly stunned. He'd never seen Nianbai in this state before. If a sacred bone was glowing on Nianbai's chest, then what kind of sacred bone was it? There was no record of such a sacred bone in the textbooks. I don't know either. But this state is really interesting. It's like I never get tired. Nianbai let out an excited laugh. In that moment, he felt a power far surpassing even his peak. Back then he felt true might. Wan was right. Compared to this budding supreme bone that had regenerated within Nianbai, the supreme bone inside Xingtian was nothing but trash. After all, it could only provide a temporary boost to strength and still required the cooperation of a companion bone. In this life, he would never again face a lonely death. In this life, he would not let Wan down. He would do everything in his power to reach the pinnacle of the strong, and make Wan proud of him. In no time at all, Nianbai had slaughtered all the spirit apes around him. The Monkey King could no longer sit idly by. With a roar, it leaped from the treetops and pounced on Nianbai. This human boy had killed so many of its kin it would make him pay with his blood. Boom! The massive disparity in strength sent Nianbai flying backward in an instant. But Nianbai felt little pain. Instead, he sprang back to his feet and charged at the Monkey King once more. Mang, run! I'll hold it off. Nianbai knew he was no match for it. Not even with Mang by his side. This monkey troop wasn't supposed to be in this area, but during the assessment period, it was common for strange beasts to roam between different regions. Nianbai, let us get out of here together. Mang urged anxiously. No. If we leave together, neither of us will make it. Hurry up. I have the treasure One gave me. It's enough to save my life and get me out of here when it counts. Nianbai shook his head in refusal. In addition to the necklace around Nianbai's neck, Juan had given him quite a few protective treasures for various situations, allowing him to escape. To ensure Nianbai could withstand danger, Juan had given him nearly all of the Bai clan's finest protective treasures. Alright. Mang gritted his teeth and left anyway. He knew that staying any longer would only hold Nianbai back. If the Monkey King shifted his focus to him, it would only cause Nianbai even more trouble. Let me see just how far I can push myself. Nianbai charged at the Monkey King with all his might. Since only one Monkey King remained, the wounds he inflicted on the Monkey King allowed him to absorb its beast blood. Even though the beast blood was purer, it could only sustain him at his current state. Boom! Nianbai was sent flying by the Monkey King's palm strike, breaking a rib in his chest. Just as he sensed he'd reached his limit and was about to flee, the budding supreme bone in his chest suddenly drew blood from him and instantly healed the broken rib. This left him momentarily stunned. He was completely taken aback. At that moment, he finally understood why the ancestor had been able to fight for 3 years during the Holy War. Blood provided an endless supply of stamina, and at the same time, it could heal injuries. If he couldn't obtain enough blood from external sources, it would be drawn from his own body. If he were to mix in with a tide of beasts of the same rank, he alone would be invincible. He alone could wreak havoc across the battlefield. The first holy bone of antiquity. Its reputation truly lived up to its name. Goodbye. Nianbai tossed a smoke grenade onto the ground, laced with beast-repelling powder and other powders designed to mask his scent. As the smoke spread, it would cover a 50-meter radius within 10 seconds. Roar! The Monkey King charged furiously into the smoke, trying to locate Nianbai. The black smoke obscured its vision, and the powders within the smoke robbed it of its sense of smell. Nianbai seized this opportunity to escape the smoke's range and sprinted toward the direction Mang had fled, while the Monkey King continued to circle aimlessly within the smoke. Whoosh! A proctor, seeing the smoke billow up, immediately rushed to the edge of the cloud. Dressed in a suit, he fixed his gaze intently on the smoke. When the Monkey King burst out of the smoke, he clenched both fists, assumed a fighting stance, and instantly entered combat mode. Emerald Tear? You actually managed to injure it? These two little guys are quite interesting. A faint smile tugged at the proctor's lips. Seeing the enraged Monkey King lunging toward him, he turned to meet the attack head-on. Mang, I'm here. Nianbai chased after him with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing Nianbai covered in blood, he asked with concern, Nianbai, are you okay? Nianbai smiled and said, I'm fine. Once the effect wore off, he felt slightly exhausted. Because his blood had replenished him during the battle, even though he'd been fighting an opponent of a higher tier, the energy drain after deactivating the effect was only 1/10 of his true strength. At the same time, the most incredible effect of the budding supreme bone lies in the fact that it can be activated indefinitely. But the cost is that it requires constant nourishment from blood. Without enough blood, his body would become incredibly weak. Are you really okay? Mang looked at him strangely and checked him over. That was the Emerald Tier Monkey King, after all. How could anyone possibly escape unscathed from the Monkey King? I'm really fine. The only cost was an 800,000 smoke grenade, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out. Nianbai shrugged and explained. Damn! You really are a big spender. Mang exclaimed in shock. Juan gave it to me. If I got hurt just to save money, she'd give me hell. Nianbai said with a laugh. Juan? Who? Mang asked, puzzled. He had no idea about Nianbai and Juan's engagement. First, because he wasn't high enough in the pecking order. And second, because the news hadn't spread yet. My fiancé, Juan. As Nianbai explained, his smile grew even broader. You've been secretly engaged all this time? Hurry up. Spill the beans. Mang was so jealous he was nearly out of his mind. He grabbed Nianbai and playfully wrestled with him. Nianbai laughed as he showed Mang the screensaver on his phone. That angelic face. That radiant, flower-like smile. Left Mang speechless. Holy crap! Your fiancé is actually this beautiful? You bastard! You animal! I wish I had a fiancé that pretty too. I'd love to be a kept man. Sniff sniff. Mang said, on the verge of tears. His expression at that moment perfectly captured the saying, I'm afraid my brother is struggling, but I'm also afraid he is driving a Land Rover. Nianbai, we're at the exam hall. I'm teaming up with that pretty girl. Juan sent a message. Along with a photo. Showing two fair, delicate hands, each wearing an exam wristband, one belonging to Juan, the other to Yameng. Great! By the way, Juan, how do you end up teaming up with her? Nianbai asked, puzzled. Oh man, this girl is such a clingy one. She fell asleep as soon as we got in the car, so I thought she was aloof, but it turns out she just won't leave me alone. She nagged me for ages, so I had no choice but to team up with her. Juan explained with a laugh. She hold you back during the exam? Nianbai asked worriedly. Asking something like that is pretty hurtful. But this is an exam. It's no joke. No way. She's actually pretty good, too. Nianbai, we're about to enter the exam hall. I'll get in touch later. Juan said. At lunchtime, remember to heat up the bento I gave you. Nianbai reminded her. Got it. Nianbai. Juan replied in a sweet, girlish voice. Nianbai, Nianbai. Mang imitated Juan's tone. His voice so sour it could be used to make vinegar. Stop blabbering, or I'll smack you. Nianbai glanced at him with an amused smile. You're going to die. I really want to be in a sweet relationship too. Mang walked alongside Nianbai, acting as if his life depended on it. Along the way, he asked Nianbai how he had met Juan and how they'd gotten engaged, so Nianbai told him the whole story. In fact, he was quite glad that Nianbai's luck had finally turned. After being tormented by the Qi clan for so many years, he finally turned his life around. He found a fiancée who truly cared for him. The area they were in was primarily inhabited by beasts ranging from warrior tier, 5th rank, to general tier, 7th rank. For beasts with warrior tier strength, the scoring system was based on tenths of a point. For example, for a warrior tier, 5th rank beast, the score was warrior tier, 9th grade, score, points. Killing a beast 1 rank higher grants a 20% bonus 2 ranks higher, 40% 3 ranks higher, 80% 4 ranks higher, 150% and 5 ranks higher, 300%. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty. Starting from the 3rd and 4th ranks, it's already extremely difficult to accomplish. Unless you're a freak like Nianbai. Whoosh! A green-spotted snake with a black body, green spots, and scales as hard as iron slithered out. Its eyes, black as gems, fixed on the two of them. Its body was about 5 meters long. And the sight of it standing upright and flickering its tongue put them on high alert. Nianbai charged forward, slaying this general tier, 2nd grade green-spotted snake with a single stroke. Together with Mang, he stripped off its scales and extracted the snake tendons and gallbladder. The snake tendons and gallbladder could be used as ingredients for Nianbai's body tempering elixirs, while the remaining scales and flesh could be sold for money. At this stage, Nianbai's daily consumption of body tempering ingredients was astronomical. He knew he couldn't yet make up for the Bai clan's expenses. But by gathering some materials on his own, Nianbai hoped to reduce the Bai clan's burden just a little. Being a martial artist was incredibly expensive, especially during the stage of regrowing his supreme bone. Even if the Bai clan didn't mind his expenses, he had roughly calculated that from the initial sprouting of his supreme bone to its full maturation, it would cost at least tens of billions. Although he could now temper his supreme bone using beast blood. No matter what, this was still a massive debt he owed the Bai clan. Meanwhile, while Nianbai and Yameng were searching for beasts, Juan and Yameng arrived at the high-level assessment area at the North Gate. Juan released her spiritual energy, weaving a sweet lure to draw nearby beasts toward them in a constant stream. When the beasts formed a small-scale wave, she and Yumeng switched to slaughter mode, swiftly eliminating every beast in their path. In less than 2 hours, their team's score had already climbed to the top of the leaderboard. And they opened up a massive lead over second place. Holy crap! What is going on here? Isn't Yumeng supposed to avoid teaming up? She must have racked up all these points herself, right? What are you talking about? No matter how good Yumeng is, there is no way she could scored this many points in one go. Remember, she is only at general tier, 9th rank. So could it be that person named Juan who did it? Juan? That girl isn't she the head of the Bai clan? Dude, are you talking about that 3rd tier Bai clan? Even if it is that Bai clan, there is no way they let a high school student be the clan head. In the class chat groups of major high schools, speculation ran rampant. Upon learning that Juan was the Bai clan's clan head, most people expressed disbelief. Because it was simply too far-fetched. Not even 4th or 5th tier clans would do something like that. No matter how extraordinary a high school student might be, they could never stand up to the clan's elders. Those elders are 20 or 30 years older. And are generally at the emerald tier or even war god level in strength. As a high school student, lacking both strength and experience, how could she possibly carry the clan's banner? Don't be so quick to dismiss it. You know about the coming-of-age ceremony for Sheng Tian, the young master of the Qi clan, right? One announced right there on the spot that he was the head of the Bai clan. This is getting more and more out of hand. Who are you, anyway? How do you even know about something like this? I'm Yuan from the 2nd-tier Meng family. I was right there at the scene. What do you think? Sorry, big brother, I was wrong. Yuan, what on earth is going on here? Yuan recounted the events of that night in the school group chat, leaving everyone speechless. Juan? Head of the Bai clan? Engaged to a fallen genius? You guys have no idea back then, Juan turned down marriage proposals from the entire city for Shachia's sake. She didn't even care about our Meng family. Yuan grew more and more animated as he spoke. For an ordinary woman from a 3rd-tier family, Yuan's status alone would be enough to overwhelm her. If she could even throw away an engagement, it would be enough to make the other party ecstatic. But Juan was an exception. She turned down the entire city? Did she even turn down 1st-tier families and national-level clans? The head of the Qi clan tried to persuade her to stay, but she said the Qi clan's supreme bone was trash. She wouldn't have it. Doesn't she take herself a bit too seriously? The young master of the Qi clan has an S-rank talent. She is probably the one who is not good enough for him. Sheng Tian? Who does he think he is? He is nothing but a scumbag who stole someone else's future. Just then, a discordant voice piped up. At a dream in this life, classmate, who are you? She is one of the top geniuses at our first high school. Isn't it a bit too much to talk about him like that? A female student rebuked her indignantly. She is the head of the Bai clan you've been talking about, Juan. And she is my teammate. Yumeng replied smugly in the group chat. Sheng Tian stopped at nothing, chipping away piece by piece at my fiancé's companion bone. Do you think I have the right to speak ill of him? Juan replied coldly. Companion bone? But didn't Shachi give that up willingly? The girl retorted defiantly. Wondering at the same time why Juan had suddenly popped up in the group chat, why hadn't she ever heard of someone named Juan at first high before? Ha, if I told you to carve out the companion bone from your own body, would you be willing to do it? Do you even know that extracting a companion bone has to be done while you're fully conscious? Do you have any idea how painful that is? Unless you're forced to, who would willingly endure the agony of having their flesh torn away? Juan snapped angrily. Her words silenced the entire group. And many realized something was wrong. Please add this to your reading list. Volume 1 is almost over. A major climax is coming soon, and an unexpected person will appear to help the male lead, changing the course of the story. Volume 2 is titled Extraordinary Destiny. They knew that extracting the companion bone involved immense pain. But they had no idea it was actually performed while the person was fully conscious. Given their status and standing, it was impossible for them to have any knowledge of such matters. In their eyes, only the weak, those too feeble to resist, were ever stripped of their companion bones. You don't understand a thing, just go on believing whatever you want. Do you realize that by acting this way, you're actually aiding and abetting the villain? Juan demanded coldly. He couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Impossible. The female students in the group who were defending Sheng Tian were still putting up a stubborn resistance, though their voices had grown much weaker. They didn't believe Juan would lie to them about something like this. Because Juan had no reason to. Besides, a lie like this would be easily exposed. No one would willingly endure the agony of having flesh torn from their bones just to give up a companion bone unless they were insane. But to say this was Sheng Tian's fault. They simply couldn't accept that. In their eyes, Sheng Tian was so handsome, so gentle, and so approachable. How could he possibly be such a brutal villain? Impossible? Then explain this. Why did all 8 of Nianbai's companion bones end up in Sheng Tian's body? Why, on the very night Nianbai had her companion bones stripped away, did Sheng Tian immediately implant them into his own body? Juan demanded angrily. Determined to snap these people out of their delusion. To make them understand everything Nianbai had endured. Well. The girls were at a loss for words. No matter how eloquent they usually were, they couldn't justify such behavior. One bone could be a coincidence or an act of saving a life. 2 bones could be explained that way, too. But 3, 4, 5, 8. How could they possibly explain that? It's impossible that Sheng Tian frequently experienced rejection reactions from the supreme bone after it was implanted, right? That defies all logic. Wake up, all of you. After Nianbai severed ties with the Qi clan actually tried to kill Nianbai for Sheng Tian's sake and take the blood from his body. Juan exclaimed furiously. Her words left Yumeng speechless. Yumeng was absolutely willing to believe Juan. She just couldn't imagine the Qi clan would go this far. The Qi clan was, after all, a clan that held sway over the nation. Damn it! Sheng Tian was tagged in the post. And upon seeing Juan's comment in the first high school group chat, he was instantly filled with rage. Having his actions exposed like this by one who was publicly questioning his true motives was like being stripped bare and laid out in the open. With Juan's words, even though most people still believed him, a seed of doubt had been planted. In a moment of desperation, Sheng Tian hurriedly said, "Classmate Bai, I'm so sorry to have made you doubt me like this. I didn't want it to turn out this way. And I didn't want my older brother to suffer either. Do you know? For the past 5 years, I've been enduring immense torment in my heart every single moment. After my older brother left the clan, I tried so hard to get him to come back." Before he could finish his sentence, Juan cut him off. Juan said coldly, "If you truly feel guilty, you should dig out the companion bone. The fact that your talent has advanced now proves you've overcome the rejection reaction, so you have no excuse to say you can't remove the companion bone. If you've got the guts, go ahead and do it. Just like Nianbai did that night. Take a knife and pry your own bone out." Sheng Tian was instantly stumped. No matter how scheming he usually was, he was merely skilled at playing up his vulnerability to elicit sympathy from his older sisters. When it came to true cunning, he really was no match for Juan. And faced with an undeniable fact, he had no rebuttal. "What's the matter? You don't dare say anything now? You keep saying you feel guilty toward Nianbai, but when it comes down to it, why won't you take that step? That just proves you have a guilty conscience." Juan sneered. "Eldest brother needs my companion bone, so once my exams are over, I'll return it to him. Eldest brother is the legitimate heir of the Qi clan, while I'm just an adopted son. Compared to me, eldest brother's future is far more important." Sheng Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. But he quickly came up with an evasive excuse. Whenever he said this before, his sisters would always take his side and refute Nian Bai. He thought that this time, everyone would surely stand by him again. Is all this nonsense even worth it? You're taking the exam at the Westgate testing site, and Nian Bai is there too. If you're willing, I'll have Nian Bai go find you right now and get the companion bone back. And I'll make sure Wuxuan doesn't interfere. Do you dare? Wan demanded. Sheng Tian was so flustered he didn't know how to respond again. He could only curse silently to himself. Even though he possessed an S-rank talent. Even though he was the future of the Qi clan. Why did one choose that good-for-nothing Nian Bai and speak up for him? You don't dare, do you? Wan sneered. For my brother's sake, I'm willing to do anything. Sheng Tian could only put on a brave face and say. Fine. Then I'll have Nian Bai go over there right now, and I'll have an invigilator from the Ministry of Education accompany him, just to make sure the Qi clan doesn't set him up along the way. Wan said bluntly. But if we do that, doesn't that mean Big Brother will have to give up on this round of the exam? Sheng Tian said anxiously. So what? Which is more important, the exam or the companion bone? Wan retorted. At that, Sheng Tian was completely at a loss for words. Because he simply couldn't respond. If Nian Bai were allowed to come over just like that, it would be like throwing him into the fire to be roasted alive. At the same time, Nian Bai's withdrawal from the exam meant he wouldn't be able to kill anyone. No matter how this turned out, he couldn't accept it. Where is he? Show yourself. Wan urged with a cold laugh. Everyone's minds were already racing with speculation. From an outsider's perspective, it was actually quite easy to figure out. After all, the price Nian Bai had paid was simply too high. And as the beneficiary, no matter what Sheng Tian said, it would be impossible to refute. Sheng Tian had no choice but to deliberately let Wuxuan see his chat interface. Because he knew that once Wuxuan saw it, he would definitely snatch his phone and speak up for him in the group chat. Sure enough, as soon as Wuxuan saw it, he angrily snatched the phone away. Then tagged Wan in the group chat and shouted, "Wan, this is Wuxuan. I'm warning you not to stir up trouble here. I haven't settled the score with you for calling the police yet." Wan sneered, "Then come at me. If you dare, I'll have the Marshall Path Bureau arrest you again." Wuxuan grew even angrier. Fine. You're something else, Wan. Do you completely disregard the Qi clan? Wan replied, I still have the Qi clan patriarch's secret order in my possession. If you piss me off, I'll tear it up. And then everyone in the Qi clan will die. Wuxuan was beside himself with rage. But he had no good solution. So he could only say, fine, we can't take you on, so can't we just stay out of your way? As long as you don't mess with Sheng Tian, we won't come after you. Wan sneered, make him hand over the companion bone, that's what he promised. Wuxuan snapped, don't push it too far. Wan laughed coldly, who is really going too far? Who led hundreds, even thousands of people to surround my Bai clan just to save Sheng Tian? Even if it was the Qi clan's sixth sister who did it. Wuxuan couldn't escape blame either. There is no way I'm giving up the companion bone, and I won't hand it over. If you've got the guts, come and take it. I'd love to see just how capable your Bai clan really is. After Wuxuan finished speaking, she immediately removed Sheng Tian from the group chat. Out of sight. Out of mind. She didn't want the group's gossip to affect her precious little brother. Sheng Tian's face darkened immensely. His heart was filled with overwhelming rage, and he was even more determined to kill Nian Bai right then and there. As long as Nian Bai didn't die, such accusations would only keep coming. But once Nian Bai was dead, even if one forced him to strip away the companion bone, it would be meaningless. Because no one would need the companion bone anymore. Did you all see that? This is the true face of the Qi clan. This is the face of the innocent person you've been talking about. Wan let out a cold laugh. Then left the group chat as well. She would only explain this once. First, because she didn't have the time. And second, because it was pointless. Anyone with a brain would realize right away that Sheng Tian was up to no good. As for those pretending to be asleep, they never wake up. The group fell silent for a long time. They all sensed something was wrong with this situation. But they dared not discuss it. Because that was Sheng Tian. That's the Qi clan. Discussing this would be tantamount to offending the Qi clan. 1. This is the first time I've heard that so many things actually happened to Nianbai. So, the Qi clan and that Sheng Tian really are despicable. Yumeng couldn't help but say. On the day of Sheng Tian's coming-of-age ceremony, the Xia clan didn't attend. Because the Xia clan and the Qi clan were completely at odds. This feud began with the Qi clan patriarch. Back then, the Qi clan patriarch stole Yumeng's third grandfather's lover by force, taking her away from him. They clearly loved each other. But the Qi clan intervened, blackmailing her family into forcing her to marry him. The reason was simply that the Qi clan needed the sacred bone within her body for a compatibility match. They needed her to join them so that the Qi clan patriarch could become even more powerful. Yeah, who wouldn't agree? Nianbai has endured so much over the past 5 years. If it were anyone else, they would be broken down long ago. Wan sighed, her heart aching with sympathy. The Qi clan really deserves to die. That Sheng Tian deserves to die too. Yumeng clenched her little fists involuntarily and said. Sooner or later, one would completely tear off the Qi clan's mask of hypocrisy, make them regret what they done, and make them pay the price. Nightfall. As darkness descended, a bonfire blazed fiercely in the woods, its fiery glow illuminating the surroundings. In the forest, few dared to light a bonfire. And those who did had almost always hired a guardian. Wuxuan handed Sheng Tian a skewer of grilled fish. Seeing how distracted he looked, her heart ached for him. Little brother, are you still thinking about what happened today? Forget it. Don't worry about what your classmates think. We've done nothing wrong, so we have nothing to fear no matter what that one says. Sheng Tian sighed. Sis, I really feel so miserable inside. Big brother doesn't understand me. And neither does anyone else. I really didn't want it to turn out like this. As he spoke, he was on the verge of tears, which nearly broke Wuxuan's heart. She walked over, gently embraced Sheng Tian, and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. As long as we sisters understand you, nothing else matters. Suddenly, Sheng Tian's phone vibrated imperceptibly a few times. He stood up, feigning melancholy, and forced a cheerful laugh, saying, Sis, I'm going to the bathroom. I won't be gone long. But Wuxuan shook her head to stop him. I'll turn my back. Just stay right here. The main thing is that the forest at night is too dangerous. I can't let you take that risk. It wasn't just her. All the proctors in the exam hall did the same. Whether male or female. Everyone had to relieve themselves right in front of them. In the past, there had been many cases where candidates went outside to use the restroom and were attacked and killed by beasts, so this was a necessary precaution. Sis, I can take care of myself. And I'll be just a few meters away. Even if something happens, you'll be able to get here right away, right? Sheng Tian said. Seeing how determined he was, Wuxuan could only nod. All right, then. Be careful, and call me immediately if anything happens. Got it. Sheng Tian nodded, turned, and walked into the dark woods. He took out his phone, adjusted the screen brightness to the lowest setting, and looked at the message on the screen. This was from the assassin. The assassin said they had found an emerald tier, 8th grade mutant beast and planned to trigger its rampage to kill Nianbai. Based on Nianbai's current route, he would reach the ambush area by tomorrow night at the latest. Striking tomorrow night would ensure maximum stealth. Capture another beast. You must kill Nianbai by tomorrow night. I will not tolerate any mishaps. Sheng Tian typed coldly. But the assassin flatly refused, saying, Boss, one beast could be called a coincidence, but with two appearing, it'll look way too suspicious. And killing someone right under the Ministry of Education's nose. The consequences would be extremely severe. Even if we're not worried about getting caught ourselves, you've got to think about yourself, right? What if they track you down? What will you do then? Sheng Tian looked at them and was instantly furious. He was the employer. Yet they actually dared to defy his orders? He cut straight to the point, roaring, "Then how do you guarantee there won't be any mishaps?" The assassin shrugged indifferently. What could possibly go wrong with a single emerald tier, 8th grade beast? Besides, we've found a particularly ferocious giant-toothed iron ox. Sheng Tian remained unconvinced and roared, "What if something does go wrong? For this operation? Even if there was just a 1 in 10 million chance of an accident, he wouldn't tolerate it. Boss, I know you're eager to see them dead, but we're the professionals here." The hitman was speechless inside. Desperate to curse them out, but he had to suppress his anger. "Fine. Since you put it that way, I only care about one thing: the result. If that person isn't dead by the time the exam ends, I'll take your lives." Sheng Tian angrily hung up the phone, still seething with indignation. He just wanted to add one more exotic beast. What could possibly go wrong? They didn't want to do it, yet they actually came up with a bunch of excuses to fob him off? By the campfire, Wuxuan froze in place. What had she just heard? Her harmless little brother, had he actually said something about killing someone? Martial artists have incredibly keen senses. She was certain she hadn't misheard a thing. In the darkness, Sheng Tian took a deep breath, put on a smile, and walked back to the campfire. "Sheng Tian, who were you on the phone with just now?" Wuxuan asked with a frown. She needed to know what had just happened. She wouldn't allow anyone to corrupt her cutest little brother. Sheng Tian froze, the smile vanishing completely from his lips. For a split second, his heart raced with panic. Oh no! In the heat of the moment, he'd completely forgotten that Wuxuan was still there. Dear readers, please add this to your bookshelves. I'm working on a high-octane big sister story. I've already drafted a 100,000 word outline and am starting to write today. I'll post the link in the book when it's ready. Short synopsis: I've been reborn, and so have my older sisters. The hunt is on. Of course, this won't affect updates to this book. I've already completed a 200,000 word outline for this one and have drafts saved. A single phone call, while it wouldn't shatter the image Wuxuan had held of him for years, might still plant the seed of a crisis. Yue had already sided with Nianbai, going so far as to get herself confined to her quarters for Nianbai's sake. If even the obsessive Wuxuan were to undergo a change, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! Just then, a terrifying beastly roar echoed through the air, followed by a series of deep, ominous footsteps rapidly closing in on them. A serpent-patterned tiger? Wuxuan's expression instantly turned grave. How could a serpent-patterned tiger, a second-grade emerald tier beast, appear here? Sheng Tian, get out of the way. Wuxuan drew a long sword from her spatial ring, preparing to face the threat. Before they had even lit the campfire, Sheng Tian had turned off the detection function on her bracelet and entered rest mode. Under these circumstances, Wuxuan, as her bodyguard, was permitted to intervene. If she had intervened during the detection portion of the exam, it would have meant the end of Sheng Tian's test. "Sis, let me handle this." "I can handle it," Sheng Tian said through gritted teeth. He wanted to use the serpent-patterned tiger's appearance to divert Wuxuan's attention. If Wuxuan were to intervene, she would dispatch the serpent-patterned tiger in the blink of an eye. By then, Wuxuan would surely press him about that phone call from earlier. "Sheng Tian, you're only at the 9th rank of the general tier. This emerald tier serpent-patterned tiger is beyond your capabilities," Wuxuan said in a stern voice. With her standing face to face with the massive serpent-patterned tiger, the beast dared not attack rashly. "Sis, trust me, I can do this. Right now, I possess Big Brother's 8 companion bones, as well as a terrifying S-rank talent. Even if this serpent pattern tiger is one realm stronger than me, I believe I can still hold my own, Shang Tian said resolutely. Candidates who single-handedly slay beasts of a higher tier receive bonus points. But if they defeat a beast of a higher cultivation realm, the reward is multiplied by 10. For example, if Shang Tian, a general tier, 9th grade cultivator, were to face this emerald tier, 2nd grade serpent pattern tiger, upon killing it, he would receive a 20-fold bonus based on the serpent pattern tiger's base points. At the same time, this kill would be recorded in his file, becoming one of the bonus points for the college entrance exam. Shang Tian, are you really sure you can do this? Wuxuan asked, unable to hide his concern. I can do it, Shang Tian replied firmly. All right, then. Only then did Wuxuan turn away, his aura completely locked onto the serpent pattern tiger to prevent it from suddenly going berserk. Shang Tian activated the monitoring function on his wristband and re-entered exam mode. He took a deep breath, fully assessing his own strength. The difference between each cultivation realm was like night and day. He wasn't too sure if he could successfully fight above his level. But regardless of the outcome, he had to fight this battle well to completely divert Wuxuan's attention. Boom! Shang Tian's internal energy surged through his body. The Supreme Bone amplified his power, and with several companion bones operating simultaneously, his strength was not to be underestimated. As he unleashed his full power, a faint golden glow emanated from the Supreme Bone on his body, making it appear as if countless golden fireflies were swarming around him. Whoosh! Shang Tian lunged forward, charging head-on at the 3-meter-tall serpent pattern tiger. The very moment he struck, Wuxuan released his aura lock, allowing the serpent pattern tiger to counterattack. Although the serpent pattern tiger's strike was half a beat too slow, that was precisely where its true power lay. In the blink of an eye, its claws struck the long sword Shang Tian had swung at it. Sparks flew as the sharp claws and the blade clashed, creating terrifying sparks. Shang Tian was shaken by the immense force, his palms going numb, and the tips of his toes actually sank slightly into the ground. The serpent pattern tiger's gaze toward Shang Tian was so condescending, laced with contempt. Because this human boy was nothing special. Shang Tian. Wuxuan was on the edge of his seat. This single exchange had already decided the outcome. If this were merely an emerald tier serpent pattern tiger, then, given Shang Tian's strength, he could still put up a fierce fight. But the power of a 2nd grade emerald tier being was simply beyond what a 9th grade general tier could handle. Sis, don't worry, I've got this, Shang Tian said through gritted teeth. With that, he lunged once more at the serpent pattern tiger before him. Wuxuan being this nervous was exactly what he wanted. Knowing Wuxuan as he did, as long as she was nervous enough, she'd overlook a lot of things. He wasn't too worried about dying himself. If he really couldn't win, he could let Wuxuan step in. At worst, this mock exam would just end right here. Wuxuan's heart was filled with worry, and her fists clenched involuntarily. But at the same time, she felt more and more that something was off. How could an emerald tier beast appear here? After all, this was just a lower middle tier exam zone. Someone must be deliberately causing trouble. But who exactly? Could it be those two bastards, Nianbai and Wan? During the 10-minute battle, Shang Tian grew increasingly overwhelmed. He sustained numerous injuries, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. It hurts so much. It really hurts. Damn Milan. If it weren't for that damn Nianbai, why would he have to endure this kind of pain? Shang Tian, stop. You've gone far enough already. Wuxuan's eyes welled up with tears as she said anxiously. No. I haven't reached my limit yet. Sis. You've all sacrificed so much for me, so I have to become strong enough. Right now, you're protecting me, but someday I'll be the one protecting you, Shang Tian declared resolutely. Tears welled up in Wuxuan's eyes. Those words alone were enough. With those words, all their sacrifices over the years had been worth it. Just as the serpent pattern tiger's claw was about to strike Shang Tian's chest, Wuxuan immediately pulled out the ghost-chasing needle, piercing the serpent pattern tiger's brain. The ghost-chasing needle is a special mental type item of immense value. When it pierces a creature's brain, it leaves no trace whatsoever, making it one of the few ways to cheat during exams. Even if the Ministry of Education knew it could be used to cheat, they couldn't possibly upgrade the surveillance bracelets worn by examinees because of it, since it's an S-rank item. A single use requires a staggering 500 million in funds. Not even a town-level clan could casually throw away 500 million on a general tier or emerald tier beast. Whoosh! Shang Tian's sword pierced the serpent-patterned tiger's heart, and crimson blood gushed out. The foul-smelling blood splattered across his face, making Shang Tian feel nauseous. "Shang Tian, are you okay?" Wuxuan asked anxiously. I'm fine." Shang Tian gave a weak, bitter smile. His body wavered, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Wuxuan darted to his side, catching him before he fell, her eyes filled with concern and even more so, with anger. Wuxuan was now even more certain that the serpent-patterned tiger's appearance must have been the work of someone scheming in the shadows. Why didn't they bring a more powerful beast? It was because if a more powerful beast had appeared, Wuxuan would have definitely intervened. She couldn't possibly let Shang Tian suffer even the slightest harm. On the contrary, by bringing a beast of mediocre strength, they could force Shang Tian to take action. And that would allow him to get injured. Nian Bai. And won. You two are truly vicious. After cheating to kill that serpent-patterned tiger, Shang Tian's name shot up to second place. When scores are tied, rankings are determined by who has killed a more powerful beast. Killing a beast that transcends one's own realm can even bypass the score system, propelling one directly to the top ranks. And that's exactly what happened to Shang Tian. 1. Shang Tian's catching up in the rankings. And it's a general tier, 9th rank player who took down an emerald tier, 2nd rank serpent tiger. Yumeng sat by the campfire, munching on grilled meat skewers while refreshing the leaderboard. Among all the beasts, the serpent tiger is considered one of the most powerful. An emerald tier, 2nd rank serpent tiger can even take down a standard emerald tier, 3rd rank beast. And he managed to take down an emerald tier, rank 2 serpent tiger all by himself? 1. Eating the packed lunch Nian Bai had prepared for her, couldn't help but chuckle. Cheating on a mock exam? He has got no shame at all. 1. Do you think he cheated? Yumeng looked up at her with big, watery eyes, looking absolutely adorable. What else could it be? Wan rolled her eyes in a charming way. But unfortunately, with her eye patch on, Yumeng couldn't see that captivating little expression of hers. Hee, if you weren't the test taker, I'd have cheated too. Who would thought that an emerald tier beast would be so weak in front of you, weak enough to be crushed in a single breath? You're so amazing. Yumeng wrapped her arms around Wan's, playfully acting all cute. You're not weak either. At the general tier, it's hard to find a worthy opponent, Wan said with a soft laugh. Upon hearing this, Yumeng immediately puffed out her cheeks in a pout. If you don't know how to chat, just don't. Aren't you just trying to bring me down? Wan burst out laughing, amused by her expression. With this human cheat code by their side, they could ignore the threat of beasts drawn to the campfire. In fact, Wan couldn't wait to encounter more powerful beasts, because their very existence served as medicinal ingredients to help Nian Bai level up. I'm going to take a bath. Want to join me? Yumeng planned to head to the nearby creek to wash the beast blood off her body. If she'd been taking the exam alone, she certainly wouldn't have dared to do something so dangerous, but with Wan by her side, the exam felt more like a picnic. You go ahead. I'll keep watch for you. Wan looked at her with amusement. Okay, then I'm off. Yumeng nodded, took a set of clothes from her spatial ring, and walked toward the creek. Wan sat on a large rock by the creek, gently wiping the staff in his hand. This staff was one of the Bi-Clan Patriarch's most trusted weapons back in the day. A legendary tier weapon, of which there are only a mere 11 in the entire world. They were either forged by humans using countless top-tier resources, or weapons brought to the battlefields beyond the realm by those exotic beasts. And above legendary lies epic. There are only 3 epic weapons in the entire world. One possessed, one left behind by the Chi clan's ancestor, the only one in the dragon realm. All epic tier weapons are evolving weapons, having evolved from F-rank blood-stained weapons. Once a blood-stained weapon evolves into an epic tier weapon, it awakens its own sentience and becomes extremely selective about its master, making it impossible for ordinary people to control. A black-spotted snake as thick as an arm appeared silently behind Juan. It lay in wait in the darkness, its forked tongue scanning the air for Juan's presence. Just as it thought, Juan was completely off guard and prepared to strike. Juan's walking stick swiftly split apart, transforming into twin razor-sharp spikes, ending the snake's life in an instant. Early the next morning. Thud. Mang, who had been sleeping soundly, fell without warning from the top of a 5-meter tall tree, crashing heavily to the ground. He immediately grimaced in pain. "Mang, are you okay?" Nianbai, perched in the treetop, watched him with amusement. Last night, they'd taken turns keeping watch. Ed covered the first half of the night, and Nianbai the second half. Unlike Juan and Yameng, who dared to light a campfire in the woods, they'd even hidden high up in the treetops to sleep and keep watch. "Damn it, Mylan, this hurts like hell. My butt feels like it's falling apart." Mang rubbed his butt, looking absolutely ridiculous. "Ha, who told you to sleep so soundly?" Nianbai climbed down from the tree as well, pulled a bottle of water from his spatial ring, and tossed it to him. After eating a little and getting ready, the two set off deeper into the exam grounds. In yesterday's exam, they had already fallen behind the top contenders, and their current scores were only at the mid to lower range. Topping the leaderboard were Juan and Yameng. Their scores were so staggering that no one could surpass them. And they had even broken the capital S record. Nianbai's supreme bone, while capable of unleashing the terrifying rage, comes with conditions. He must encounter a sufficient number of exotic beasts to activate it without taking damage. Without enough exotic beasts to support it, even if he forced the activation, it wouldn't provide much of a boost. Over the course of a day, they killed quite a few general tier exotic beasts and earned a fair amount of points. But in the shadows, 2 pairs of eyes were watching them. To steer Nianbai in the intended direction, those hiding in the shadows lured the nearby beasts to different areas, artificially creating a beast corridor populated by creatures of balanced strength. Moreover, this corridor was specifically designed based on Nianbai and his partner's hunting patterns. In fact, someone had been watching them since yesterday. After they finished killing all the similarly powered beasts in the vicinity, by which time it was nearly nightfall, they would inevitably rest at a safe point that had been prepared in advance. Just as the assassin had told Xingtian, killing someone right under the Ministry of Education's nose would have extremely serious consequences. Even a professional assassin had to leave no trace. "Nianbai, come quick, there's actually grade B iron ore here." "Ha ha, we struck it rich," Mang called out in a hurry. As the sky grew dark, it was time for them to find a place to rest after a full day of hunting beasts. Their bodies were starting to feel the strain. Nianbai walked over to take a look. And sure enough, it was grade B iron ore. Grade B iron ore sells for around 30,000 per kilogram. And this pile was worth at least 100 kilograms. If they took it all, they'd easily make over 3 million. Even professional hunters rarely come across a find like this. That's strange. With such a large deposit of iron ore, why hasn't anyone mined it yet? Nianbai was quite puzzled. Who cares? Since we stumbled upon it, it's ours now. With this iron ore, once we get back to the capital, I can trade it for a grade B weapon. Mang was overjoyed. He'd been wanting to upgrade his weapon for a long time. But grade B weapons typically cost over 1 million, something he couldn't afford. Now, his chance had finally come. Mang quickly pulled 2 shovels from his spatial ring, tossed one to Nianbai, and the two of them began digging. Nianbai couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right, but since there were no signs of anyone else around, he had no choice but to set his concerns aside for the time being. Ring, ring, ring. A call came in. It was by Sour Grapes Goddess Wan, checking in again. Nianbai, what are you and Mang up to? Wan asked curiously on the other end of the video call. Nianbai held up the shovel in his hand and chuckled, can't you tell? We're mining. Over the 300 years since the arrival of the strange beasts, many of the powerful materials martial artists needed had slowly emerged under the influence of the world as spiritual energy. Take iron ore, for example. It's a type of ore exposed on the Earth's surface that forms through a reaction with spiritual energy. Similarly, there are copper, silver, and gold ores. Grade B iron ore? One took one look and was immediately taken aback. An iron ore deposit this large should have been mined long ago. Many martial artists, unable to further improve their strength and unwilling to risk their lives on battlefields beyond the realm, switch careers to become hunters to support their families. Since so many people are doing this, the number of high-grade materials found in the outskirts has naturally decreased. An iron ore deposit worth several million if it were in a desolate, primeval forest, that wouldn't be surprising. But the Westgate hunting grounds, where Nianbai and his group were, wasn't a place where powerful beasts gathered. With so many hunters coming and going every day, this kind of thing really shouldn't have happened. Could it be that we just got lucky? Mang appeared on screen, looking smug. From mining, his forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. And the afterglow of the setting sun cast upon him, further accentuating his dark complexion, giving him the appearance of an African man. Fine, you guys got lucky. Wan said, somewhat at a loss for words. Nianbai, we've got quite a haul today, too. If we just count the materials we looted from the beasts, that's worth millions. Yumlung tilted her little face upward and said excitedly. If it were just her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to kill so many beasts, let alone collect so many materials. But who was the person standing right beside her? This was by the walking cheat code of God. Ha ha. One exam has made us all rich. 3 million today, 5 million tomorrow. We've got a bright future ahead of us. A single iron ore mine. Had Mang standing tall with confidence. Just waiting to pick it up. Do you think we'll have this much luck every day? Nianbai said with a chuckle. Who knows? Maybe when luck strikes, there's no stopping it? Mang laughed heartily. He noticed that ever since cutting ties with the Zhou family, Nianbai's luck had truly been on the rise. First, he met Wan, this gem of a girl. Beautiful. And the heiress of the Bai clan. Then he regained some of his innate talents, changing his own destiny. And now he stumbled upon this incredibly lucky iron ore mine, a find that could only happen with such good fortune. His luck really had turned around. Nianbai, my uncle has almost gathered all the materials I asked for. Once we get back, I'll have someone forge a blood-stained weapon for you. One watched Yumlung build a campfire while propping her chin with her small hand, her eyes fixed longingly on Nianbai mining on the other side of the screen. But as she spoke, both Yumlung on this side of the screen and Mang on the other side froze in shock. The two of them had suddenly been hit with a massive dose of couple vibe overload. And they wished they could find a rock to smash their heads against. Sis-in-law, that's just too much. Mang said, on the verge of tears. Yeah, that's way too much. One, even if you want to show off your love, please, just go home and do it behind closed doors, okay? Can't you see there are 2 single people right here? On behalf of all the single people in the world, I strongly condemn your behavior. Yumlung pouted, saying. A blood-stained weapon. That's not something just anyone can own. To craft one, you first need to spend between 50 million and 100 million. And as you upgrade it, the material costs become absolutely astronomical. A standard grade A weapon is worth tens of millions. But upgrading a blood-stained weapon from grade B to grade A costs hundreds of millions. Holy crap! I really want a blood-stained weapon too. Is there a rich woman out there who'd take a shine to me? Mang leaned on his shovel. So envious he was nearly in tears. Want a rich woman? Here's one right here. Juan pointed to Yumeng beside him and said, Juan, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm still a 17-year-old girl, I'm not even thinking about dating yet. Yumeng said, her pretty face flushing with embarrassment. If she dared to date anyone, Grandpa would definitely twist her boyfriend's head off. Mang, knowing his place, just made a joke and changed the subject. Yumeng was cute and had a nice personality. She was definitely attractive. But behind her stood the Xia clan, the pillar of the nation. It wasn't something a lowly orphan like Mang could hope to reach. The four of them chatted and laughed across the screen for over an hour. By the time it was completely dark, Nianbai and Mang had finally finished mining all the iron ore and stopped to grab a bite to eat. Meanwhile, Juan and Yumeng on the other end of the screen had long since finished eating and were waving goodbye, saying they were ready to take a shower. But not long after the video call ended, a series of incredibly heavy footsteps approached from the distance. Mang, trouble's coming. Get up the tree fast. Nianbai sprang to his feet and urged him with desperate urgency. In the forest, strange beasts often roamed wildly, hiding in the treetops allowed them to avoid detection and steer clear of most dangers. Nianbai, you go up first. Mang was extremely nervous. He cupped Nianbai's thighs with both hands and flung him toward the treetops. Nianbai grabbed the trunk above with his right hand, flipped himself up onto the tree, and dropped a rope down to pull Mang up from below. Boom! 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 The terrifying footsteps of the beast grew closer and closer. The sound incredibly heavy. It must be a beast weighing at least 3 metric tons. Those footsteps, they sound like a raging iron-horn rhinoceros. Nianbai said, his heart pounding with fear. The iron-horned rhinoceros is one of the most dangerous beasts. Not only does it possess unmatched defense among creatures of its tier, but also unmatched aggression. It has a very strong sense of territoriality and is extremely short-tempered. Once it enters a frenzied state, it will fight its enemies to the death. Its only weakness is its back. Because of its size, it cannot reach its own back. Shoo! Nianbai immediately made a shushing gesture toward Mang, signaling him not to make a sound. Nianbai had encountered this creature before during the Rising High exam. Even if their strength was equal, they had to avoid it. First, its iron horns were terrifying. And second, with its massive bulk, it could inflict horrific trampling damage on martial artists. Thud! Thud! An emerald tier, 8th grade iron-horned rhinoceros came into view. Nianbai and his companion, perched in the tree, were shaken to the core. Yet, after charging into their area, the iron-horned rhinoceros suddenly stopped. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. First, an iron-horned rhinoceros of this caliber shouldn't even be in this exam area. And second, once an iron-horned rhinoceros goes berserk, it runs non-stop, searching for a target. If the target disappears, it charges recklessly in a straight line, knocking over any obstacles in its path, such as large trees and boulders, until it runs out of energy and stops. But this iron-horned rhinoceros had clearly not yet finished its rampage, and yet it had stopped just like that. Combining this with the iron ore mine from earlier, Nianbai suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Mang, quickly activate the distress signal on your wristband. Someone's trying to kill us. Upon hearing this, Mang froze for a moment, then said in terror, "No, that can't be right, we're both still students." Before he could finish his sentence, Mang immediately came to his senses. Given his status, it was impossible for anyone to hire a hitman to kill him and cause such a commotion. But Nianbai was a different story. Oh no! The communication function on my wristband has failed. Mang said anxiously. Mine's not working either. Nianbai's breathing grew noticeably more rapid. During the exam, cell phones might lose signal, but the wristbands never should. After all, the wristbands were the candidate's last line of defense. Those assailants had taken their actions to the extreme. Before the iron-horned rhinoceros appeared, they had already blocked all signals in the vicinity. The iron-horned rhinoceros circled below, then began violently ramming the surrounding trees. Bang! 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 Tree after tree fell. And Nianbai hurriedly pulled the grappling hook from his spatial ring and fired it at a large tree 8 meters away. Mang, you go first. This iron-horned rhinoceros is more than we can handle. Mang shook his head and refused. If you're leaving, you go first. Nianbai grew desperate and said, Mang, aren't you even listening to me anymore? Hurry up and go. Mang looked determined and said solemnly, Nianbai, you have a brighter future than I do. You must leave immediately. I'll find a way to distract the iron-horned rhinoceros and buy you some time. Nianbai didn't have time to think about it. He immediately tied the rope around Mang and triggered the claw hook mechanism, forcibly dragging him away. Nianbai. Mang panicked, but there was no way to stop. Hurry up and go. Nianbai shouted anxiously. He wasn't sure how large the signal's jamming radius was, but he was certain these people were after him. If he left, there was a high chance the iron-horned rhinoceros would be remotely controlled to follow him. But if Mang could escape and make it outside the jamming radius as quickly as possible to send a distress signal to the teachers at the Ministry of Education, then he might still be saved. Bang! The iron-horned rhinoceros smashed through another large tree and was now very close to Nianbai. Nianbai pulled another grappling hook from his spatial ring, shot it into another tree, and fled in the opposite direction from Mang. In less than 3 breaths, as if controlled by some unknown force, the iron-horned rhinoceros charged after Nianbai, locking onto his scent. Damn it! Damn the Qi clan! Just how far are you willing to go? Will you only be satisfied once you've driven Nianbai to his death? Watching the iron-horned rhinoceros chase after Nianbai, Mang clenched his fists so tightly they nearly shattered. His eyes were bloodshot. And blood was almost streaming from them. Nianbai, I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Wait for me to come back. Mang gritted his teeth and used his claw hooks to make a swift escape. The assassins lurking in the darkness did not give chase. So far, they had not left a single trace of human intervention. The device they used to jam the bracelet's signal was an extremely special electromagnetic longhorn beetle. When stimulated, it emitted a pulse signal into its surroundings. And this pulse could not only disrupt most communication devices but even interfere with certain psychic weapons and equipment. So if they were to go after Mang right now, even if they killed him, what good would it do? Once any human traces are exposed, the Ministry of Education will launch a massive investigation. But if they simply send the iron-horned rhinoceros to hunt down Nianbai, even if Nianbai is killed, the Ministry of Education will have no leads to follow. Ministry of Education, Shimen Test Site Monitoring Center. As soon as the signals from Nianbai and his companion's wristbands disappeared, a teacher immediately noticed. Zone C09 signals from 2 examinees have disappeared. Attention teachers in Zone C09, the coordinates from before the signal loss have been sent to your wristbands. Teachers in the vicinity, please proceed immediately to investigate. The exam center contacted the proctors in Zone C at once. But no sooner had the message been sent than the entire exam complex descended into chaos. Exam center. An abnormal beast uprising in Zone A requesting reinforcements. Exam center. An abnormal beast uprising in Zone B requesting reinforcements. Exam center, this is Outpost 049 on the edge of the exam zone. I've just detected a swarm of beasts moving from east to west. They're about to enter the exam area. S-rank alert, S-rank alert. The beast horde is massive and accompanied by large numbers of electromagnetic longhorn beetles, requesting the evacuation of all examinees from the exam area. The message from Outpost 049 sent the Westgate Exam Center monitoring station into complete chaos. Powerful figures from the Ministry of Education, teachers, administrators, and principals from various universities. Without exception, everyone became tense. To all examinees at the Westgate exam site, this is Wang Kai, head of the Westgate Exam Site Monitoring Center. I am issuing an urgent notice. All examinees must immediately stop the exam, meet up with the nearest proctor, and return to the Exam Site Monitoring Center. A beast horde is approaching the exam area. I repeat. A beast horde is approaching the exam area, and its numbers exceed 100,000. Wang Kai, the supervisor, was on the verge of losing his mind. Just as the signals from two examinees had gone dark, a massive beast horde had erupted? This isn't the North Gate. It's not a gathering place for a large number of geniuses. So why is this beast horde coming here? What the hell is going on? Wang Kai immediately dispatched all on-site personnel to go out and rescue them. This was no longer just the Ministry of Education's responsibility. Teachers from every school were mobilized as well. Old Wang, hurry up and help me locate a student's position. Hurry! Lu Pingping, the principal of number 15 high school, rushed over, speaking anxiously. Give me the student's ID number. Wang Kai nodded intently. 01145. Lu Pingping immediately gave Nianbai's ID number. Wang Kai had a technician enter the number and locate the student as quickly as possible. But the location they pinpointed was exactly where those two students had disappeared. Staring at the big screen, Lu Pingping suddenly lost control of her emotions, her mind in turmoil. Nianbai has disappeared? He has disappeared? Wang Kai gave her a gentle nudge and hurriedly said, Lu Pingping, what are you standing there for? Since he is your student, you'd better go find him right away. Maybe he just happened to run into an electromagnetic longhorn beetle, which caused the signal to drop. Lu Pingping finally snapped out of it and nodded. Right. He must have just run into one by chance. He is definitely fine. Lu Pingping immediately rushed out. But an angry voice still echoed from the distance. Wang Kai, you son of a bitch. You actually left the electromagnetic longhorn behind while cleaning up the exam hall? Wait till I get back, I'll have my godfather come and deal with you. You're fucking done for. The plot twist in Volume 1 is coming tomorrow. Once the twist is revealed, Volume 1 will be nearing its end. And the pivotal event marking the end of Volume 1 is the explosive start of Volume 2, where the male protagonist's true talent is revealed as he utterly crushes every genius in the capital. This plotline marks the beginning of Volume 2. In all exams and even on the battlefield, the electromagnetic longhorn beetle is an extremely dangerous threat. Its danger lies not in its combat power, but in its ability to disrupt real-time communications, which could potentially derail the entire situation. Yet the electromagnetic stag beetle didn't exist in the very beginning. It first appeared during the Holy War 300 years ago. Its reproductive capacity is terrifying, disgusting, and utterly repulsive. Even a newly hatched electromagnetic stag beetle can disrupt real-time communications within a certain range. One was running her fingers through her silky hair when her heart suddenly skipped a beat. A sense of unease washed over her, causing her to freeze in place. Yamon, standing beside her, looked at her in confusion. What's wrong, Wan? Ring ring ring. A frantic phone call rang out. It was her great-uncle, Bai Donghua, calling. Wan, it's terrible. A 100,000-strong beast horde has appeared at the Shiman exam site. At the same time, Nianbai's signal has gone dead. Clang. Wan's phone fell to the ground. And her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Wan, what's going on? Yumeng was even more startled by her appearance and asked anxiously. Yumeng, I have to leave the exam site. Something happened to Nianbai. Wan stood up and picked up her phone. But her expression suddenly darkened in an instant. She said coldly to Bai Donghua, Uncle, I'm leaving the exam hall now. Come pick me up. Bai Donghua replied immediately, wait for me at the North Gate monitoring station. I'm already on my way there. Wan activated the communication function on her wristband and summoned the nearby proctor. Chi Clan, you actually intend to kill Nianbai right here in the exam hall? You'd better pray that Nianbai is safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll make the Qi clan pay with their lives. A murderous intent surged from Wan, causing Yameng, standing beside her, to feel a pang of dread. Yameng also activated the communication function on her wristband and voluntarily withdrew from the exam. Wan, I'll go with you. Wan nodded. And after the proctor arrived, she followed the proctor out. Inside the Shiman exam hall, Sheng Tian received a message from the exam hall and suddenly froze. He had arranged for an assassin to kill Nianbai. But he hadn't arranged for an assassin to trigger a beast rampage. Sheng Tian, let us go. Wushuan grabbed Sheng Tian's arm and tried to pull him away. Due to the rampage of nearby beasts, she had also gone on high alert. Although the surrounding beasts were weaker than her, a rampaging herd meant anything could happen. She would not allow Sheng Tian to come to any harm. Sis, big brother, he is also at the West Gate exam hall. Let us hurry and save him. Sheng Tian blurted out. He knew his words were pointless, but he had to say them anyway. Because over the years, this was exactly how he de-solidified his image in his sister's eyes. That scumbag, why should we care about him? That snake-patterned tiger last night, it's possible he had someone lure it over. Did you know that? Wushuan said angrily. She could never forgive Nianbai for this. Nianbai, out of sheer selfishness, had tried to harm her most cherished younger brother. Such a thing was unforgivable. Sheng Tian was forcibly dragged away toward the monitoring station outside the exam hall, while Nianbai, on the other side, was still on the run. The iron-horned rhino, having locked onto his scent, pursued him relentlessly, refusing to let up. He used his claws to swing through the forest, while the iron-horned rhino below smashed through one giant tree after another, determined to kill him. Damn it! Nianbai couldn't help but curse under his breath. According to the exam venue map, ahead lay a lake covering an area of 1 million square meters. If he kept going forward, the iron-horned rhinoceros would inevitably catch up to him. I'll have to take a risky move. Nianbai gritted his teeth. As he moved swiftly using his claw hooks, he pulled out a spiked claw hook. The front end of this spiked claw hook was an incredibly sharp spike. Once it pierced the beast's body, an expansion mechanism would instantly activate, securing it inside the creature. However, an ordinary spiked claw hook would be completely incapable of penetrating the iron-horned rhinoceros's hide. Fortunately, Wan had given him plenty of useful items, allowing him to handle any situation. Whoosh! A barbed claw hook worth 5 million shot toward the iron-horned rhinoceros, instantly piercing its hide and securing itself in place. Roar! The iron-horned rhinoceros let out an angry roar in pain. Nianbai, with no time to spare, immediately used the claw hook to pull himself up onto the iron-horned rhinoceros's back. At the same time, he took out a diamond-made fastener, struck it against the iron-horned rhinoceros's back, and secured himself firmly to its body. This was his only chance of survival. When exotic beasts such as felines and canines sense a threat on their backs, they roll onto the ground to shake it off. But the iron-horned rhinoceros would not do that. Even if the iron-horned rhinoceros sensed someone on its back, all it could do was leap and thrash about. Thud, thud, thud. With each leap and shake, Nianbai's body slammed violently against the rhino's. And every impact felt like falling from the 5th floor. Each one sending a brutal jolt through Nianbai's internal organs. An electromagnetic longhorn beetle? As Nianbai was being tossed about by the iron-horned rhinoceros, he discovered the culprit behind the signal jamming. It was an emerald-tier electromagnetic longhorn beetle. But upon seeing it, Nianbai felt even more desperate. Because the pulses it emitted could cover a radius of 10 li, and the pulses would linger in the air for 12 hours before gradually fading. Damn it! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Nianbai watched helplessly as the iron-horned rhinoceros barreled toward a sheer cliff ahead, his mind instantly in turmoil. The iron-horned rhinoceros, for some unknown reason, was already charging at full speed. If it crashed into the cliff at that speed, even an emerald-tier, 8th-grade iron-horned rhinoceros would lose consciousness on the spot, and Nianbai would be instantly killed by the impact. The distance was closing in. Nianbai hurriedly unfastened all his restraints, pulled out his climbing claws, intending to climb the cliff face to escape the danger. But the iron-horned rhinoceros seemed to sense his intention. It released a powerful aura, pinning him down against its body. Nianbai was overcome with despair in an instant. He didn't want to die. But these people from the Qi clan were clearly trying to force him to his death. Boom! Amid the terrifying crash, Nianbai's body was hurled from the iron-horned rhino and slammed violently into the cliff face more than 10 meters above, landing precisely on a half-meter-wide ledge jutting out from the cliff. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier, his consciousness fading. His ribs, his radius, were already shattered. Even the blood spilling from his mouth flowed like a kite whose string had snapped, utterly unstoppable. Qi clan, heh? Nianbai's breathing grew faint. Yet his heart was filled with nothing but overwhelming hatred. Even after being reborn, his fate remained unchanged. Never mind. It's over. But he felt he had let one down. If she learned of his death, one would surely weep bitterly. The iron-horned rhinoceros below Han Ti fainted after all. It was still ramming the cliff face, trying to shake him loose from above and kill him. Thud. 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 Just then, the sound of terrifying trampling drew near, causing countless trees to topple. And even the mightiest beasts were terrified out of their wits. Yet they were charging straight toward Nianbai. "You vile beast, die!" An angry female voice echoed from afar, shaking the entire forest. The emerald tier, 8th grade iron-horned rhinoceros instantly regained its composure, completely shedding its earlier frenzy. It even prostrated itself on the ground, its body trembling uncontrollably. A war god realm bright moon azure eagle dove down, its sharp talons piercing the iron-horned rhinoceros's flesh in an instant. And in that same instant, ripping out its heart and killing it. Accompanied by a piercing cry from the bright moon azure eagle, more Grandmaster tier bright moon azure eagles appeared in the sky, circling in a terrifying display. All manner of birds and beasts appeared in the sky in dense swarms, leaving the teachers who had been pursuing Nianbai momentarily stunned, terrified, and at a loss. Mang followed the teachers, staring blankly toward the sky, his face deathly pale, his gaze unfocused. The tide of beasts had actually appeared in the direction where Nianbai was located. It's over. This time, it's really over. Nianbai, his chances of survival are slim. Lu Pingping was also rushing toward this direction, but upon seeing the strange beasts circling in the sky, he, too, was overcome with extreme anxiety. "Damn you, Mylan! You bunch of beasts, if you dare hurt my student, I'll wipe out your entire clan!" Lu Pingping roared in fury. In the eyes of ordinary people, he had always been seen as a sycophantic sycophant. Who had ever seen him fly into such a rage? Lu Pingping immediately led the teachers from number 15 high school in an all-out charge. But just as they were closing in, countless Grandmaster tier and War God realm beasts surrounded them, completely cutting off their path. Even if the entire Beijing military district were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to get this close so easily. "Godfather, have you arrived yet? The beast tide is far more terrifying than we imagined. There are numerous War God tier and Grandmaster tier beasts. Godfather, please ask the higher-ups for reinforcements immediately. Have them recall powerful warriors from the outer domain battlefields to support us." Lu Pingping anxiously dialed Wu Long's number. "What did you say? War God realm and Grandmaster tier?" Wu Long exclaimed in shock on the other end of the line. "Yes. The scale is so massive it's even obscuring the entire sky," Lu Pingping said nervously. He was truly worried that something might happen to Nianbai. Don't be fooled by his usual smug demeanor. In reality, he cared deeply about all his students, especially Nianbai. A beast horde of this scale is rare even on the outer realm battlefields. How did they end up at the West Gate exam site? Wu Long was utterly baffled. "Godfather, now is not the time to dwell on this. The priority is to urgently request reinforcements from the higher-ups. Lu Pingping urged. It's too late. There are battles raging on the outer realm battlefield as well. Even if we dispatch a group of powerful warriors back here, it'll take at least 3 days at the very earliest. Wu Long said helplessly. But what about Nian Bai? My student, what about him? Lu Pingping was on the verge of losing her mind. Who are you talking about? Nian Bai? Is he in the center of the beast horde? Wu Long's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Godfather. If he weren't in the beast horde, would I be this worried? Lu Pingping said urgently. I'll immediately request reinforcements from the higher-ups and dispatch all our strongest fighters to your location. You must break through the beast horde as quickly as possible and rescue him. Nian Bai can't die. Wu Long panicked. Nian Bai was someone one cared deeply about. And one had said that Nian Bai had the potential to reach the same peak as the Qi clan's ancestor had in his prime. If such a hope for humanity were to perish in the beast horde, it would be an immense blow to all of humanity. Lu Pingping, even if you die out there, you must rescue him for me. That is an order. Do you understand? Wu Long roared. Yes. Lu Pingping replied, leading her teachers as they charged into the beast horde, all the while waiting for reinforcements. Deep within the forest, a stunningly beautiful woman, riding a massive white tiger, swiftly arrived at the base of the cliff. With a single leap, she lightly touched the cliff face and landed beside Nian Bai on a rocky ledge protruding just half a meter above the ground. Watching Nian Bai coughing up blood, on the verge of being beaten to death, her heart nearly broke. Little brother, pull yourself together. Ba Fang is here. Ba Fang is back. Choking back tears, the woman gently lifted him into her arms. She took a vial of the highest grade healing potion from her spatial ring and carefully administered it to Nian Bai. But his condition only improved slightly. This wasn't enough. My brother is about to die, I'll use your lives to save him. Die, all of you. The woman roared a strange, bestial cry, which echoed through the forest. In an instant, one after another, the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Whether they were at the War God realm or the Grandmaster tier, they all shattered their own hearts and died on the spot. Crimson blood flowed across the ground, beginning to pool into a terrifying river of blood. Ba Fang, cradling Nian Bai, landed on the ground as light as a swallow. She placed Nian Bai in the pool of blood, then rested her jade-like hand on his chest, forcibly activating the second stage of the Supreme Bone Rage. Gosh! The blood on the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to converge toward Nian Bai, and was absorbed by his body. Even the blood of a Grandmaster tier beast carried terrifying energy. But Ba Fang suppressed the terrifying energy within the blood, allowing Nian Bai's body to absorb only the essential essence to repair his body. General, more and more human powerhouses are pouring in from outside our encirclement. Should we go all out? A 5-meter-tall Titan ape stepped forward and asked cautiously. My brother needs time to recover. In the meantime, you're to hold off those human powerhouses for me. Just launch a standard attack. Don't let them notice anything unusual. Ba Fang said coldly. Yes, sir. The Titan ape bowed his head in acknowledgement and turned to leave. As Nian Bai's absorption accelerated. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly surged from Ba Fang's body, radiating out for dozens of li in all directions. She bore the brunt of the shockwaves generated by Nian Bai's absorption, and the hundreds of companion bones embedded in her body resonated with the blood. Top-tier beast companion bones far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. She actually possessed a full 100 of them. This exceeded most people's wildest imaginations. A peerless realm exotic beast? Lu Pingping sensed this aura and was instantly struck with terror, especially considering the vast distance between them. Yet even so, she could still feel an utterly terrifying sense of intimidation. The peerless realm, above that of the war god, is truly terrifying. But a being like this, why would it appear here? After all, even on the battlefields beyond the realm, terrifying peerless level beasts are extremely formidable foes. Mylan. How are we ever going to beat this? For the first time, Lu Pingping felt a profound sense of helplessness. And this helplessness only deepened her despair. If there truly was an unparalleled level beast lurking within the beast tide, then its mere presence alone would be enough to bring half of the capital to its knees. Since most of the Dragon Realm's forces were deployed on the battlefields beyond the realm, even the capital had only a handful of war gods. 1-1, there's actually a peerless level beast in that tide of beasts. Don't go in there. Nianbai he is probably already in grave danger. Bai Donghua felt utterly helpless. Although he wanted to save Nianbai too, that was a peerless level beast. How could they possibly rescue him? Nianbai is mine. I won't let him die before me. Wan's expression turned utterly cold, as if devoid of any emotion. She activated the legendary great weapon in her hand, transforming it into a long spear, and charged into the West Gate examination grounds alongside it. Wait for me. Yameng hurried to catch up. She knew this mission was extremely dangerous, but she was willing to take the risk. A Wushuang realm beast? Thank goodness we got out in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing the news, Wushuang was still shaken. A being of this caliber was simply beyond her ability to handle. Even if she gathered all her sisters together, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. Sis, but Big Brother is still inside. The area where the beast horde is seems to be exactly where Big Brother is, Sheng Tian said, feigning anxiety. In reality, he was overjoyed inside. Even if the Emerald Tier, 8th grade iron-horned rhinoceros couldn't kill Nianbai, surely this 100,000 strong beast horde in the peerless realm beast would be enough to finish him off, right? Ha ha. Nianbai, rest in peace. The Qi clan and everything that once belonged to you will all be inherited by me. I'll live on in your place. Crack. Crack. As blood surged wildly around Nianbai, the supreme bone within his chest was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not enough. Still not enough. Kill them all. Bafang coldly scanned the tide of beasts around him. And upon receiving his command, those beasts, just like the previous batch, shattered their own hearts and died. Based on the price of beast blood in the capital, in just these 2 short hours, Nianbai had absorbed a staggering value of over 10 billion. Beast blood is relatively inexpensive, except for essence blood. And at the same time, Nianbai's actual absorption efficiency wasn't nearly that high, since the majority of the potency was absorbed by Bafang. Although using low-tier beasts could achieve the same effect, Bafang refused to do so. With a war god tier beast by her side, why would she use general tier beasts? Beasts are countless. But she has only this one younger brother. Overnight, Wan and the Bai clan's core powerhouses rampaged outside the beast horde, her expression growing increasingly cold and detached, as if she were already dead. And the icy aura she radiated sent shivers down the spines of everyone around her. Also overnight, Sheng Tian waited at the observation post for a full night, because he wanted to see Nianbai's body being carried out with his own eyes. Meng, gravely wounded, was carried out. Sitting in a wheelchair, he stared blankly toward the beast horde, watching the sun rise above the horizon as tears of despair streamed down his face. Golden dawn light fell upon Nianbai, illuminating the blood on his body, yet making his appearance seem eerily alluring. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones creaking. Nianbai's supreme bone had grown from its nascent stage to 1/3 of its full size overnight. And even his talent had broken through to grade B. But the cost was a floor littered with the corpses of strange beasts. For now, these beasts had only sacrificed their blood. Next, their bodies would become the crucial nourishment for Nianbai's body tempering. Little brother, you're finally awake? Bafang hugged him, her voice choked with emotion. You're not dead? Nianbai looked bewildered at the face mere inches away, his heart skipping a beat. Isn't this Bafang? What is she doing here? Then, glancing at the countless monster corpses surrounding them and even monsters circling overhead, Nianbai was instantly startled and grew tense in an instant. "Little brother, don't be nervous. These monsters are all my subordinates," Bafang hurried to explain. "Miss Qi. So, what are you doing here?" Nianbai stood up coldly and retorted icily. He had completely lost all hope in the Qi clan. Even Bafang, who had vanished years ago, was someone he no longer wished to see. With so many beasts dead all around him, he sensed something was wrong, but how could his impression of the Qi clan be changed so easily? Besides, before he lost consciousness, he'd been hunted down by an iron-horned rhinoceros. Who could guarantee that the iron-horned rhinoceros had nothing to do with Bafang? Little brother. Bafang's defenses crumbled at Nianbai's use of Miss Qi. She had gone to such great lengths to come here, driven entirely by her concern for Nianbai. But given the way Nianbai treated her, she could understand it. The root of all this lay with the Qi clan. It was because of the despicable things her sisters had done. "Miss Qi, I have no connection to you. Please don't call me that. Besides, I've already severed all ties with the Qi clan," Nianbai said coldly. She took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, "Little brother, I understand your hatred for the Qi clan. I understand your state of mind even more. The assassins Sheng Tian sent have already been killed by me. Titan ape, bring the bodies up to me." As she spoke, the 5-meter-tall Titan ape appeared, followed by another giant ape. In their hands were the bodies of 4 assassins. "Little brother, do you know why I left the Qi clan all those years ago? Why I vanished without a trace, without a word? It's because I saw right through the Qi clan long ago. I saw right through Yue and the others. Back then, because of the unfair treatment you received, I negotiated with Duanshan many times. But how did Duanshan respond to me? As if it were only natural for you to endure all that." Bafang's voice grew gentler and gentler as she recounted the past. But it made Nianbai frown involuntarily. She knew Nianbai wouldn't believe her right away, so she could only rely on her own sincerity to change his mind. "Little brother, I've always known what you went through in the Qi clan, and I know about the time you publicly gouged out your own bone at Sheng Tian's birthday banquet. Do you know? It actually broke my heart. But I was on the battlefield beyond the realm that day. I simply couldn't come. Back then, I lacked the strength. I lacked the means. I couldn't change a single thing. So, I became a traitor to humanity. I secured a massive influx of resources from the beasts, and gained immense power from them as well." Bafang's voice choked with emotion. She desperately wanted to say that she'd done all this for Nianbai. But she couldn't say it. Before earning Nianbai's trust, playing up her own misery would only make Nianbai feel disgusted. But all these years, it had truly been so hard for her. If she hadn't wanted to change everything, how could she have possibly persevered? As a member of a clan from the town nation, being forced to accept that she had become a lackey of the beasts. That, in itself, was incredibly difficult. She was actually aware of the secrets of the Qi clan controlled by Wan. All the information she possessed were the beasts' records of the Holy War 300 years ago, which revealed to her how to achieve the final form of the Supreme Bone. In fact, even without Wan's intervention, she would have rushed back as soon as possible to help Nianbai evolve toward the Holy Spirit Bone. She just hadn't anticipated Nianbai digging out his bone in public. Nor had she expected Nianbai to sever ties with the Qi clan. Because in her eyes, Nianbai was the kind of person willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his clan's bloodline. So severing ties was simply out of the question. Her original plan was to wait until she returned. Wait until she had everything prepared. And then lead Nianbai in defecting from the Qi clan. She had intended to use her persuasion to make Nianbai lose all hope in the Qi clan. "Nianbai, you are ultimately destined to walk the path to the pinnacle of humanity and restore the glory of our ancestor. But over the past 300 years, the beasts have evolved to a degree beyond human imagination. The Holy War 300 years ago inflicted immense losses on the beasts, forcing them to learn their lesson and develop in secret for 300 years. Whether it's the Yin bone, the Supreme bone, the Xia clan's Swiftwing bone, or the Chen family's Extreme Cold 9 Realms Ice Sealed bone, the beasts have already discovered ways to counter them all. But now, with me by your side, you can focus solely on moving forward. Before the beast's true power emerges, I can buy you enough time. As for humanity's traitors, I'll deal with them myself. I'll bear all the sins. Ba Fang shed silent tears, her expression one of utter desolation. At that moment, Nianbai's mind went blank. He was confused, stunned, and above all, at a loss. Because he didn't know whether he should trust the woman standing before him. General, we're running out of time. We've been missing from the Outer Realm battlefield for 15 hours, and our superiors have already sent inquiries. We should head back. The Titan ape walked over, and to his surprise, spoke in human language. Ba Fang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said solemnly, "In 10 minutes, you two head back to the Outer Realm battlefield first. I still have matters to attend to in the capital. Oh, and put all the corpses of the strange beasts here into the spatial ring. My younger brother will take them away." The Titan ape nodded and immediately complied. Ba Fang took a deep breath and stood up. "Nianbai, I know which path you wish to take, but tempering every bone in your body into Holy Spirit bones won't be that easy. There's one major prerequisite. And that is for one to obtain the complete legacy of the Yin bone. The strange beast's research into Supreme bones and Holy Spirit bones surpasses your wildest imagination. Once one has obtained the complete legacy, I'll give you the direction for the next phase. I'll guide you to break through to the realm even the ancestors have been pursuing. That will be the absolute limit of what humanity can achieve. It is the realm of the gods." Ba Fang took the spatial ring handed to her by the Titan ape and placed it into Nianbai's hands with her own hands. Her smile grew even gentler. Yet tears continued to stream down the corners of her eyes. The corpses of the beasts within the spatial ring were more than enough for Nianbai to forge a complete supreme bone. There was even some left over. "Nianbai, your future will stand above countless human powerhouses. Even above human civilization itself. One is a fine young girl. With her protecting you, I have peace of mind. But at the same time, you must be wary of humans. Among humans, there are apostles of beasts, and even humanoid beasts. You just haven't discovered them yet." Ba Fang really wanted to hug Nianbai. But that look of resistance in her eyes stopped her from acting. She suppressed her complex emotions and her grief, her gaze becoming incredibly sharp. "Titan, after you lead your troops back, report the situation truthfully to our superiors. Tell them that the plan to cultivate powerful humans will be carried out by me. The Holy Spirit Bone Project is officially launched." Ba Fang said coldly. "Yes." The Titan ape nodded. If not for this plan, even as a general, Ba Fang could never have convinced so many God of War realm beasts to sacrifice themselves and become nourishment for Nianbai. "Where are you going?" Nianbai felt as if she were in a daze, still struggling to accept it. "I'm going to clear the obstacles for you. I will safeguard your future. But only on the condition that the Qi clan pays the price." Ba Fang said coldly. Whoosh! Ba Fang vanished in an instant, as if she had never been there at all. Before leaving, she desperately hoped Nianbai would call her sister, but she knew this had to happen gradually. Nianbai had been through too much pain. "Nianbai, come with me. There's a cave not far ahead. Hide inside. We'll handle the rest." The Titan ape turned to Nianbai and said. Nianbai nodded and followed the Titan ape away. His heart filled with caution. But what good was caution? This Titan ape was at least a powerhouse above the God of War realm. If it wanted to harm him, it could do so with a single thought. The Titan ape settled Nianbai in the cave and concealed him. And before leaving, he gave him a final warning. "Nianbai, regarding our business with the general, you must not mention it to anyone except one, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Among the beasts, there are many factions. The less you know, the safer it will be for you and one." Shortly after the Titan ape left, terrifying thuds echoed through the air, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth splitting apart. An army of hundreds of thousands of beasts was withdrawing just like that. Nianbai still felt as if he were in a dream. Bafang had been missing for so many years, only to reappear as a human rebel and even a general. Moreover, when Nianbai was in danger, it seemed as though Bafang had received a warning in advance, leading hundreds of thousands of beasts to storm the West Gate examination grounds to rescue him. The beast tide has receded. Quick! Find Nianbai. Seeing this, Lu Pingping, her heart racing with anxiety, immediately led her team forward. Judging by Wu Long's attitude, Nianbai was no longer just a student Lu Pingping held in high regard, he had become a figure of great importance to the Ministry of Education as well. Although Lu Pingping didn't know the exact reason, this fact alone was enough to prove Nianbai's value. And to prove that Nianbai simply couldn't die. Uncle, Yumeng, you two go rest first. I'm going to find Nianbai. Wan, holding a gun in his right hand, set off alone toward the former epicenter of the beast horde. After last night's grueling battle, Bai Donghua, Yumeng, and the others were all utterly exhausted. Because none of these beasts were easy to deal with. They were either Grandmaster tier or war gods. To keep her mission a secret and to fight with complete freedom, Wan had infiltrated the beast horde from a different area last night, heading southeast from her current location. It would take her no more than half an hour to rendezvous with Lu Pingping and the others. And just then, Nianbai's signal appeared. Boom! A crimson signal flare shot up into the sky. In an instant, all the powerful fighters in the entire forest rushed toward that direction. Wan's mental scan couldn't detect the signal flare rising in the distance. But Nianbai's call reignited the light in her ashen eyes hidden beneath her eye mask. Nianbai, is that you? Are you still alive? Wan's voice choked up for a moment. The pain of hurt, worry, and despair all erupted in that moment. Wan, I'm sorry for making you worry. Last night, a large number of electromagnetic longhorn beetles were stationed nearby, and there was no signal, so I couldn't reach you. Nianbai said with concern. Hearing Wan choke back her tears truly broke his heart. It's okay, as long as you're alive. As long as you're alive. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Wan asked anxiously. I sent you my location. Come over. Nianbai said. Since Lu Pingping and the others were already on their way, Nianbai couldn't leave his current spot for the time being. And he fired the signal flare exactly as the Titan ape had instructed. Half an hour after they left, he would be able to contact the Ministry of Education. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Wan immediately followed the location. Lu Pingping and the others were the first to reach Nianbai's side. Seeing that Nianbai was safe and sound, with every hair on his head intact, Lu Pingping's heart finally settled. Shortly after him, Wu Long, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, and Lei, Minister of the Ministry of Education, also rushed to Nianbai's side. And Wan arrived not long after. Nianbai, you really are one lucky guy. Hundreds of thousands of beasts. God of War realm, Grandmaster tier, and yet none of them managed to kill you. Lu Pingping couldn't help but quip. But as he spoke, he stepped forward and patted Nianbai on the shoulder. Nianbai, were you hiding in this cave all last night? Lei asked Nianbai earnestly. Yes. It's a good thing this cave is so deep the iron-horned rhinoceros couldn't get in, and neither could the other beasts outside. Nianbai nodded and made up a lie. If he had said that last night's beasts were after him, he would have been immediately branded a human traitor, taken away, or even imprisoned. There were still quite a few bloodstains on the ground. As for what had happened, Nianbai simply said he didn't know. After all, there was no evidence linking him to these beasts. Nianbai. Wan appeared, pushing through the crowd, and looked at him with an incredibly sorrowful expression. Overnight, Wan had become covered in a large amount of beast blood, much of it had already congealed, making her look rather disheveled. Wan. Nianbai was in the middle of explaining things to everyone when he heard her voice and immediately turned around. Wan couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and threw her arms around Nianbai. A girl is still just a girl. And in Nianbai's embrace, she wept silently. Amid last night's endless slaughter, she had even thought Nianbai was dead. By the end of the battle, all she wanted was to take Nianbai's body back to bury him. But once her tears began to flow, she couldn't hold them back at all. And as she wept, her sobs moved many of those present. Lei and the others had originally come to ask questions, but seeing Wan's state, they all chose to give the young couple some space. Nianbai was frantically trying to comfort Wan, flustered and at a loss. When Wan bit down on his shoulder. A bit too hard. But it was her way of venting her emotions. Nianbai, what exactly happened last night? Don't try to pull the same tricks you used on them on me. Your supreme bone grew this much overnight. I want to know the truth. Don't lie to me. Wan looked aggrieved and pitiful. She was so worried about Nianbai that she was even ready to storm the Qi clan and declare war on them. Nianbai had never intended to deceive her. Regardless of whether Bafan allowed it or not, Nianbai would tell her the truth. Because it was she who had given Nianbai a new lease on life. Wan, it's not a good place to talk here. I'll tell you once we get home. Don't worry, I definitely won't lie to you. If I lie to you, may 5 bolts of lightning strike me down. Nianbai promised. You fool! Don't say things like that. You've already scared me to death. If you really died right in front of me, I wouldn't go on living either. Wan quickly pressed her finger to his lips, scolding him playfully. But Wan's words made Nianbai's heart skip a beat. With such a wonderful wife, what more could a man ask for? Shiman, Exam Monitoring Station. The moment Nianbai and Wan appeared, everyone on the scene froze in shock. They knew that last night, the Ministry of Education in number 15 high school had been frantically searching for a student named Nianbai who happened to be the former heir of the Qi clan. Everyone had assumed he was dead. After all, it was impossible to survive such a terrifying beast horde. But who could have imagined that he had actually survived unscathed? Shang Tian's eyes widened in an instant, filled with disbelief and burning rage. He couldn't even die under these circumstances. Was Nianbai some kind of cockroach? Arg! Bastard! Why won't he just die? Heaven, why are you playing such a cruel joke on me? He is actually still alive? How is that even possible? Wuxuan was equally incredulous. As he stood there speechless, a profound sense of unfairness washed over him. How could someone like that survive the beast horde? Nianbai exchanged a few words with Lu Pingping and the others, then led Wan straight toward them. Shang Tian had hired the assassin. So this debt had to be settled. Big brother, you're still alive? Shang Tian couldn't control his emotions at all and nearly roared at Nianbai, how dare you still be alive? Why the hell didn't you just die? Nianbai sneered coldly, I'm alive, are you disappointed? You're really bitter that the iron-horned rhinoceros didn't kill me, aren't you? Shang Tian panicked and hurriedly said, Big brother, don't get the wrong idea, we're family, how could I possibly do something like that? Besides, why would I do that? Nianbai gave a cold chuckle and said, You know full well in your heart whether you did it or not. The assassin's body has already been taken away by the Ministry of Education, and a joint investigation has been launched by the Martial Path Bureau, the Ministry of Education, and the Beijing Military District. You won't be able to run wild for much longer. Shang Tian felt a sudden pang of dread, even a wave of dizziness. No matter how manipulative he was still just an 18-year-old boy. All these years, he'd been so well protected that he rarely faced such high-stakes situations. Big brother. Shang Tian frantically tried to explain. But the very next second, a slap from Nianbai landed hard on his face, leaving a clear 5-finger imprint. Shang Tian, drop your filthy, despicable act. Who do you think you're fooling? Nianbai sneered coldly. Nianbai, you're asking for trouble. Wuxuan looked at Xing Tian with heartache, her anger nearly causing her to lose control. Swish! Wan unfurled the ancestor's secret decree and spoke coldly. Wuxuan, I'm extremely upset right now. Either you cut off one of your own arms, or I'll use the Qi clan bloodline within Xing Tian to cripple him. Either of these choices, no matter which one, was unacceptable to Wuxuan. Severing an arm, while it could be reattached and healed with time without leaving any lasting side effects, would completely destroy the Qi clan's reputation. And what would become of her, Wuxuan's, reputation? But if they refused, one could invoke the ancestor's secret decree to tap into the Qi clan bloodline within Xing Tian and cripple him outright. Both Xi and Xing Tian, upon joining the Qi clan, they underwent the Qi clan's bloodline purification ritual. The Qi clan's bloodline granted them greater potential. But who could have imagined that the Qi clan's bloodline would one day be used as a threat like this? Had she known this would happen, Wuxuan would have taken Xing Tian away last night. She thought that by avoiding a direct confrontation with Wan wouldn't dare come to the Qi clan to cause trouble. And when Wan presented this option, she was actually leaning more toward the former. Not because she was giving Xing Tian a chance, but because Xing Tian couldn't be touched for the time being. Xing Tian possesses S-rank bloodline and is highly valued by the capital and even the Dragon Realm. If he were crippled, the Dragon Realm and the Ministry of Education would be unable to account for it. And at the same time, the Qi clan would launch a furious retaliation. If Wan were acting alone, she could act without hesitation. She could use the power of the Yin Bone to silence the Ministry of Education. But Nianbai hasn't fully matured yet. It's not yet strong enough to stand up to the Qi clan. Crippling Xing Tian might bring momentary satisfaction, but it would only bring even greater trouble to Nianbai. Wuxuan, give me your answer. My patience is limited, I don't have time to waste on you. Wan said coldly. Wan, don't go too far. Wuxuan glared at Wan, his eyes practically shooting fire. So I'm going too far, so what? Who told the Qi clan patriarch to leave us a secret decree? Who made me, as the head of the Bai clan, qualified to override the patriarch's secret decree? Wan sneered mockingly. I'll cut off my own arm. That's the only condition I can accept. Wuxuan said, filled with humiliation. Wan had gone too far, making her want to kill someone. No. Either you cut off your own arm or Xing Tian's cultivation is stripped. Take your pick. Wan shook her head. Wan's high-handedness led many students, unaware of the truth, to feel she was going too far. How could she push someone to such extremes? After all, Xing Tian had never wronged Nianbai or Wan. In fact, he'd even been bullied by Nianbai several times in the past. After all, Nianbai's veins still carried the blood of the Qi clan. Do you think holding the secret order left to you by the Qi clan's ancestor gives you the right to run amok? Don't get too big for your britches. Without the Qi clan ancestor's secret order, you're nothing. A group of people stood nearby, grumbling and cursing. Shut up. You're just a bunch of ignorant fools. What right do you have to meddle in matters between the Bai clan and the Qi clan? Do you even know what the Qi clan is really like? Wan roared coldly in anger. And the aura he radiated filled them with dread. Xing Tian's heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. Not only was Nianbai not dead, but he'd actually come back to cause trouble for him? What kind of man is this who only knows how to hide behind a woman? If you've got the guts, use your own abilities to outdo me. Wuxuan, since you can't make a choice, I'll make it for you. Wan prepared to activate the secret command. Wuxuan panicked and hurriedly said, No. I'll sever both my arms to take this blow for Xing Tian, is that acceptable? Wan shook his head and snorted coldly. No. Since you're being so indecisive, you might as well not bother. Xing Tian, your days as a top-tier genius are over. Xing Tian was completely terrified. Before Wan could even act, he severed his own arm. Crack! Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of breaking bone, Shang Tian's left arm fell to the ground, severed clean through the middle. Intense agony tormented him, driving him nearly mad. He'd rather lose an arm than have his talent stripped away. Just you wait. You'd better pray I don't get the chance, otherwise I'll wipe out every last member of your Bai clan. Wuxuan's expression was icy. And he, too, snapped off his own left hand. Shang Tian, let us go. Wuxuan used his right hand to help Shang Tian to his feet. The pain had left Shang Tian's face as white as paper, and cold sweat was beading on his brow. He'd been slapped. And his left hand had been severed. This debt could not go unpaid. Shang Tian, you don't have many good days left. I'll personally destroy every single companion bone you've taken from me, one by one. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Nianbai's gaze was equally icy as he spoke. Shang Tian shot Nianbai a murderous glare, then followed Wuxuan out. He'd already intended to kill Nianbai. And now, he had yet another reason to do so. On the way back to the capital, Wuxuan immobilized Shang Tian's arm. And called Shire. Shire, are you at the hospital? Something has happened to Shang Tian. Those two bastards, Wan and Nianbai, they actually demanded we cut off our own arms before they let us go. From Wuxuan's perspective, she didn't think she or Shang Tian had done anything wrong, because Nianbai was the one at fault from start to finish. As a descendant of the Qi clan, Nianbai not only brought disaster upon the clan but also turned against his own kin. Just as expected. Father was right. Nianbai is nothing but a star of misfortune. Cut off our own arms? What happened? Shire asked anxiously. She sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. How the hell should I know what happened? Nianbai was surrounded by a beast horde last night. He just got out this morning, and now he is coming after me and Shang Tian. Wuxuan roared angrily. She didn't even want to call Nianbai by his old name. Nianbai had changed his name just as well, so as not to tarnish the Qi clan's surname. Shire, hurry up and prepare for surgery. You must ensure Shang Tian's arm is fully restored. Shang Tian has an S-rank talent. He is not only the future hope of our Qi clan, but the hope of all humanity. Wuxuan hurriedly said. Ugh. Shire felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She knew about the beast horde that had erupted at the West Gate last night. She originally feared Nianbai was already dead, but now, the situation had become even more complicated. Shire admitted her position was very passive. But what choice did she have? Both sides were her family. Upon learning that Shang Tian had lost the use of one arm, Duanshan's expression grew as dark as the sky before a storm. Duanshan, Milan, and several of her older sisters rushed to the hospital immediately to check on Shang Tian. Even after learning that Shang Tian was not seriously injured, their anger remained impossible to quell. Crack! Duanshan's fist clenched with a loud crack. And he roared coldly. Sha-Qi! Just how much more damage do you intend to inflict on my Qi clan before you're satisfied? Siyuan and sixth sister Qi Luyao cared most deeply for Shang Tian. Watching Shang Tian being wheeled out on a stretcher secured with metal splints, their faces darkened, and flames of anger burned in their eyes. Seventh sister Qi Qiming stood silently to the side, while ninth sister Qi Jojo wept quietly. As for Wuxuan, she paid no heed to her own injuries. Her heart was entirely focused on Shang Tian. Shang Tian, how are you feeling? Duanshan took a few deep breaths before asking. Dad, I'm fine now. This isn't Big Brother's fault. I understand, Big Brother. Last night, he was hunted down by an iron-horned rhinoceros at the Emerald Tier, and then he ran into a beast horde. Naturally, he'd think these events had something to do with me. Shang Tian gave a wry, silent smile as he spoke. But by saying this, no one would suspect him. Because last night's beast horde was simply too massive. There was no way he could have done it. He was chased by an iron-horned rhinoceros. He had it coming. It's just that fate was unkind and didn't let him die in the exam hall. Wuxuan said angrily. He was just chased by an iron-horn rhinoceros. What does that have to do with Shang Tian? Why pin this on Shang Tian? Fifth brother, don't talk like that. No matter what, he is still your younger brother. Mylan choked back her tears. The series of events that had unfolded recently had dealt her a crushing blow. And what she found even harder to accept was Nianbai's true origins. She could never have imagined that her own biological son had actually been given away by her husband himself. Mylan, sometimes I think Dad was right to scold you. Some of the things you say are just so sentimental. Nianbai has already taken things this far and severed ties with our Qi clan, so why should we still acknowledge him? Wu Xuan interrupted, clearly annoyed. That's right, Mylan. Don't say things like that anymore. Qi Luyao chimed in, equally displeased. Standing up for Nianbai? Does he even deserve it? Dad, don't call him Sha Qi anymore. He hasn't been part of the Qi clan for a long time. Even using the Qi clan surname feels like a desecration of the Qi clan to me. Wu Xuan turned and said. After all, the Qi clan was a clan of the town. And a despicable scoundrel like him had no business being associated with them. Is that how you all feel? Duanshan turned to look at the women and asked solemnly. Siyuan, Wu Xuan, Qi Luya. Even Qi Jiuzhou nodded. Only Qi Qiming and Shire stood by silently. Very well. Then expel Nianbai from the clan registry. From this day forward, he shall have absolutely no connection to my Qi clan. Duanshan made his decision. At that very moment, Mylan's emotions completely collapsed. Nianbai was, after all, a part of her very being. To have him severed from all ties just like that. She simply couldn't accept it. Shang Tian kept his head down, not wanting his parents and sisters to see his emotions. To him, simply expelling Nianbai from the clan registry was far from enough. Because what he wanted was for Nianbai to die, and to die a miserable death. Shang Tian, don't worry. Whether it's Nianbai or Wan, your sisters will make them pay for what they've done to you. Just focus on recovering. Sixth sister Qi Luyao, sitting in her wheelchair, reassured him. Sister. Shang Tian feigned a complex mix of emotions and let out a sigh. But in reality, he was scheming in his mind about how to stir up trouble so that one of his sisters would disregard the consequences and storm the Bai clan to kill Nianbai. Ring, ring, ring. A call came through to Duanshan's phone. It was the family butler. Head of the house, eighth young lady has returned. She wishes to see you, as well as second young lady and the others. Duanshan froze, stunned. What did you say? Little Eight is back? The butler replied, yes, head of the house. It's regarding what happened just now. Duanshan nodded. All right. I'll be right back. Since Shang Tian was out of danger, he could return home to recuperate. Especially since there were plenty of top-grade beast bones at home that could help him heal quickly. Honey, has Little Eight come back? Mylan's sense of disappointment gave way to a glimmer of hope in an instant. In the current situation, the return of Little Eight Bafang was the only piece of good news. The butler said she just got back and wants to see us. Duanshan explained. Eight's sister really is something. A few years ago, she had a falling out with Dad and ran away from home. We haven't heard a peep from her all these years. Siyuan said discontentedly. She clearly had strong reservations about her. But Siyuan had no idea what her return actually signified. Dad, Mylan, sister, let us go back and see Bafang first. Shang Tian volunteered. Bafang's return might be an opportunity worth exploiting. To kill Nianbai as soon as possible. He had to stop at nothing. The capital. First Martial Path Hospital. Mang sat in a wheelchair, several of his bones broken from last night's battle with the beast. In truth, he hadn't been much help. He'd even held back several of his teachers, as a single swipe from the powerful beast had sent him flying. Ow ow, ow, ow. Nianbai, slow down. The jostling of the wheelchair jolted Mang's wounds, and he couldn't help but let out a series of shrill screams. Mang, are you an idiot or what? You're a general tier martial artist, yet you actually went up against an emerald tier beast. You should count yourself lucky to be alive. Nianbai pushed the wheelchair, utterly speechless. Thankfully, Ba Fong had ordered the Beast Legion last night to avoid killing people as much as possible. Otherwise, with Mang as frail build, he would been killed in an instant by an emerald tier beast. But I was trying to save you, damn it. And you're yelling at me? Wah? Mang whined. He was trying to elicit sympathy from Nianbai or even Wan. Nianbai was absolutely right to scold you. You're just a little wimp, you don't even have a companion bone, and yet you actually thought you could take on an emerald tier beast all by yourself? Yumling chimed in from the side, adding fuel to the fire. Whoa, my bad. My fault, okay? Mang said, completely defeated. This is a hospital, keep it down. A young nurse passing by glanced at them and reminded them, speechless. Mang, it's all your fault for yelling so loud, now we've all gotten scolded. Yumling muttered under her breath. Go on, go on. You guys all go. Leave me here alone to face the loneliness. Mang said, on the verge of tears. What happened to our brotherly bond? Where did it go? Even if there's no brotherly bond, there's got to be some classmate loyalty, right? At the very least, you've got to have a little compassion, don't you? Mang was actually quite seriously injured, a fractured tibia in his left leg, 4 broken ribs, and even damage to his spine. Fortunately, for martial artists in the Martial Path Hospital, this wasn't a major issue. After all, martial artists can easily break ribs during routine training. Nianbai, will my medical expenses be reimbursed? Mang turned his head and looked at Nianbai with pleading eyes, asking pitifully. Yeah, they'll be reimbursed. I'll deduct it from the money we make selling iron ore later. Nianbai nodded, chuckling. Mang froze for a moment, then lunged at Nianbai, ready to fight. Nianbai, you beast. You're not human, you're not fucking human. Ouch, that hurts. Chi Clan, in the main hall. Ba Fong sat in a solid wood octagonal armchair, holding a ceramic teacup in both hands and sipping her tea with an air of calm and composure. There was not a trace of impatience on her face, let alone any uncontrollable rage. Because over the years, she had become much more reserved. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed through the room. It was Duanshan returning with the others. Xiao Ba, you're back? Duanshan walked over and flashed her a smile. Eighth sister, what on earth have you been up to all these years? Do you have any idea how worried we were after you went missing? Si Yuan walked over, speaking with displeasure. It wasn't just her, all the women were displeased. They could understand throwing a tantrum or running away from home. But there's a limit to everything. Gone for years without a single word, who wouldn't worry? Little 8, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. We've kept your room here all this time, just waiting for you to return. Mylan walked over, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Ba Fong set down her teacup and smiled at her. Mylan, it's been a long time. You're just the same as ever, you haven't aged a bit. Mylan smiled and sat down beside her. Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send word home? Mylan reached out to take her hand. But Ba Fong dodged her grasp. The gesture was quite obvious, leaving not only Mylan stunned, but everyone present as well. Send word? What's the point? I don't fit in with you people anyway, how could I possibly be considered a member of the Chi clan? Ba Fong smiled. And though there was no trace of mockery on her face, her words sounded jarring. Eighth sister, what are you doing? You've been missing for years, and now that you're back, you're giving us the cold shoulder? Chi Lu Yao snapped angrily. You're so two-faced, sixth sister. Why didn't you say anything when you were giving us the cold shoulder? Ba Fong asked with a laugh. When did I ever give anyone the cold shoulder? Chi Lu Yao retorted angrily. You haven't? You just won, admit it. Ba Fong chuckled and shook her head. Ever since Nianbai returned, she had seen her sisters for who they really were. Iyue only looked at the mountaintop, never the base. Shire was selectively gentle. Third sister was selectively righteous. Siyuan, Wushuan, and sixth sister were all much the same. One was hot-tempered, one was paranoid, and one had double standards. While seventh sister and ninth sister were even more ridiculous. One was silent, she wouldn't speak up even after seeing the truth about Nianbai being targeted. The other believed everything she was told and even tried to play peacemaker. Ba Fong, you just got back. Don't argue with everyone, okay? Sheng Tian put on a feigned, delicate act and pleaded. Sheng Tian, don't talk to me in that tone, it's kind of gross. Ugh. Ba Fong hurriedly interrupted. Even gagging slightly. And her attitude only made everyone even more furious. Little 8, if you came back just to cause trouble, then just leave. The Qi clan has already lost Nianbai, we don't need you around either. Duanshan said coldly. He'd forgotten why Ba Fong had run away from home all those years ago. He only remembered that the argument had been fierce, and that Ba Fong had cried and threatened him at the time. But what exactly had happened? It seemed unimportant. My dearest father, do you find yourself disgusting when you say things like that? Ba Fong asked with a smile. His gaze surprisingly defiant. What do you mean? Duanshan's expression suddenly darkened as he demanded. Wasn't Nianbai forced to cut ties with you all? You took the supreme bone, then demanded the companion bone. You took a piece of the companion bone, then tried to take it all. With attitudes like yours, do you even deserve to be parents? I've traveled to many cities, and I've never seen a single set of parents who would go this far. Ba Fong said with a sneer, glancing at them sideways. All these years, they didn't even know where their own flesh and blood son lived. When they sent servants to find him, the servants actually refused. And even begged them not to hurt Nianbai anymore. Even the servants had seen through their true colors, yet they themselves remained oblivious. How utterly ridiculous. I've explained the matter of the supreme bone and the companion bone to you more than once already. Duanshan said angrily. But no sooner had he spoken than Ba Fong cut him off. Don't give me that nonsense. I'll say this, I entrusted Nianbai to you, and this is how you ended up hurting him? Wushuan couldn't hold back any longer and roared, hurt him? Just look at what he did to Sheng Tian. Who's really hurting whom here? At that moment, Sheng Tian's severed hand stood out so starkly and jarringly. As soon as Ba Fong saw it, she burst out laughing. Oh, your hand is severed? Did Nianbai do that to you? If he did, I'd have to give him a round of applause. Sheng Tian never expected her to say something like that. He was nearly driven to fury. You're my sister. Yet you're actually taking the side of that bitch Nianbai. What gives? Shaba, since that's your attitude, please leave. I, Duanshan, don't need an adopted daughter like you. Duanshan said coldly. Dad, you did raise me after all. I'll just scold you a bit today. I won't lay a hand on you. Shire, you implanted the final companion bone into Sheng Tian, knowing full well that Nianbai would be in mortal danger as a result, yet you didn't care. So, I'll sever your hands, is that okay with you? Siyuan, you stormed into the Bai clan, wreaking havoc, and even put a bounty on Nianbai's head. I'll sever your heart meridians, is that acceptable? Wushuan, your extreme temperament is as repulsive as a dog that can't stop eating shit. You've been targeting Nianbai, so I'll beat you until you come to your senses, is that okay? Ba Fong went through them one by one, not sparing a single sister present. As she watched Ba Fong stand up, Mylena's heart gave a sudden jolt, and she asked in terror, Shaba, what are you going to do? Ba Fong smiled. But her expression carried an eerie, unsettling quality. What am I going to do? Crush the Qi clan, of course. I said I came here today to seek justice for Nianbai, so there is no way I'm letting any of you off the hook. Siyuan, having reached her limit, charged at Ba Fong. Today, she had to teach her eighth sister a lesson. Has she forgotten her place after being away for a few years? But just as she threw a punch, Bafang blocked it with a single finger. Bafang looked at her with a mocking expression, tinged with a hint of pity. "Si Yuan, and to think you're the leader of an S-rank hunting guild. Is this all you've got?" Si Yuan froze in shock. She never expected that after a few years of her younger sister's disappearance, she would have changed so drastically. Although she hadn't used her full strength with that punch, she had still used 60% of it. And under normal circumstances, it would have been far beyond what her younger sister could have blocked. "Everyone, why don't you all come at me together? Let us warm up a bit before I make you pay the price so you can't say I'm bullying you." Bafang laughed maniacally. Yet her laughter made the sisters feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Si Yuan hesitated for a moment, then, taking Wuxuan with her, charged toward Bafang once more. But in the face of their attack, Bafang moved as if strolling through a garden. Even when they unleashed their full power, she didn't seem the least bit strained. Si Yuan and Wuxuan were merely two Grandmaster tier fighters. A far cry from Bafang, a peerless tier powerhouse. Even with Chi Sanin, a war god tier fighter, and the rest of the sisters, they stood no chance against Bafang. Boom! Bafang unleashed a palm strike, sending Si Yuan flying violently through the air, and immediately followed up with a kick, sending Wuxuan flying as well. Put! Si Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bafang's palm struck her chest, instantly shattering her heart meridian and causing irreversible damage to her martial path cultivation. Qi Luyao dared to sever her own heart meridian under Wan's threat because her cultivation had already been severely crippled. Thus, severing it would not have a significant impact, since she was already unable to break through to the next level anyway. But Si Yuan was different. She was the leader of the Dragon Realm SS rank hunting guild. And at such a young age, she was poised to become a war god level powerhouse. Naturally, her future held boundless potential. Yet because of Bafang's single palm strike, even if her heart meridians could be restored, they would forever shackle her power, making it impossible for her to ever step into the war god realm. Bafang! Si Yuan's chest throbbed with pain, but the collapse of her power had driven her to the peak of rage. She was filled with resentment, fury, yet felt utterly helpless. Bafang's single palm strike had made the vast gap in their power painfully clear. Eighth sister, you. Wuxuan lay on the ground, her teeth clenched in fury. Bafang's kick moments ago had severed one of her arms in an instant, and the blow had nearly shattered it. Even if her hand could be reattached, it would inevitably be far weaker than before. She didn't realize that if Bafang had applied just a little more force, her arm would have been blown to pieces on the spot. You never admit you're in the wrong, you're always making up excuses to cover up your absurd behavior. What kind of parents or older sister would systematically strip their own child or younger brother of his talent, bit by bit? What kind of elders would personally watch their own child fall from grace, bit by bit? You brought Nianbai back when he was 13. Not out of familial love at all, but for his talent, for the companion bone within him. Bafang roared in fury. At that moment, years of pent-up emotion erupted completely. The malevolence radiating from her was so intense it was almost tangible. Even the tables and chairs around her vibrated with a buzzing hum. Unparalleled realm? Xiaoba, you. Duanshan stared at her in disbelief, his own anger momentarily giving way to a sense of disorientation. That's right. I am indeed at the peerless realm. Bafang nodded coldly, admitting it. Xiaoba, I don't know what you've been through or what misunderstandings you've had, but we really aren't what you think we are. You've become powerful enough now, even surpassing me, and you could easily return to the clan and become a major asset to it, Duanshan urged. Even on the outer realm battlefield, the peerless realm represented the very pinnacle of power. After all, there were very few peerless level experts there. As long as Bafang returned, the Qi clan would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Now that you've realized how powerful I am, you want me to return to the clan? Dream on. If I came back, would you ask me to help everyone improve their strength? And then, once they and Shang Tian have grown strong enough, would you kick me to the curb? Ba Fong asked with a cold laugh. It wasn't impossible. After all, they'd already done exactly that to Nian Bai. Xiao Ba, I've raised you from childhood. Even though we're not related by blood, I've always treated you as my own. How can you say that? Duanshan shouted angrily. But Nian Bai is your blood relative. Why did you dare to dig out his companion bone, piece by piece? If you treated him like that, why should I believe you? One T do the same to me? Ba Fong snapped. You. This is utterly unreasonable. Duanshan said darkly. He felt that Ba Fong's change of heart must be the result of Nian Bai brainwashing her. How else could it be explained? It's always you lot who are unreasonable. Have you ever really tried to understand what Nian Bai went through during his years in the Qi clan? Do you truly know what he endured? You call him a thief. You say he is up to no good. But that's all just your one-sided account. What evidence can you actually produce? Did you catch him red-handed yourselves? No. You never have. With just a few words, you've condemned Nian Bai, forcing him to bear unfounded charges and worse, subjecting him to your double standards. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, Ba Fong stomped down on Wuxuan's right leg, snapping it in two. Wuxuan instantly let out an agonized scream. His face flushed crimson. His eyes bloodshot. In such agony he seemed on the verge of death. Stop spouting those high-sounding excuses. Stop saying you're doing this for his own good. I know that's what you're thinking. So, by destroying the Qi clan today, I'm doing this for your own good too. Ba Fong flew into a rage and kicked Wuxuan flying. Wuxuan's body flew backward, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away and bringing it crashing down. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately fell unconscious. Whoosh! Ba Fong's figure flickered. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shire. The moment she clearly saw Ba Fong again, Shire's face turned as white as paper. All her strength seemed to drain from her body, replaced by sheer terror. Crack! Ba Fong's two palms shattered her hands, robbing her of her ability to practice medicine, while simultaneously stripping her of most of her cultivation, ruining any chance she had of advancing to become a stronger practitioner. Boom! Ba Fong grabbed her by the head and slammed it hard into the ground. Her body was driven into the earth. Though she wasn't dead, every bone in her body was on the verge of shattering. Blood gushed from her wounds, leaving her writhing in pain and lying helplessly on the ground, unable to rise again. Ba Fong. Qi Lu Yao was utterly beside herself with rage. Like a crazed lioness. You dead cripple, what are you trying to say? Ba Fong turned and glanced back at her, giving her a cold, piercing look. Everyone, come in. Kill her. Qi Lu Yao barked the order toward the door. And a multitude of powerful warriors immediately surged into the hall, surrounding Ba Fong. They were numerous. And more were still pouring in steadily. Yet in the face of Ba Fong, all they could do was tremble in fear. Because they knew they stood absolutely no chance against Ba Fong. She was a peerless level powerhouse. Ba Fong coldly scanned the crowd around her, watching as more and more Qi clan warriors gathered, her gaze as icy as a glacier. The spark that had led the Qi clan to this state was actually Shang Tian. But Shang Tian was merely the spark. They were the ones who had done all this. Shang Tian cannot die. And Ba Fong won't let him die either. Because as long as this guy is around, when the Qi clan is truly at their wits' end, they'll realize just how foolish their actions have been. Shang Tian has reduced Nian Bai to this state, so he can inflict the same suffering on the Qi clan. A child you've nurtured and doted on turns on you, even driving you to your death. Isn't that the cruelest thing in the world? We don't have enough men. Send more. Ba Fong said sarcastically. You're asking for death. Qi Lu Yao roared angrily and continued summoning reinforcements. In just a few short minutes, the the Qi clan had mustered a crowd of 1,000 and every one of them was a formidable fighter. Surrounded by such a vast number of powerful warriors, even Ba Fong, a peerless level expert, would likely struggle to hold his ground. "Is this all you can muster?" Ba Fong said without even glancing at her. "These people are more than enough to deal with you," Qi Luyao said coldly. The severely injured Shire, Siyuan, and Wushuan were immediately carried away by the Qi clan members and sent to the hospital for treatment. They wouldn't die. It wouldn't be that easy for them to die. After all, Ba Fong wanted them to live on and suffer every possible torment. "I'll give you some time. Go call for more reinforcements. There isn't enough space here. Let us go outside." As Ba Fong spoke, she started to walk toward the exit. The powerful figures flanking her stood in a standoff with her. But none dared to act rashly and fire the first shot. "Ba Fong, you must die here today." Qi Luyao was utterly enraged. It wasn't just her. Even Duanshan had begun summoning reinforcements. Ba Fong had been so thoroughly brainwashed by Nianbai that she no longer listened to anyone. Therefore, they had to eliminate Ba Fong to neutralize the threat. To lose such a peerless realm powerhouse for nothing was utterly unacceptable. But if she were to survive, that would be the true cruelty inflicted upon the Qi clan. Half an hour later, the Qi clan had actually mustered over 3,000 people. 3,000 against 1. Only the Qi clan had that kind of capability. "Have you gathered enough people?" Ba Fong asked with a cold laugh. "They alone are enough to kill you," Qi Luyao said coldly. "Xiaoba, I don't know what Nianbai has brainwashed you into believing, nor do I know why you trust him so much. But we are, after all, family. I can give you a chance at forgiveness. As long as you lay down your weapon and kneel before Shire, Siyuan, and Wushuan to apologize, then I'll let you stay in the clan and make amends for your sins," Duanshan said grimly. This was the last chance he was offering, hoping Ba Fong would cherish it. "Ha, a chance? And you want me to kneel and atone for my sins? Duanshan, you really have no shame." Ba Fong was so enraged he laughed, laughing at the Qi clan's arrogance and ignorance. "Dad, don't waste your breath on people like this. Everyone, attack. Kill her." At Qi Luyao's command, the 3,000 troops before her charged toward Ba Fong. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Amid Ba Fong's maniacal laughter, several small dimensional gates suddenly opened beside her. Accompanied by deafening roars, a horde of monstrous beasts surged out of the gates. Monstrous beasts? The members of the Qi clan were all stunned, staring at Ba Fong in utter disbelief. They never could have imagined that Ba Fong was actually a human traitor. At the same time, the capital military district detected fluctuations in dimensional energy. The capital military district instantly pinpointed the source of the fluctuations and reacted in disbelief. What? A dimensional gate opened at the Qi clan, the guardian clan of the nation? Top-level combat readiness. Top-level combat readiness. All combat personnel of the capital military district, proceed immediately to the Qi clan, the guardian clan of the nation. At the same time, issue an emergency dispatch ordering all powerful warriors in the capital to come to our aid. The dimensional fluctuations detected at the Qi clan were no minor disturbance, they were fierce and relentless. If they did not mobilize all the powerful warriors in the capital to provide reinforcements, disaster might ensue. In an instant, the capital military district, the capital's major departments, and the major clans all set off toward the Qi clan. If a monstrous beast were to run rampant within the capital, not a single person would escape unscathed. Helping the Qi clan meant helping themselves. "General." A giant black spider, 8 meters long, approached Ba Fong and spoke respectfully. However, the language they used was that of the beasts. A language incomprehensible to ordinary people. "Wreak havoc on the Qi clan for me. Ravage the entire capital. I'll let the whole capital see what happens to those who cross my brother," Ba Fong ordered coldly. Yes. The giant spider nodded, leading countless beasts of the wild on a rampage. Hundreds of war god realm beasts emerged from the dimensional gate. The overwhelming aura they emitted was almost suffocating. It made Xingtian's legs tremble and his face turn pale as he collapsed to the ground. Duanshan was also terrified by the scene and immediately took Xingtian and Qi Luyao to retreat swiftly. This situation was far beyond their ability to handle. Unless the Qi clan's powerful warriors from the outer realm battlefield returned. Moreover, the number of war god realm beasts was still growing. Bafang's orders were clear: aside from the Qi clan, do not kill too many people, as they still needed to lay the groundwork for their next plan. If they completely enraged the dragon realm, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Nianbai's future growth. Her intention was to create opportunities for Nianbai, not to harm her. General Qi, you've certainly made quite a commotion. A man wearing a jester's mask and sporting long gray hair stepped out of the dimensional gate and gave her a sinister smile. His laughter sounded like metal scraping against metal. It was exceptionally unsettling. Why are you here? Bafang frowned involuntarily and said, There is nothing much going on at the outer realm battlefield anyway, and since I saw you mobilizing a large army, I just came over to take a look. The man held a black gold metal folding fan in his hand. Along the edge of the fan were strange runes carved in gold. I can handle things here. You should go back. Bafang was highly wary of this man. Even before Bafang joined, this man had been in the ranks of the Beast clan, and it was said he had served them for at least 50 years, yet he showed no signs of aging. As a martial artist's strength increases, so does their lifespan. A war god level expert, barring any mishaps, can live to be 150 years old, while a peerless level expert lives even longer. But even after all these years since Bafang joined, she still hadn't figured out this man's true depth. No matter who he faced, he remained so calm and composed. No one had ever been able to force him to reveal his true strength. You handle your business, I'll just watch, the man said with a smile as he opened his folding fan. Fine. Bafang agreed very reluctantly, while remaining on guard. Bafang knew this man had come to keep an eye on her. Although she had joined the Beast clan, she wasn't trusted 100%. However, at this moment, her actions and orders wouldn't raise any issues, so she naturally wasn't afraid of being watched by the man. At the same time, as she was about to carry out the Holy Spirit Bone plan, her superiors would naturally send someone to keep an eye on her. This man's appearance here was definitely not as simple as he claimed. Behind him, it was highly likely that the higher-ups of the Beast clan were involved. Roar! One helicopter after another arrived above the Qi clan, while convoys of vehicles raced toward the area. Countless powerful figures poured into the Qi clan, and a major battle was about to erupt, while the Qi clan was engulfed in the flames of war. In the capital. On the other side, Nianbai's revelation about Bafang left one stunned, her little face frozen in disbelief. Bafang was actually a human traitor. But her betrayal wasn't as complete as it seemed. Because her sole motivation was to become stronger and protect Nianbai. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. And the voice of her eldest uncle, Bai Donghua, came through. Nianbai, Wan, something has happened at the Qi clan. Xiaoba from the Qi clan is back. But she is actually a human traitor, and she has opened a dimensional gate. War has broken out at the Qi clan. The capital combat zone has sent us a request for assistance, asking us to send reinforcements. Should we send people? Although Bai Donghua was an elder, Wan was the head of the Bai clan. So naturally, this matter should be decided by her. Uncle, just take a few people over to save face. Let us give the capital combat zone some face. Wan's voice rang out. All right. Bai Donghua nodded, then turned to make the arrangements. The matter involving Bafang was far too serious. One certainly couldn't tell anyone else, or else she would endanger Bafang and the Bai clan as well. By saying it was just for show, she had already given Bai Donghua a clear hint he naturally knew what to do. Nian Bai, so it turns out last night's incident was just us worrying for nothing? Humph. It's all your fault, all your fault. I'm going to hit you. Wan waved her little fist at Nian Bai's chest, pouting with a hint of resentment. Nian Bai couldn't help but chuckle and said, I never expected things to turn out like this either. I even felt a bit dazed. I didn't know whether I should believe her or not. Wan asked, did she say anything else to you before she left? Wan really hadn't expected Bafang's attitude. For something this big, she was actually willing to let Nian Bai tell her about it. She gave me quite a few top-tier exotic beast materials to speed up the restoration of the supreme bone. And she told me to wait for her next move. Nian Bai explained. As she spoke, Nian Bai took out some of the exotic beast materials from her spatial ring, instantly stunning Wan so much that her beautiful eyes widened in shock. These materials were indeed of the very highest quality, and many were rare treasures hard to come by. The difficulty in obtaining them was immense. But the boost they could provide was equally enormous. With them, Nian Bai's recovery speed could skyrocket. It was even possible that he could fully restore his supreme bone before the college entrance exams. Nian Bai, hurry to the Forbidden Zone. I'll help you temper your body. One excitedly tugged Nian Bai toward the Bai clan's Forbidden Zone. Nian Bai soaked in the large tub one had prepared, which contained beast blood, as well as various exotic beast materials given by Bafang. Once the supreme bone had recovered 1/3 of its strength, his recovery rate had already seen a significant boost. Now, he could absorb both the beast blood and the exotic materials simultaneously, tempering his body at a speed 2 to 3 times faster than before. As the chi and blood circulated within him, more golden starlight was drawn to his body and seeped into his being. The beast blood in the tub seemed almost to be boiling. One stood beside him, continuously pouring the blood of exotic beasts into the barrel, watching as his absorption rate grew faster and faster. Wan's beautiful eyes brimming with ecstasy. As for the great battle of the Chi clan, it lasted a full 2 days. The capital battle zone mobilized the entire city's forces, yet the fighting continued until late into the following night, and even then, it was only because Bafang showed mercy. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost. As for the orders issued by Bafang, the man by the door showed no sign of reaction whatsoever, simply observing as a bystander, savoring the spectacle of the great battle. Bafang feigned defeat and retreated with her army of exotic beasts. When they departed through the dimensional gate, the entire capital city was left gasping for breath for quite some time. In the aftermath of the battle, there was overwhelming exhaustion. During the clash, the Chi clan's courtyard compound had been reduced to rubble. What was once a magnificent, imposing structure now stood at less than 1/10 of its original size. At the same time, Bafang's timing for the retreat was impeccable. The powerful warriors from the battlefield beyond the realm would likely return by tomorrow morning. By retreating now, first, she could preserve more of her strength. Second, she could feign weakness. And third, she could make a comeback. Duanshan and his companions were in a sorry state, gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, then at the devastation of the Chi clan compound. Duanshan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness for the first time and even began to wonder if he had done something wrong. The Chi clan's 300-year legacy had suffered at least a 50% loss in this battle. If it weren't for the fact that a large number of Chi clan members were still fighting on the battlefields beyond the realm, the Chi clan would have lost at least 90% of its forces. Husband. His mother, Mylan, looked at the ruins and couldn't help but cover her face and weep. She felt wronged and helpless, wondering what she had done wrong to make heaven tear the Chi clan apart. Let us go check on the second son and the others first," Duanshan said weakly. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered, and collapsed unconscious onto the ground. "Honey! Dad! Duanshan!" Everyone was instantly overcome with anxiety and rushed to his side. Seeing his faint breath, they immediately rushed him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Bafang appeared to have entered the dimensional gate and left with the army of beasts. But in reality, with a flash, she appeared amidst the ruins of the Qi clan. There were indeed many powerful figures at the scene. But with her unparalleled realm strength, most of the capital S powerhouses couldn't even detect her. She made her way through the chaotic corridor, stepping over the shattered bricks and tiles on the ground, and pushed open a door. Inside the room, to her surprise, she found Yue chained to the floor. The battle had directly affected her as well, but bound by heavy iron chains, she was completely unable to leave her own room. Eighth sister? Upon seeing her, Yue froze for a moment, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yue, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. Bafang smiled at her and stepped beside her. You're back? When did you come back? Yue asked anxiously. Before the great battle began, Duanshan had ordered her to be locked up at home simply because she had stormed into the hospital earlier and had even tried to take Sheng Tian's life. Naturally, Sheng Tian feared she might become a major wildcard in this war. Or even a dagger aimed at the Qi clan. When did I come back? Actually, it was just yesterday. Bafang stepped forward, and with a single sword stroke, severed the heavy chains binding her. Then what about the battle out there? Yue stared at her blankly, a thought of disbelief suddenly welling up in her heart. The moment the thought surfaced, she dismissed it herself, because she knew it was absolutely impossible. Yue, I don't have much time, and I want to be able to come back often. From now on, I need you to go undercover in the Qi clan. Help me keep an eye on their every move, and help me protect Nianbai. Bafang said earnestly. Eighth sister, Yui's heart skipped a beat. That unbelievable thought was actually beginning to make her doubt things a little. Yue, you must have already guessed. I've been missing for so many years, of course I couldn't just come back on a whim, and it's even less likely that I'd return to the Qi clan right as this war began. Sheng Tian hired an assassin to kill Nianbai at the West Gate examination hall. I came back to save him, and to make the Qi clan pay the price. Bafang said coldly. Even though she had inflicted heavy losses on the Qi clan, the rage in her heart had not subsided. Everything the Qi clan had done to Nianbai over the years, their unwarranted oppression of him, all under the guise of noble principles, had left her with countless grievances she longed to vent. At that moment, Yui's mind exploded with realization. Her suspicions had been confirmed. Eighth sister had defected to the beasts, becoming a traitor to humanity. Yue, having come this far, you must surely understand just how shameless the Qi clan is, right? Think back to those days. Nianbai's reputation was sky high. He was one of the capital's greatest prodigies. Yet the clan brought him back only to knock him off his pedestal with their own hands. Now that he has a chance to rise again, I won't let anything happen to him again. Bafang said through gritted teeth. Eighth sister, what are you saying? Nianbai can rise again? Yue was taken aback, not even realizing how agitated she had become. Bafang nodded, and shared some key information about the Supreme Bone with her. Yue, this is a critical moment for Nianbai to fully develop the Supreme Bone, but I still have a lot on my plate. Would you be willing to act as my inside contact and protect Nianbai for me? Bafang said solemnly. What do I need to do? Yue asked eagerly. As long as Nianbai could truly rise again, she would not hesitate to bear the stigma of being a traitor to humanity. She owed Nianbai far, far too much. Nianbai had endured so much suffering all because of her. If it weren't for her, Nianbai wouldn't have ended up like this. Moreover, Sheng Tian had always been a man with wolfish ambitions. Yet she hadn't noticed it, and had even aided and abetted his evil deeds. During her time in captivity by her clan, she reflected on everything that had happened and suddenly realized all of Sheng Tian's flaws. As for Sheng Tian hiring a hitman to kill someone, she wasn't surprised in the least. She was only relieved that her eighth sister had received the message early and rushed back immediately to save Nianbai. Iyue, your task is simple. Your main job is to keep an eye on the Qi clan and Shangtian. If anything happens, let me know immediately. As for Shangtian's issues, you don't need to mention them to anyone else. And you don't need to make them change either. If they were to change just like that and feel remorse for their actions over the years, that would be letting them off far too easily. I'll make sure that Shangtian, whom they've pampered all these years, becomes the very thing that destroys them. I'll make them suffer, drive them to despair, and leave them filled with unbearable regret. Ba Feng said coldly. At that moment, even Iyue, standing right in front of her, felt a bone-chilling cold. As if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her whole body trembling. Doesn't that mean I'll have to get close to Shangtian too? Just hearing this, Iyue couldn't help but resist. She even felt sick to her stomach. Yes. You must rebuild your relationship with him. As for Nianbai, I'll speak to her on your behalf. Iyue, you know just how terribly you've erred all these years. I can't guarantee that Nianbai will forgive you, but this is your only chance to atone. Ba Feng was offering her this opportunity. Whether she accepted it or not was up to her. Even if she refused, Ba Feng had other ways. Killing them and making them atone for their past deeds would take only a moment. But if she made them endure Shangtian's torment while living with guilt toward Nianbai, they would never find peace for the rest of their lives. In that state, every day they lived would be hell. Why should they be allowed to spend years inflicting immense suffering on Nianbai, yet Nianbai be denied the right to retaliate in the same way? Wrong is wrong. Regardless of whether they were deceived by Shangtian. They are still the ones at fault. Because these things were all done by their own hands. I'm willing. Iyue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded in agreement. The Qi clan's blind faith in Shangtian ran so deep that it had reached a point where outsiders could do nothing to change it. Since it couldn't be changed, she might as well go all out. Whether it was her parents, her sisters, or even herself, they would all pay the price for what happened back then. Iyue, then I'm leaving Nianbai's matter in your hands. Don't let me down. Ba Feng tossed out the words and turned to leave. Iyue weakly stood up from the ground, her body swaying slightly. This war had already begun. And the only thing she had to do was choose a side. Eighth sister was right. This was her only way to atone for her sins. When she arrived at the hospital, Qi Luyao, Qi Qimeng, Qi Jojo, Mylan were gathered in Duanshan's hospital room, all seething with rage. Mylan sat by the bedside, staring at the unconscious Duanshan, unable to stop herself from covering her face and weeping. This battle had not only wiped out half the Qi clan. It had even brought the entire Qi clan to its knees. Damn Ba Feng, damn Nianbai. I'll never forgive you. Qi Luyao sat in her wheelchair, growling under her breath. Sixth sister, do you think Ba Feng, how did she end up becoming a traitor to her own kind? And to treat us like this? Qi Jojo hugged her mother, her voice choked with emotion. It's obviously because that bastard Nianbai brainwashed her. If it weren't for Nianbai, then how else could you explain it? I suspect that Ba Feng's departure all those years ago was connected to Nianbai. Nianbai must have said something to her, which is why she became a traitor to humanity. Qi Luyao said through gritted teeth. Nianbai had actually been planning all this for years. It's truly so utterly vicious. Click. The door opened. And Iyue walked in. Mylan, how's Dad doing? Iyue had already composed herself and asked, feigning concern. Seeing her father lying in the hospital bed, looking utterly frail, she felt a twinge of pity in her heart. But she knew she had to harden her heart. She had to stay resolute. Otherwise, even if she regretted it later, she wouldn't be able to change a thing. Iyue, why are you here? The moment she appeared, Qi Luyao glared at her, clearly treating her as an enemy. During the Great War, no one had paid any attention to Iyue. They even ignored her entirely. Simply because of the things she'd done before. And now, Here she was. Shi Luyao and the others were already fuming, and with the Yue who had defected to the Nianbai camp suddenly appearing, she naturally became the outlet for their pent-up anger. With such a major crisis in the family, why shouldn't I come? Yue said, her pretty face set in a cold expression. When the clan was fighting the beasts, why didn't you come? Shi Luyao demanded. I was locked up, my dad even had me chained up. How was I supposed to come? If I hadn't found a way to break the chains, I'd still be locked up right now. How can you be so unreasonable? Yue said coldly. Stop spouting this nonsense. Get out. I don't want to see you. The clan is in such chaos right now, and it's all because of people like you. Shi Luyao took out all her anger on her. Even though this matter had absolutely nothing to do with her. But Shi Luyao did it anyway. And with complete conviction. Actually, they'd always been like this. It was just that Yue had finally come to her senses and realized the problem. She also realized the Qi clan's double standards. Xiaojiu, tell me, what is going on here? Yue turned to look at Qi Jojo angrily and asked. Big sister, let me explain. Mylan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sat up straight with a choked voice, and said. Qi Jojo stood beside her, supporting her. Fearing she might be too weak and faint like her father had. Mylan sighed deeply and said, Big sister, brace yourself. Yue nodded, stepped forward to support her, and said earnestly, Mylan, go ahead. I'm mentally prepared. In truth, she already knew everything. And at that moment, she felt even more strongly that the Qi clan had brought this downfall upon itself. They truly deserved it. If she had been the one to come to her senses back then, she too would surely have followed Eighth Sister's path, becoming a traitor to humanity to gain the power needed to protect Nianbai. Eighth Sister sniffed. She defected to the beasts. And it was she who drove your father to this state. Although Mylan tried her best to stay calm. As she spoke, she couldn't help but break down in tears again. What? Eighth Sister, she's back? How could she do such a thing? Yue feigned surprise, her body even stiffening for a moment. Yue, stop pretending. Who knows if you're in cahoots with Nianbai and Bafang? Shi Luyao snapped angrily. Her accusation, surprisingly, hit upon half the truth. Yue was indeed colluding with Bafang in order to help Nianbai rise to power. She had already prepared to set a trap for the Qi clan. But this matter had little to do with Nianbai himself. And not much to do with Yue either. If Yue dared to show any mercy toward the Qi clan, then she, too, would become a meal in Bafang's eyes. As long as Nianbai wants revenge, Bafang will make him pay 1,000-fold. Even if Nianbai doesn't want revenge, Bafang will still destroy the Qi clan. Just as Bafang said. Whoever dares to lay a finger on her brother must pay the price. Even if it's his own parents. Shi Luyao, you're truly beyond reason. I don't want to hear you speak, can you just shut up? Yue said coldly. I can tell I've hit the nail on the head. Isn't that right? Shi Luyao glared at her and said. All right, Xiaolu, you should keep your mouth shut too. We're all family. Mylan said, her voice choked with emotion. This was a scene she absolutely did not want to see. How she longed to return to the days when they were all loving and close. But ever since Nianbai had broken away from the family, everything had changed. By the way, Mylan, where is Shengtian? Yue kept in mind the task her eighth sister had entrusted to her and prepared to go and mend her relationship with Shengtian. But she didn't know that Bafang, in asking her to do this, didn't actually trust her very much. Bafang had only instructed her to regain Shengtian's trust and to keep an eye on the Qi clan and Shengtian himself. Yet Bafang intended to use her as a pawn to drive Shengtian mad. To bring about the Qi clan's downfall through Shengtian alone. Yes, with your younger sisters. They've all been seriously injured too. Mylan lamented. Yue stood by her side, listening to everything that had happened over the past 2 days. and hearing how Shire, Siyuan, and Wuxuan had been crippled. Although Yue knew that her eighth sister had completely turned her back on the Qi clan, she never imagined her eighth sister could be so heartless, disabling 3 sisters of the Qi clan, and killing quite a few of the Qi clan's elite fighters. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. But the Qi clan deserved it. On the hospital bed, Duanshan slowly regained consciousness. By the time he woke up, he had been unconscious for over 20 hours. The fact that a 9th-rank war god like him could remain unconscious for so long speaks volumes. "Dad!" The women immediately rushed to his side, their faces filled with concern. Duanshan pressed his hand to his forehead and sat up weakly. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he asked, "Xiao Lu, how long have I been unconscious?" Qi Luyao choked back tears as she replied, "Dad, you've been unconscious for 20 hours. Duanshan was still feeling the aftereffects of the fierce battle. And as soon as he regained consciousness, he began coughing violently. The women, worried about him, immediately summoned a doctor from the hospital. Only after confirming that he was out of danger did their hearts finally settle. He inquired about Shire and the others' condition and learned that even if they wouldn't be left with disabilities, their combat abilities had been largely crippled. At that moment, Duanshan felt even more powerless. As if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Even a few strands of white hair had appeared at his temples. This is ultimately the karma I've brought upon myself. If I'd known this would happen, I shouldn't have taken that Nianbai back all those years ago. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Duanshan felt despondent and powerless. Once the head of the Qi clan, who had enjoyed boundless glory and stood high above all others, he now resembled a man in his twilight years. Even with events having unfolded to this point, he still failed to reflect on his own mistakes. Instead, he actually shifted most of the blame onto Nianbai. They sent Nianbai away because he was a celestial calamity star. They brought him back because his talent was so extraordinary it made him famous throughout the capital. And they drove him out because his character was corrupt and he had disappointed them. After the great battle, everything had actually come full circle. "Xiao Lu, help me contact the capital military district. Let us hold a joint press conference with them. We ultimately have to give everyone an explanation for this battle." Duanshan sighed helplessly. "Honey, don't do this. If you make this public, our family will fall apart completely." Mylan choked out. Duanshan couldn't catch his breath. He coughed violently in anger, his face flushing red. "That's just sentimental nonsense. If you don't make it public, do you think others won't find out anyway?" Bafang opened the dimensional gate, allowing monstrous beasts to flood into the capital on a massive scale. "Do you really think the capital military district won't be able to investigate that? Do you think they didn't see that Bafang was there? What the Qi clan needs to do now is reveal the truth, while at the same time, protecting themselves. Collusion between a national clan and monstrous beasts carries extremely severe consequences. Fortunately, the Qi clan was the target of Bafang's attack this time, otherwise, they truly would have been unable to defend themselves. But Mylan wanted to say something else. But Duanshan's gaze silenced her. She just wanted to protect her child. What had she done wrong? Enough, stop with the buts. "Xiao Lu, do exactly as I say right away. The sooner he's released, the better." Duanshan interrupted. "Yes." Qi Luyao nodded, took out her phone, and contacted the capital military district. Yue, however, frowned and asked, "Dad, do you suspect this might have something to do with Nianbai?" At the mention of those 2 words, the anger Duanshan had been struggling to suppress surged up again, nearly driving him into a rage. "If it's not related to him, then who is it related to? Big brother, you need to snap out of it. Stop making such a scene. I don't know what that Nianbai has brainwashed you with, but the facts are crystal clear. If you dare to defend him again, you can get out too." Yue quickly shook her head. "Dad, don't worry, I've come to my senses." Her words finally allowed Duanshan to breathe a slight sigh of relief. But the moment she turned away, she sent that message to Bafang. And this move by the Qi clan, Bafang had anticipated it long ago. As long as the press conference went ahead, and as long as public opinion grew increasingly heated, she could turn the situation completely on its head and use extreme conflict to protect Nianbai. Moreover, once things got underway, Nianbai would make leaps and bounds at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination, growing to a level ordinary people could never reach. All the plans were already in place. Now, all that was missing was the crucial final move. The joint press conference held by the Qi clan and the capital military district attracted the attention of nearly the entire city and indeed, most of the Dragon Realm. The situation had escalated far too much, drawing many people into the fray, and leaving the entire capital in a state of panic. For this was the first time in 200 years that the capital had faced a large-scale invasion by strange beasts. Countless media outlets gathered at the scene, and many citizens also gathered at the press conference venue to watch the live broadcast. Creak! Creak! The motorcades of the Qi clan and the capital military district arrived one after another, coming into view. To reinforce the Qi clan's image as victims, Duanshan had even deliberately put his left hand in a cast and slung it over his shoulder, pretending to have a broken bone. The moment he stepped out of the car, countless cameras immediately scrambled to snap photos. Supported by Qi Jojo, he walked into the venue and headed toward the press conference stage. Behind him were numerous soldiers in uniform, including high-ranking officials from the capital military district. The invasion of the beasts had caused such a huge uproar that it had enraged the capital military district and infuriated Dragon Realm even more. "Dad, it's about time. The press conference should start soon." Qi Jojo looked at him and said, "All right." Duanshan walked onto the stage, facing the countless cameras below. The reporters in attendance were eager to ask questions, but they knew this was not the time for inquiries. "Ladies and gentlemen, the beasts invaded the city and rampaged through our Qi clan, inflicting immeasurable losses upon us and costing us many of our strongest warriors. The families behind them have been torn apart because of this battle. Mothers have lost their sons. Wives have lost their husbands. Children have lost their fathers. We, the Qi clan, are deeply grieved. But at the same time, the truth behind this incident is not as simple as beasts invading the city. This was a premeditated, organized act of aggression." Duanshan spoke with deep anguish. But everyone present was stunned. Before the press conference began, people from all walks of life had already made numerous speculations, but they never imagined the situation was far more serious than they had thought. If this was a premeditated, organized operation, then it must have been the work of human traitors. But who exactly could have orchestrated such a massive invasion of beasts? As for why Bafang killed those powerful figures, the reason was simple. It was because they had aided and abetted the villain. They knew what the Qi clan had done to Nianbai. Yet they remained silent. And by staying to serve the Qi clan, they should have anticipated this fate for themselves. In this kind of factional conflict, you cannot claim innocence just because you haven't done anything wrong. Once an avalanche begins, every snowflake will be swept up in it. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must announce the person responsible for this incident. She is my, Duanshan's, adopted daughter. And she is my adopted daughter who has been missing for years, with no word of her whereabouts. Bafang. She joined the Beast Legion, became a powerful warrior, rose to become a general commanding countless beasts, and has even become a blade wielded by the beasts against humanity." To emphasize his point, Duanshan was already gritting his teeth. At that moment, everyone present was once again stunned, shocked, and utterly bewildered. Bafang, the adopted daughter of the Qi clan, had actually joined the beasts, become a traitor to humanity, and even led a massive army to lay siege to the Qi clan? Duanshan, may I ask why she left the Qi clan all those years ago and even became a traitor to humanity? Given her status and the Qi clan's influence in the capital, she was already above everyone else. So why would she abandon such wealth and glory to side with the beasts? Someone asked. Such a question was perfectly natural. It would have been strange if no one had asked it. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, the facts are right before our eyes. The truth is that everything that happened in Bafang was all because of my own son. The former Sha Qi, now known as Nian Bai. When we brought him back into the clan all those years ago, we intended to nurture him and help him grow into a capable adult. But he was so incorrigibly wicked by nature that it was appalling. We tried countless methods, but nothing could change his wayward ways. He stole things, committed all sorts of misdeeds, showed no respect for his elders, and even sowed discord within our clan. I thought he'd settle down considerably after cutting ties with us, but he didn't. He harmed my adopted son, Shang Tian, and even brought Bafan knocking on our door. Duanshan spoke with such heart-wrenching anguish, looking as if his heart were breaking so badly he might die, that countless people empathized with him. And with the Qi clan. That Nianbai could take things this far was simply unconscionable. It outraged both heaven and earth. Moreover, he actually incited Bafang to betray the clan and become a human traitor. Unable to secure the benefits he wanted from the Qi clan, he sent Bafang back to ignite the flames of war, causing the deaths of many in the Qi clan, and throwing the capital into a state of panic. A person like that deserves to die. The mastermind behind this incident is none other than my own son, Duanshan, who is now the fiancé of Wan, the head of the Bai clan. As Duanshan made this announcement, public opinion across the nation exploded in an instant. The first time Duanshan mentioned Nianbai's name was to pin all the blame on him and reveal the reason behind Bafang's betrayal of humanity. The second time was to point out where Nianbai currently was and to drag the Bai clan into this as well. Since the Bai clan stood by Nianbai, they were no longer innocent. Even if they faced nationwide retaliation, they had it coming. Duanshan also intended to use this incident to push the Bai clan to the brink, forcing them to switch allegiance to the Qi clan and make the right choice. Because the Qi clan needed Wan's bone. And even more so, the secrets Wan held. What? The Bai clan is actually involved in this? Is the Bai clan covering for the real culprit? The reporters were stunned. And countless viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. Many still remembered Wan's astonishing performance on the mock exam. He had utterly outclassed countless geniuses in the capital. No one even came close to his score. Had it not been for Nianbai's sudden incident, which caused Wan to withdraw from the exam, Wan's scores would have rewritten the national records. Duanshan, what evidence do you have to prove this is connected to Nianbai? He is just an 18-year-old boy. Don't you think it's far-fetched that he could stir up such a huge scandal? Secondly, I remember this Nianbai. 5 years ago, he was a top-tier genius who made waves throughout the capital, possessing a supreme bone and 8 companion bones. Since he is a genius, and your own son to boot, then the resources he has access to are beyond what ordinary people can even imagine. Why would he do something like this? A female reporter with a modicum of common sense furrowed her brow and asked. If whatever Duanshan said were gospel, they might as well quit journalism and become lackeys for the Zhen family. At least they get paid. Your suspicions are spot on. I don't have any direct evidence to prove it. But what happened at the Westgate exam site 3 days ago clearly demonstrates the stakes involved. At that time, hundreds of thousands of beasts descended. All the examinees were evacuated from the scene. Those beasts were unimaginably powerful. But what about Nianbai? Not only did he survive, he is actually doing just fine. On the very day he emerged alive, Bafan led the beasts to attack the Qi clan, sparking this war. Duanshan said solemnly. At this moment, even if he had evidence, he absolutely could not produce it. Because if the Qi clan presented evidence, it would imply that they had been scheming all along, gathering so-called incriminating evidence against Nianbai well in advance, and preparing to put him to death. From the perspective of the Qi clan as the victims, the absence of evidence was the most powerful evidence of all. Duanshan, I know your Qi clan has suffered heavy losses in this war. But since you can't produce any evidence, may I take this a step further and express my suspicion? The female reporter said in a deep voice. The female reporter wore black-rimmed glasses, had freckles on her face, and had deliberately made her skin appear sallow to make her harder to recognize. But if Nien Bai had been present, he would certainly have recognized her. Because of the scar on her wrist. Her most distinctive feature. For this person was none other than Ba Feng. Duanshan was too far away to pay much attention and naturally failed to recognize her. He asked, "How exactly do you intend to cast doubt on this?" The female reporter pushed her glasses up and said in a solemn tone, "Duanshan, after Nien Bai returned to your Qi clan, he lost all his natural talents. As he dug out the last companion bone with his own hands, he was not far from death. The single companion bone within his body was the very foundation of his existence as a martial artist and the very source of his life. But on the very night he extracted the bone, that companion bone was transplanted into Sheng Tian's body. Afterward, Sheng Tian suffered a rejection reaction, and the sixth young lady of your Qi clan even led troops to exert pressure, forcing the Bai clan to hand over Nien Bai. She even demanded his blood to save Sheng Tian." As she spoke, the room fell silent once more. And the live chat exploded with outrage. If this were true, then everything Duanshan had said earlier was utter nonsense. Nien Bai would rather die than keep that last companion bone. He wanted to dig it out and return it to the Qi clan. Yet the Qi clan made no such gesture. Instead, they transplanted it that very same day. So who was the villain? It was clear at a glance. This matter isn't what you think it is. I admit we were at fault here, but whether it was the companion bone or the supreme bone transplant, he did it of his own free will. Because he wanted to save my adopted son, Sheng Tian. We were actually very moved by that. But in the end, he used this to blackmail us," Duanshan said, clenching his fists. As the head of the Qi clan, he was naturally quick-witted. Even faced with such an unfavorable situation, he could immediately come up with a line of defense to exonerate himself and the Qi clan. "Duanshan, don't you think your logic doesn't hold up?" If he had prepared years in advance getting Ba Feng to defect from humanity, become a traitor to his own kind, and establish a foothold within the army of beasts, then why would he risk his life to hand over the last companion bone? The female reporter asked again. Her words were so sharp that it was clear she intended to corner Duanshan. Duanshan furrowed his brow furiously, realizing something was amiss and sensing that she was out to pick a fight. So he asked, "Which news outlet are you with?" The female reporter flashed her press pass and said, "Beijing Evening News, Wu Xiaoyue." A reporter stood up, looking at her in astonishment. "You're from the Beijing Evening News?" The female reporter nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" Another reporter said anxiously, "Beijing Combat Zone, hurry up and let your people come in. Everyone from the Beijing Evening News has gone missing. This woman is trouble." Click. The main gate swung open in an instant. And dozens of soldiers from the military district stormed in, immediately surrounding the female reporter. "Who are you? Show us your ID." The soldier in charge glared at her, ready for battle. The slightest misstep would trigger an attack. "Don't be so tense. I just have a few more questions. I'll be on my way once I'm done." The female reporter remained seated in her chair, her earlier serious, probing expression completely gone, replaced by an air of arrogance. "ID." The soldier bellowed. Ba Feng let out a feigned sigh of resignation. She had never actually intended to hide her identity. Even if she didn't reveal it now, she would do so before leaving. She tossed aside her black-rimmed glasses and used a cotton pad to wipe away the dullness and freckles from her face, revealing her true appearance. At that moment, everyone in the war zone held their breath. And even Duanshan was stunned. "Ba Feng!" Duanshan roared in fury. He knew something was off. It turned out to be Ba Feng coming to stir up trouble again. What's the rush? I haven't finished asking my question yet. Ba Fang crossed her jade-like feet, clad in black stockings, in a classic ladylike posture, though her upper body leaned lazily against the back of the chair. Security in the capital military district was tight. But with her abilities, getting in wasn't a matter of minutes, was it? As Ba Fang's identity was revealed, all the surrounding reporters were so terrified they immediately scattered, and the Warzone forces immediately surrounded her. Countless viewers in the livestream were horrified and began cursing simultaneously. As a human traitor, how dare she be so brazen as to show up at an event like this? She clearly had no regard for the Warzone or the Dragon Realm. You mustn't do anything rash. I am at the 8th rank of the Peerless Realm. Ba Fang's words shocked the crowd even more. 8th rank of the Peerless Realm? Even the strongest humans likely wouldn't surpass this level of power. Moreover, a single expert at the Peerless Realm is enough to throw most of the capital into chaos. For a moment, the people from the capital Warzone were caught between a rock and a hard place. They couldn't move, yet they couldn't stay still either. If they attacked Ba Fang, they simply wouldn't stand a chance. If Ba Fang opened the dimensional gate again, it would spark another war. Duanshan, let us get back to our conversation. You streamers, don't run away. I don't kill people. It's utterly absurd that Ba Fang is still maintaining order at the scene. Some dared to stay behind and keep their live streams going. Even though the situation is extremely dangerous right now. But there's buzz. Besides, once the fighting breaks out, the capital military district and the Qi clan will be the first to take the brunt of it. So they have time to retreat. Duanshan, answer me, why did Nianbai choose to sever his ties with the clan by stripping away his companion bone? And explain why I chose to side with the beasts and become a traitor to humanity? Ba Fang pulled a lollipop out of his bag, smiling mockingly. Ba Fang, don't get too cocky. As my adopted daughter, your betrayal of humanity is a disgrace to the Qi clan and to all of humanity. Duanshan roared. Don't try to change the subject. Answer my question directly. Ba Fang raised her hand to interrupt. Don't you all just feel that my Qi clan has treated you unfairly? But in what way exactly has my Qi clan wronged you? Duanshan snapped coldly. Hey, you've hit the nail on the head this time. But you're completely incapable of realizing where exactly you've been unfair. Ba Fang chuckled. As the ruling clan of the town, my Qi clan conducts itself with integrity and dignity. Duanshan said coldly. Ba Fang, however, looked as if he were about to vomit and said, don't talk like that, it makes me sick. Over the years, haven't you done your fair share of dirty deeds? You keep saying you've done nothing to shame us. But have you really? I've said all I need to say. You're like a rock in a latrine, you won't come to your senses until you're smashed to smithereens. As Ba Fang spoke, he stood up. But the crowd around him instantly went on high alert. Ba Fang turned to face the camera, his expression grave as he said, Nianbai, you've run out of options. Come over to Ba Fang's side. Look around the world, only your older sister can protect you. Becoming a traitor to humanity isn't really a big deal. And once you become a traitor to humanity, you'll become even stronger. I'll give you a month. Take your time to think it over. I hope you make the right choice. Before Ba Fang arrived at the venue, she had already discussed everything thoroughly with Nianbai. This wasn't a case of acting first and asking for permission later. Moreover, her words were meant for the media and all the viewers to hear. It was all part of the next phase of her plan. She knew all too well the hardships Nianbai had endured over the years. If she were to thrust him into the spotlight without his consent, it would undoubtedly cause him further harm. If Ba Fang wanted to recruit him into the Beast Legion, the Dragon Realm would certainly come looking for him. Once the Dragon Realm discovered his talent, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to protect him, and would never allow him to become a traitor to humanity. This is how Ba Fang stirred up a massive uproar to protect Nianbai. Moreover, under this approach, Nianbai would receive unprecedented support. Ba Fang unleashed the aura of a peerless level powerhouse, overwhelming everyone around her. And even several war god level experts present were unable to lift their heads under her aura, let alone resist. The crowd could only watch helplessly as she walked away. Watch her act with unbridled arrogance. Yet there was nothing they could do. A dimensional gate opened before her, and her figure vanished from their sight in an instant. Little brother, Bafang has already paved the way for you. The next time we meet, you'll be making headlines across the nation. Bafang was clearly pleased with her performance as she vanished, a faint smile played on her profile. In the 2 days following Bafang's disappearance, public opinion across the nation reached a fever pitch. Countless people gathered at the Bai Clan's gates, demanding that the Bai Clan hand over Nianbai for trial. However, since Nianbai and Wan had received advance warning, they remained deep within the Bai Clan's restricted grounds, while the Bai Clan kept its gates tightly shut, refusing to see anyone. The bigger the uproar becomes now, the greater the sensation will be when the tables turn. The next phase of events will not be dictated by Bafang's timeline, but by Nianbai's. As long as Nianbai is ready, it can begin at any time. At the same time, Bafang isn't worried about his true intentions being exposed, because the Beast Legion's Holy Spirit Bone plan requires Nianbai to remain among the human race to begin with. It's not just Nianbai. The same goes for the other geniuses cultivated by the beasts. Just how many geniuses have the beasts actually cultivated among humans? Even Bafang himself doesn't know the answer. Because the liaison assigned to each genius is different. Once the Beast Clan has complete control over the human geniuses, they will be able to rule humanity without shedding a drop of blood. That is why Bafang needs Nianbai to grow quickly, to possess the true strength capable of standing up to the Beast Clan. And during Nianbai's growth period, he can have his cake and eat it too. He can access resources provided by the Dragon Realm, as well as resources within the scope of Bafang's authorization. With this advantage, it won't take him long to soar to new heights. Isn't the Qi Clan Patriarch's level of power terrifying enough? But the heights Nianbai can reach are built upon the foundation of the Qi Clan Patriarch and will even surpass the Patriarch's former power by dozens of times. A week after the scandal broke, nearly the entire nation was cursing, pointing fingers at Nianbai and Bafang. And number 15 high school, because Lu Pingping had stepped forward to defend Nianbai, became one of the epicenters of public outrage. Outside the school, crowds gathered to protest, demanding an explanation from Lu Pingping. While inside, students marched, calling for the school to expel Nianbai to protect them from being dragged into the scandal. Lu Pingping was cornered so badly that he didn't even dare step out the front gate. People were even banging wildly on his front door. He never imagined things would turn out this way. And he certainly never expected Bafang to be a human traitor. The beast horde that attacked the Westgate exam site back then was actually summoned by Bafang, and it was targeting Nianbai. The situation was so chaotic that Lu Pingping didn't know what to do. He called his godfather, Wu Long, for advice. But Wu Long told him to stay calm. For Mylan's sake. At a time like this, how could he possibly stay calm? In the capital, at the Ministry of Education headquarters, a group of people stormed into the building, found Lei and Wu Long's offices, and summoned the two of them. Lei and Wu Long knew exactly why they were there, but they remained utterly composed, showing not the slightest sign of panic. Minister Xia, Deputy Minister Wu. According to our investigation, you have entered into some kind of agreement with the Bai Clan and Nianbai, and you've even erased other people's memories for them. Is this true? The lead investigator asked sternly. It is indeed true. Lei nodded, then lifted his vintage porcelain teacup and took a sip of hot tea. Then please provide an explanation, the lead investigator said sternly. I'm sorry, but you're not qualified, Lei said calmly. He didn't mean it sarcastically, he was simply stating that the investigator's status wasn't high enough to know the truth of the matter. Bafang and Nianbai were waiting for public opinion to ferment. Weren't Lei and Wulong doing the same? The more public opinion flared up, the more attention Nianbai would receive. Nianbai was already showing signs of becoming a traitor to humanity. And the more anxious and worried the higher-ups became, the more they could secure for Nianbai. The Dragon Realm cannot possibly stand by and watch such a talented individual slip away. But if they were to approach the higher-ups on their own initiative, their room for negotiation would be significantly reduced. This is the art of the workplace, even they must abide by it. It's not that Nianbai wouldn't receive support if they took the initiative. But there is a fundamental difference between the two approaches. One creates tension. The other does not. So, could the outcome possibly be the same? Minister Xia, please adjust your attitude and don't commit an unforgivable mistake, the lead investigator said in a raised voice, his tone laced with anger. Do you have any direct evidence proving that old Wu and I have betrayed the organization? Lei retorted. Isn't this an investigation? Even though you two hold high positions, you should still cooperate, shouldn't you? The investigator said coldly. Well, excuse us. Since you have no evidence, we have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, no need to see us off. Old Wu, send someone to quell the disturbance at number 15 high school and make sure they don't disrupt the school's normal teaching order. Lei turned and ordered. The fact that the higher-ups hadn't summoned them for questioning yet meant they weren't sufficiently alarmed. At this point, their tight-lipped silence was actually a matter of upholding principles. Because a genius of Nianbai's caliber was a state secret of the Dragon Realm, something that couldn't be disclosed lightly. Even if they were under investigation. Even if they were thrown into prison. As long as the higher-ups didn't intervene, they couldn't speak. In the eyes of the higher-ups, this matter likely still involved nothing more than an 18-year-old boy colluding with a human traitor and showing signs of defection. If it were only at this level, the higher-ups would never step in. Lei intended to use himself and Wu Long as pawns. To provoke the Dragon Realm's leadership. To elevate this matter to a whole new level. Minister Xia, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to rashly dispatch troops to suppress the situation at number 15 middle school before the matter has been fully investigated? The investigator was furious as he demanded. This is a matter for our Ministry of Education, you have no right to interfere. Lei shook his head. The Ministry of Education's authority was so vast that it could override military districts, ignore the town clan, and even disregard certain top-tier figures. Under extremely special circumstances, Lei and Wu Long had the right to take orders only from the Dragon Realm's chairman. And yet, they wouldn't be considered traitors. You. The investigator was furious. Unable to fathom what Lei was playing at. It was clearly a very simple matter, all Lei had to do was tell the truth. After all, no one would doubt Lei's incorruptible integrity. Yet Lei was steering the situation toward an even more extreme direction. Wasn't he afraid the Xia clan would suffer the consequences? Wasn't he afraid he'd get dragged into it himself? Please leave. Lei set down his teacup and said calmly. Fine. In that case, I'll report this exactly as it is. And I hope Minister Xia will be prepared to bear the consequences. The investigator turned and left with his men, seething with rage. Faced with a matter of such grave principle as a human traitor, Lei actually dared to conceal the truth. He really did think too highly of himself. Watching them leave, Lei turned and said, Old Wu, go handle the issue at number 15 high school. Isn't your godson still stuck at home, unable to leave? Wu Long laughed heartily and replied, he has been calling me non-stop, he is a nervous wreck. Lei smiled as well and said, then go on. Wu Long nodded and strode out of the office. He rounded up some staff to accompany him to number 15 high school. But when faced with his orders, quite a few chose to disobey. Their resistance to the investigation along with Lei's had already aroused suspicion among some. In the war zone, absolute obedience was required of everyone. But at the Ministry of Education, anyone could hold their superiors accountable. If they discovered that their superiors were acting improperly, they could report directly to higher authorities. Because the Ministry of Education was simply too important. So crucial that it determines the fate of countless test takers and the very future of Dragon Realm. Wulong didn't bother to address their defiant attitudes, knowing they were simply upholding their own principles. After calling out for quite some time, he finally found people willing to accompany him. The group then set off in a grand procession to number 15 high school to quell the unrest. When Wulong and his group appeared, the crowd gathered at the entrance of number 15 high school assumed the Ministry of Education had come to resolve the situation and provide everyone with an explanation. But the result? The Ministry of Education expelled them on the spot. Even though they were live streaming. Even though they had objections. The Ministry of Education paid no attention whatsoever. Got a problem? Go file a complaint. I can't wait for this to blow up even bigger. The Ministry of Education's attitude infuriated these people to no end. They were convinced the ministry was covering for Nianbai, so they vented their anger furiously online. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Education entered the campus and cracked down on the students, causing trouble as well. The students were equally outraged. And the teachers were outraged too. But did Wulong care? No. Of course he doesn't care. He even called Lu Pingping, telling him to come back and take charge of the school. When she got his call, Lu Pingping was beyond thrilled. She couldn't wait to rush to the school, hug him, and give him a kiss. After all these days, her godfather had finally stepped in. Damn it! It was so frustrating. As for Wulong's attitude toward him, it was simple. No matter who came to handle Nianbai's case, he was to favor Nianbai above all else. Even if it meant getting arrested, he had to do it. Wulong's words left him dumbfounded, but at the same time, he realized the gravity of the situation. Still, whatever his godfather said, he obey. He didn't believe his godfather would ever harm him. 3 days later, officials from the capital military district arrived in person and escorted Lei and Wulong directly to the Dragon Realm headquarters. In the conference room of the headquarters building, numerous top-tier bigwigs the kind one usually only sees on TV sat with stern expressions, ready to pass judgment. When Lei and Wulong entered the room and saw this scene, they showed no signs of panic. The Dragon Realm leaders were all seated across from an oval conference table, while Lei and Wulong sat on the opposite side, the standard arrangement for a hearing. Lei, what exactly are you two up to? Why aren't you cooperating with the investigation? An elderly man with white hair, seated in the center, asked gravely. His expression as stern as could be. This man was none other than the elder who held the reins of power in Dragon Realm, its chairman, Elder Dong. Lei and Wulong were people he had known for many years and whose backgrounds he knew inside and out. Moreover, he had personally placed them in their current positions. But judging by the attitude of these two, Elder Dong felt betrayed. Elder Dong, the glory of our human race from 300 years ago, has returned. No sooner had Lei sat down than he exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Before Elder Dong had personally summoned him, all his actions had been calculated to weigh his options, but now that his goal had been achieved, there was naturally no need to hold anything back. The glory of 300 years ago? What do you mean? Old Master Dong was taken aback. And for a moment, he didn't quite grasp what was being said. Didn't you want to know why we weren't cooperating with the investigation? Bai Clan S1 has awakened a Yin Bone, and that Yin Bone contains the entire legacy of the Bai Clan's ancestral founder. What do you think that means? Nianbai, a member of the Qi clan, has the potential to awaken a Holy Spirit bone. And even the potential to possess a full set of legendary grade holy bones. A matter of such magnitude. How do you expect us to mention this to the outside world? Lei said solemnly. As he spoke, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the Bai Clan's Yin Bone, or the Qi Clan's ancestor's sacred spirit bone from back in the day, they knew all about them. And they knew it all too well. All information regarding the top-tier sacred bones had been kept strictly confidential to prevent any leaks that might derail these prodigies' paths to growth. But now, a genius on par with the ancient ancestors of the Qi clan and Bai clan had emerged. One who even surpassed those two ancestors. This was simply too shocking. Nianbai had his supreme bone stripped away by the Qi clan, and all his companion bones were taken from him. But this is precisely the necessary condition for evolving a sacred spirit bone. You hold the key records of the holy war from back then. You also know that the Qi clan patriarch's sacred spirit bone only emerged after the incident that befell him. And that incident was precisely the stripping of his sacred bone. Elder Dong. Ladies and gentlemen. With the regeneration of the supreme bone within Nianbai's body, he has unlocked its true form. Frenzy. That is why, upon learning the truth at the time, we sealed off all information, erased everyone's memories, and classified this secret as a state-level secret. At the same time, one didn't just fuse with the Yin bone. She even killed that war god realm iron wireworm at the North Gate. She is merely a 9th-ranked general tier. Yet she was able to slay a war god realm beast. As Lei spoke, the conference room fell into complete silence. Everyone was shocked, bewildered, and stunned. But once they came to their senses, they were all overcome with excitement. Whether it was Nianbai's hope of awakening the Holy Spirit bone, or his unlocking of the Supreme Bone's true form, or Wan Essine bone, or even her terrifying kills that spanned the Emerald tier and Grandmaster tier. Any single one of these would be enough to shake the Dragon Realm to its core. To shake the entire Ministry of Education to its foundations. Let alone the fact that they were all happening at once. Old Dong, do you still think we made a mistake? Lei laughed heartily. Joking. You, ha? Trying to play mind games with me here? I know exactly what you're up to, you old fox. But on this matter, you did a great job. Old Master Dong smiled as well, lavishing praise without reservation. These young man and woman represent the true hope for the future of the Dragon Realm, so there is absolutely nothing wrong with Lei fighting for them. On the contrary, what they've done is exactly what they should be doing within the scope of their authority. If they hadn't escalated the situation further, if they hadn't prompted complaints from all sectors of the capital, old Dong wouldn't have paid such close attention to this matter. It's not that old Dong, sitting in his position, doesn't care about anything, but rather that he is in charge of the Dragon Realm. And he has far too many things to worry about. Old Xia, old Wu, I make this promise on behalf of the Dragon Realm. Regarding Nianbai and Wan, the Dragon Realm will give them the green light every step of the way. As long as it falls within your authority, you may act first and report later. If anyone hinders their growth, you may dismiss them on the spot, or even detain them. Even if it's me? If I hinder them within the bounds of our principles, you may impeach me. You may even disregard me and do what you believe is right. Old Dong said with the utmost gravity. As he spoke, the old man activated the Dragon Realm Code, ordering someone to retrieve the Imperial Sword, an item far more classified than nuclear weapons. This Imperial Sword was actually a token. A relic from the Holy War 300 years ago. The ultimate symbol of exceptional authority. Holding this token could even put the Dragon Realm immediately on combat alert. The Dragon Realm's war zones. The Dragon Realm's ruling clans. And indeed all citizens of the Dragon Realm must obey the commands issued by this token. With it, anyone can stand on equal footing with Elder Dong. And this is the first time it has been activated in 300 years, a clear indication of how highly Elder Dong values it. Lei and Wu Long knelt on one knee, clenched their right fists, and pounded them heavily against their hearts. Upon receiving the token, Lei, to ensure his absolute impartiality, immediately relinquished all authority over the Xia clan, dedicating himself solely to serving this token. Lei, from this moment on, you have unconditional access to the Dragon Realm's treasury. I don't care how much money you spend. I just want to see 2 rising stars of the future. At the same time, I demand that you guarantee these 2 will not fall into the hands of the enemy. And that in the future, they will not become formidable enemies of humanity. Elder Dong said with utmost gravity. I guarantee it. Should any mishap occur, we will present our heads as proof. Lei nodded firmly, his voice resounding with conviction. Elder Dong, his face full of relief, helped him and Wu Long to their feet. However, because Nianbai and Wan's talents were so terrifying, many details could not be made public, and the authorities certainly could not step in to turn the situation around. To change the public's attitude toward them, the people must be shown their positive qualities. Otherwise, no matter what the authorities say, the public will question their credibility. But to let the public see their positive qualities, some of their secrets must be revealed. It's truly a difficult balancing act. Although Elder Dong and the others didn't want this young couple to face public condemnation, for now, they had no choice but to ask them to endure this temporary hardship. Elder Dong, our biggest problem right now lies with Bafang. Bafang recruited Nianbai. I suspect she may already know the secret of the Supreme Bone. Lei said gravely. If Bafang knows this, it means the Beast Legion knows it too. And no matter how hard they try to conceal it, it will be of no use. Moreover, with Wan's own revelation, many are already aware of the Yin Bone, they simply don't know its true power. Nor do they realize that the Yin Bone contains the entire legacy of the Bai clan's ancestor. And this is precisely the part of the secret that the Dragon Realm must keep hidden. Lei, on behalf of the Dragon Realm, I entrust you with full authority to investigate this matter. If Bafang has found out, then we'll find an opportunity to reveal this secret. First, to clear their names of the unjust accusations. And second, to announce our support for them and leverage their extraordinary talents to win the hearts and minds of everyone. Old Master Dong said solemnly. Lei nodded. And Elder Dong continued. Once you've left, I'll have the capital military district cooperate fully with you, and I'll dispatch their elite warriors to infiltrate the Bai clan and protect them. The secret of Nianbai's reconstruction of the Supreme Bone can be revealed. But the secret of his potential to awaken the Holy Spirit Bone must not be exposed. Not even if our enemies find out about it. If this secret were to be exposed, it would inevitably raise the nation's expectations of Nianbai. And it would inevitably elevate Nianbai to unimaginable heights. If there were any misstep, he would face a backlash from the masses. This is what is known as praise to death. At the same time, the human camp is not a monolithic block. If other nations were to learn of Nianbai's greatest secret, who could guarantee that Nianbai wouldn't be poached? He might even be assassinated by humans themselves. At that point, it would not only be a loss for the Dragon Realm, but also a massive threat to Nianbai himself. In the conference room, everyone signed a top-secret confidentiality agreement, covering Nianbai's Holy Spirit Bone and Wan's Yin Bone legacy. Should anyone leak this information, everyone would be held collectively responsible. After leaving, Lei and Wulong made prior arrangements with the Bai clan. Concealing their identities, they led the powerful figures from the capital military district who had signed the agreement and, under cover of night, scaled the walls to enter the Bai clan. The powerful figures from the capital military district who signed the agreement did not need to know any classified information, because a soldier's duty is, by its very nature, to obey whatever orders came from above. They carried out without question. After entering the Bai clan, all the powerful figures immediately scattered, hiding in every corner of the compound to guard the Bai clan around the clock. Shortly thereafter, Bai Donghua, who had been waiting for some time, arrived and led Lei and Wulong to meet with Nianbai and Wan. The four of them deliberated in a completely concealed room, gathering all the information the Dragon Realm needed to know. As for what Nianbai and Wan were to say, Bafang had arrived in advance to coordinate with them and had already established a set of prepared responses. Bafang neither wanted nor could allow Nianbai to remain in hiding any longer. The matter of the Holy Spirit Bone could be kept under wraps. But the matter of reshaping the Supreme Bone had to be revealed. Nianbai had endured for so many years. Why should he continue to bear the nation's scorn and remain in the shadows? Moreover, Bafang didn't just want the matter exposed. She wanted Nianbai to make a sensation across the nation. Her younger brother, Nianbai, deserved to live openly in the light of day. Nianbai, since Bafang has already learned about your restoration of the Supreme Bone, let us proceed with Plan B. If you recover quickly enough, then we have two options. First, the 100 Academy tournament in a month. Second, the college entrance exams. If we can't make either of those in time, then once you've recovered, we can organize a special national competition just for you to clear your name before the whole country. Lei said solemnly. They couldn't possibly rush Nianbai in any way. After all, 300 years had passed. Why would they be in such a hurry now? Since Bafang already knew the secret behind Nianbai, their only hope was that she remained unaware of the secret of the Holy Spirit Bone. After all, the Bai clan had guarded the secret of the Holy Spirit Bone for 300 years. Not only was the Dragon Realm unaware of its true nature, but even the Qi clan itself remained in the dark. But Bafang not only knew. She even intended to ensure that when Nianbai rose to prominence, the third and fourth stages of the Supreme Bone would be exposed as well. The exposure of this fact would be of little consequence. First, the high-ranking officials of the Beast Clan were already aware of it. Second, the Dragon Realm's leadership would inevitably suppress the information. And third, she wanted Nianbai to become the nation's darling. For the Dragon Realm to clear Nianbai's name, it must make his terrifying talent known to the entire nation. At that time, those in attendance will include not only the Dragon Realm's high-ranking officials, the Dragon Realm's pillar clans, and the major clans. But while the Dragon Realm can suppress information, it cannot suppress everyone. The Dragon Realm's top-tier clans will inevitably find out as well. And what Bafang wants is for these clans to be unable to ignore or even to actively seek to curry favor with her younger brother. She also wants to make the Qi clan regret their actions so deeply they'll be kicking themselves. Minister Xia, why don't we move this up a bit? Let us do it during the 100 Academy tournament. The Bai clan has already endured immense pressure because of me, and I hope to resolve this public relations crisis as soon as possible. Besides, my Supreme Bone has already recovered 50%. Nianbai said earnestly. With another month to go, Nianbai was confident he could make a full recovery. Even if not completely, he could recover 90%. Once fully recovered, his strength would skyrocket. Reaching the Emerald tier within a month was definitely within reach. The 100 Academy tournament? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Lei asked with concern. No. If something goes wrong, we can always hold off for now. Nianbai shook his head. He said this. But with the exotic beast materials Bafang had given him, he was fully confident. All right. Then let us stick to this plan for now. If things don't work out, we'll postpone it until after the college entrance exams or even later. Lei nodded. Everything would be based on Nianbai's timeline. They had to ensure the rise of these two geniuses, and there could be no missteps. Late one night several days later, while Nianbai was pushing himself to the limit to break through, 30 masked assassins dressed in night cloaks sneaked into the Bai clan to carry out an assassination. These men had all been recruited for Sheng Tian by the mastermind behind the scenes. Bafang's attitude, Bafang's strength, posed a massive threat to Sheng Tian. At the Shiman examination grounds, Sheng Tian had failed to kill Nianbai and had even lost the use of one arm, so now he intended to settle both old and new scores at once. Given the current public sentiment, even if the entire Bai clan and Nianbai were wiped out, the world would only cheer in approval. However, to uncover the secret of the Supreme Bone, Sheng Tian must spare one. And one Essene bone is something he desperately craves as well. The primary target of these infiltrating assassins was Nianbai. As long as Wan survived, it didn't matter how big a scandal this caused. But the moment these assassins scaled the walls of the Bai clan, countless powerful figures burst forth from the shadows, either killing them or subduing them. What was truly shocking was that among the Bai clan's elite, there were actually quite a few at the War God realm. Where did these masters come from? And who is protecting the Bai clan? Countdown to the end of this volume, 2 chapters next volume, Extraordinary Destiny. This will be the male lead's comeback story, and at the same time, an older sister will be reborn. Guess who? It's actually pretty easy to guess, just rule out a Yue and Bafang. Then I'll explain why the sacred spirit bone mustn't be exposed. 1. With the supreme bone already causing such a stir, that's terrifying enough on its own. If it were exposed, countless people both at home and abroad would go crazy, and the male lead might meet an untimely end. 2. The Holy Spirit bone is tied to an even more massive global plot at LLB, even more explosive than the 100 Academy tournament. The assassins who infiltrated the Bai clan could never have imagined such a scenario in their wildest dreams. Dozens of war god level experts surged forth and subdued them. And over 100 more powerful figures arrived one after another, leaving them with no chance of escape, not even if they had wings. Faced with such a desperate situation, they had only one choice left: to commit suicide by poison. But these powerhouses from the capital military district wouldn't even grant them that chance. They immediately shattered their jawbones and every joint in their bodies. Aside from those killed on the spot, all the remaining assassins had to be taken back for interrogation. If they confessed voluntarily, that would be one thing. But if they clenched their teeth and said nothing, then endless torture awaited them. Under the Marshall Path Bureau's standard procedures, torture is generally not used on prisoners or murderers, but the severity of this matter is of national significance. Whether they were taken away or even died in some obscure corner, no information could be allowed to leak out. Mr. Bai, these assassins have all been dealt with. We're taking them back to the war zone. We ask that you, the Bai clan, maintain strict confidentiality. It's best not to let any information leak out, a war god level expert said solemnly. Rest assured, if this information leaks, it won't do us any good at all. It might even invite public ridicule, with people saying we deserve it. Bai Donghua said with a wry smile. Although they had mentally prepared themselves in advance, the overwhelming public pressure still weighed heavily on them. The Bai clan's gates remained tightly shut day and night, with countless people outside cursing and ranting. They didn't dare turn on their cell phones, because the moment they did, they'd be bombarded with countless calls. Mr. Bai, thank you for your hard work. I still have official business to attend to, so I'll take my men and leave for now, the war god level expert said. All right. Bai Donghua nodded, watching them depart. Beijing. The ruins of the Qi clan. Due to the damage to the outer courtyard, Xing Tian and his group could only retreat to the areas that were still intact, but the entire Qi clan had been reduced to less than 1/10 of its former size. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. In Sheng Tian's cramped room, he couldn't help but stare blankly into space. His original room had been several times larger than this one and far more luxurious, but the place he was staying in now was essentially a servant's quarters. The stark contrast left him feeling utterly humiliated. But as a scion of the Qi clan, not returning to the family estate would inevitably make him a laughingstock. Qi Luyao had originally planned to arrange for him to stay at a hotel, but how could he possibly do that? If he did, wouldn't half of his carefully crafted public image crumble? So, he could only swallow his frustration and, putting on a very sensible facade, move back in. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent ringing jolted him awake. He picked up the phone and looked at the screen. It was the person who had been helping him behind the scenes. He answered the call, his voice tinged with urgency and anger, saying, "Hello, what is the status with the hitman? Is that bastard Nian Bai dead yet?" The voice on the other end was clearly disguised, sounding very hoarse as it replied, "Just lay low for a while." Sheng Tian froze for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "What do you mean? We sent so many top-notch operatives this time, it can't possibly have failed again, can it?" The voice on the other end, clearly annoyed, cut him off. "What do you mean? Are you questioning me?" Sheng Tian suddenly remembered that person's power and influence. His heart gave a sharp jolt, and he instinctively shrank back, his anger dissipating considerably. He quickly suppressed his rage and apologized. "That's not what I meant, I just want to know what happened." The voice on the other end replied coldly, "The Beijing military district has intervened in this matter. Their elite forces are under the Bai clan's tight security, and the people we sent were suppressed the moment they entered." Hearing this, Sheng Tian's mind went blank. He couldn't make sense of the logic behind it. The capital military district had clearly held a press conference together with the Chi clan and confirmed Nianbai's identity as a human traitor right then and there, so why on earth would the military district be protecting him? If it were just ordinary protection, that would be one thing. But the military district had even deployed experts at the War God realm. The capital's authorities have already launched an investigation into this matter. Although the people we sent wouldn't expose us, you'd better lay low just in case. The voice on the other end of the line warned gravely. Shang Tian wanted to say something else. Because he didn't want the plan to fail like this. He truly didn't want Nianbai to live another moment. But before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly cut off. In this matter, the mastermind on the other end of the line was clearly furious as well, and his tone carried a hint of disappointment toward Shang Tian. Shang Tian was already furious enough as it was, and the mastermind's tone of disappointment left him utterly baffled. He began smashing things around the room, venting his inner rage. He just couldn't understand why wouldn't Nianbai die. What on earth was going on? He should be the Chi clan's sole heir. And the one in the spotlight. The Bai clan. Inside the Forbidden Zone. Nianbai and Wan spent almost all their time there, except when eating or sleeping. During the body tempering process, Nianbai's supreme bone remained in the second stage the entire time, absorbing both beast blood and the medicinal properties of the body tempering formula. In just half a month, Nianbai had recovered 70%. And after nearly a month, his supreme bone had recovered 95%. Just one final push away from a full recovery. Once fully restored, Nianbai's talent would once again reach the S-rank realm. As for Nianbai's next steps, this so-called S-rank talent has become completely irrelevant. Because his next goal is the Holy Spirit Bone. 1. The final hurdle for the Supreme Bone. It's no longer something that can be easily overcome with just body tempering and beast blood alone. I feel that the Supreme Bone within me needs a major battle to stimulate its complete fusion and allow it to grow that final bit. Nianbai mused earnestly. That final stage of the Supreme Bone was like a massive obstacle that had been holding Nianbai back these past few days. In fact, Nianbai had already absorbed enough medicinal potency to allow the Supreme Bone to reach its final stage, yet it remains somewhat chaotic. Perhaps only a fierce battle could complete the final piece. And Nianbai's current pace had already surpassed their original expectations. At first, they thought that restoring the Supreme Bone before entering the academy would be considered rapid progress. But from the very beginning until now, it had only been 2 months. Thanks to the exotic beast materials provided by Bafong, combined with Nianbai's own efforts, progress has accelerated significantly. At the same time, there is still a considerable amount of the source left in the Forbidden Zone by the Chi clan's ancestor, which can be used for Nianbai's upcoming Holy Spirit Bone tempering. The 100 Academy Tournament, to be held in the capital in 5 days, will be another major event leading up to the college entrance exams. Candidates who perform exceptionally well in the 100 Academy Tournament will be eligible to participate in a 2-month summer training camp for prodigies. Even if they perform poorly on the college entrance exams due to unforeseen circumstances, their performance in the training camp could completely turn their fortunes around. This tournament will last a week, spanning different divisions, but it will also be the most highly anticipated 100 Academy Tournament in the history of the Dragon Realm. Countdown to the end of the volume, 1 chapter. Go, go, go. The excitement surrounding this year's 100 Academy Tournament is unprecedented. Not only because of the Dragon Realm's official organization, but also because this edition is brimming with talent. There are 2 ways to qualify for the Genius Training Camp. First, through recommendation by an eligible individual, followed by a test. The requirements for this are extremely high. Only the very best of the best can pass. Top-tier geniuses who enter the Genius Training Camp this way might even skip the college entrance exams entirely, dedicating themselves solely to preparing for the 2 months of the camp. The second way is through the 100 Academy Tournament. Over the years, the relative weight given to these 2 admission methods has varied. Just because you've earned admission doesn't mean you'll last the full 2 months in the camp. The training regimen is so grueling that out of the hundreds of participants nationwide each year, only a few dozen ultimately remain. In one particularly extreme session, only a handful of students actually received their graduation certificates. There is only one rule in the camp: survival of the fittest. Instructors can do whatever they want to you. And if you don't accept it, then fight it out. The instructors won't hold back their power when fighting you. If you're a Grandmaster tier genius and can't beat a War God Realm instructor, then you're a waste of space and you'd better shut up. That's why every year, countless geniuses enter full of hope, only to crawl out in tears, and some even end up with lasting psychological trauma. But the boot camp's graduation certificate is highly prestigious. Once you earn it, you're promoted to captain the moment you enter the war zone. If anyone dares to mess with you, you'll have the backing of nearly half the boot campus alumni. Because the only ones who can take on a boot camp genius are other geniuses who graduated from the boot camp. Those teachers at the academy. Those powerhouses in the hunting corps. What are they, anyway? Half of Dragon Realm is propped up by these geniuses from the training camp. Lu Pingping hummed a little tune as she arrived at the Bai clan on behalf of number 15 high school to deliver the invitation to the 100 Academy tournament. In the past, number 15 high school had never been eligible to participate in the 100 Academy tournament. But this time, it's different. Although number 15 high school only had one spot for Nian Bai, it was still something to be proud of. No sooner had Lu Pingping arrived than someone brought her tea. The treatment spoke for itself. Bai Donghua went to fetch Nian Bai. And before long, Nian Bai and Wan appeared. Lu Pingping looked at Nian Bai with a smile. It had been a month since they last saw each other. And Nian Bai had changed quite a bit. His once frail body had become much more muscular, and even the smile on his face radiated confidence as if he had returned to his youthful self at age 13. Principal Lu. Nian Bai stepped forward and bowed to him. Lu Pingping hurriedly reached out to steady him, chuckling, "My goodness, why so formal? You're my treasure, Lu Pingping, the very reason I'll be bragging about you in the future. If you keep being this formal with me, I'm going to get upset." His words made everyone burst out laughing. He handed Nian Bai the invitation to the 100 Academy tournament, and at the same time, delivered Wan's invitation from First High School, both of which had been issued directly by the Ministry of Education. So they had ended up in Lu Pingping's hands. "Nian Bai, give it your all. I'm counting on you." Lu Pingping patted him on the shoulder, her eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Although he didn't know what Nian Bai had discussed with his godfather, he knew Nian Bai's character all too well. He wasn't the reckless type. With the Ministry of Education paving the way for Nian Bai, and Nian Bai agreeing to participate in the 100 Academy tournament, he must have a solid foundation. He was eager to see what Nian Bai would accomplish in this competition and how he would astonish the world. After all, Nian Bai's negative reputation was still lingering. "Principal Lu, rest assured, I will absolutely not let you down," Nian Bai said in a firm voice. "It's fine, just do your best. The fact that you received an invitation is already a source of pride for our number 15 high school." Lu Pingping waved her hand and said with a smile. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Nian Bai. He took a sip of tea and asked casually, "Nian Bai, how strong are you now?" Getting a better sense of Nian Bai's current status would give her a bit more confidence. If Nian Bai's performance fell short of expectations, no one would blame him. As long as he gave it his all, that would be enough. "Principal Lu, you have no idea in terms of raw talent, Nian Bai is already S rank." Wan, standing nearby, said with a touch of pride. "Put." Lu Pingping nearly spit out a mouthful of tea, choking and coughing violently, as she stared at Nian Bai and Wan in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "S rank." Wan nodded, "That's right, S rank." Holy crap! Lu Pingping was completely dumbfounded once again. It hadn't been that long since she'd last seen Nian Bai, and now he'd jumped from B rank straight to S rank? This That S just too crazy. An S rank isn't even that big of a deal. Once the 100 Academy tournament kicks off, will completely change a lot of people's perceptions. Wan said smugly. Her greatest fear had been that Nianbai would fail to rise to prominence and fall by the wayside, so she had done everything in her power to create opportunities for him. With Bafang's intervention, things had become much simpler, and the overall pace had accelerated significantly. Everything was moving in a promising direction. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Pingping, unaware of the inside story, smiled. She knew Wan possessed terrifying talent, was blessed with the yin bone, and had nearly set a record on her first mock exam. But Nianbai was a different story. Even if Nianbai had S-rank talent, there were plenty of young geniuses with S-rank talent in the capital. No one knows what kind of results the two of them will achieve in the 100 Academy tournament. However, as long as they perform brilliantly, the national backlash will surely ease considerably. Lu Pingping knew they were carrying a heavy burden. And the fact that they hadn't broken down yet was truly a testament to their resilience. If Lu Pingping were the same age, she certainly wouldn't have had such composure. The capital. Qi Clan. A teacher from First High School arrived at the Qi Clan, looked at the ruins, sighed, and walked into the Qi Clan grounds carrying Sheng Tian's invitation letter. The second and third mock exams had already passed. And half a month after the 100 Academy tournament ended, the college entrance exams would begin. If one could make a name for themselves at the 100 Academy tournament, they wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exams. This is because, year after year, the 100 Academy tournament features teachers from all the top academies on hand. Those who perform exceptionally well can be directly recruited into the academies. This year, there are numerous geniuses. And the Dragon Realm Ministry of Education has also announced staggering rewards. First place receives an SS rank weapon, a full set of S rank armor, and 100 billion in future support from the Dragon Realm over the next 10 years. Second and third place winners can each choose one SS rank weapon, along with 300 billion and 100 billion in future support from the Dragon Realm, respectively. With such rewards on the line, the entire nation is truly abuzz. Countless geniuses are determined to take the top spot in this major exam. Xingtian, before I arrived, I heard a rumor that Nianbai from your Qi clan is apparently going to participate in this 100 Academy tournament, said the teacher standing before him. This information, is it accurate? Xingtian was taken aback. Unable to fathom what qualifications Nianbai could possibly have to participate in the 100 Academy tournament. It should be accurate. The invitation for that one from the Bai clan was personally delivered by Lu Pingping, the principal of number 15 high school. If Nianbai isn't participating in the 100 Academy tournament, then what does this have to do with Lu Pingping? The teacher in front of him explained. In an instant, Sheng Tian's expression turned incredibly grim. He never would have imagined that Nianbai would dare to participate in the 100 Academy tournament. But since he dared to go, then he'd make sure he died right there on the spot. He, Sheng Tian, would kill Nianbai right at the 100 Academy tournament and become the hero who slays the human traitor. Volume 1, End. To speed up the conclusion of Volume 1, these final few pages are a bit rushed. Volume 2 begins with the 100 Academy tournament, and once it kicks off, the male and female leads will dominate the countless prodigies from the Dragon Realm's top 100 academies with absolute superiority. In the 100 Academy tournament, the college entrance exams, and the training camp, the male lead's performance becomes increasingly terrifying, which is why Volume 2 is truly destined for greatness. At the same time, Volume 2 also involves the protagonist's older sister's reincarnation and a certain holy war ancestor who is still alive. Please support with gifts. If we hit 30 gifts on the same day, I'll post an extra chapter. Every year, the 100 Academy tournament captures the nation's attention, and this year's event driven by the Dragon Realm is more spectacular than ever. The host city for the 100 Academy tournament changes every year, generally rotating among the major cities of the Dragon Realm. This is the first time in history that the capital has hosted 2 consecutive tournaments. If it weren't for Nianbai and Wan, The Dragon Realm Woon Ti have moved the host city back to the capital a month before the 100 Academy tournament began. After all, this involves massive logistical changes for all 100 academies nationwide. Nianbai, are you ready? Wan, dressed in a white bohemian-style long dress, glided gracefully toward Nianbai like a blooming lily. With her hands clasped behind her back, she looked playful and adorable. A major battle was set to take place today. But she wasn't the main character. So she de-dressed in a relatively casual style. I'm ready. Nianbai smiled at her. Gone were the despondency and self-doubt he felt when he just left the Qi clan. Back then, because of the vast disparity between them, he'd been terrified of causing trouble for Wan. But now he had the confidence. Since Wan treated him with such sincerity, he certainly wouldn't let her down. Before we leave, I have a gift for you. Uncle, could you bring that over for me? Wan looked at Bai Donghua standing nearby. Sure. Bai Donghua smiled and went over to fetch a box. Wan cradled the heavy box in both hands, placed it in Nianbai's hands, and said with a beaming smile, Nianbai, go ahead and open it. Click. The box opened, revealing a long sword as black as ink inside. Just looking at it, one could tell it was extraordinary. However, its blade wasn't sharpened, a defining characteristic of a blood-dripping weapon. The edge of a blood-dripping weapon must be forged by the user themselves. When forging this weapon, one had collected Nianbai's blood in advance and given it to the master blacksmith. Crafting a blood-forged weapon is an extremely arduous process. For those with average talent, it takes at least a year for the blade to be completed. For those with S-rank talent, it takes at least half a year. Even for someone like Sheng Tian, with his S-rank talent, tempering the blade blank with blood requires 3 months to complete the fusion process. Yet with just a small amount of Nianbai's blood, the entire process was completed within a single month. This is because his blood not only contains traces left by the former Supreme Bone and the 8 companion bones, but also the terrifying influence of the reborn Supreme Bone. His bloodline is comparable to that of the Qi clan patriarch. One had originally thought this blood-infused weapon wouldn't be completed so quickly. But its early completion was a pleasant surprise. This weapon is currently just a temporary one she gave Nianbai. The epic tier weapon left behind by the Qi clan patriarch is the one truly meant for him. Nianbai, do you like it? Wan giggled and asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I like it. Nianbai nodded vigorously. He picked up the long sword, which weighed 2 jin in 7 liang. As he held the blade, he felt a sense of bloodline resonance. And this was yet another major characteristic of a blood-imbued weapon. It grows alongside its master. Nianbai bit his finger and smeared his fresh blood onto the blade. Instantly, a buzzing sound erupted from the blade, which emitted a joyful, soft hum as if it were thrilled, or perhaps welcoming its master. Cracks began to form along the blade. And before long, golden auspicious cloud patterns emerged from the cracks, swirling around the blade. Gold? Bai Donghua couldn't help but freeze in surprise, his eyes lighting up with wild joy. When a blood-stained weapon manifests gold during the bond-forming ritual, it means it will eventually grow to at least an S-rank weapon. Above S-rank lie legendary and epic ranks, all of which evolve from golden blood-stained weapons. Whether it can reach even higher tiers depends entirely on its master. Blood-stained weapons are already extremely rare. And those capable of producing a golden hue are even rarer, a true rarity. Nianbai, congratulations. Wan was equally delighted for Nianbai and chuckled softly. Nianbai smiled affectionately and said, now you know how good I am, right? You'll have to spoil me well from now on. Wan giggled and said, I know. Nianbai nodded and gently rubbed her little nose. Uncle, we're off. Wan linked her arms through Nianbai's and waved goodbye to Bai Donghua. As for her cane, she had already stowed it away in her spatial ring. Good luck on the exam. We'll be waiting for you at home and we'll have a grand victory banquet ready for you. Bai Donghuan nodded and escorted the two to the entrance of the Bai clan compound. As the gate swung open, the protesters outside instantly grew agitated. But before they could point at Nian Bai and Wan and hurl a barrage of curses, numerous Bai clan martial artists rushed out, separating them from Nian Bai and Wan. A black luxury car pulled up, stopping right in front of the two of them. Amid a barrage of vile curses, Nian Bai opened the car door for Wan, and they both got in, heading toward the venue. As they left, news of their departure began to spread online. Reporters were also lying in wait at the entrance, and they immediately posted the news online, turning it into a press release that informed even more people that Nian Bai and Wan were heading to the 100 Academy tournament venue. Beijing Marshall Path Stadium. Outside the venue, which could accommodate 100,000 people, buses were arriving one after another. Along the two security cordons stood a sea of people. Parents of students, students from various schools, and numerous onlookers cheering them on. Magic City, Pengcheng, Mountain City, Rongqing, Sea City. Top 100 high schools from numerous cities have gathered here. One by one, gifted teenagers stepped off the buses and walked along the red carpet flanked by the security cordons into the stadium. Among them were both boys and girls. Heads held high, spirits soaring. Thanks to their exceptional talent and hard work, they have earned the right to be revered by the world. They are determined to claim the championship title at this year's 100 Academy tournament, to win the Dragon Realm Ministry of Education's grand prize and to become the talk of the nation. After the students from the top 100 schools entered, the major clans of the capital followed, appearing in order of 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier, followed by the Zhenghua clan. Creak. The motorcade of the Zhenghua Xia clan arrived, and Yumling stepped out of the car under the gaze of countless eyes, with countless cameras trained on her. She naturally looked like a porcelain doll, adorable and enchanting, but at that moment, clad in a black combat uniform, she appeared somewhat listless and aloof. She had always been like this in front of outsiders, but in front of Nian Bai and Wan, she showed a completely different side. Reporters tried to interview her, but she simply yawned, gave a faint smile, and walked past them. She hadn't said a single word. Yet that fleeting smile of hers was enough to captivate everyone. Squeak. The other Zhenghua clans arrived one after another, followed by the Zhenghua Qi clan. When Sheng Tian stepped out of the car, the scene was instantly filled with screams because Sheng Tian was handsome, a scion of a Zhenghua clan, and possessed S-rank talent. In the capital, Sheng Tian had no shortage of fans, especially among university students. Sheng Tian! Sheng Tian! Wave after wave of excited cheers rose higher and higher, giving one the distinct feeling of being back 300 years ago, when fanatics ran rampant across the world. Sheng Tian smiled and waved back at them. The Qi sisters and the Duanshan couple took a different entrance, as this was the home turf for the competing students. Logically speaking, after the Qi clan, there shouldn't have been anyone else. But the arrival of a car took everyone by surprise. Everyone turned their heads in unison. The car door opened, and there they were, Nian Bai and Wan, arriving together. The moment Nian Bai and Wan appeared, the previously bustling scene fell silent in an instant. Eyes filled with shock, disbelief, they never imagined Nian Bai and Wan would dare to show up here. They'd been hiding for over a month, holed up in the Bai clan like scared turtles. Now, did they think the public outcry had died down, and they could finally step out into the open? Traitors! Get out of the capital! What are you two scum doing here? Please, just go die already, will you? Nian Bai, you have the blood of the Qi clan, the pillar of the nation, flowing through your veins, yet you dare to collude with a human traitor like Bafang? You deserve to die. The moment the first curse was hurled, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and in an instant, the crowd of over 10,000 people erupted into chaos. If not for the Marshall Path Bureau and the Capital Military District maintaining order, these people would surely have charged forward. Nian Bai and his companion walked forward along the red carpet, turning a deaf ear to the curses around them. After all, once this battle was over, public opinion would swing in their favor. The biggest controversy surrounding them right now was Nianbai's alleged treason. But as long as Nianbai demonstrated his formidable strength, they would all shut up. As long as Nianbai was powerful enough, they wouldn't dare to target him. No one can afford to drive away a future human powerhouse. Moreover, the consequences of doing so would affect everyone inside the arena. As the geniuses from the 100 academies entered, the announcer was introducing the various schools and their geniuses to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's 100 Academy tournament is a gathering of the very best. Coming toward us is Magic City's Double Dragon High School, which has produced 1,983 war gods, 79 peerless warriors, and even one saint throughout its history. And within their formation, there are 25 S-ranked geniuses. 2 SS-ranked geniuses. Double Dragon High School is undoubtedly one of the top contenders for the championship. As the announcer continued his introduction, the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the stadium were all filled with anticipation. 25 S-ranked geniuses. 2 SS-ranked geniuses. It's simply mind-boggling. Compared to Double Dragon High School's figures from last year, these numbers have actually doubled. Even Capital No. 1 High School is not far behind. The next team is Magic City No. 2 High School. Their statistics are also impressive. 16 S-ranked geniuses. Over 50 A+ geniuses. Moreover, they've already secured 2 spots in the Genius Training Camp. Those 2 geniuses have been early admitted to Dragon Realm's first academy and are currently preparing for the Genius Training Camp. The announcer continued. The rewards granted by the Dragon Realm Ministry of Education are exceptionally generous. But those 2 geniuses both come from a prominent family in a major town. Their wealth is staggering so naturally, they have no need to compete with others for resources. The reason they didn't enroll at Double Dragon High School in Magic City is that Magic City No. 2 High School marks the turning point in their family's rise to prominence. Their family patriarch graduated from No. 2 High School. So naturally, all the geniuses in the family attend No. 2 High School. After introducing the top 100 schools from other cities, the announcer began covering the school contingent from Beijing. A total of 4 schools from Beijing were participating. Beijing No. 1 High School, Beijing No. 2 High School, Beijing No. 3 High School, and Beijing No. 15 High School. Beijing No. 15 High School had no marching squad, only Lu Pingping, as the school's representative, walked along the track, waving to the crowd and basking in the spotlight. As she waved, Lu Pingping smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. She couldn't have looked more smug. Damn, how did No. 15 High even get here? Who's representing No. 15 High? No idea. Damn it, if No. 15 High qualifies to participate, why doesn't our No. 4 High? A chorus of questions rang out from the stands, filled with bewilderment, confusion, and even a touch of anger. Because in their eyes, Beijing No. 15 High was clearly just there to make up the numbers. After Lu Pingping marched past as the representative of No. 15 High School, she broke away from the academy formation and headed toward the academy section of the stands, where not only were teachers and administrators from the top 100 schools present, but also numerous officials from the Ministry of Education, the Capital Military District, and the Dragon Realm authorities. Even the seats reserved for the town-nation clans were there. After Lu Pingping had passed, it was the turn of the major Jingguo clans of the capital to step forward. The young prodigies from these clans formed a formation and marched toward the audience, with most of them clustered around Shengtian. But Yameng was the only one who lagged behind. She walked at the rear of the group, her eyes still filled with disdain for Shengtian. Shengtian, Shengtian, Shengtian. A thunderous roar filled the venue, all calling out his name. In this 100 Academy tournament, he was the student with the best chance of winning the championship. He was also the representative of the geniuses, chosen to speak on stage on behalf of everyone. His spot on stage had been secured by Duanshan. The Ministry of Education had delegated this spot to the Qi clan. But the Ministry of Education didn't care at all. Because the way events would unfold would be nothing like what the Qi clan had anticipated. The 100 Academies formation had already assembled in full. And the host took the stage. After an opening address, the host began introducing the distinguished guests in attendance. Listing representatives from the Dragon Realm authorities, the Ministry of Education, the War Zones, the Xingguo clan, and the major academies, a process that took several tens of minutes. Before Shang Tian took the stage to deliver his speech, the host also touched upon the history between Dragon Realm and the beasts. This was crucial. First, to ensure the world remembers history and the responsibilities they bear toward their families and nation. Second, to inspire the young prodigies. Humans and beasts are sworn enemies. Only by remembering history can humanity avoid straying from the right path. Nianbai and Wan stood at the very back of the formation. If it weren't for the host keeping the event on track, the venue would have long since been filled with a sea of curses. Just as the host was leading the audience through the history of the Dragon Realm, Yamung broke away from the formation and joined Nianbai and Wan. The three of them stood at the very back, standing out like a sore thumb. But just then, a group of top-tier leaders, led by Elder Dong, appeared. Duanshan and the others were all stunned, as were the geniuses below, and the entire audience was utterly shocked. In the history of the Dragon Realm's 100 Academy tournaments, Dragon Realm leaders had rarely made an appearance. But this time, not only did they appear, but they were all present. The Dragon Realm Chairman, Elder Dong. The Dragon Realm Warzone Commander-in-Chief, Elder Shen. The Dragon Realm Minister of Education, Lei, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Outer Realm Battlefield, Lan Xiao. Holy crap! Holy crap, crap, crap! What the hell is going on with this 100 Academy tournament? How come even Lan Xiao, the Saint of Lan, is here? He is the strongest fighter on the Outer Realm battlefield. It's not just Saint Lan. Did you notice those elders in the back? They're all retired top-tier powerhouses. Whoa, that's actually the Imperial Preceptor. Huh? The Imperial Preceptor? Hasn't this old man been in seclusion for years? How come he is here too? The Imperial Mentor must be here to recruit disciples. He hasn't taken on any new students for years. I wonder who will be lucky enough to become his disciple this year. The Imperial Mentor is so named because he is the foremost teacher in the Dragon Realm. Everyone he has trained has become a top-tier powerhouse in the Dragon Realm. Even Lan Xiao, the strongest warrior in the Outer Realms, is his most accomplished disciple. And now that the Imperial Preceptor has emerged from seclusion, this year's spectator lineup is the strongest in history. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd below, Elder Dong smiled and waved at them, instantly sparking another wave of thunderous cheers. Everyone saluted in their direction, even bowing in reverence. The prodigies below were all thrilled as well. Elder Dong and his companions' arrival was truly a tremendous honor for them. The prodigies, who had already been eager to perform well, were now even more roused. Especially the Imperial Tutor. If they could earn his approval, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. If they could secure both admission to the training camp and his personal endorsement, their future would undoubtedly be that of a second Lan Xiao. The scene remained lively for several tens of minutes before, under Elder Dong's direction, everything finally returned to normal. The host took the floor again, preparing to invite Shang Tian, the representative of the prodigies, to speak. Everyone's gaze focused on Shang Tian. Shang Tian, Shi Luyao, and the others watched him, unable to suppress the faint smiles that curled at the corners of their lips. However, Nianbai, standing right in the middle of the stage, was a real eyesore. But just as Shang Tian was about to take the stage, two figures approached from behind. Whoosh! One of the girls struck in the blink of an eye, taking everyone by surprise. The girl hooked the curved end of her cane around Shang Tian's neck and yanked him backward. Caught off guard, Shang Tian was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. In that instant, Duanshan and the others all leapt to their feet in fury. And Qi Lu Yao and the others also wore expressions of rage. If the intruders weren't Nianbai and Wan, then who else could it be? But for these two to dare cause a disturbance at such a solemn occasion and even attack a student representative was nothing short of outrageous. What are you doing? Beijing Military District, arrest them immediately. Damn it, who invited them to the 100 Academy tournament in the first place? They clearly came here to cause trouble. This is a disgrace to our dragon realm. Curses rang out one after another from the stage. And in a situation like this, logically, the teachers and guards below should have rushed over immediately. But even after Nianbai and Wan stepped onto the stage, not a single person approached them. Lei, is this your doing? Duanshan realized it in an instant, turning his head to glare furiously up at Lei. What's the rush? Lei noticed the fury in his eyes but merely smiled defiantly, showing no sign of taking him seriously. One very politely snatched the microphone from the hostess' hand. Facing the crowd's anger, facing the genius's confusion, and facing Shang Tian's murderous glare. Get down here. You fucking idiot, get the hell off the stage. A chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. And some people even threw objects down from the stands. But Nianbai and Wan paid no attention, keeping their focus entirely on the center of the world. Before speaking, Nianbai squeezed Wan's hand. He watched as Wan smiled at him, and only then did he begin. Greetings, geniuses from the 100 Academies. Welcome to the capital, and welcome to the 100 Academy tournament. I understand your thirst for great power. And I understand your pursuit of the martial path. There was a time when I, too, stood where you stand now, basking in the spotlight of the capital. Yet I fell from grace for several years. And I'm sorry if I offend any of you in what follows. From this moment on, I'm going to change the rules of the 100 Academy tournament. From this moment on, allow Wan and me to challenge all of you. As Nianbai's words echoed, the entire venue erupted in chaos. And even the dragon realm was thrown into an uproar. The torrent of insults scrolling frantically through the live stream came to a sudden halt. Because no one had ever imagined that Nianbai would actually challenge every single genius. And with just the two of them, they were challenging the entire field. They're crazy, absolutely crazy. These two are out of their minds. With just the two of them, they actually want to challenge everyone? They probably can't even beat an S-rank genius. You shameless bastards, get off the stage. Stop making fools of yourselves up there. The 100 Academy Tournament livestream ISNT just broadcast across the Dragon Realm. There are plenty of viewers overseas too. Damn it, Mylan, tell your people to get off the stage. Can't you hear me? You two traitors colluding with beasts just standing here is a disgrace to the Dragon Realm. The torrent of abuse was almost deafening. But at the very top of the stands, Old Dawn, Lei, and the others remained utterly composed and unshakable. Although this live broadcast reached an extremely wide audience, even if Nianbai displayed his terrifying power, it wouldn't reveal much of a secret. Within the Dragon Realm, the crucial secrets of the Supreme Bone and the Holy Spirit Bone are completely sealed off. Outside the realm, even if other nations knew of the Supreme Bone, they couldn't distinguish between its origins and those of the Holy Spirit Bone. The Supreme Bone also has 4 major realms. But its activation is conditional. Even Shang Tian, after all these years, still hasn't figured out how to unlock it. To unlock the 4 major realms of a transplanted Supreme Bone, one must advance layer by layer, a feat as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the Supreme Bone reborn within Nianbai's body, even in its nascent state, can unlock all 4 major realms. Old Master Dong and the others allowed Nianbai to reveal the Supreme Bone during this battle precisely because they had made thorough preparations to prevent the leakage of this critical secret. If Nianbai were to reveal only the 2nd realm of frenzy, then the live broadcast could continue uninterrupted. But if the 3rd realm were activated, then the live feed would have to be shut down immediately. The path has already been paved for Nianbai. Now, it remains to be seen just how far Nianbai can go. Meanwhile, within the heavily guarded venue, a pair of eyes gazed smilingly in Nianbai's direction, eagerly anticipating his upcoming performance. Everyone, I know you're wondering what qualifies me to challenge you. I'm merely a general tier 4. No match for your general tier 9 or even emerald tier strength. In terms of natural talent alone, some of you surpass me. But I dare say, all of you here will serve only as stepping stones for my resurgence. Nianbai's words were harsh. But he had no choice. If he didn't speak this way, he wouldn't be able to provoke the anger of these geniuses, let alone move forward. Now, it's 2 against 10. Who dares to step onto the stage? Nianbai scanned the crowd and asked. In this battle, one would merely support him from behind. It might as well be 1 against 10. His contempt, his insolent words, truly ignited the fury of countless geniuses. Shengtian stood coldly below the stage, supported by a classmate, while a young girl beside him, seething with rage, strode straight onto the stage. Nianbai, don't get too full of yourself. Who do you think you are? To dare challenge all of us? Aren't you a 4th-ranked general? Then I'll hold back and fight you. It's starting. If gifts reach 30, I'll post an extra chapter. Yesterday it was just over 11. I don't need anyone else to step in. Even on my own, you're no match for me. The girl said coldly. Nianbai tossed the microphone in his hand to the host standing nearby. Drew the black gold auspicious cloud sword from its sheath. And the blood-stained weapon emitted a buzzing hum the moment it was drawn. A golden blood-stained weapon? Holy crap! Its very existence proves that Nianbai has at least S or S-rank talent. But this, how is that possible? A blood-dripping weapon has only one master in its lifetime. Unless it evolves beyond the legendary tier and develops its own sentience, in which case, after its master's death, it will choose its next master on its own. But to earn its recognition is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. What? Duanshan and the others were also stunned. Nianbai had even been stripped of his last companion bone. And not even his peak talent at age 13 could have caused the blood-stained weapon to turn golden. So, how could this be possible? For a moment, Qi Luyao, Siyuan, Qi Jojo, and the others were all dumbfounded. Though Ayua didn't seem particularly surprised. In her beautiful eyes, there was instead a hint of understanding and a flicker of something else. As Nianbai activated the first stage of the Supreme Bone, the aura surrounding him suddenly intensified, and the qi and blood within his body began to boil rapidly. And before Nianbai activated the 3rd stage, he didn't even need one's help. Boom! A golden radiance burst forth from Nianbai. And countless dazzling golden lights appeared around him, as brilliant as stars surrounding the full moon. Supreme Bone! Duanshan gasped sharply. He was certain there was no Supreme Bone inside Nianbai at all. But how could the Supreme Bone have appeared within Nianbai? What the hell is going on? Shengtian's face flushed crimson. Incredulous and furious to the extreme. He wouldn't accept it. Nor could he accept it. He had clearly stripped Nianbai of everything, so how could Nianbai possibly possess the Supreme Bone? I take back what I just said. A 4th-rank general can no longer hold you back, but you must still pay the price for your arrogance. The girl in front of him growled through clenched teeth. She, too, didn't understand what was going on with Nianbai. Wasn't Nianbai supposed to be crippled? But Nianbai's Supreme Bone radiated an aura far more terrifying than Shengtian's. Shengtian, do you really think that Supreme Bone inside you is something special? It's nothing more than a seed. A key? But it doesn't even measure up to 1/10 of the Supreme Bone within Nianbai. In the stands, a woman whispered mockingly. Her words brimming with smugness. As if she were eager to witness the Qi clan's utter humiliation. In the stands, a whirlwind of emotions erupted. But the most shocked and panicked were the members of the Qi clan, the nation's guardian clan, on the opposite side. Nianbai's display had them on the verge of losing their minds. "Pardon me." Nianbai, wielding his black gold blade, slashed at the girl before him. The 100 Academy tournament allowed combat with real weapons, so injuries were inevitable. Numerous healers stood by below the stage, ready at a moment's notice. At this level of competition, using wooden swords and blades would completely defeat the purpose. Because without going all out, one could never truly gauge a genius's true depth of ability. Whoosh! The two weapons clashed, sparks flying with terrifying intensity. Even though the girl had suppressed her power to general tier, 5th grade, she still found herself struggling. She possessed an A+ talent. But in terms of vital energy circulation, she was already vastly inferior to Nianbai. At the same time, the disparity in their sacred bones widened the gap between them even further. Even if their power levels differed by just one rank, she would still be no match for him. Within 3 moves, the young girl completely abandoned her restraint, unleashing her full general tier, 9th rank power. Seeing this, Juan released a massive amount of exotic beast blood from several spatial rings, pouring it onto the ground. Some of this blood had been purchased by the Bai clan itself, while some had been procured by the Ministry of Education specifically for Nianbai, all in preparation for this very battle. Boom! The aura emanating from Nianbai once again intensified. And the blood on the ground was drawn up through the black gold blade, gushing through it, until it was completely absorbed into Nianbai's body. Crack! Nianbai's power surged temporarily. General tier, 5th rank. General tier, 6th rank. General tier, 7th rank. A blood-red mist began to spread upward from the stage, rising to form a swirling, blood-red haze that surged madly into Nianbai's body. This was something Nianbai had been unable to achieve during the first mock exam. But today, it was well within his reach. Frenzy! This is the second realm of Supreme Bone Frenzy. Duanshan nearly lost his mind. And Shang Tian instantly collapsed. This was the supreme realm he had pursued for years. As long as he could achieve the Qi clan ancestor's frenzy realm in this lifetime, he would feel his life was complete. Yet the goal he had longed for had been realized by Nianbai. That little bastard, how on earth did he do it? Qi Luyao clenched her fists and said coldly. She, of course, knew full well the terror of this realm. The rage stage of Supreme Bone could absorb external blood to temporarily boost one's own strength. And the longer the battle lasted, the stronger one became. Back in the day, the Qi clan patriarch relied on the 4 great realms to wreak havoc for 3 years during the Holy War, slaying countless beasts. The key was that the frenzy stage caused no harm to the body. The longer the battle lasted, the more beneficial it became for him. Unless there wasn't enough blood nearby to sustain the fight. Duanshan looked in Nianbai's direction with intense longing. He should have found a way to bring Juan here and get his hands on the secret Juan held. But why couldn't Juan turn from darkness to the light and help his adopted son, Shang Tian, awaken? Everyone, now you know why I called you all here, right? Lei turned to look at the crowd beside him and said, "How interesting. It's none other than the Qi clan's ancestor reappearing in this world. Everyone, this kid our Dragon Realm Holy Martial Academy is taking him. Don't try to snatch him from me, or I'll get serious with you. You old fart. The Imperial Tutor hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already making a scene here. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ha, even if it kills me, I'm going to snatch him away. Old fart, what's your Holy Martial Academy anyway? It's just barely 3rd in the Dragon Realm. Sending him to your academy would be a waste of talent. He'd be better off at my Longxing Academy. We're the number 1. You're just wasting talent. Stop bragging. If you guys hadn't cheated last year, Jingwu Academy would been number 1. If you can't beat us, you can't beat us. What's this about cheating? Last year, the year before, and the year before that, weren't we number 1 every single time? Well, I'll say this, in the last 100 years, Jingwu Academy has been number 1 for at least 40 of them. Alright, stop arguing, you're giving me a headache. At the very top of the stands, the commotion raged on. While down on the stage below, Nianbai had actually forced the girl in front of him to retreat in a matter of seconds. And he'd done it as a General Tier 7 fighter, defeating a General Tier 9 opponent. The disparity in strength was extreme. And the outcome was already decided. The astonishing combat prowess Nianbai displayed left countless spectators in the stands speechless. Dominating an opponent of the same rank is already a sign of exceptional talent. Dominating an opponent of a higher rank is truly shocking, and defeating an opponent 2 ranks above him is enough to make every major academy take notice. But what Nianbai achieved wasn't just a dominant victory. It was absolute dominance. Even a General Tier 9 opponent couldn't hold a candle to him. And to think, his true strength is only General Tier 4th rank. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Nianbai's display had completely redefined everyone's understanding of the game. On the battlefield, martial artists could use special methods to boost their strength, but 1 rank was the absolute limit. 2 ranks was the pinnacle of a martial artist's capabilities. Yet Nianbai had leaped from General Tier 4th rank all the way to General Tier 7th rank without showing any side effects whatsoever. Next who? Nianbai turned to look at the many gifted youths below. The girl he'd knocked off the stage was reluctant, but she knew she was no match for him. No matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice but to return to the formation. Sheng Tian was grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. Even he couldn't do what Nianbai had just accomplished. Mylan S. How dare she? Emerald Tier strength, I seek your guidance. A burly youth leaped onto the stage. His skin was bronze-colored. And his entire body radiated power. 1 glance was enough to tell he wasn't someone to mess with. Whoa! Emerald Tier? There's absolutely no way Nianbai stands a chance this time after all, that's a whole major realm higher. You're absolutely right. Even a General Tier 9th rank martial artist wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one fight against an Emerald Tier opponent. Only the very best of the best can pull that off. Crossing a realm is far more difficult than advancing 2 ranks. The gap in strength between each realm is like night and day. Don't be fooled by the fact that General Tier 9th rank and Emerald Tier are only 1 rank apart. Their combat power differs by more than a factor of 10. I'm not worthy of such a challenge. Go ahead. Nianbai made a gesture of invitation. I want to take advantage of you. I'll start at 70% of my strength. If you can force me to use 90%, I'll concede defeat. The youth in front of him pulled a long spear from his spatial ring. Its tip adorned with a red tassel. The point razor sharp. Capable of piercing through anything. Are you ready? The youth assumed a fighting stance and asked Nianbai. I'm ready whenever you are. Nianbai nodded. Whoosh. The youth thrust his spear toward Nianbai. Fast, accurate, and steady. With a momentum as unstoppable as a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. This young man was an S+ level prodigy from Zhouyun High School in Pengcheng. After turning 18, it took him only 1 month to break through from the General Tier 9th rank to the Emerald Tier. Most prodigies do not break through the General Tier 9th rank before turning 18. Because once they do, it becomes much more difficult for them to further refine their innate talents. Once they turn 18, this restriction is lifted. Bang! The tip of the spear collided with the black gold blade. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 2 moves. Martial artists below General Tier 5th rank couldn't even make out their movements. They thought they'd only exchanged a single strike. Even a high-speed camera could barely capture their exchange, let alone display it in the livestream. He's got some skills. But that's about it. The youth thought he'd spotted a weakness in Nianbai's defense. He flicked the tip of his spear upward, then immediately swept it horizontally. These were 2 separate movements. The upward flick was meant to expose Nianbai's vulnerability further, while the horizontal sweep was intended to finish him off in 1 move. As the spear tip flicked upward, things unfolded exactly as he'd predicted. Nianbai parried the attack. You've lost. The boy swept his spear across in one fluid motion. But in the very next second, something happened that left him stunned. Nianbai actually shifted his body slightly to the side, letting the spear tip graze past him by a hair's breadth, and instead seized upon the opening in the boy's sweeping strike to deliver a kick. The boy was stunned, because he hadn't expected this to be part of Nianbai's plan. Nianbai had actually anticipated this scenario 3 moves earlier and exploited the boy's combat momentum to counter him. Thud! The boy took a heavy kick from Nianbai, stumbling back more than a few steps. Not bad. The boy felt a slight sting in his chest, but he grew even more excited. He rarely encountered opponents of this caliber, one who could anticipate his moves in advance. After all, they'd only exchanged a dozen or so moves since the fight began. So how had Nianbai managed to discern his combat patterns? To figure it out within 30 moves is the mark of a top-tier combat genius. Within 50 moves requires extremely keen insight. And within 100 moves is considered decent talent. Yet Nianbai had done it in just over a dozen moves. Could this really be a coincidence? 80% of my power. Let us go again. The teenager raised his power level another notch and lunged at Nianbai. Bang! 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 Within seconds, the two exchanged over a dozen moves once more. Nianbai's aura grew even stronger in the heat of battle. He had actually broken through to the 8th rank of the general tier. Show me your full strength. Otherwise, you'll lose. Nianbai sent him reeling once more and warned him. Even if what you're carrying is a supreme bone, it can't possibly be that absurd, can it? The teenager paused for a moment before saying, since I dared to challenge all of you, you naturally have to believe I have the confidence to back it up. Nianbai smiled faintly and said, fine. Then I'll grant your wish. The youth cast aside his earlier promise and unleashed his emerald tier power. Since this was what Nianbai had demanded, he wasn't breaking his word, nor was he taking advantage of the situation. It wasn't until they engaged in a true, head-to-head battle that he realized Nianbai's apparent strength and talent were all an illusion. Nianbai had leaped from general tier, 4th rank, to general tier, 8th rank, but you couldn't treat him as a general tier, 8th rank martial artist, because his burst of power far exceeded that of a general tier, 8th rank. Before long, boom! The emerald tier youth was blasted off the stage. At that moment, the youth was stunned. And the entire audience was stunned. No one had ever imagined such a scene could unfold. Even if we were to calculate based on Nianbai's temporary strength at the general tier, 8th rank, it would still be impossible to completely overwhelm a young genius at the emerald tier. Not to mention that the other party possesses an S-rank talent. Something like this. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. But aside from Nianbai, Wan, and Bafang in the stands, no one knows the true power of Supreme Bone. In the first stage of Supreme Bone, the Holy Bone communicates with the entire body, enhancing the vitality of Qi and blood, allowing the body's combat power to continuously increase during battle. Given Nianbai's current condition, this can reach a maximum boost of 3x. Meanwhile, upon activating the second stage, the beast blood absorbed by his body can temporarily allow Nianbai to break through to general tier, 9th rank, granting him a maximum boost of 9x. Upon activating the third stage, Nianbai's self-control reaches 18 times his normal level. And with Wan's full support, it reaches 36 times his normal level. The fourth stage remains unknown. But it is sure to be far more terrifying than the first 3 stages. However, the peak 36x multiplier of the third stage is currently only a theoretical possibility. To achieve this effect, 2 major prerequisites must be met: sufficient beast blood and sufficient time. That said, within 1 hour, Nianbai's self-control can reach 7x. And with Wan's full support, it can reach 14x. 14x. With such a terrifying boost, aren't those surface-level power stats just meaningless? To reach the 7x target first, Nianbai's supreme bone was operating at full capacity. The speed at which it drew fresh blood was simply unimaginable. The 7x numerical gap isn't even the scariest part. What's truly terrifying is a 7x boost to his temporary power. That means 7 times the power of a general tier, 9th rank fighter. With stats like that, who among the geniuses from the nation's 100 schools could possibly be his match? Holy shit! I'm totally blown away. Lan Xiao, back when you were at general tier, 8th rank, could you take on an emerald tier opponent? An elderly man asked Lan Xiao, the strongest fighter on the Outer Realm battlefield. Lan Xiao's expression grew grave as he shook his head and said, "No. Only right after I broke through to General Tier 9 could I take on an Emerald Tier opponent one-on-one, and even then, it was a 50-50 shot." Old Master Dong's eyes were brimming with excitement. Because Nianbai's current performance had already surpassed everyone's expectations. They had high hopes for the supreme bone within Nianbai. But this still exceeded all expectations. The audience on site, and everyone watching the livestream, were all stunned. They'd never heard of an 8th ranked general tier fighter taking on an emerald tier opponent one-on-one. This was just too outrageous. In fact, before the battle began, Nianbai had absorbed some beast blood in advance, otherwise, his rate of improvement could never have reached this level. After all, Nianbai and Wan had come to make a big splash. How could they not have prepared in advance? Everyone, it's 2 against 10. Anyone want to give it a try? Nianbai turned to face the geniuses below the stage and asked. The geniuses from Class A, Beijing No. 1 High School, are here to challenge you. 10 teenage boys and girls stepped onto the stage, glaring grimly in Nianbai's direction. In their eyes, Nianbai was far too arrogant. There was no way Nianbai could possibly be a match for an emerald tier fighter. So that student from earlier must have been holding back. Otherwise, how could it make any logical sense? Didn't he say he wanted a 2-on-10 fight? Fine. They give him exactly what he wanted. Just wait until he gets beaten up, then we'll see if he is still so cocky. Moreover, they were stepping onto the stage specifically to stand up for Shang Tian. After all, in their eyes, Nianbai was nothing but a bully who had been picking on Shang Tian. Nianbai, let us begin. Wan reminded him from behind. I'm counting on you. Nianbai nodded. What's there to count on? You're my fiancé, after all. Wan chuckled softly. As she activated the Yin bone, a burst of purple light erupted from her body. Since the intensity wasn't quite there yet, it didn't produce the same breathtaking spectacle of light shooting skyward as before. An intangible spiritual force was applied to Nianbai, actively helping him unlock the 3rd stage and begin an even faster acceleration in his cultivation. The absorption rates for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages are different. And in the 3rd stage, he can reach a 7x boost more quickly, followed by a 14x boost aided by the Yin bone. The 3rd realm, blood battle of the 8 desolations. As his power gradually increases, Nianbai will gradually lose his will and fall into a killing frenzy. But with Wan's overwhelming mental power suppressing him, she can ensure that even in an extreme state, Nianbai maintains absolute clarity of mind. Yin bone and supreme bone are a perfect match. And this is precisely why. With Wan's current mental strength, even if Nianbai activates the 4th stage, she can protect Nianbai's spiritual core and keep him lucid. Boom! The golden light radiating from Nianbai grew even brighter. But after shooting skyward, it exploded in an instant into a shower of starlight. The starlight rained down onto the ground, causing the beast blood on the ground to begin boiling. An even greater volume of beast blood began to rise, forming a billowing mist of blood that seeped toward Nianbai's body. You fucking blood battle of the 8 desolations? The Dragon Realm high-ranking officials seated at the very top of the stands could no longer sit still. And some even let out expletives. Those familiar with the Supreme Bone knew just how powerful the blood battle of the 8 desolations was. However, this was information suppressed by the Dragon Realm. No more than 50 people in the entire Dragon Realm were aware of it. Elder Dong, should we pause the live stream? Lei asked urgently. He was excited. Ecstatic. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Because Nianbai and Wan had exposed blood battle of the 8 desolations without even giving a heads up. This was completely unplanned. It's already out there, pausing it now won't do any good. Old Master Dong chuckled and shook his head. Even he had been frozen in shock for dozens of seconds just now. If he reacted immediately, he could have cut off the livestream and blocked the leaked footage right away. But those few seconds rendered all measures ineffective. Those who were meant to see it had already seen it. And those who weren't meant to see it might not even notice it, even if the news was all over the place. Old Xia, have the broadcast team delay the live feed by 1 minute. Use frame insertion to gradually slow down the pace of the broadcast, preferably without anyone noticing. At the same time, keep a close eye on Nianbai's condition. If Nianbai activates the most terrifying 4th realm of Supreme Bone, cut the broadcast immediately. Have the Dragon Realm Public Relations Department start handling this matter. Frame the Battle of the 8 Wastes as a special circumstance related to Supreme Bone, and brush the whole thing under the rug. Old Dong ordered. Yes, sir. Lei nodded and immediately had his team carry out the instructions. It wasn't that they didn't have contingency plans in place beforehand, it was just that when Nianbai discussed the matter with them, he hadn't mentioned activating the Battle of the 8 Wastes. Nianbai had claimed that the frenzy of Phase 2 alone would be enough to astound the world and utterly crush all the geniuses. So the Dragon Realm naturally believed him. However, what Nianbai was executing was Bafang's plan. If Nianbai had mentioned earlier that he intended to activate Blood Battle of the 8 Wastes, the Dragon Realm might not even have allowed him to take the stage after all. The consequences of such an event were simply too terrifying. To protect him, Dragon Realm would rather not let him demonstrate it at all. But Bafang is a different story. Bafang possesses sufficient resources and power to guarantee control over all possible consequences. Given the sheer dominance of the Beast Clan over humanity,